In the Marvel Universe, cultivating one's inner cosmos. Marvel Universe, June 15th, 2012. Friday.I. In Midtown High School, New York City, 17-year-old Hawke is drenched in sweat, laboring within the aged gymnasium. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding thuds echo repeatedly as the black punching bag, suspended in midair, is relentlessly struck by Hawke. Each impact sends the iron chain holding the bag into a sharp clatter. Hawke's hair is soaked with perspiration. Sweat cascades down his prominent cheekbones, tracing the taut line of his jaw before it drips onto the already damp collar of his old t-shirt. Yet, Hawke's gaze remains fixated on the punching bag. His mind is undistracted this moment. The bag before him constitutes his entire universe. 9951. 9952. Hawke adjusts his stance, silently counting in his mind while deftly dodging the bag's recoil, executing uninterrupted left hooks and right jabs, each strike connecting with force, causing the bag to sway violently under the tempest of his assault. The leather surface of the bag, battered repeatedly, appears increasingly worn and tattered. Strike, withdraw, strike again. With each successive punch, Hawke's movements seem to accelerate, faster and faster, until 10,000, bang! In that moment, the fire igniting within Hawke's eyes surges dramatically, and his retracted fist shoots out like a bolt of lightning, striking the recently descended bag with the precision of a viper's strike. The bag crumples inward with a muffled groan, and the chain connecting it finally gives way, snapping apart. Freed from its metallic restraints, the bag flies backward, letting out a plaintive wail before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! Whoosh! With the completion of his 10,000 punches for the day, Hawke gazes at the torn bag lying on the floor and exhales the pent-up breath he had held, his chest rising and falling. As he steadies his breathing, sweat flows freely down his face, pooling at his chin before dripping onto the legs of his inexpensive athletic pants. Of course, inexpensive is a relative term. For most, these pants, valued at $12, might be deemed cheap, even extremely so. But for Hawke, they hold a different significance. After all, in this life, he is an orphan, a soul reborn into the Marvel Universe. Had he not excelled academically and earned a scholarship to Midtown High, one could say that merely the semester tuition fees, amounting to tens of thousands, would be utterly unattainable for him. Yet even with the scholarship, Hawke still lives frugally. This is not due to a habit of thriftiness, but rather because, while he has received a scholarship, it is not the most prestigious. At least, it is not akin to that of his classmate Gwen Stacy, who possesses a top-tier scholarship. Gwen's scholarship not only covers tuition, but also provides a stipend each semester, not to mention the abundant reward from various knowledge competitions. Hawke's scholarship is of the most common variety, merely waiving tuition. After all, his grades, while commendable, can hardly be considered exceptional. Nonetheless, Hawke feels a sense of contentment. Midtown High has exempted him from tuition, and for orphans like him who lack foster families and are classified as in the independent transitional period between the ages of 16 and 18, a federal monthly stipend of $800 is provided. Furthermore, as he attends an elite school in New York State, he also receives an additional $500 monthly from the state. When calculated, this amounts to a monthly income of $1,300. This sum may be insufficient for an adult living in New York City, but for Hawke, who is receiving federal orphan assistance and studying tuition-free, it is more than adequate. In fact, it is quite abundant. After all, he eats at school and sleeps in a low-cost federal welfare apartment. With a monthly stipend of $1,300, deducting $500 for basic living expenses leaves him with an additional $800 to save. What? $500 is insufficient. As stated before, IT may be inadequate for adults, but for Hawke, it suffices. Every afternoon, he diligently completes his daily 10,000 punches in the gym, showers afterward, washes his clothes, and then takes the last free school bus home, where he sleeps, only to return to school on the earliest bus the next day. He has no utility bills to worry about, let alone phone or internet fees. He is an orphan. One person eats well, and the family remains unfed. Who could he possibly call, and who would call him? As for internet fees, he chuckles that he doesn't even own a computer whenever he needs internet access. The school library offers public computers, and printing is free of charge. Thus, although he begins this life as an orphan, Hawke feels he is managing quite well. He saves $800 each month and occasionally indulges in a bucket of fried chicken from the same affordable eatery, treating himself to a much-needed energy boost. By now, he has amassed savings exceeding $30,000. Delightful, of course, that IT would be even better if the fried chicken place had fewer individuals of color. After a while, standing still, eyes gently closed, Hawke slowly opens them, staring at the punching bag that has fallen to the floor, appearing somewhat lost in thought. For he is not merely observing the bag, he is gazing at a prompt floating before his eyes. To be precise, it is his status. Inner Cosmos Cultivation. Current status, not activated. Activation conditions: consecutive 1,000 days, 10,000 punches. Activation progress: 999-100. Almost there. Almost there. Tomorrow, it shall be activated. Hawke gazed at the activation progress displayed in the prompt box, visible only to him, and felt a surge of anticipation, wishing time could instantaneously leap to the morrow. This enhancement had manifested during his 15th year of life. To be precise, it had come into existence on September 10th, 2009. He recalled the date with remarkable clarity, for it was the very day when Hulk clashed with Abomination in the heart of New York City. Thus, he spared no effort. With the arrival of this boon, he was compelled to practice relentlessly. What choice did he have? After all, he had traversed into a world where superheroes roamed freely, where extraordinary beings were treated as mere pets, and cosmic deities were commonplace within the Marvel Universe. In the past, without such an advantage, he had merely laid back, but with this enhancement now at his disposal, could he still afford to be idle? That would render the enhancement futile, therefore. From the very day this external aid became available, Hawke had diligently maintained a routine of executing 10,000 punches daily. Not a single day missed, unfazed by storms or obstacles. Unyielding, no matter the circumstances. In summary, one tenet prevailed: meals could be foregone, but training was non-negotiable. Now, after an unwavering commitment spanning 999 consecutive days, he stood on the precipice of triumph at last. In the realm of Thunder Thompson and Bookworm Parker, 1,000 days have passed, 2 years, 9 months, and 5 days. As Hawke completed his daily regimen, he found himself once more in the shower of the gym, conjuring an interface visible only to himself. He gazed at the progress bar for Little Universe Cultivation, now tantalizingly close, just 1 day away from completion. The surreal nature of his journey remained palpable. After all, throwing punches 10,000 times a day for 1,000 consecutive days sounded simple in theory, yet proved exceedingly arduous in practice. Hawke often pondered how he had endured such a grueling endeavor. Perhaps it stemmed from his inherently tenacious spirit, or perhaps it was intertwined with the very essence of the Marvel Universe. One thing was certain: he was merely 1 day away. Once today concluded, tomorrow would herald the activation of his newfound abilities. Hawke mused about whether Little Universe Cultivation was indeed what he envisioned. In his recollections, the only concept that resonated with Little Universe was a singular notion. If it aligned with his thoughts, the future brimmed with promise. According to the ancient Greek philosopher Democritus, all matter is composed of atoms, and within the human body exists a miniature cosmos, his little universe. Cultivating this microcosm involves awakening the dormant energy of life within oneself, thereby activating the hidden universe and enhancing it through persistent practice, ultimately transcending physical laws to achieve extraordinary combat prowess. Hawke recalled a particular anime from his past life that depicted such a concept, the Saint Seiya. The Bronze Saints mastered their 5 senses and touched upon the 6th, while the Silver Saints comprehended the 6th sense and reached for the 7th. Then there were the Golden Saints, who fully grasped and commanded the 7th sense. Yet, beyond the 7th, there existed an 8th sense and even a 9th. As fleeting images of Saint Seiya danced through his mind, Hawke suddenly snapped back to reality, a smile gracing his lips. He realized he was uncertain whether his current abilities truly mirrored those of his memories. Why dwell on such uncertainties? Moreover, he harbored no intentions of battling Odin or kicking Zeus. The paramount aspect was that he had traversed this world for 17 years, having mentally prepared himself to face its brutalities long before the advent of his powers at the age of 15. Thus, maintaining a resilient mindset was of utmost importance. At present, the greater the expectations, the more profound the disappointment will be if they are not met. Hawke pondered this thought, clearing his mind of distractions as he wrung out the freshly washed t-shirt in his hands and placed it alongside the recently laundered trousers into a plastic bag nearby. Subsequently, he wrapped himself in a towel while drying his hair with a separate towel, pushing open the door of the shower stall. With a loud thud, the door to the shower room burst open, and a slender figure was seemingly thrust in from the outside. The frail silhouette stumbled a few steps before landing abruptly on the tiled floor of the shower. Was that Peter? Hawke raised an eyebrow at the sight of the original Spider-Man, who had just been pushed inside and now sat on the ground. At that moment, Peter caught sight of Hawke emerging from the shower room, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Just as he prepared to greet Hawke, a fellow classmate with whom he had never really interacted, a burst of laughter erupted from outside. Almost immediately, Flesh Thompson, known as Lightning and also nicknamed the Bully of Midtown, strode in with his towering stature, clutching a football, accompanied by 3 of his lackeys. In the next instant, the laughter ceased abruptly. Hawke, emerging from a stall with one hand, drying his damp hair, and the other clutching the plastic bag containing his clean clothes, found his gaze locked onto Flesh Thompson. Both men were of considerable height. However, Hawke was no less impressive. After diligently training for 999 consecutive days, maintaining a regimen of 10,000 punches daily, he possessed a physique defined by robust muscles. Unlike the artificially sculpted muscles often seen in gyms, his arms exuded a sense of power, not exaggerated but rather refined with explosive strength. The towel, cinched at his waist, created a subtle indentation above his hips, accentuating his narrow midsection. The contours of his abdominal muscles were distinctly visible, the eight-pack arranged as if meticulously chiseled from stone. As their eyes met, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. It is well known that a clear hierarchy of disdain, or rather a chain of bullying, exists within American schools. Logically, Hawke, an orphan with no parents, will be positioned among those typically bullied based solely on his background. However, this was not the case. The reason the school bullies refrained from provoking him was quite simple. He had previously crossed paths with them, and they recognized that he was not to be trifled with. After all, whether in terms of appearance or physique, Hawke, could never be associated with the phrase easy to bully. Over the past 3 years, the school bullies had not dared to provoke him, and naturally, he harbored no intentions of championing others. No one is anyone's savior. This time was no different. Hawke averted his gaze, retrieved a clean t-shirt and trousers from the backpack resting on the bench, donned them, and placed the plastic bag back into the backpack, slinging it over his shoulder as he approached Flesh Thompson, who stood at the entrance of the shower room. Flesh Thompson furrowed his brow, observing Hawke as he approached. He was well aware of Hawke, after all. It was difficult not to recognize someone who had been tirelessly practicing boxing in the corner of the gym every day for over 2 years. However, to say they were familiar would be a stretch. Hawke had never participated in any gatherings or parties, despite being a constant presence at school. He seemed to live in a parallel universe of his own. As Hawke came to a halt before him, Flesh Thompson instinctively moved aside. His 3 lackeys were about to voice their opinions when they met Hawke's indifferent azure gaze, which prompted them to obediently step aside as well. "Thank you." Hawke calmly acknowledged Flesh Thompson, his tone serene, before departing from the shower room. Flesh Thompson watched Hawke's disappearing figure, his brow knitted in contemplation, pondering his thoughts. At that moment, a gasp escaped the lips of the 3 lackeys. "Oh no, boss, Peter's running away." "What?" Flesh Thompson snapped back to reality, his eyes darting to Peter Parker, who had stealthily followed Hawke outside. In a flash, he reacted, bellowing, "Quick, chase him. Nerdy Parker, stop right there." That night, the universe would shimmer for him. After leaving the old gymnasium, Hawke made his way towards the parking lot, unaware of the commotion unfolding behind him. However, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Despite Spider-Man being hailed as the foremost character in American comics, Hawke was not particularly acquainted with Peter, even though they were in the same grade. As Hawke, with a shoulder bag in tow, arrived at the parking lot, the last orange school bus had already opened its doors. A bearded driver, clad in the school's uniform, leaned languidly against the steering wheel, fiddling with a portable radio in boredom. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hall." As Hawke boarded the bus, he courteously inquired, "Is there any noteworthy news today?" Mr. Hall, with his formidable beard, appeared quite intimidating. Yet, in truth, he was far from menacing. On the contrary, he was a kind-hearted individual. The topic of discussion remained the collapse of the Quantico building, rumored to be a result of a terrorist attack. While adjusting his radio, Mr. Hall glanced at Hawke and remarked, "Hawke, you arrived 2 minutes later today than yesterday." Hawke shrugged and replied, "Apologies, I got delayed while showering. Fortunately, I knew you would be driving me home. Otherwise, I might have headed to the school gate. Please, take your seat. We shall depart now." "Very well," Hawke responded politely, shouldering his backpack and moving towards the back of the bus. Mr. Hall had already started the vehicle, preparing to close the door and head to the school gate for more passengers. At that moment, Peter dashed from a distance, nearly squeezing through the door just as it was about to shut. Mr. Hall was taken aback. Although he seemed inclined to express an expletive, he restrained himself, observing the breathless Peter and the approaching Flesh Thompson along with his entourage from outside. Flesh Thompson and his followers did not board the bus. Instead, they stood outside, watching Peter enter. Mr. Hall's gaze flicked between Peter and Flesh Thompson before he frowned and called out, "Hey, are you lot getting on?" Flesh Thompson glanced at Mr. Hall, but said nothing, merely turning away with his 3 companions, leaving in a huff. Bullying a classmate is one thing, but doing so in the presence of school staff is an entirely different matter. He was a bully, not a fool. Peter was no fool either. Thus, after Mr. Hall had closed the door, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Mr. Hall met Peter's gaze, but remained silent. He understood the situation. As long as bullying did not occur on his bus, he had no further concern. As for elsewhere, he was merely a school bus driver, and it was beyond his jurisdiction. Peter chose not to say anything further and turned to find a place to sit. Spotting Hawke at the back by the window, he contemplated briefly before approaching. "Thank you." Hawke, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, snapped back to reality, looking at Peter with an impassive expression. "I didn't do anything for you. There's no need to thank me." With that, he resumed his gaze outside, dismissing Peter entirely. He remained unaware of any changes in Peter's demeanor. It is highly likely that he has not yet transformed into the spider spirit of his memories. Nevertheless, even if Peter has undergone a mutation, he has no desire to engage with him. To be precise, he wishes to avoid any interaction with superheroes altogether. The term superhero may sound appealing, yet is invariably intertwined with a myriad of calamities. Prior to acquiring any advantages, he had never contemplated eagerly associating with these champions. His sole aspiration was to prolong his existence, to be reborn at least to a natural end. If possible, he yearned to study diligently, striving for a more carefree life. With the emergence of his newfound abilities, Hawke's original intent remains unchanged. However, what began as a desire for a more carefree existence has shifted to an aspiration for longevity and an even more liberated life. Regardless of the variation, the prerequisite for achieving this goal remains consistent: refrain from meddling in the affairs of superheroes. Thus, even after learning about Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy upon entering school, he harbored no inclination to initiate acquaintance. Yet Gwen was different. There was no escaping it. Gwen served as the student assistant in their 11th grade. But the thought of dating the renowned first girlfriend of the comic world, Gwen Stacy, had not crossed Hawke's mind, at least not at this moment. He felt unqualified to indulge in romance. Peter observed Hawke, who, after uttering this sentiment, turned to gaze out at the scenery once more. He opened his mouth to say something further, but ultimately opted for silence, choosing instead to sit on the right side of the bus. Soon enough, the school bus arrived at the campus gates, and as Mr. Hall opened the door, the students waiting for the last free bus began to board. The once tranquil atmosphere within the bus rapidly transformed into a cacophony of chatter. An hour later, they reached Jackson Heights. Mr. Hall, opening the door, smiled at Hawke, who stood by the entrance, bidding farewell. "See you tomorrow, Hawke." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Hall." Hawke replied courteously before stepping off the bus and heading toward an old 5-story apartment building with a weathered orange facade not far away. This vintage building is owned by the New York City Housing Authority. Hawke's apartment is situated on the 5th floor, though modest in size. It offers the advantage of easy access to the rooftop via the fire escape outside the window. Before long, upon returning home, Hawke placed his backpack on the table, retrieved a plastic bag containing freshly laundered clothes, and found 2 drying racks. He opened the window and, following the fire escape, made his way up to the rooftop of his apartment. After Hawke had hung his clothes out to dry on the rooftop, he strolled over to the railing, resting his hands upon it as he gazed skyward. He watched as planes occasionally soared through the heavens, either preparing to land at the nearby LaGuardia Airport or taking off from it. As the wind caressed him, he counted the aircraft, a simple pastime he cherished for relaxation. Recently, however, he had acquired a new passion: stargazing. As night fell, Hawke nestled against the ventilation shaft of his apartment, reveling in the summer evening breeze while he admired the vast expanse of the starry sky that emerged with the dusk. The cosmos stretched infinitely, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Perhaps it was an illusion, but for the past 6 months, Hawke had felt an inexplicable connection to the celestial realm, a bond that deepened with his unwavering commitment to throw punches 10,000 times each day. This evening, that sensation was particularly pronounced. Constellations that had appeared somewhat nebulous to the naked eye of the night before were now strikingly clear. Pegasus, Draco, Cygnus, Andromeda, Phoenix, Scorpio. The 48 constellations symbolizing the bronze saints shimmered before Hawke, as if the entire universe were igniting in brilliance just for him. At the stroke of midnight on the rooftop, Hawke began to throw punches. There were no sandbags, nor any martial arts techniques employed. He stood still, his eyes gently closed, seemingly entranced as he struck at the air before him, delivering one punch after another. This time, he did not seek speed. Rather, he appeared to be immersed in a state of profound enlightenment. Though he had always felt a peculiar sensation with each punch prior, tonight that feeling intensified. Hawke sensed himself entering an existence of boundless darkness, perceivable from any angle. Yet with each punch he unleashed, that infinite void blossomed with a glimmer of light. If Hawke were to glance upward at this moment, he would observe something even more extraordinary. The constellations, Pegasus, Draco, Cygnus, Phoenix, and Scorpio, comprising the bronze constellations, responded with a twinkle to each of his strikes. Indeed, it was not just one constellation that reacted, but all 48 of them, illuminating in response to Hawke's rhythmic blows. Each punch was executed with a deliberate slowness, yet simultaneously, it felt as if time itself quickened. Despite his repeated assurances that he would retract his fist completely before launching a second strike. The shadow of the first punch often had not yet fully dissipated when the specter of the second appeared. This was soon followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth punch, and so it continued, an unceasing barrage of fists. At that moment, an unexpected roar resonated within Hawke's mind. The sound was almost imperceptible, yet it resonated like a great bell. Boom! A flicker of flame emerged beneath this sound, and as the flame appeared, the stars, reflected through the veil of reality by Hawke's relentless punches, rippled outward, gently parting the heavy black curtain. Initially, it was but a tremor. Then this tremor suddenly expanded, akin to the primordial Big Bang, as the stars scattered across the infinite darkness erupted in a cataclysm. Within Hawke's being, an invisible wall collapsed under the energy released as if from the universe's inception, awakening a force that had slumbered for eons. With a swift motion, Hawke, whose eyes had been barely closed, opened them wide. In that moment, deep within his gaze, the flame was no longer transient, extinguishing after a brief flare. This time, the flame blazed forth in its entirety. Boom! Hawke felt his blood surging wildly, every minuscule cell within him vibrating as if 10,000 stars were simultaneously expanding. Under this violent expansion, every inch, every bone within him was crushed and shattered, only to be remolded in an instant by a terrifying force reminiscent of celestial birth. A buzzing sound filled Hawke's ears, and then, with a blur before his eyes, he beheld an extraordinary sight. He witnessed the particles constituting his flesh and blood swirling violently, igniting, collapsing, culminating in a spectacle akin to the universe's initial explosion. He saw the blood coursing beneath his skin, resembling a roaring, boiling river of stars. He even observed his beating heart, each thump echoing the primordial and eternal pulse of creation, sending invisible ripples through the boundless void. In the next moment, clarity descended upon him. As Hawke clenched his right fist, his heel pressed into the ground, his foot acting as a plow, shattering the rooftop beneath him as his center of gravity shifted backward. He retreated, then unleashed his punch. Hawke emitted a sound that was not merely a growl from his throat, but a cry born from the explosion of his very soul. Burn, my little universe! Boom! Boom, boom. In that instant, the surrounding air shattered like water ripples. The very space around him fractured like fragile glass. The passage of time around him seemed, at that moment, to be violently torn apart. The air, the space, and even time itself appeared to come to a standstill under Hawke's formidable strike. In the next instant, a piercing sound shattered the air, as if it were being rent asunder. The space emitted a mournful wail, crushed beneath the force. With a thunderous roar, time itself was utterly obliterated. However, in the wake of this destruction, a new timeline instantaneously emerged, replacing the shattered one. Bang! 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 The glass facade of the neighboring apartment across the street from Hawke's dwelling exploded under the onslaught of his punch, shattering with a deafening crash. The vehicles parked along the road opposite were suddenly pressed down as if by an invisible hand descending from the heavens. Their windows shattered in response, and alarms blared in a cacophony of sharp cries. Meanwhile, in Camartage, a puzzled voice broke the silence. Master? The sorcerer of the sanctum turned to the supreme sorcerer, who was clad in a robe of yellow. With a downward gaze, the supreme sorcerer looked upon the eye of Agamotto, the sacred relic hanging around his neck. Ancient One formed a gesture with her hands, causing the eye of Agamotto to slowly rotate and then open, unleashing a ghostly green light from the enigmatic gem at its center. This gem is universally known within the Marvel Universe as the Time Stone, capable of transporting its wielder to any point in time, be it a distant past or a far-off future. The Time Stone governs all known and unknown timelines. To command the Time Stone is to command time itself. Is it possible? Has the future been altered? Ancient One formed the gesture once more, closing the eye of Agamotto before rising and vanishing from sight. Ding! Congratulations! You have activated the small universe cultivation. Ding! It has been my honor to accompany you for 1,000 days. The enhancement will soon be unbound. I look forward to our next encounter. Lastly, the small universe cultivation method is a path of combat, a method of the holy war, growing and transcending through battle. Farewell. The mechanical voice of the enhancement echoed in Hawke's mind. 1,000 days prior, the enhancement had quietly activated. 1,000 days later, it quietly deactivated. It came silently, and it departed silently. At this moment, the day had brightened significantly. Thick and oppressive was the atmosphere. What has transpired? My glass. Ah, my car. Who on earth did this? Wait a moment. Look over there, what is that? Good heavens. As Hawke stood upon the rooftop of the apartment, he listened to the cacophony of sounds that seemed to resonate right beside him, slowly opening his eyes to witness a rift in the sky above Manhattan, torn by a beam of ethereal blue light. Hawke was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that I just punched a hole in the sky? A single blow shattered the celestial dome over New York. He gazed at the rent in the heavens, revealing an infinite abyss of darkness. The ethereal blue light surged skyward, incessantly shooting through the breach, as if a portal to another realm had been opened. The edges of the rift flickered with the same haunting blue light, crackling ominously. Instinctively, Hawke's gaze fell upon his right hand. From the next instant, realization dawned upon him. No, the heavens had not been torn asunder by him, but rather by the Space Stone. 2012, the Chitauri invasion. A thought flickered in Hawke's mind as he considered the current timeline, and with a swift motion, his eyes returned to the gaping void above. Indeed, as the portal to another dimension opened over Manhattan, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers, akin to a metallic locust plague, poured forth through the breach, as if they were being unceremoniously dumped into our world. Suddenly, they surged forth. Emerging from the portal, the Chitauri soldiers rode sleek, gleaming personal aircraft, their engines emitting a piercing, grating hum, their dark alloy exoskeletons tightly encasing their inhuman forms. With a thunderous boom, the first Chitauri soldier activated his energy weapon, instantly piercing the glass facades of Manhattan skyscrapers, causing them to shatter spectacularly. Attack! Invasion! Invasion! Eliminate them! The Chitauri soldiers surged forth, their excited howls echoing as they swiftly identified their objectives after emerging from the wormhole. Some of the Chitauri descended towards the streets of Manhattan, while others ascended, determining their attack vectors before darting towards Brooklyn. Of course, Queens also lay within the scope of the Chitauri's onslaught. What in the world is that? An alien invasion of Earth? They are heading our way. Oh my God, run. Much like the chaotic state of Manhattan at this moment. The residents of Queens emitted piercing screams upon witnessing the Chitauri mercilessly unleashing energy weapons that pierced through skyscrapers, ignited vehicles, and took the lives of innocent civilians. As they fled in desperate haste towards what they deemed safe, the air resonated with the chilling cries of Chitauri soldiers, the cacophony of collapsing buildings, the searing sound of exploding cars, the anguished wails of the slain, and the frantic shouts of those in panic. At that instant, the entirety of New York City was engulfed in a profound state of terror. Standing on the rooftop, Hawkeye instinctively turned to retreat into the confines of his apartment. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a revelation. He pivoted once more, gazing skyward at the Chitauri soldiers descending upon Queens like a plague of locusts. Among them, a Chitauri pilot, soaring in a craft and shrieking in a menacing chorus, spotted Hawkeye on the rooftop. For the invaders, there is no greater delight than to witness the helpless screams of civilians attempting to escape their slaughter. While others fled in disarray, Hawkeye stood resolute, motionless. It was difficult to overlook his presence. Their eyes met. In Hawkeye's azure gaze, a flicker reminiscent of a distant star shimmered. The Chitauri soldier, locked in that gaze, felt a signal resonate within the serpentine depths of his dark alloy visor. He veered away from his squadron, piloting his craft towards Hawkeye with a predatory intent. Without hesitation, he unleashed an energy projectile. The destructive force amassed at the front of the craft, coalescing into a lethal form aimed directly at Hawkeye. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging sphere of energy before him, Hawkeye's pupils constricted. Boom! The projectile struck the rooftop, shattering the surface with a thunderous roar and sending plumes of dust into the air. The Chitauri soldier observed as Hawkeye effortlessly evaded the blast. Appearing unscathed on the opposite side, devoid of expression, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The rooftop of the apartment became a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, as the Chitauri soldier unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts. Debris flew, and dust filled the atmosphere. Amidst the chaos, Hawkeye deftly maneuvered through the haze, evading the series of energy projectiles that rained down upon him. Initially fraught with anxiety, he soon regained his composure and navigated the onslaught with remarkable agility. He achieved this in less than a minute. The Saints were inherently born for war. The Chitauri soldiers fired incessantly, their shots resonating with sharp sounds. Suddenly, one soldier, who had been continuously discharging energy rounds, paused mid-action and glanced down at his now empty magazine. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind howled. The Za'Tari soldier looked up to see a shattered steel plate from a water tank hurtling through the dust, crashing violently against his aircraft. The impact caused the aircraft to lurch, prompting the soldier to instinctively leap away, only to misjudge his landing and tumble off the craft. With a thud, he landed on the rooftop, quickly regaining his footing and drawing a weapon that resembled a firearm, its core powered by a vibrant green energy source. He emitted a series of indecipherable sounds, as if attempting to communicate with his kin. Although Hawke could not fully comprehend the Za'Tari soldier's actions, he remained unfazed, focusing instead on the battle at hand. The apartment rooftop, ravaged by the Za'Tari soldier's frenzied assault, was in disarray, though it had not yet collapsed. It bore a striking resemblance to one on the verge of ruin, with a significant portion of the surface already caved in, revealing glimpses of the third floor below. Yet, no one paid heed to the chaos unfolding above. New Yorkers, seasoned by the prevalence of gun violence and terror attacks, had mastered the art of survival, instinctively prioritizing their safety over all else when danger arose. As the dust on the rooftop gradually settled, Hawke's figure emerged. The Za'Tari soldier, upon seeing Hawke before him, felt a chill as his emerald eyes glimmered with a deadly intent, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. D6, the all-powerful bronze saint, Hawke. In an instant, the Za'Tari soldier's head twisted at an unnatural angle, his compound eyes radiating a green glow, filled with disbelief as he gazed at Hawke standing before him. How did he suddenly appear behind me? The soldier was bewildered, but comprehension was no longer necessary. This thought marked the final flicker of consciousness before an engulfing darkness enveloped him. His lifeless body slumped onto the rooftop, the energy weapon slipping from his grasp and falling with a soft thud. Is that all? Humph. Hawke gazed at the Za'Tari soldier whose neck he had just snapped, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he felt a sudden warmth surge within the microcosm birthed from the cosmic explosion as the soldier succumbed to death. It was as if a star had been ignited in his small universe. Simultaneously, with the illumination of this star, a message resonated within Hawke. In the depths of his microcosm, the ethereal silhouettes of the 48 bronze constellations began to shimmer, their presence becoming increasingly discernible following the first star's awakening. Hawke closed his eyes, absorbing the transmitted knowledge from his microcosm. He had grown through countless battles, transcending in the face of endless combat. After all, the cultivation of the microcosm was intrinsically linked to warfare, designed for holy battles, a method of combat, a path of the saintly warriors. Thus, if he wished to illuminate his own constellation within the microcosm, he must engage in relentless battles. Within the lore of the Saint Seiya, the awakening of the microcosm is profoundly intertwined with one's assigned constellation, yet it is not merely a straightforward correspondence. If the awakening of the microcosm is likened to a liquid, then the constellation serves as its vessel. The constellations symbolize the identity of the saintly warriors and are containers of their power. The unfortunate truth was that within the Marvel Universe, saintly warriors did not exist. Therefore, to possess his own constellation, Hawke would need to ignite each one independently. On the brighter side, since there were no saintly warriors in the Marvel Universe, theoretically, he could awaken all 48 bronze constellations. Unlike the memories he held of the saintly warriors, where countless individuals vied for a single constellation, and only one emerged victorious amidst the throng, here the situation was different. He was the sole individual to awaken his microcosm. Hence, he could be the Pegasus Saint or the Phoenix Saint, as long as he could illuminate these constellations within his microcosm. This was truly splendid. There's a saying that children will face choices, and while he was only 17, still a minor in years, he felt psychologically mature. He desired them all. Wait a moment. If he could choose to claim all 48 bronze constellations, what are the 24 silver constellations? And the 12 zodiac signs? Hawke suddenly pondered this notion and inhaled sharply. Just then, he felt the whisper of the wind from outside, and with a swift motion, he opened his eyes to behold two Za'Tarian soldiers piloting their craft. Upon discovering the lifeless body of their comrade beneath him, their gaze instantly shifted to him, and without uttering a single word, they pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Seemingly enraged by the sight of their fallen companion, these two Za'Tarian soldiers unleashed their fury, continuously firing upon the rooftop in a torrent of wrath. Under the relentless assault of the Za'Tarian soldiers, the already precarious rooftop finally succumbed. With the cacophony of exploding cries echoing, the apartment rooftop crumbled. The entire building swayed ominously. Soon, as the two Za'Tarian soldiers continued their barrage, the structure began to collapse, descending in a catastrophic manner. At that moment, the ground trembled as a massive cloud of dust erupted, transforming the once five-story apartment into a desolate ruin. Some residents, having fled the building just before its downfall, stood transfixed, mouths agape, watching the apartment disintegrate into dust. However, they quickly regained their senses, for the two Zetarian soldiers had descended to a lower altitude, coming into view. Realizing that these beings bore no resemblance to humans, the residents screamed and turned to flee. Alas, it was too late. Following orders from their command to eliminate Earthlings, the soldiers, without hesitation, pulled the triggers once more. Explosive energy projectiles erupted, claiming the lives of innocent bystanders. In the blink of an eye, the already impoverished and desolate street transformed into a scene reminiscent of war-torn Iraq. After dispatching the humans in the vicinity, the two Zetarian soldiers disembarked from their craft, retrieving their energy weapons and aiming them at the now-ruined apartment building. They had detected a life signal emanating from the very human who had slain their comrade. Not only was this signal unweakened, but it was intensifying, growing stronger by the moment. Exchanging a glance, the two soldiers prepared for the next moment. Boom! The rubble shattered, and a shadow darted past. The soldier on the right vanished from sight, and with a deafening roar, he found himself plastered against the wall of the opposite building, his body resembling a grotesque mural, dark green blood pooling beneath him. The remaining Zetarian soldier stared in wide-eyed shock at the sudden fate of his comrade. Regrettably, the eyes were too small. No matter how wide one stared, they appeared no larger than green beans. The Chitauri soldier instinctively rushed towards its fallen comrade on the wall for support, but had barely taken a few steps when a dazzling flash blinded it, and then it was sent hurtling backwards. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated in its ears. Boom! Bang! The chest of the Chitauri soldier shattered mid-air, akin to a rag doll, crashing down into the ruins of the already devastated apartment complex. Its lifeless body bounced once on the debris before settling into the rubble, motionless. Clap, clap, clap. Hawke, who had just emerged at the spot where the Chitauri soldier had been thrown, brushed off the dust clinging to him and curiously surveyed his surroundings. Having dispatched one Chitauri soldier, another two appeared. Now that he had eliminated two, logically, three more should be forthcoming. Hawke mused, his gaze fixated on the colossal Leviathan beast, which had descended from a spatial portal above Manhattan, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Eager for action, Hawke ultimately quelled his inner excitement, choosing not to join the fray at the primary battlefield in Manhattan. The Leviathan, a behemoth of the Chitauri's bioweaponry, emerged with a deafening roar from the portal, its massive form draped in heavy alloy armor. Setting aside the question of whether he could contend with the Leviathan, the sheer disparity in size was evident. It was as if one were grounded while the other soared among the heavens. Furthermore, had he possessed the Sanctum armor, he might have dared to join the main conflict. However, it was perhaps best to refrain for now. After all, the Queen's area was also swarming with Chitauri soldiers resembling locusts. There was no pressing need to venture into Manhattan. That was the battlefield of the original Avengers, not his own. He had indeed grown stronger, but only to a degree. The awakening of his small universe was merely the beginning, a starting point, not the conclusion, nor the end. Thus, Hawke chose not to engage actively. Instead, he squatted at his doorstep, waiting patiently like a hunter for the Chitauri soldiers, in the vicinity wreaking havoc, to receive news of their fallen companion and come to their own demise. This was far more effortless than launching a proactive assault. After all, the Chitauri could fly, but he could not. Most importantly, the neighborhood he resided in was a slum. What does it mean to be in a slum? To illustrate, an ambulance, upon receiving a call, would take at least half an hour to reach their area, while in Manhattan's affluent districts, it could arrive in as little as 3 minutes. Surveillance opérate similarly. If one posits that affluent neighborhoods have surveillance cameras even directed at garbage bins tucked away in alleys, it stands to reason that the thoroughfares of impoverished districts are devoid of such monitoring. Even if they exist by the following day, they would likely be removed by a few opportunistic individuals seeking to profit. In a fleeting moment, Hawke, concealed in the shadows, observed two Zetari soldiers arriving in a craft. Alerted by the demise of their comrade, Hawke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 2 minutes later, a resounding thud reverberated through the ruins of the apartment complex. Previously, Hawke had meticulously arranged two ghastly corpses, ensuring that the Zetari soldiers would overlook them. Now, two additional bodies lay beside the first. Upon sensing the pilot's death, the two equally grotesque crafts redirected themselves toward a singular trajectory. Hawke, observing this scene, silently retreated back into the shadows. A minute later, detecting a surge in the fatalities among the Zetari soldiers in Queens, a signal was dispatched from the Zetari warship hovering above Manhattan. In the next instant, Several Zatari soldiers nearby, unleashing a barrage of firepower, wreaking havoc upon buildings, vehicles, and Earth's inhabitants, abruptly pivoted. Responding to the signal, they swiftly converged towards the furious roars that had echoed over Jackson Heights. They had received orders to engage in battle. The Zatari soldiers bellowed as they rallied behind their commander, who was notably taller and more robust than the rest, even appearing more menacing than the crafts they piloted. In an instant, they beheld the disfigured remains of 4 comrades, arranged in a grim tableau upon the rubble of the apartment complex. In that moment, the Zatari commander and his 6 soldiers seemed momentarily frozen, stunned by the sight of their fallen brethren. The next second, as if receiving new orders, the craft beneath them roared back to life. In the blink of an eye, the commander and his 6 soldiers dispersed rapidly, forming a circle above the street below. With their serpent-like eyes devoid of emotion and without hesitation, they pulled the triggers of the energy projectiles aboard their crafts. Like frigid biological weaponry, a deluge of energy projectiles descended upon the streets below, enveloping the area in a relentless barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The buildings in the block erupted in a violent explosion, while the roads fractured beneath the chaos, and vehicles on the streets combusted in relentless bursts of flame. Surrounding the area, the Zatari soldiers in the sky fired their weapons with cold, mechanical precision, fingers firmly gripping the triggers until the entire block was engulfed in smoke and debris. It was only when the commanding officer of the Zatari ceased fire that the soldiers, like a well-oiled machine, released their grips on the triggers. At that moment, the entire block had been reduced to a wasteland, crumbling old apartments, the remnants of vehicles still ablaze, and a scene that resembled a war-torn Iraq more than anything else. Seated in his craft, the Zatari commander, with his slightly larger, greenish eyes, scanned the eerily quiet and desolate block before retracting his gaze to receive the latest orders. Preparing for evacuation. Under the overwhelming assault of the Zatari soldiers, no life could hope to survive, especially not those primitive beings on Earth, who could barely escape their own planet. Thus, from the Zatari mothership, which had been issuing commands through the soldiers' perspectives, new orders were transmitted to the commander. As the Zatari commander turned, 6 soldiers followed suit, adjusting their crafts. However, at that very moment, one soldier aboard a craft suddenly contorted as if boiled, arching backward with a sharp sound, as his armored chest exploded. In an instant, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the remaining soldiers had no time to react before they too met the same fate. As they pivoted away from the block, their chests erupted, leaving gaping holes as if they had been punctured from behind by a powerful blow. At the very moment, the chests of the 6 Zatari soldiers burst open. A thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a tempest. Boom, 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 boom. As the commander turned around in his craft, hearing the explosive sounds erupting around him, he mechanically raised his head and leapt to the right, jumping from his craft without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, his personal aircraft, appearing more fearsome and swift than the others, seemed to be struck by an unseen force, erupting in midair. Boom! I am a master of my fate, not the heavens. Hawke was oblivious to how other saints trained. After all, the legendary warriors of my memory belong to the realm of animation. Here lies the stark reality. It is well acknowledged that narratives require logic, while reality does not. Thus, the relentless Hawke, having executed a staggering 10,000 punches daily for an entire 1,000 days, has undoubtedly perfected this seemingly simple technique to an extraordinary level. There's a saying that goes, if one can persist in drawing and striking with a sword 100,000 times, they will master the art of swordsmanship. His count of retracted and unleashed punches far exceeds that number. Following the completion of his cosmic training and the activation of his mission, his technique finally underwent a transformative evolution. The sonic fist, a martial art capable of propelling one's punching speed to the velocity of sound, and potentially surpassing it through the ignition of one's cosmic energy. What defines the sonic fist? It is the phenomenon whereby, upon impact, the sensation of pain reaches you before the sound of my fist connects. That is the essence of the sonic fist. With a resounding boom accompanying the explosion of the aircraft overhead, Captain Zatari leaped from the vessel in a desperate bid for survival. As he heard the explosive sound of punches reverberating around him, he drew forth a spear-like weapon emanating a ghostly green glow. Not a firearm, but a weapon that resembled a spear. He gazed at Hawke, who stood before him, bare-chested and possessing a physique as sculpted as marble. It was unavoidable. Although Hawke emerged unscathed from Zatari's devastating bombardment, the t-shirt he had worn for years succumbed to the relentless barrage of debris. However, this was of little consequence. Stripped of his tattered shirt, clad only in gray casual pants and worn athletic shoes, Hawke felt an undeniable surge in his strength. And this was no mere illusion. It is a well-known fact. The destruction of clothing enhances combat prowess. Captain Zatari, gripping the spear that radiated an eerie green glow, fixed his large, bean-shaped eyes, obscured by his helmet, intently on Hawke. The visage of Hawke also appeared on the display screens aboard Zatari's mothership, situated beyond the wormhole. Hawke, observing the captain brandishing the luminous spear, tilted his head and smiled. In the next instant, he extended his right hand toward Captain Zatari, palm open, fingers closing together, beckoning him with a slight motion. No words were wasted. Gulme, face your demise. Captain Zatari, witnessing Hawke's nonchalant demeanor and nearly contemptuous gesture, maintained a stoic expression. With a thunderous crack, he propelled himself off the ground, shattering the earth beneath his feet. In an instant, he soared towards Hawke, his spear igniting with ghostly green luminescence. Unleashing a barrage of energy beams, Hawke exerted force beneath his feet, and in an instant, the ground shattered and sank, transforming him into a streak of radiant golden light that surged towards Captain Kyrita. In his memory, once a bronze saint awakened their small universe and received the acknowledgement of their respective constellation, donning the sacred armor of their star sign. Their very beings would become formidable entities. Their defensive capabilities would be astonishing. Their punch speed and movements would reach the velocity of sound, and their lifespans would far exceed those of ordinary mortals. Although Hawke had merely awakened his small universe and had yet to illuminate his constellation, lacking even a semblance of sacred armor, this did not detract from the fact that, in a certain sense, he was no longer an ordinary person. Thus, as Captain Kyrita swiftly approached, intent on disrupting Hawke with ranged attacks before attempting to eliminate him, his expression suddenly shifted. He coughed up a stream of the same eerie green blood. The force of this blood spurt was sufficient to shatter the metallic mask on Captain Kyrita's face, revealing a grotesque visage that resembled a monstrous insect more than a human. In the next moment, a resounding punch reverberated in Captain Kyrita's ears. Boom! Captain Kyrita, in a daze, looked down to see Hawke's arm piercing through his robust armor and embedded in his chest. He emitted an unintelligible, or perhaps meaningless shriek, striving to lift his increasingly heavy head for one last glimpse of the human who had dispatched him with a single blow. Yet, time was no longer on his side. As he managed to raise his head slightly, with Hawke withdrawing his arm, an overwhelming darkness descended upon him. Boom! Devoid of Hawke's supporting arm, Captain Kyrita, enveloped by the encroaching darkness, plummeted to the ground like a lifeless insect. As Captain Kyrita fell, Hawke deftly hooked his right hand, seizing the energy spear from the captain's grasp. The spear, filled with a luminescent green liquid, radiated an eerie glow as energy coursed through it. Hawke weighed the spear thoughtfully in his hand, suddenly pondering its value. He mused, if he were to sell this energy spear, along with the weapons he had collected from the slain Kyrita soldiers, on the black market, how much could he fetch? Alien weaponry should command a substantial price, he thought, instinctively glancing towards a corner of the apartment ruins. Earlier, while arranging the bodies, he had inadvertently tossed the 4 fallen energy firearms into a large pit. At that moment, Hawke's peripheral vision caught sight of the sudden eruption of a brilliant blue light above Manhattan. Coming to his senses, he gazed skyward toward the location of the city. To his dismay, the ethereal azure column that seemed to have existed between heaven and earth had vanished, and the rift tearing through the sky was visibly beginning to close at an alarming rate. Was that it? Was this the conclusion of the Chitauri's invasion of Earth? He felt a twinge of disbelief. Hawke blinked, his mind racing with thoughts of how, had he known the Chitauri were so feeble, he might have spared himself the anxiety. Yet, as his gaze shifted to the devastation below, now resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland, with scattered remnants of limbs and debris strewn across the streets, he retracted his earlier musings. It was not that the Chitauri were weak, rather, he had grown stronger. Had he not fortuitously awakened his latent potential at this precise moment, he might very well have been among those dismembered remains. Hawke's eyes lingered on the visible remnants, his resolve strengthening within him. He must grow stronger, continue to evolve. Not for any other reason than to earn the right to assert, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. However, at present, Hawke had pressing matters to attend to. He needed to secure the 5 alien weapons he had painstakingly acquired and find a way to sell them for a profit to enhance his living conditions. The Chitauri had come and gone, leaving behind the orchestrator of this alien invasion, Loki, and many Chitauri soldiers who remain on Earth, unable to escape in time. Amidst the chaotic ruins of New York City, the good news was that Loki had been apprehended, and even the stranded Chitauri soldiers seemed to have lost their connection to their headquarters, akin to a power outage, rendering them incapacitated. At the moment the spatial wormhole closed entirely, the Chitauri soldiers, who had been wreaking havoc above New York, plummeted from the sky like dumplings falling into boiling water. It was evident that, despite the chaos, Earth had emerged victorious in this unforeseen alien invasion and defensive battle. The bad news, however, was that New York City had suffered extensive damage, particularly in the 5 blocks surrounding Stark Tower, which had become the epicenter of the conflict, almost entirely obliterated. Manhattan experienced relatively minor damage, particularly when compared to the severity of destruction on the main battlefield. However, when juxtaposed with other areas of New York City, it too faced significant impairment. The other boroughs of New York City were similarly affected, yet one area stood out, Jackson Heights in Queens, where a block was nearly razed to the ground by the Chitauri. At that moment, aboard the aerial mothership, Commander Maria Hill's voice resonated in the earpieces of the original Avengers, who were still elated by Iron Man's revival. Strangely enough, the only area in Queens to suffer from the Chitauri's extensive bombardment is Jackson Heights. According to the data stream, the Chitauri wreaking havoc in Queens appear enraged and are converging towards that location. The original Avengers, stationed on the main battlefield, exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing Commander Hill's report. Captain America was the first to break the silence. Why? He inquired. Unclear. Agents are en route, Maria Hill replied, before swiftly changing the subject. All Chitauri life signals have vanished. Congratulations, Captain, we have won. At this proclamation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the original Avengers, their expressions transforming into joy as they looked at one another. That evening, not only the television stations of New York City, but also those across the nation and the globe were broadcasting news of the Chitauri invasion of Earth. Undoubtedly, the original Avengers, who had played a pivotal role in this fierce battle, were thrust into the spotlight. Captain America, Steve Rogers; Iron Man, Tony Stark; Thor, the God of Thunder, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff; Hulk, Bruce Banner; Hawkeye, Clint Barton. These heroes were being reported on with utmost seriousness by reputable news outlets, while less scrupulous channels indulged in sensational gossip and historical anecdotes about the Avengers. Among them, the most captivating figure was undoubtedly Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been confirmed to have returned from the dead, appearing unchanged after years of absence. After all, Captain America is a symbol of America, and his resurrection sparked immense public interest, elevating his popularity to unprecedented heights. For instance, at that moment, Hawkeye was enjoying a meal provided by relief workers while watching an old television set broadcasting sensational tales of Captain America. There was no escaping the fervor surrounding him. The apartment building he inhabited has been reduced to a mere heap of rubble. Not only he, but also the residents of the entire neighborhood have been rendered homeless. This calamity struck mere half an hour after the end of the Great Battle, when a cadre of individuals clad in dark attire, adorned with black ties, imposed martial law upon their street. Many citizens, yearning to salvage their possessions from the debris, were met with prohibition. The justification was federal martial law forbidding entry. Fortunately, the authorities who enforced the lockdown, considering the plight of the displaced, sought refuge for them in an infrequently used hangar at LaGuardia Airport, while also securing assistance from a nearby church to provide complimentary meals to help them endure this dire situation. As Hawke nibbled on the bread in his hand, engrossed in the tales of Captain America, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of sobbing nearby. Turning his gaze, he beheld a man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, robust in stature, who was seated with arms wrapped around his knees, burying his face between his legs, his whimpers escalating into a full-blown wail. Curiosity piqued among the other survivors nearby. "What troubles you?" one inquired. "My house is gone," came the despondent reply. "Fear not," the survivor reassured him. "We have insurance. There is no need to worry." However, upon hearing this, the man's sobs intensified, leaving the bystanders perplexed. "What's wrong now? Did you not purchase insurance?" "I did," he responded tearfully. "Then, I just called the insurance company," he continued, his voice quaking. "They said that alien invasions fall under the exclusion clause and are not covered." A stunned silence enveloped the survivor's face. "What? An exclusion? Impossible. Why wouldn't the insurance cover it? I must call them immediately." The others, eavesdropping on the exchange, were unable to remain still, hastily retrieving their phones to contact their own insurance companies. Within a minute, a second voice joined the chorus of lamentations, then a third and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, the hangar was saturated with the sounds of despair from those on the brink of becoming homeless. Amidst this overwhelming atmosphere, Hawke found himself engulfed by the sorrow surrounding him. The thought of his lost apartment and the insurance that would not compensate weighed heavily upon him, stirring a pang of sadness within. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him. Wait a moment. That apartment was a federal subsidized unit, and it was set to be reclaimed once he turned 18 next year. This explains why Hawke is so frugal, having saved up $30,000. Upon turning 18, he will be evicted from the welfare apartment by the federal government under the guise of independence. After all, in New York state law, one is considered an adult at 18, and thus he will no longer be entitled to the privileges afforded to minor orphans. What? You lack the funds for rent? Apologies, but that is not our concern. There are plenty of homeless individuals beneath the city overpasses and in the sewers. You might inquire if they would mind sharing their space. Therefore, I find myself without a home, and the insurance does not cover it. Why should I care? Hawke snapped back to reality, observing the survivor whose face contorted in anguish amidst tears. He seemed to have an epiphany and discreetly rose, making his way towards the hangar's exit. He feared that a gunfight might erupt here. 5 days later, at Midtown High School, the physics teacher was lecturing. Seated near the window, Hawke diligently scribbled 3 names in his notebook: adamantium, gamma radiation, and silver star sand. Individually, these items may not be widely recognized, but collectively, most would know them. The cloth of saints, the battle attire of the saints, which, when donned, allows them to connect with their respective constellations and significantly enhances their combat prowess. To forge such a garment, these 3 materials are indispensable. The good news is that in this universe, he is the sole possessor of a small cosmos, meaning he does not need to physically forge it himself. He merely needs to locate these 3 items, and his constellation will naturally refine the materials into a unique garment for him. The bad news? Who can tell him how to find items that exist solely within the universe of the Saints while he is in the Marvel Universe? Hawke felt a throbbing headache. Fortunately, he still had time. He had not yet activated a constellation, so the urgency for the cloth was not pressing. However, it is always better to prepare in advance than to remedy a situation after the fact, rather than waiting until he activates his constellation to seek these 3 items. It would be wiser to begin preparations now. Thus, Hawke glanced at the word adamantium written in his notebook and pondered for a moment before adding another term beside it. Vibranium? As one of the 3 essential materials for the cloth, adamantium is derived from the legendary alloy of ancient Greece, a miraculous substance resistant to ordinary impacts. Coincidentally, vibranium is also considered a legendary alloy within the Marvel Universe, and it ranks among the highest echelon of materials. Moreover, vibranium possesses the remarkable ability to withstand impact indefinitely. Captain America's shield is forged from this unique metal, unparalleled in its singularity, as a substance that exists solely in the realm of legend. Vibranium can be deemed an invaluable rarity. However, Hawke is aware that there exists a place in this world where an abundance of vibranium resides, and its reserves could be said, without exaggeration, to suffice for the crafting of 48 bronze armors, 24 silver armors, and 12 golden armors, with plenty to spare. Indeed, he refers to the 21st century, where the reclusive Wakanda, despite its facade of starvation to solicit aid from the United Nations, holds vast quantities of vibranium. If vibranium could indeed substitute for bronze, then Hawke is determined to acquire it. What? Wakanda refuses to part with it? I seek vibranium. Your opinion matters not. He is not one to engage in conflict. Yet if someone impedes his path to strength, then it becomes a matter of contention. A contention to the death. Hawke mused, then gazed at the word silver star sand in his notebook. After a brief pause, he inscribed meteorite beside it. Silver star sand, as its name implies, is sand crushed from the stars within the galaxy. Meteorites, in essence, are fallen stars. By locating a meteorite and crushing it with the energy of his cosmos, he could procure silver star sand. Yet, gamma, this substance, if bronze provides the metal's malleability for the armors and silver star sand, birthed from the cosmos, grants self-repairing capabilities, then gamma serves as the platform for the amalgamation of these 2 materials, imbuing the armors with sentience. In summary, bronze and silver star sand are not the linchpin for forging the armors. Gamma is. Without gamma, armors crafted solely from bronze and silver star sand would merely be unremarkable inanimate objects, whereas those endowed with gamma would truly embody the battle garb of the Saints. However, Hawke furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before jotting down gamma ray alongside a moderately sized question mark, from the perspective of conferring sentience to the armors. In drawing from the gamma in gamma, it is undoubtedly reminiscent of Hulk's mother, the gamma ray. Hulk was born from Bruce Banner's exposure to gamma rays. From the standpoint of life, gamma rays are akin to Hulk's mother. Naturally, if Bruce Banner were a woman, then gamma rays could very well be considered Hulk's father. In summary, although gamma rays may not be gamma neons, they undoubtedly possess some form of critical connection. Hawke closed his eyes, the tip of his pen subconsciously tapping against his notebook as he pondered deeply. At that moment, he felt a gentle push. He opened his eyes to see Gwen nudging his elbow. "Mr. Anderson is calling for you." Upon hearing this, Hawke paused momentarily and looked up towards the podium. Mr. Anderson, whose hair was slightly graying, smiled at him as their eyes met. "Hawke, why don't you take a crack at this question?" Well, it seemed he had been caught daydreaming by the teacher. However, as Hawke rose from his seat and pondered for a brief moment, he flawlessly answered the question posed by Mr. Anderson. This left Mr. Anderson momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, Hawke's response was indeed correct, prompting Mr. Anderson to cast a glance at him that suggested luck was on his side before allowing him to sit down. Hawke expressed his gratitude and resumed his seat. Just as he intended to continue contemplating the potential connections between gamma-neon and gamma rays, a note was slid over to him. He glanced at its contents. Has the independent application hearing been confirmed? It had for this afternoon. After a moment's thought, Hawke penned a response in neat handwriting beneath the note and pushed it back. His apartment had been violently demolished by extraterrestrial beings, and the arrangement for a new welfare apartment had yet to materialize. However, Hawke suspected that he might not receive a new welfare apartment at all. The notorious inefficiency of the New York City government was well known, and he was not the only orphan displaced from welfare housing. Hawke surmised that by the time it was his turn, it would likely be next year. By then, he would be 18. Thus, he had been searching for affordable rental apartments in recent days. After all, he could not live like a refugee, crammed into a smelly hangar with a multitude of others, constantly worrying about those who had lost their homes and whose insurance did not cover them, potentially resorting to extremes. In any case, he would have to move eventually, so he might as well do so now. However, as he was still underage, legally speaking, he was ineligible to rent an apartment, and no one would be willing to lease to him. Consequently, Hawke had been taking afternoons off to visit the family court in Queens to process his application for early independence. Since he had been absent these afternoons, Gwen was aware of his reasons for taking leave. However, Hawke did not disclose this voluntarily. He was not that dull. In a word, Hawke was a student. Gwen serves as a student assistant, and notably, she is also a peer of Hawke in the same grade. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and academically accomplished. Within the confines of the antiquated gymnasium, despite Hawke's nascent powers having awakened, the habitual practice of throwing punches 10,000 times a day over the course of 1,000 days is not easily abandoned. Thus, he continues to adhere to this routine during these days, as idleness would otherwise prevail. Moreover, through his daily training, Hawke perceives a faint glimmer of a star within his little universe beginning to shine. Although it remains unlit for now, he estimates that with a month of perseverance, it will truly ignite. Clearly, the method to illuminate a star is not confined solely to the act of combat. At the very least, combat is not the only avenue. However, when comparing the efficiency of a month of relentless training to awaken a star, combat indeed stands as the singular shortcut. Yet, such matters are of little consequence to Hawke. First and foremost, he does not consider himself a violent individual, nor does he envision transforming into someone who, upon acquiring extraordinary power, renounces beef the very next day. The relentless practice of 10,000 punches daily over 1,000 days has honed not only his strength, but also his character. He commands his power rather than being subjugated by it. Secondly, he has yet to gather the materials necessary to forge his sacred armor, rendering the urgency to illuminate his constellation moot. It is widely acknowledged that a saint without armor is a vastly different entity from one adorned in it. At least, this holds true for the majority. After a while, having taken a refreshing shower and donned a new t-shirt and trousers, Hawke slung his shoulder bag and exited the dilapidated gymnasium, making his way toward the school gate. His independent hearing, which he had applied for, was scheduled for this afternoon at 3:30. At this hour, he would reach the bus stop at the school gate, transfer twice, and likely arrive at the courthouse by 3 o'clock. Seated at the bus stop, he munched on a sandwich while waiting for the bus. Observing the various vehicles entering and exiting the school gate, Hawke began to contemplate whether it was time for him to purchase a car. Naturally, before making such a purchase, obtaining a driver's license should precede it. Indeed, unlike most of his peers who possess a license, he finds himself without one. Previously, the thought of acquiring a vehicle had never crossed his mind. However, now it has taken root. Prior to the awakening of his little universe, he had refrained from such aspirations, as he needed to consider his future. After all, once he reaches adulthood, federal assistance will cease, and he must bear the burden of rent and potentially even student loans for college on his own. The palpable pressures of life in the foreseeable future were suffocating him. Yet he contemplated the idea of owning a car. Did he truly deserve that? Certainly not. it was plausible that once he acquired a vehicle, he would struggle to pay even the insurance fees. However, the circumstances had shifted. If one were to inquire about Hawke's most profound realization following the awakening of his inner cosmos, it would be the immense relief that washed over him as he liberated himself from the burdens of an uncertain future. After all, with the awakening of his inner universe, his prospects, barring unforeseen events, had crystallized into two distinct paths: a life of comfort or an even more lavish existence. Furthermore, should his thoughts delve into darker realms, he could leverage the power bestowed upon him by this awakening to craft his own sacred armor, thus leading a life akin to that of an emperor, where those who aligned with him prospered and those who opposed him perished. Power equates to strength. Strength manifests as force. Ironically, his force at present could be likened to the speed of sound, and in the future, it would transcend the speed of light. Yet, he harbored no such ambitions, nor did he possess the notion of abstaining from luxuries. At least, not at this moment. With the weight of future anxieties lifted, Hawke felt it was time to enhance his quality of life. Not to mention, he had 5 extraterrestrial weapons from Zitari stashed away, which he intended to sell at the opportune moment. Even if each alien weapon fetched a modest sum of $20,000, collectively, they represented $100,000. Thus, purchasing a vehicle to improve his living conditions did not seem entirely out of reach. As Hawke pondered this while growing increasingly perplexed by the prolonged wait for the bus, a yellow Toyota Corolla adorned with a personalized license plate, GW521, approached. The window rolled down, revealing Gwen, with her golden hair casually tied back, a delicate face, and piercing blue eyes that seemed to see directly into one's soul. "Get in," she beckoned. Hawke, gazing at Gwen's inviting smile, hesitated momentarily before responding. "No, I'll wait for the bus. Thank you." Gwen chuckled. "Are you sure? The bus aren't running today." "Not running?" Hawke was taken aback. "Since when?" "Why, since noon." Gwen replied with a grin. "The New York Drivers Union is on strike." "Haven't you noticed the bus station is completely deserted?" Instinctively, Hawke glanced around. Indeed, he was the sole occupant of the bus stop. "Damn," he exhaled sharply. He turned his gaze back to Gwen, who was smiling at him from inside the car. And after a moment's contemplation, he stood up, grabbed his backpack from the side, approached the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and took a seat. "Thank you for the trouble." "Not at all," she replied graciously. As Gwen spoke, she pressed the accelerator after Hawke got into the car, propelling them forward towards the Queen's District Court. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She glanced at Hawke in the passenger seat. "The judge overseeing your independent hearing has been changed to Judge Bross, and the time has been moved up to 3 o'clock. Hawke, upon hearing this, felt a question emerge in his mind, instinctively looking towards Gwen. She smiled gently, explaining, "The contact number you provided was your school's. Your counselor couldn't locate you. I saw you at the old gym around noon, so I deduced you might be waiting for a bus here." Realization dawned on Hawke, and he nodded appreciatively. After a moment, he turned to Gwen, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you." Gwen replied with a warm smile. "You're welcome. As a student assistant for the 11th grade, it is my duty to assist my peers." This was indeed the truth. At Midtown High, Gwen, as a student assistant, was widely regarded for her beauty and kindness. She patiently helped classmates who sought her guidance on academic matters, such as Jessica. Even when Flash Thompson occasionally approached her, she would respond with patience. Gwen was also known to intervene when witnessing bullying, like when she defended Maria from the cheer captain's harassment. Most importantly, Gwen excelled academically. Thus, she embodied beauty, kindness, and intelligence. Truly, Gwen Stacy. If one were to rank the most popular female students at Midtown High, while Gwen might not be at the absolute pinnacle, she would undoubtedly claim the top spot, likely with a significant lead. The silent majority at the school would surely cast their votes in her favor, Hawke included. He vividly recalled his early days at school, when his reticence and solitary nature led Gwen to mistakenly believe he was being ostracized, prompting her to help him integrate into the student body. This was simply a reflection of Gwen's compassionate heart. Hawke had never interpreted her attentiveness as anything other than genuine concern. For Gwen, her beauty and kindness compelled her to assist anyone in need. And there's a famous saying that goes, "Life harbors 3 great illusions. Among the 3 great illusions, she likes me undoubtedly stands atop as the most precarious." Thus, Hawke naturally would not fall prey to such a delusion. Soon, they arrived at the Queen's District Court. Hawke gazed out at the courthouse, expressing his gratitude once more to Gwen, who had accompanied him, before alighting from the vehicle. He then heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Gwen disembarking as well, her presence once again squeezing into his consciousness. "How do you intend to return? Will you walk back? The airport is quite far from here. The drivers' union is on strike, including the subway operators," he remarked, lost in thought. Gwen, however, merely smiled and took the lead toward the courthouse. We should hurry. It's nearly 3 o'clock. You and T want Judge Bross to cancel your hearing, would you? Hawke observed Gwen as she moved ahead of him, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and followed suit. Inside family courtroom number 3, Judge Bross rapped his gavel. Next, Hawke's independent hearing. Your Honor, Hawke rose from his seat, offering a polite greeting to the presiding judge. The representative from the Department of Children and Family Services also stood. Judge Bross perused the various documents Hawke submitted for his application for independence. After a moment, he turned to the representative. According to the records, he has never been adopted nor placed in a foster home. The staff member sighed softly in response. Indeed, Your Honor. May I inquire why that is? Hawke differs from other children. He was reticent in his youth and preferred solitude, which dissuaded potential adopters and ultimately led to his prolonged stay within the adoption system without being chosen. Hawke. Judge Bross acknowledged the representative's explanation with a nod, then regarded Hawke, who did not outwardly exhibit the traits of a socially withdrawn individual. I see from your submission that you applied for independence because you wish to rent an apartment? Hawke nodded affirmatively. Yes, Your Honor. May I ask how you plan to cover your rent once independent? I currently have $30,000 saved in my bank account, which should suffice to cover rent for a modest apartment until I secure employment. $30,000? Judge Bross listened intently to Hawke's response, referencing the bank statement submitted with Hawke's application for independence and glancing through several other documents, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. No phone, no computer, without a car, and lacking even a driver's license, Judge Bross was somewhat taken aback. While there were indeed instances of orphans applying for independence before the age of 18, it was a rarity to encounter someone like Hawke, who had minimized all unnecessary expenses. Furthermore, it was the first time Judge Bross had seen an orphan, who had neither been adopted nor placed in foster care, possess a savings account boasting a staggering $30,000. Contemplating this, Judge Bross turned to Hawke, his tone tinged with curiosity. You exhibit remarkable self-control, Mr. Hawke. Thank you, Your Honor, Hawke replied, his heart stirred by the title. For Mr. was a designation reserved for independent adult men. Indeed, a slight smile graced Judge Bross's face as he stamped Hawke's application for independence, handing it over to the bailiff while addressing Hawke. Generally, I do not approve early independence, as the world of adults can be quite harsh. However, Mr. Hawke, I believe you are prepared for this step. Congratulations. Accepting the stamped document from the bailiff, Hawke listened to Judge Bross's words, meeting his gaze. Thank you. You're welcome. Judge Bross nodded with a smile before tapping his gavel once more. Next case. With the stamped document in hand, Hawke departed the courtroom alongside Gwen. Outside the courthouse, Hawke gazed at the stamped document with a faint smile. This court-endorsed document signified his legal independence, allowing him to enter into a lease agreement with a landlord. Despite not yet reaching the age of 18, he could finally move away from that volatile temporary residence, a veritable powder keg. How splendid. Lost in his elation, Hawke began to walk toward the subway station. In the next moment, he was halted. Looking up, he noticed Gwen, who appeared somewhat speechless, and he blinked in realization. Yes, the subway was also out of service. My apologies. Let's go. Gwen shook her head, then recalled something and turned to Hawke, adding, Mr. Hawke. Hawke observed the smile on her face and raised an eyebrow as he followed her toward a nearby vehicle. At that moment, a traffic officer stood in front of Gwen's yellow Corolla. One moment, officer. Gwen, noticing the officer had already pulled out a citation, hurried over and retrieved a business card from her backpack, offering it to him. The traffic officer paused, taken aback by the card, then extended his hand to accept it. However, this was not a business card. Rather, it was a family card, a document circulated among the families of the police department in New York. Its sole purpose was to verify one's affiliation. The traffic officer examined the family card in his hand, noted the name and number 19th Precinct, George Stacy inscribed upon it, then glanced at Gwen before retracting his ticketing device and returning the card to her. You may go. Thank you. Gwen expressed her gratitude promptly. The officer remounted his police motorcycle and departed with a rumble. Gwen watched the traffic officer leave, exhaling a sigh of relief, and turned to Hawke, her tone tinged with a sense of fortune. That was close. The tale of Hawke and Gwen began here. The fines for traffic violations in New York City are not particularly severe. However, there's a distinction when compared to the East Coast. In this city, traffic infractions are categorized alongside minor offenses. To put it simply, if one were to receive a parking ticket in the East Coast, it might merely result in a fine and points deducted. Yet here, one must devote time to attending traffic court. As Gwen resumed driving towards LaGuardia Airport, she continued to feel fortunate for having exited in time, Otherwise, she would have had to take a day off to attend court. Simultaneously, she pondered, perplexed. It was curious that parking was permissible at the Manhattan courthouse, yet not in Queens. Hawke, seated in the passenger seat, listened to Gwen's musings. After a moment of thought, he curiously remarked, "Wouldn't it be fine to explain it to Sheriff Stacy if it were to happen?" Gwen snapped back to reality, glanced at Hawke, and shook her head. No, that wouldn't work. Hawke recalled the family card Gwen had just shown to the traffic officer. Sensing his thoughts, Gwen smiled and clarified. Using the family card is acceptable because everyone does, and it is a benefit granted by the department to the families of officers. However, receiving a ticket is an entirely different matter. My father would certainly not make a call to his friends at the court over a parking citation. He would firmly advise me, "Gwen, you should stand before the court and courageously acknowledge your mistake." While explaining, Gwen mimicked Sheriff George Stacy's tone and expression from the 19th Precinct. Hawke listened intently, nodding and understanding. He had always perceived Sheriff Stacy as a rigid and inflexible authority figure. Yet, Gwen's narration suggested otherwise. Indeed, films often portray characters in a stereotypical manner. 45 minutes later, Gwen arrived at LaGuardia Airport. After Hawke unfastened his seatbelt, he expressed his gratitude once more to Gwen, who had halted the car. As Hawke prepared to exit the vehicle, Gwen spoke up, her curiosity piqued. "I'm quite intrigued by one thing, Hawke." Turning to face her, Hawke responded, "What is it? If I were to decline your thanks, what would you do? Would you keep thanking me?" The question rendered Hawke momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he surveyed Gwen's smiling face, which seemed genuinely eager for his reply. "Apologies?" Gwen fell silent. "So if I do not accept your gratitude, you would simply offer an apology? That is acceptable." A broader smile spread across Gwen's face as she looked at Hawke and remarked, "You express your thanks far too often. We are friends, and friends do not need to say thank you." "Friends?" Hawke was taken aback once more. While his rapport with Gwen was somewhat better than with other classmates, this was primarily due to their shared physics class where they sat together. Beyond that, their interactions at school were limited. In truth, he had minimal contact with any students. However, Hawke refrained from disputing Gwen's assertion. It would be rather insensitive to deny their friendship after she had just given him a ride home. He possessed that much emotional intelligence. Soon enough, after Hawke had exited the car, he watched as it turned around and accelerated away, disappearing from his sight. He then redirected his gaze toward the temporary shelter. Later that evening in Manhattan, at the Gorn apartment, Helen Stacy, clad in loungewear and seated on the sofa watching the latest episode of Desperate Housewives, turned her head to the sound of the door opening. Entering was Sheriff George Stacy of the 19th Precinct, dressed in a white shirt and tie, complemented by a black suit and a badge affixed to his waist. "Back already?" "Yes," George replied, closing the door behind him as he glanced at Helen. "Where's Gwen?" Helen glanced toward the staircase leading to the second floor. "She has returned to her room." George nodded, then ascended the stairs. Upon reaching his daughter's bedroom, he knocked gently on the door. "Gwen?" Her voice floated out from within. "The door is unlocked, Dad." George then pushed the door open. Inside the room, Gwen, adorned in a delightful set of pajamas and with her silky golden hair cascading over her shoulders, sat cross-legged in her chair, gazing at George as he entered. "Dad, what is the matter?" she inquired. George lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering his daughter's room. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed and a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he replied, "You didn't tee of class this afternoon, did you?" Gwen initially appeared taken aback, but soon regained her composure. "Did someone contact you?" she asked. "What do you think?" George chuckled. "I had a call to verify. What if someone was impersonating my family card? Although such occurrences are rare, there exists a saying in the Federation. You may choose not to live, but you cannot live without a semblance of existence. While there are indeed individuals who resort to utilizing counterfeit family cards, they're few and far between. Due to the involvement of external law enforcement, it is impractical to confirm such matters over the phone directly. Thus, one typically records the license plate number and returns to the station to compile and report it for verification. If the family card proves authentic, there is nothing to worry about. However, if it is discovered to be fraudulent, that too is inconsequential, for the license plate number is noted, and that individual can expect to receive numerous citations. The New York Police Department will ensure that those who dare to play games with them understand the repercussions of their actions. Upon hearing George's words, Gwen felt somewhat exasperated. "Dad, I truly hadn't considered parking violations. After all, there's ample parking available in front of the Manhattan courthouse." George shrugged. "I'm not particularly concerned about your parking violations. After all, that's the purpose of the family card." He was not so rigid. As long as the card is used judiciously, it suffices. Listening to George, Gwen blinked. "But I am curious about why you went to the rear district court this afternoon." "Oh," she replied, resuming her seat and picking up the book she had been reading. It was nothing significant. I just accompanied a classmate to the courthouse for some matters. George smiled. A male classmate? Gwen set down her book and fixed her serious gaze on George, standing at the doorway. Dad, Hawke and I are merely friends. However, she recalled that Hawke seemed rather resistant to the notion of being her friend. The memory of Hawke's fleetingly stiff expression when she had declared their friendship earlier that afternoon crossed her mind. 14. The Phoenix does not perish. It merely undergoes a rebirth. The following day, taking advantage of a Saturday, Hawke arrived early at the apartment opposite the Queensboro Bridge Park. His new residence was situated here, and locating it had not consumed much time. Finding an affordable yet charming apartment is indeed a challenge, whereas inexpensive ones are abundant. However, even the most budget-friendly accommodations are unlikely to be rented to a minor, especially if one cannot provide any guarantor. It was only after Hawke hastily expressed his recent legal emancipation that the landlord relented. Thus, early one morning, Hawke arrived. Upon confirming Hawke's independence through the court, the landlord wasted no time and directly signed a rental agreement with him. After Hawke promptly paid 6 months' rent, the landlord handed over the apartment keys, completing the exchange. Once the landlord departed, Hawke closed the door and surveyed his new abode. The apartment was modest in size, rather reminiscent of a box crushed by the weight of life's burdens. The worn carpet and chipped walls added to its character. The living room was pitifully small, accommodating only a second-hand sofa and a folding dining table, leaving little room for movement. The bedroom mirrored this sentiment. After placing a bed, there was scarcely any space left. Despite its diminutive dimensions, the apartment contained all essential amenities. Most importantly, like his previous residence, it featured an escape staircase leading directly to the rooftop terrace. This was precisely why Hawke had implored the landlord for time to finalize his legal independence. Furthermore, for a mere $700 a month, what more could one expect? Hawke devoted 2 days to thoroughly cleaning and arranging his new home. The term arranging was perhaps a misnomer. It involved purchasing a new mattress and replacing the outdated, somewhat yellowed showerhead in the bathroom. He also opened the windows, allowing fresh air to circulate for 2 days, effectively dispelling the lingering scent of curry that had pervaded the space. Of course, Hawke did not forget to sneak out at night to retrieve his hidden treasures, the 5 Zithri weapons stashed away in his secret lair. He wrapped them in the sheets from his new bedroom and tucked them beneath the bed. As night fell, Hawke, as was his custom, ventured downstairs to procure a hamburger and a cola before ascending the escape staircase to the rooftop of his new apartment. After surveying the area, he found a relatively clean spot and settled down on the ground. As he munched on his hamburger, he gazed up at the twinkling stars overhead. With the flickering celestial bodies in the night sky, the stars within Hawke's own universe sparkled in unison. He had already envisioned which bronze constellation he would illuminate first. Not the Pegasus, nor the Cygnus. It is not the dragon, but rather the Phoenix. The constellations serve not merely as vessels of the saint's power, but also as indelible marks of inheritance. Once a saint awakens their small universe and possesses their designated constellation, they inherit the attributes associated with it. In Hawke's estimation, among the 48 bronze constellations, none possess attributes comparable to those of the Phoenix. This is because the Phoenix embodies a quality that even the zodiac lacks. The Phoenix does not perish, it undergoes a rebirth. If the essence of the dragon constellation is the fierceness of the dragon and the protection of the dragon, then the essence of the Phoenix constellation lies in immortality and rebirth. Unfortunately, the stringent conditions required to become a Phoenix saint stem from the inherent flaw in its core. To the best of his recollection, since the inception of the Holy War, Athena's design for the 88 constellations has never included the Phoenix until the SS Arc. However, there's a silver lining. This realm is not the universe of the saints. Hence, the Phoenix here does not embody the aloofness characteristic of its counterpart in the Saint universe. As long as he illuminates the Phoenix constellation map within his small universe, he can acquire its essence in the next moment. The Phoenix does not die, it simply rises anew. His vitality will reach an astonishing magnitude. Even if he were to be slain, he would not truly perish. As long as the Phoenix constellation remains, he will be reborn from the ashes, returning from the flames. Thus, it would be madness for Hawke to neglect the illumination of the Phoenix constellation map in favor of others. His original intention has never wavered: to survive, and if possible, to live comfortably and for a long time. Consequently, having determined the constellation he would first illuminate, Hawke hesitated no longer. He summoned the 12 stars in his small universe, which he had ignited by defeating the Chitauri, and began constructing his Phoenix constellation map in accordance with its design. The Phoenix constellation comprises 1 second-class star, 2 third-class stars, and 6 fourth-class stars. The stars he had ignited were the smallest fourth-class stars obtained through his victories over Chitauri soldiers. 2 fourth-class stars can be combined to form 1 third-class star, and 2 third-class stars can be combined to form 1 second-class star. Thus, he still required 2 more stars. Indeed, it was quite beautiful. As Hawke sipped his drink, he smiled at the sight of his small universe, where the constellation map of the Phoenix was nearly complete, needing only 2 additional stars. At that moment, the spectral images of the remaining 47 bronze constellations flickered within his small universe. For reasons unknown, Hawke suddenly sensed an air of resentment emanating from the other 47 bronze constellations. Amidst the 47 voices of accusation, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated. And following this ethereal sound, the clamor of the 47 bronze constellations faded into silence. Hawke blinked, gazing at the celestial map of the Phoenix constellation above his microcosm. The constellation, illuminated in splendid brilliance, resembled a truly majestic phoenix, soaring high and surveying the remaining 47 bronze constellations below. It was evident that, as Hawke's favored constellation, the proud phoenix now exuded an even greater sense of superiority over the others. Behold, the Phoenix constellation reigned supreme. Hawke's lips curled slightly as he contemplated this notion. Yet he did not linger. He promptly departed from his microcosm, utilizing the emergency staircase to return to his new apartment. After a while, as he lay upon his bed, Hawke seized the opportunity to ponder once again the matter of the sacred armor, eyes closed in contemplation. Illuminating the Phoenix constellation would grant him the immortal core of the Phoenix, while forging the sacred armor would bestow upon him the constellation's exclusive powers and skills once donned. For instance, the Phoenix illusionary fist, capable of shattering an enemy's spirit rather than their flesh. Furthermore, he could invade an adversary's mental realm, employing his formidable mental prowess to dismantle their psyche with devastating precision. Additionally, there was the ultimate technique, transforming into a phoenix and unleashing a torrent of searing flames akin to the majestic wings of the phoenix. A devastating move unique to the Phoenix constellation, the Phoenix Wings Ascendant. Hawke, who harbored dreams of becoming a lawyer, realized that action must accompany desire. The Phoenix constellation was merely 2 stars away from completion, an eventuality that was only a matter of time. Even if he refrained from combat, with his regimen of 10,000 punches a day, he would illuminate the remaining stars in no more than 3 months. Yet, Hawke remained at a standstill regarding the sacred armor, or more precisely, he lacked any leads on the gamma need. The other 2 components, theoretically, could be acquired directly with sufficient funds. For instance, the meteorite necessary for crafting silver star sand. In New York City alone, there existed a plethora of wealthy collectors of meteorites, and frequent trading events were commonplace. Thus, with a willingness to spend, one could easily procure such items. Although vibranium is valuable yet elusive, Hawke was undeterred. He knew the original source of vibranium on Earth. If it came down to that, and if polite discourse failed to yield results, he would not hesitate to claim it for himself. Once again, the question remained, gamma-nine. In recent days, Hawke has taken to visiting the library after his classes, diligently borrowing books related to gamma rays while simultaneously utilizing the public computers to search for pertinent information. Along the way, he has also discovered the identity of the wealthiest collector of meteorites in New York City, Norman Osborn. Indeed, it is the very same Osborn of Oscorp Industries, who appears as a villain in the Spider-Man films. Hawke stumbled upon a comment posted on a meteorite forum a month ago. In the words of this meteorite enthusiast, there exists a room within Norman Osborn's estate dedicated solely to the meteorites he has acquired over the years. Furthermore, he even found information about the Wakandan ambassador to the United Nations online, who is currently situated in New York, given that the UN headquarters resides there. At present, Hawke is well-versed in the locations of both the meteorites and vibranium, yet he remains utterly perplexed regarding the final and most crucial element, gamma radiation. Occupying a computer in the library, Hawke continues his online quest for information related to gamma rays. If anyone in the Marvel Universe possesses a profound understanding of gamma rays, it would undoubtedly be Dr. Bruce Banner, the father of the superhero Hulk. Unfortunately, even if Hawke wished to seek him out, he would be unable to do so. Following the conclusion of the Battle of New York, Dr. Banner rode off on a small donkey, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. knows where he is, but Hawke has no desire to engage with any superheroes, let alone the troublesome S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this is not a significant issue, for the study of gamma rays is not limited to Dr. Banner alone. Others are also conducting research, albeit perhaps not with his level of expertise. For instance, Hawke has just discovered a paper titled The Discoveries of Gamma Rays in the Field of Biotherapy, authored by Dr. Curtis Connors. Osborne Industries. This is none other than Dr. Lizard. Realization dawned upon Hawke as he gazed at the title of the paper on the screen, prompting him to blink in surprise. Are you reading Dr. Connors' paper? Hawke was roused from his thoughts by a familiar voice and turned to see Gwen standing behind him. Cradling a book in her arms, strands of golden hair cascading gracefully across her fair forehead as she peered at the screen before him. Gamma rays? She inquired with curiosity, tilting her head as she regarded Hawke. Aren't you planning to study law at New York University? Why the interest in gamma rays? No, that was merely for financial gain. Hawke mentally replied. Before his latent abilities awakened, he had already set a goal for himself, to study law. Initially, he had contemplated pursuing a medical career. In the Eastern Kingdom, advocating for a medical profession might as well invite divine retribution, for within its societal constructs, a doctor residing in a mansion and driving a luxury car is invariably presumed to be corrupt. However, this is not the case here. To put it succinctly, if a physician does not live in opulence and drive an extravagant vehicle, it is likely that their medical skills are called into question. Thus, if one succeeds in the field of medicine, being a doctor here is highly esteemed, particularly as a surgeon. Yet, after some reflection, Hawke abandoned the idea of becoming a physician. His reasoning was straightforward. He believed he lacked the aptitude for medicine and thus opted for a more attainable path of becoming a lawyer. The legal profession is by no means inferior to that of a doctor. Most importantly, upon completing his legal studies, should he choose not to join a law firm, he could pursue a position in the district attorney's office or even aspire to become a judge in the future. This was the trajectory Hawke envisioned for himself prior to the awakening of his latent powers, with the aim of ensuring a more comfortable future. However, that urgency had dissipated. Although Hawke had no intention of eschewing university entirely, he no longer felt the pressing need to study law. Reflecting on this, he shook his head and smiled, turning to Gwen as he remarked, just browsing online, stumbled upon it by chance. As he spoke, he closed the web page, rose from his seat, relinquished the computer to another, and set off toward the old library to complete his daily task of 10,000 punches. As he often reiterated after more than 2 years of dedication, a single day without practice left him feeling as though something was amiss. Gwen watched Hawke depart the library, lost in thought when a nearby classmate roused her, pulling her away to find a place to sit and read. With the end of the month approaching, Mid-City High School was about to enter the period that instilled dread in underperforming students, the final exam week. Every school has its fair share of struggling students, and Mid-City High is no exception. Aside from a select few, the majority of students are investing thousands of dollars each semester in their education. Consequently, many of these underperformers arise from among them. Thus, in the days leading up to exams, it is commonplace to see once vibrant students clutching their books in a desperate bid for knowledge. Hawke, however, had no such need. Prior to the awakening of his latent powers, he had no requirement for last-minute cramming, and even more so after their emergence. His future was destined to revolve around comfort and greater comfort. Thus, Hawke maintained his own rhythm of life. In the old gymnasium, he was wholly absorbed in his training. With a slightly abrasive creak of the door, a striking figure stepped inside. The council had announced plans to demolish the old gymnasium after the holidays, converting it into a swimming facility. Thud! Hawke delivered a powerful punch to the sandbag before him. The bag hung motionless in place, yet its surface trembled violently, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The midday sun streamed through the gymnasium's aged glass, illuminating the scene perfectly. 16. The first day, law-abiding. The second day, robbing a bank. Gwen's lips parted slightly. She gazed at the dust drifting away from the sandbag, still shaped under the refracted sunlight, and marveled at its gradual dispersal. A blade without a sharp edge. Exquisite in its simplicity. Hawke stood still, exhaling a deep breath, before turning to face Gwen. Their eyes met. Gwen observed Hawke, whose forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, clad in a white tank top that accentuated his powerful physique, his hands wrapped in bandages, and felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. Hawke, surprised to see Gwen here, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "No, not really," Gwen replied, shaking her head. With her hands clasped behind her back, she approached him, surveying the environment of the old gymnasium she hadn't visited since the new facility was built, complete with air conditioning. Hawke pondered for a moment. "It's quiet here." Indeed, it was quite tranquil. Gwen affirmed Hawke's explanation with a nod. As they conversed, she moved towards her bag resting on a nearby bench and sat down, leaving Hawke somewhat bewildered. "Is there something on your mind, Gwen?" "No, not at all." Gwen smiled lightly, propping herself up on the bench as she gazed at Hawke before the sandbag, saying, "Since I have some free time, I thought I'd come to appreciate my friend S boxing." Hawke raised an eyebrow. He sensed an underlying implication in Gwen's cheerful demeanor. However, he dismissed it, thinking that his training was of utmost importance. He shook his head, redirecting his focus from Gwen back to the sandbag, ready to resume his daily task of 1,000 punches, as he had almost completed his quota before her arrival. Now, it seemed, he would have to start anew. Hawke adjusted his breathing, opting not to tap into his inner power, relying solely on his physical strength to fulfill the day's challenge. As for Gwen, if she wished to watch, so be it. After all, this was a public gymnasium, and he could hardly prevent others from entering. It is unfounded. In a swift motion, with another punch thrown by Hawke, the rhythmic and impactful sounds of striking once again reverberated throughout the aged gymnasium. However, compared to the previous cadence of his punches, Hawke instinctively quickened his pace in an effort to expeditiously complete his task. One punch, another punch, and then yet another. Soon, shadows of fists appeared. Gwen, seated on the bench, felt a momentary blur before her, witnessing a scene that resembled a flurry of fists, leaving her momentarily dazed. What is happening? I didn't even blink. Gwen pondered, instinctively retrieving her phone from her pocket, directing it towards Hawke. Hawke, focused on his punches, caught a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye. Don't record. Oh. Gwen, hearing his words, glanced at Hawke, who continued his movements without even turning to look at her, blinked in slight disbelief, unsure if she had merely imagined the request. Yet she ultimately set her phone aside. After a while, the flurry of fists gradually dissipated, and Hawke's movements came to a halt, restoring silence to the old gym once more. He then pulled on a chain to remove the suspended punching bag, effortlessly tossing it back into the corner with one hand. Under Gwen's watchful gaze, he approached the bench, retrieved a towel from the outer pocket of his backpack, and turned to look at Gwen. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired once more, "Are you certain you're all right, Gwen?" Gwen nodded. "I have something to discuss." The corner of Hawke's mouth twitched ever so slightly, though Gwen noticed. She smiled. However, she refrained from teasing Hawke further and directly stated her purpose for seeking him out. The annual class dance is beginning to tally participants this year. Will you be attending? Although Midtown High is a private elite educational institution, it hosts various dances and parties, including the welcome dance, masquerade ball, and class dance. Gwen inquires each year whether Hawke would partake. Yet, Hawke has never attended even once. He is a lone wolf, preferring solitude and disliking boisterous environments. This, however, is the eloquent explanation. The truth is much simpler. He is poor, lacking the funds to purchase attire for the dance, has no car, and doesn't he even possess a driver's license. It wouldn't he do to walk his date home after the dance, would it? Most importantly, he has no date. What reason would he have to attend the dance alone, merely to witness couples flaunting their affection before him? This year will be no different. I'm not going. Hawke shook his head without a hint of hesitation. Rather than attending a ball or some such event, he finds greater joy in spending time on the apartment rooftop, gazing at the stars. It is serene, and most importantly, it incurs no expense. He is now navigating the waters of independence without federal assistance. And this week has seen him grappling with rent and procuring essential supplies, causing his savings to dwindle significantly. Hawke even reflects on his recent impulsive notion of purchasing a vehicle, deeming it somewhat hasty. Consequently, he has abandoned the idea of acquiring a car, opting instead to save a little for unforeseen circumstances. After all, the school provides a complimentary shuttle to the Great Bridge Park Station, rendering a car unnecessary. He doesn't even possess a driver's license, rendering any purchase moot. Perhaps he should contemplate robbing a bank, considering that meteorites also come at a cost. No. Why not directly seize a meteorite instead of robbing a bank? It seems absurd to first rob a bank only to use the proceeds to purchase meteorites from wealthy individuals. His thoughts are scattered. Hawke is now pondering the feasibility of directly pilfering a meteorite. After all, vibranium from Wakanda is unlikely to be willingly surrendered to him. In that case, he would probably still need to resort to theft. If robbing vibranium is considered theft, then robbing a meteorite is too. Thus, if he were to commit both acts, robbing a bank would hardly seem consequential. Gwen, observing Hawke's distracted gaze after he had declined to attend last year's prom, felt a surge of curiosity. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. "Robbing a bank," Hawke replied. Gwen raised an eyebrow. As their eyes met, a moment of understanding passed between them. Gwen, wearing a contemplative expression and a smile, remarked, "Which bank do you intend to rob?" "I recommend the Pacific Bank under the jurisdiction of the 19th Precinct." Hawke furrowed his brow. "Is the Pacific Bank easy to rob?" "No," Gwen replied with a radiant smile. "But my father is the sheriff of the 19th Precinct." Hawke fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Gwen with seriousness. "I was joking. If I were ever to rob a bank, I would absolutely avoid the jurisdiction of the 19th Precinct. Gwen, with a bright smile, rose from her seat, ready to speak, when her phone, which she had left in her pocket, began to ring. Mrs. Snow? Hawke. All right. I know where he is. Soon after hanging up, Gwen turned to Hawke, who was watching her intently, and said, "Let us go. Mrs. Snow is looking for you." Hawke, 17, the debut of the first generation of Spider-Women, Mrs. Snow. Her full name is Selena Snow, and she serves as their counselor in the 11th grade. From providing personal, social, and emotional support to guiding individual development towards college advancement, these responsibilities fall under Mrs. Snow's purview. This contrasts sharply with public high schools, where counselors are often responsible for 100 or even more than 200 students. However, Midtown High School, being a private institution, allows Mrs. Snow to focus on just 35 students. This enables her to offer a deeper, more personalized level of support to those she oversees. In a serendipitous twist, both Hawke and Gwen happen to share Mrs. Snow as their counselor. Yet, instead of quickly showering and changing into clean clothes, Hawke finds himself being urged by Gwen to head to Mrs. Snow's office. Intrigued, he inquires of Gwen, "Did Mrs. Snow mention anything?" "Nothing specific," Gwen replies. "She just asked if I knew where you were, and, if I did, to bring you to her office." "Really?" Hawke muses, glancing at Gwen. "Could it be about college? Perhaps your early admission and scholarship from Berkeley have come through?" The only scenario he could fathom for Mrs. Snow summoning him to accompany Gwen was this one. After all, once the month concludes and September arrives, they would officially be 12th graders, on the brink of high school graduation come next June. Yet, prior to that, outstanding students would have already secured their desired universities, and those institutions would similarly have their sights set on promising candidates. For instance, Gwen had her heart set on Berkeley. Located in California, Berkeley is a public research university, often referred to as a public ivy, having produced over 100 Nobel laureates, ranking third in such accomplishments. Gwen shrugged, glancing at Hawke. "What about you? Have you decided to attend New York University for law, or are you considering Stanford?" While NYU boasts a commendable law program, comparisons are often daunting. When juxtaposed with Stanford, particularly in law, Stanford's superiority is undeniable. Hence, Gwen felt perplexed. "I heard Mrs. Snow suggest that you prioritize Stanford," she remarked. "That's because I'm certain I won to receive a scholarship from Stanford," Hawke replied, also shrugging as they continued toward Mrs. Snow's office. "NYU, on the other hand, is different. Even if I don't qualify for the highest tier of scholarships, I am sure there are scholarships available. Once I secure one, the bank loan's interest rates can be negotiated. Indeed, it's that straightforward." He also harbored aspirations of attending Stanford Law School and even Yale University, contemplating the possibility of joining a certain enigmatic organization. However, the question of whether he could simply pursue his desires was far from straightforward. It was not merely a matter of his own wishes, but whether those institutions would accept him. Even if he were accepted, the tuition fees of Stanford and Yale would undoubtedly burden him significantly. Hawke approached this matter with a pragmatic mindset. Since he would inevitably need to take out loans for his education, he reasoned, why not seek a school that offered a higher likelihood of scholarships, thereby reducing his financial burden? He certainly did not wish to find himself in his 50s or 60s, still grappling with student loan repayments. Of course, this was his perspective and planning prior to the awakening of his inner potential. Now, Hawke was even less inclined to consider Stanford or Yale. New York University seemed quite appealing, especially since he was most familiar with New York City. After all, he aimed for a comfortable life, and remaining within his comfort zone felt rather pleasant. Listening to Hawke's seemingly trivial rationale, Gwen furrowed her brow slightly, initially intending to voice her thoughts. But upon reflecting on Hawke's current situation, at 17, without a car, a house, or even a mobile phone, she ultimately decided against expressing her concerns. Before long, Hawke and Gwen arrived at Mrs. Snow's office. "Knock, knock. Come in." Mrs. Snow's voice resonated from within. Gwen opened the door and entered, glancing at Mrs. Snow, who was seated behind her desk, donned in glasses and appearing to be in her 40s, exuding a warm and benevolent aura. "Good day, Mrs. Snow," Gwen greeted. "Please, have a seat, Gwen." "Hawke," Mrs. Snow smiled, gesturing towards the sofa for Gwen and then casting a weary glance at Hawke as he followed her in. "Once again, Hawke, you truly ought to acquire a mobile phone. It's exceedingly inconvenient to be without one in this day and age." At the beginning of the school year, upon learning of Hawke's circumstances, Mrs. Snow had offered to provide him with a mobile phone, but Hawke had politely declined, assuring her that he would procure one soon. Now, as he approached the end of his 11th grade year, Mrs. Snow inquired about his phone situation, and each time, Hawke would respond with a vague promise of "I'll take care of it soon." Indeed, this latest response from Hawke was not so much a departure from his previous ones, as it was a mere repetition. "I will take care of it soon." "You always say that," Mrs. Snow replied, a hint of fatigue in her voice, just as she was about to continue when another knock echoed at the office door. In the next moment, yet another familiar face stepped inside. Hawke, who had just settled onto the sofa, raised an eyebrow at the newcomer entering from the door, Peter Parker. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hawke found that the Peter Parker who stood before him this time was somewhat different from the one he had encountered in the shower room previously. How to articulate it? This time, in Peter Parker, he perceived the shadow of the bully Tobey Maguire. To be precise, if he had regarded Peter Parker merely as Peter Parker before, the current iteration of Peter seemed to evoke the image of the superhero Spider-Man, specifically the Maguire version, the original Spider-Man. Indeed, though they resided within the Marvel Universe, where Spider-Man should logically align with the Avengers' portrayal of the character. The Peter Parker he beheld was distinctly that of Maguire's version. It was quite astonishing and perplexing. Mrs. Snow observed Peter Parker entering from outside and was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, Peter, it feels like you've bulked up in just a few days." Indeed, if the previous Peter had resembled a mere stick, the current Peter appeared as a robust young calf. Upon hearing this, Peter bashfully scratched his head and offered a shy smile before his gaze fell upon Hawke, who was seated on the sofa, causing him to momentarily freeze as if transfixed. Hawke, in turn, was looking at Peter. Their eyes met, and Hawke's scrutiny was earnest. The instant Peter's gaze locked onto him, his pupils dilated and contracted at a frenzied pace. As anticipated, it seemed Peter had undergone a transformation. The authentic, original Spider-Man, capable of web-slinging without the aid of technology, had successfully emerged. Hawke mused silently, recognizing that the original Spider-Man had finally come to fruition. He had chosen to remain a bystander in the shower room and had disregarded Peter on the school bus, not only to avoid becoming embroiled in the tragedies of superheroes, but also to prevent his intervention from jeopardizing the successful emergence of the original Spider-Man. There exist 3 versions of Spider-Man, and Hawke harbored a particular fondness for this original Spider-Man, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to the bully Tobey Maguire. As for the Amazing Spider-Man, initially, he held no affection for it, but after Garfield's portrayal in The Amazing Spider-Man 3, he found himself begrudgingly appreciating it. However, the portrayal by the young Dutch actor? Regrettably, Hawke found himself unable to warm to it. To put it plainly, the fact that this version of Spider-Man developed a fondness for a character of African descent had plummeted Hawke's regard for him to negative territory. As Hawke turned around, he noticed Peter Parker staring at him, seemingly in a daze, and took the initiative to greet him. "Good afternoon, Peter." "Good afternoon," replied the bully Maguire, snapping back to reality, his expression once again returning to a wholesome demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to greet Gwen, who was seated nearby. Gwen. At that moment, Gwen also caught the fleeting glance exchanged between Hawke and Peter. Although she felt a tinge of suspicion, she quickly suppressed it and responded with a smile. "Good afternoon, Peter. I heard you gave Flash quite a hard time yesterday." The previous noon, Peter had caused quite a commotion in the cafeteria with Flash Thompson. Gwen was not present at the time, but she had heard from others that Peter had transformed, leaving the bully Flash Thompson in a state of utter disarray. Peter remained silent, merely scratching his head and chuckling. Observing this, Gwen refrained from probing further and simply made a gesture of encouragement. "You should have retaliated sooner. Go for it, Peter." Peter smiled, feeling a bit more embarrassed. Mrs. Snow, having seen everyone gathered, clapped her hands to prompt Peter to take a seat. Once Peter settled onto the sofa across from Hawke and Gwen, she approached her desk and picked up 3 documents laid out before her. After a brief moment, Mrs. Snow handed one of the documents to Gwen, a holiday job invitation as a laboratory assistant in Dr. Connor's lab at Oscorp Bioengineering. Gwen's eyes lit up as she accepted the document from Mrs. Snow. "Thank you. Dr. Connors mentioned yesterday that he would be in touch with the school soon. I didn't expect it to be so swift." Although she could have visited Dr. Connor's lab without this document, possessing it would lend greater authenticity to her future credentials. Mrs. Snow then turned to Hawke and Peter. "There are 2 more holiday job invitations, but I'm unsure if you'll be interested in both. So I called you to the office to choose for yourselves." As she spoke, Mrs. Snow was about to continue when Hawke suddenly raised his right hand, interrupting her. "Wait a moment, Mrs. Snow. What is it, Hawke? I'm still not quite clear on why I was summoned." Mrs. Snow paused, taken aback by Hawke's puzzled expression, and couldn't help but say, "Have you forgotten our conversation in the office last month?" At her words, Hawke blinked, recalling the routine one-on-one counseling session from the previous month. He remembered it was a standard chat. Aside from the usual topics, Mrs. Snow had inquired about Hawke's holiday plans, such as whether he was looking for any summer work. Hawke mentioned that he had not yet secured a summer job this year, to which Mrs. Snow replied that she could assist him in finding one if he needed help. He did not take her words to heart and casually agreed, as he indeed had not yet found a summer position. upon recalling their conversation from the previous month. Hawke instinctively gasped. Mrs. Snow, noticing the change in his expression, smiled knowingly. Remember now? She inquired. Hawke nodded in affirmation. With a playful chuckle, Mrs. Snow redirected the conversation, waving two documents in her hand. One was a summer job offer from Osborne Industries, specifically from the bioelectricity department, seeking a summer worker to assist with data organization. The other was from the Bugle, which also requires summer intern. Although both positions appeared to lack technical complexity, they were, in truth, devoid of any significant skill requirements. However, if one were to approach either Osborne or the Bugle directly, they would likely claim not to have any vacancies. This was not merely about the jobs themselves, but rather about Mrs. Snow's goodwill. It was clear that only by presenting the documents in her possession could one secure a summer position at either Osborne or the Bugle. Peter Parker instinctively turned to Hawke. Hawke, why don't you choose first? Hawke, momentarily distracted, was on the verge of informing Mrs. Snow of his reluctance to work over the summer when a thought occurred to him, prompting a change of heart. I'll go with Osborne, he declared. He had just remembered a paper by Dr. Connors regarding gamma rays that he had seen in the library. It seemed fortuitous. He had been contemplating whether to seek an audience with Dr. Connors, and now the opportunity presented itself. Observing the exchange, Peter turned to Mrs. Snow. Then I will take the position at the Bugle. I do enjoy photography. Indeed, Mrs. Snow replied. Not only do you enjoy photography, but you also have a penchant for selfies, even going so far as to sell your own portraits to your newspaper. Hawke contemplated Peter's remark, while Mrs. Snow, unfazed by their musings, distributed the documents to them once they had made their selections. She then instructed them accordingly. Peter, she began, when you report to the Bugle, simply ask for Mr. J. Jonah Jameson. Once you find Mr. Jameson, hand him the document you have. He will take care of the arrangements. Understood, Peter replied. Hawke, she continued, when you arrive at Osborne Bioengineering, proceed to the bioelectricity department and seek out an engineer named Max Dillon. I will make a call to their supervisor in advance. Very well, Hawke responded. Hawke listened to the name, nodding subtly. Max Dillon, is he not the engineer who, after falling into an electric eel power generator, transformed into Electro, the character who believed himself overlooked by the world in The Amazing Spider-Man 2? Never mind. It's of no concern to me. Hawke shook his head inwardly, for his interest lay more with Dr. Connors and his research on gamma rays. He harbored a premonition that the elusive gamma Nay sought was likely connected to Dr. Connors' studies. Spider-Man may be verbose, but the spider spirit is not. Shortly after the matters were concluded, the three rose from the sofa, bid farewell to Mrs. Snow, and exited her office. Gwen glanced at Hawke. Do you need me to escort you to the bioelectric department? No, I can manage on my own, Hawke replied, shouldering his bag and striding towards the exit of the office building. Time was of the essence. His afternoon classes were about to commence, and he needed a shower at the gym first. Peter, who had emerged from Mrs. Snow's office with the others, watched Hawke's departing figure, captivated. As he was lost in thought, Gwen, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly spoke. Peter. Peter blinked, momentarily bewildered, before focusing on Gwen. Gwen? Gwen smiled faintly. It's nothing. By the way, are you attending this year's prom? Peter chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I probably won't be able to make it. If Hawke's absence from the dance was due to a lack of funds and a date, Peter's reason was simply the absence of a partner. However, Hawke's lack of a date stemmed from his indifference to seeking one. Had he desired to find a companion, his looks, physique, and the charisma honed through years of boxing would surely attract a willing classmate. In contrast, Peter's predicament arose from an inability to find a date. More specifically, it was his insistence on pining for Mary Jane that led to his dilemma. Mary Jane, Peter's neighbor and a fellow 11th grader, was the object of his secret affections. While Peter might have thought that no one was aware of his crush, the truth was that most were already in the know. After all, it was evident to everyone that no girl would willingly agree to be a stand-in for Mary Jane. The real Mary Jane would certainly decline any invitation to the prom for Peter. Peter was reluctant to attend the dance alone, only to witness his dream girl dancing with another man. Gwen was not surprised by Peter's response. After all, she was friends with Mary Jane, who had promptly registered herself and her partner, Harry Osborn, as soon as the senior prom was announced. Harry Osborn. How perfectly he fit Mary Jane's long-standing criteria for a boyfriend, Gwen mused. However, she chose not to elaborate further. After receiving Peter's answer, she merely nodded and turned to leave. Yet, as she pivoted, something seemed to strike her, prompting her to glance back over her shoulder. Peter remained rooted in place, gazing vacantly in the direction from which Hawke had just departed. A few days later, the halls of Midtown High erupted with jubilant cheers. The holidays had arrived. Students' most eagerly awaited summer vacation was finally upon them. Have you planned your summer itinerary? Yes, I'm off to Hawaii. Tom and I are heading to Slovakia. Slovakia? Haven't you seen the news? Just last week, a traveler went missing there. Fake news. Besides, Tom and I are quite robust. Nothing will happen. With the onset of the break, students ambled in small groups, excitedly sharing their holiday plans as they made their way to the parking lot. Vehicles roared to life one after another, and in no time, Midtown High seemed almost deserted. The cacophony that once filled the school was replaced by an eerie silence. The rhythmic sound of drumming from the old gymnasium persisted. However, approximately 10 minutes later, the drumming ceased. Hawke stood still, regulating his breath as he lowered his gaze to remove the bandages that wrapped his hands. Although his fists could strike steel without reddening, the habit formed over more than 1,000 days compelled him to wrap his hands before training. Just as he was unwrapping the bandages, he raised an eyebrow at a voice that drifted toward him from behind. They say this gym will become a swimming pool next semester. Peter. Hawke turned to see Peter standing a short distance away, his features reminiscent of a young Maguire. It's not just a rumor, it's a fact, Hawke replied. Peter smiled, but remained silent. This understated nature was yet another reason Hawke preferred the original Spider-Man. In contrast to the verbose tendencies of the Amazing Spider-Man and the tech-savvy chatter of the Holland version, he found solace in the quiet demeanor of the first Spider-Man. Much like himself, talent is often understated, and words may elude him. Hawke pondered as he tucked the tangled bandages into his pocket, then turned to Peter, inquiring, "You haven't come here merely to inform me that this gymnasium is to be transformed into a swimming pool, have you?" Peter quickly shook his head. "No." "Then what is it?" Peter hesitated, his words caught on the tip of his tongue, gazing at Hawke with an expression of indecision. Hawke chuckled softly, observing Peter's evident reluctance to speak. He chose silence and walked towards his backpack. After slinging it over his shoulder, he made his way to the exit. "Have a delightful summer, Peter." A sudden sound, akin to a spider spinning its web, caught Hawke's attention as he neared the door. In a swift motion, he turned and unleashed a powerful right fist. Peter, sensing the impending danger through his spider sense, instinctively sidestepped. The next moment, a bench in the aging gymnasium splintered violently in half. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment at the destruction. Meanwhile, Hawke peeled away the strands of webbing clinging to his bag. "Quite adhesive," he remarked, vigorously shaking it off before discarding the remnants. Peter, now regaining his composure, redirected his gaze towards Hawke. "Hawke, you also—" "am not," Hawke interjected, directly interrupting Peter. His current prowess was the result of relentless self-improvement and unwavering dedication. Admittedly, an external influence may have played a minor role, but not significantly. Hawke firmly believed that, even in the absence of such assistance, he would have awakened his inner potential. Indeed, since that external factor had departed and held no sway anymore, his assertion was undoubtedly valid. However, this was not the true reason for his interruption. Hawke exchanged a knowing glance with Peter, who, endowed with spider sense, immediately comprehended the unspoken message. Hawke offered a faint smile. "Enjoy your summer, Peter. Until next semester." "All right, see you next semester," Peter replied, retracting the words he had initially intended to share. With that, Hawke turned and exited the gymnasium. Upon stepping outside, he caught sight of Gwen, his face registering surprise. "Gwen? 20. The past is the past, and the present is the present," she retorted. Hawke's astonishment was palpable. Gwen, observing his expression, fell silent. "Full, utterly faux." She could not help but comment candidly. "Your acting is so disingenuous." "Apologies." Hawke shrugged, declaring, "I am not a professional actor." Indeed, Gwen had been outside for quite some time. To be precise, she arrived just as Peter was about to confront him, yet paused upon hearing the commotion within the gymnasium. Gwen believed that neither Hawke nor Peter would take note of her presence. However, awakened to his heightened senses, Hawke could hear not only Gwen's footsteps, but even the faint rustle of leaves falling at the back of the gym, if he wished. Peter, endowed with spider sense, was equally perceptive, and considering this version of Peter was a true mutation of a spider, he was attuned to his surroundings, although he had only recently undergone this transformation and had yet to fully acclimate. Furthermore, Hawke's recent punch had left Peter in a state of shock. Yet, at Hawke's subtle urging, Peter quickly regained his composure and detected Gwen's breath outside. Thus, the two shared an unspoken agreement to remain silent. This was yet another reason Hawke cherished the original Spider-Man. He withheld judgment on the Amazing Spider-Man, but the tech Spider-Man? Chuckling to himself, Hawke had no doubt that if it were the Holland version, that fellow would likely misunderstand him entirely, perhaps even prattling on incessantly. No, it was not a matter of perhaps. It was a certainty, Hawke mused. At that moment, Peter emerged from behind, gazing at Gwen with a look of surprise upon his face. "Gwen, you haven't left yet?" he inquired. observing the stiff surprise on Peter's face. Gwen could no longer contain herself. "Peter, your acting skills are even worse than Hawke's," she exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Peter's expression faltered, and instinctively scratching his head, he managed a sheepish smile before bidding Hawke farewell and strolling towards the school gate. Seeing this, Hawke too prepared to depart, as he had an early morning shift at Oscorp Biotech to commence the following day and intended to retire early that night. However, Gwen obstructed his path. "Something is amiss with you, Hawke." "Huh?" Hawke replied, slightly taken aback. With a furrowed brow, Gwen gazed curiously at him. "Since when have you become so familiar with Peter? I've never seen you engage in conversation with him before." To be precise, she had never observed Hawke chatting amiably with anyone, even when approached by other students. Hawke would dismiss them with a few curt words, returning to his own pursuits. Moreover, during the dance, when female classmates had initially sought him out to ask if he could be their partner, the prevailing sentiment among the girls had been clear. Hawke, it is indeed akin to an iceberg, a glacier that has endured for millennia. Such is the case with the other female classmates, and Gwen is no exception. She often finds herself seeking out Hawke, who, though he does not openly display it, seems to exude a subtle reluctance to engage in conversation with her. However, today, an instinct tells her that the invisible barrier that once existed between them has seemingly vanished. Gwen is intrigued by this shift. Hawke, listening to Gwen's grievances, responds with a relaxed demeanor, explaining, "Peter and I were never particularly close. He approached me to express his gratitude for my presence during that incident when lightning trapped him in the restroom." Gwen absorbs Hawke's explanation, falling into silence once more. After a moment, she gazes into his eyes and offers a faint smile. "If you prefer not to divulge certain matters, there is no need for pretense." At her words, Hawke contemplates, meeting her captivating gaze, and nods. "Very well, I shall remain silent. I will uncover the truth myself." "That is acceptable," Hawke agrees, preparing to take his leave. Yet, just before departing, he reflects and advises Gwen, "While you investigate, do not become ensnared. I have heard that when a woman grows curious about man, it marks the beginning of her downfall." Gwen acknowledges the disappearance of Hawke's prior reluctance towards her, though she feigns indifference with a scoff. "I hardly think I would fall for a boy who struggles to even consider us friends." She recalls the moment a few days prior when she accompanied Hawke home, and upon declaring their friendship, his face betrayed an expression of forced agreement. No, it seems that Hawke's resistance had already begun to wane at that time. Reflecting on that day, Gwen feels a stirring within her. Hawke remains silent, merely shrugging as he descends the staircase. "Goodbye, Gwen." As she watches his retreating figure, she calls out, "I shall uncover your secret. Good luck." Hawke waves his hand without looking back, dismissing the matter from his mind. The remark about a woman's curiosity leading to her downfall was merely a casual observation. Yet, he muses, before awakening his latent potential, he would not have spoken such words. Seated in the back row of the shuttle bus heading to his new apartment, Hawke gazes out at the passing scenery, his thoughts drifting. For him, prior to awakening his latent abilities, love had always felt like a luxury, a treasure forever out of reach. But after this awakening, what was that saying again? Money is the courage of a man. Although Hawke currently lacks wealth, he possesses strength. Power equates to strength, and likewise, strength equates to wealth. Thus, the past is the past, and the present is the present. With his newly awakened potential, he believes he has earned the right to assert that he can indeed embrace love. Hawke pondered this thought. At that moment, the image of Gwen meeting his gaze flickered in his mind, and his heart involuntarily fluttered. Suddenly, Hawke snapped back to reality, inhaling sharply and instinctively shaking his head to dismiss the unexpected notion. No, he reminded himself. The three great illusions of life have reared their heads once more. He is not Peter. Peter would misconstrue a mere smile from Mary Jane as an indication of her affection. Hawke would not fall prey to such delusions. Therefore, he decided to set aside these thoughts. There are more pressing matters at hand. Tomorrow, he is to begin a summer job at Oscorp Biotech, where he will finally ascertain whether the contents of Dr. Connor's laboratory are indeed the gamma nium he seeks. If so, that would be splendid. Hawke has already devised a plan. Once the key material, gamma nium, is confirmed, his next objective will be the abundant deposits of vibranium in Wakanda. As he has often stated, if Wakanda is willing to relinquish the vibranium he desires, it will be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, should Wakanda refuse and dare to retaliate against him, well then, he would have to apologize. Hawke may not be eloquent, but he possesses a fair understanding of combat. The following day at Oscorp Biotech, Hawke rose early, donned his attire, and slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder before departing with the documents provided by Mrs. Snow. Initially, he had contemplated taking the bus. As is well known, The subway in New York City presents its own challenges. Unfortunately, Hawke discovered that there is no direct bus route from his new apartment to Oscorp Biotech. Taking the bus would require 3 transfers. Considering this, he concluded that the subway would be a more sensible option. At the very least, if one lacks moral scruples, riding the subway can be done without fare. In summary, one can leap the turnstile, and even if one pays, the fare is still more economical than that of the bus. Thus, Hawke decided to proceed with the subway. As soon as he boarded the subway, regret washed over him. The stench, a cacophony of various odorous assaults from all directions, compelled Hawke to swiftly shut down his sense of smell. Yet, it was not merely the unpleasant aromas that plagued him. The carriage was alive with a multitude of activities. A hippie, clutching a guitar, wailed in a manner reminiscent of a banshee, dreaming of one day becoming a great musician. Not far away, a robust woman, whose silhouette resembled that of a tank from any angle, adorned her neck with a golden python. How she managed to bring such a creature aboard was anyone's guess. However, this was not the crux of the matter. It is a well-known fact that the subway is among the most frequented locales for pickpockets in New York City. Sure enough, a dark-skinned youth with a hood had set his sights on Hawke. His instincts screamed that Hawke was a novice to the subway scene. A subway novice is one who seldom rides the train, ignorant of the inherent dangers and the unpredictable nature of its passengers. Such individuals may not be affluent, but they are undeniably the easiest targets, hence their classification as novices in the thieving community. In no time at all, the youth, feigning a need to adjust his earbuds while swaying to his own tune, stealthily approached Hawke from behind. In the blink of an eye, as the youth lowered his right hand, a compact folding knife sprang forth, aimed at slicing the strap of Hawke's backpack. At that precise moment, Hawke, seemingly losing his balance, staggered backward, causing an unexpected collision. The assailant, unprepared for this turn of events, found the knife he had just drawn misdirected. It veered sharply, plunging into the youth's wrist with a sickening sound. A piercing scream erupted from the youth as he stared in horror at the knife embedded in his flesh. His eyes wide with disbelief, blood cascaded from the wound, splattering onto the subway floor. The surrounding passengers, startled by the cry, quickly averted their gaze upon witnessing the youth's injury. The train arrived at its next stop, and as if choreographed, the passengers rose in unison to exit the carriage. No one gasped, nor did anyone express concern. Not a single soul approached to inquire if the youth required medical assistance. Hawke, too, followed the crowd, stepping off the train without once glancing back at the wounded assailant. Upon stepping out of the carriage, Hawke sensed the piercing gazes filled with resentment directed at his back. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He had already exhibited considerable mercy. Were this not the subway, but rather some desolate countryside or secluded alley devoid of surveillance cameras, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his wrath upon that petty thief attempting to pilfer from him. Did they not see that his attire was nothing more than a collection of street market goods, totaling no more than $50? He was already in dire straits. Why, then, would anyone dare to steal from him? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Is there no Gwen? As he exited the subway station, still reflecting on his near encounter with a pickpocket, Hawke's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he spotted Gwen standing a short distance away, beneath the towering Osborn Biotechnology building, seemingly awaiting someone. As she scanned her surroundings at the entrance, her gaze suddenly locked on a Hawke across the street, her face lighting up as she raised her right hand and waved enthusiastically. "Are you waiting for me?" Hawke pondered momentarily, before seizing the opportunity presented by a break in the traffic to cross the street swiftly. The Battle of New York had transpired a fortnight ago, and now, 2 weeks later, Manhattan bore no visible scars of the extraterrestrial invasion that had once gripped it, such as the allure of wealth. The battle concluded in the morning, and by noon, restoration efforts for the ravaged structures, particularly those on Wall Street, were already underway. The exterior of the Osborn Biotechnology building had suffered considerable damage, yet now, one would hardly discern that it had once been penetrated by the Chitauri during the conflict. Hawke glanced up at the imposing Osborn Biotechnology building, rising as high as the Stark Industries edifice 5 blocks away, before retracting his gaze to Gwen, who appeared to be waiting for him. "Are you waiting for me?" he inquired. "Of course. Unlike at school, today I've tied my hair up in a high ponytail and donned the standard white lab coat of a researcher." Gwen replied with a smile. "If I'm not here waiting for you, how would I uncover your secrets?" Taken aback, Hawke shook his head. "I have no secrets." "No, you do. I will uncover them," Gwen asserted with a serious expression before her serious demeanor melted back into a smile as she continued. "All right, enough teasing. Mrs. Snow called me this morning, forgetting that you don't have a phone. She was concerned you might not even be able to enter Osborn without a key card. So she asked me to bring you inside to find that." Pausing momentarily, Gwen looked at Hawke. "What was the name of the person you're looking for again?" "Mux Dillon." Hawke responded, revealing the name of the future supervillain, Electro, who was presently just a mere engineer. Gwen's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, it is he. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the Department of Bioelectric Engineering. Very well. Hawke did not decline. Gwen then tucked her hands into her pockets, flicked her ponytail, and with an air of nonchalance, turned to lead Hawke to the card access point. Upon entering, she exchanged a few words with the nearby security personnel. The security guard glanced in the direction indicated by Gwen towards Hawke, nodded, and manually opened the gate. After Hawke entered, Gwen expressed her gratitude to the security staff. Before long, Gwen adeptly guided Hawke to the Bioelectric Engineering Department on the first floor of the annex. Hawke, take a look at the data, she said. 108. Hawke, I need to visit the SL Research Lab. Please help me gather the materials on my desk. No problem, Hawke replied. Today marked the 20th day of Hawke's summer internship at Osborne Bioengineering. Yet, he had yet to find an opportunity to visit Dr. Connor's laboratory. For the past 20 days, he had not even ventured beyond the entrance of the Electric Engineering Department. From the moment he clocked in until the end of his shift, he was either assisting others in reviewing data or en route to do so. Furthermore, as was the case now, he was tidying up materials left on someone else's desk. Hawke observed the hurried departure of an engineer and approached the engineer's workstation. Although he had been at Osborne for 20 days without a chance to visit Dr. Connor's lab, he remained unperturbed. On one hand, good things come to those who wait. On the other, despite the hectic atmosphere, the remuneration was indeed generous. With a weekly salary of $800 in a cafeteria on the 18th floor offering buffet meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hawke considered robbing a bank last month, though he ultimately refrained from taking any action. Most importantly, while the boundaries are indeed meant to be crossed, Hawke preferred to resist transgressing them prematurely, fearing the uncertain transformation that awaited him on the other side. It is well known that those who traverse dimensions often possess a remarkably flexible moral compass, exhibiting an inherent indifference towards people and situations alike. Hawke was no exception. This was precisely why he refrained from socializing. At times, observing others felt akin to watching NPCs in a game. It was as if he alone remained sober amidst a sea of inebriation. The reason he continued to adhere to the established rules, even after awakening his inner potential, was, in essence, quite simple. The education he received in his previous life instructed him to strive to be a person, not necessarily a virtuous one, but certainly not an evil one. This principle elucidates why Hawke, even after awakening his microcosm, continues to lead a relatively modest existence. Had he been another transmigrator, he might have boldly proclaimed on the very next day after his awakening that those who follow him shall prosper, while those who oppose him shall perish. Undoubtedly, a pivotal reason for his restraint lies in his inherent goodness. Regrettably, Hawke senses that despite his reluctance to transgress this moral boundary, it may soon become unavoidable. Nevertheless, he remains committed to adhering to this principle for the time being. Having worked for 10 days, Hawke had become well acquainted with the rhythm of the Biological Electrical Engineering Department. He swiftly organized the scattered documents on the engineer's desk and proceeded to the filing cabinet to methodically arrange them. Just then, the office phone rang. "Oh, get it," Hawke interjected, hurrying over to answer Biological Electrical Engineering Department. "Hello, Hawke?" came a familiar voice from the other end. Hawke raised an eyebrow. Gwen? Since Gwen had brought him to report to the Biological Electrical Engineering Department 10 days prior, he had not seen her again, as both were quite occupied. Even though Hawke found himself immersed in his duties, he had heard whispers of Dr. Connor's frenzied experimentation. The lab rats had been disregarded in favor of entire boxes, an exaggeration indeed. "Yes, it's me," Gwen confirmed. "By the way, we just experienced some voltage instability in our lab, and Dr. Connors asked if you could send someone over to take a look." "Certainly, I'll send someone right away." Hawke hung up the phone and relayed the message to the department head. The supervisor, a 50-year-old man with a completely bald head and a demeanor of utter indifference, surveyed the empty office. "Every lab has reported voltage instability today. It's likely due to the resistors. We just replaced them yesterday. You, take Hawke with you to Dr. Connors' lab and help them replace the resistor." Hawke followed the supervisor's gaze to a nearby figure, Max Dillon, a straightforward individual with dark skin, unmistakably an honest man. Indeed, Max Dillon was genuinely earnest, lacking the cunning demeanor often associated with others of his complexion. Over the past 20 days, Hawke had observed this truth. If there were an award for diligent labor in the Biological Electrical Engineering Department, Max Dillon would undoubtedly merit it. Had he possessed even a modicum of political acumen, he would not be so tirelessly devoted to work that his own supervisor had forgotten his name. However, Max himself seemed rather indifferent to it, perhaps having grown accustomed to being referred to as that guy. Thus, upon hearing the supervisor's command, He merely nodded and turned to retrieve the components from the warehouse. After a brief interval, Hawke, waiting at the entrance of the bioelectric engineering department for the earnest Max, observed him approaching. Mr. Dillon. Max's body jolted slightly, and his pupils appeared to constrict at that moment. His voice trembled as he gazed at Hawke. You know my name? Hawke smiled and replied, Of course, Mr. Dillon. Although he did not intend to engage in extensive conversation with the future Electros, it did not imply a reluctance to foster a cordial relationship with the present Max. After all, kindness to others often reflects kindness to oneself, Hawke mused, before addressing the seemingly tearful Max. Mr. Dillon, let us proceed. Dr. Connor's laboratory is called again, urging us to hurry. Regaining his composure, Max nodded repeatedly. Yes, let us go. Hawke smiled inwardly and followed Max toward the nearby elevator. At last, they were headed to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Once inside the elevator, Hawke gazed at the ascending display, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Over the past 20 days, he had contemplated numerous times how to reach Dr. Connor's laboratory, yet he had failed to succeed even once. After all, this was not akin to a trip to the market. Did he truly believe that Osborne Bioindustries, having invested heavily in hopes of developing regenerative technology to dominate the future market, would allow just anyone to waltz in? It was only when he finally adopted a more relaxed mindset that the opportunity to visit Dr. Connor's laboratory serendipitously presented itself. Indeed, one's attitude is paramount. Patience is essential in all endeavors, Hawke silently reminded himself, having completed his daily obligations. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Gwen, already waiting inside, brightened at the sight of Hawke emerging and promptly rushed forward. Why did you take so long? Dr. Connors is quite irate. Just as Hawke prepared to respond, Gwen took hold of him, eagerly pulling him toward the laboratory. Hawke was taken aback, yet simultaneously his gaze drifted toward the laboratory not far away, stirring something within him. At last, the moment had arrived. 23, the long-awaited Gamma experiment. Dr. Connor's regenerative laboratory was situated on the 21st floor of the Osborne Bioindustries building. Inside the laboratory, a dazzling array of instruments was meticulously arranged. Some of these devices, merely by their appearance, exuded an air of considerable value. However, what captivated Hawke's attention the most was the stone encased within a transparent chamber, visible through the glass. Hawke was uncertain of what the stone was, yet his intuition whispered that it was indeed the object of his quest. A thought crossed his mind as he glanced at Gwen beside him. What is that? He inquired. Gwen, momentarily startled, withdrew her gaze from Max Dillon, who was engaged in repairs, and followed the direction of Hawke's finger before returning her attention to him. Oh, that? It's gamma radiation. Gamma radiation? A question mark floated above Hawke's head once more, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Though my grasp of physics may not rival yours, I'm not entirely oblivious. When has gamma radiation ever manifested as a stone? Gwen chuckled softly. After a moment of contemplation, she surveyed their surroundings, seemingly ensuring that the other researchers were preoccupied before lowering her voice to speak to Hawke. Do you recall the incident in September 2009, when the Hulk wreaked havoc in New York City? Hawke paused and nodded. Of course I remember. How could I forget? That day stands out as one of the most unforgettable moments since my arrival here. Not only was it the day my abilities surfaced, but there was another reason as well. In short, I remember that day vividly. Gwen shrugged. Then you must be aware of the abomination, who was transformed into that grotesque creature using the Hulk's blood. Indeed. Hawke nodded again, then seemed to ponder something before looking at Gwen. Are you suggesting that this stone is the abomination? Certainly not. These stones were transported from the Quantico military base. Gwen chuckled lightly. Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, mutated due to the explosion at the Gamma laboratory, but it appears that some peculiar transformations occurred during the explosion, and these stones were excavated from the site of that very laboratory. Hawke was taken aback. Then what you mentioned about the abomination? Oh, Gwen replied, realization dawning upon her as she shrugged. I assumed you were unaware that the Hulk is Bruce Banner, especially since you lack a computer or smartphone. At this, Gwen paused, then seemed to recall something, turning her gaze toward Hawke. You haven't yet purchased a SIM card for the phone I gave you last time, have you? Hawke produced a device resembling an iPhone 4 from his pocket. I have. This phone was a gift from Gwen when she brought him on board at Oscorp 20 days prior. He had initially been reluctant to accept it, but Gwen had presented an irresistibly compelling reason. After all, it is well known that employees must clock in, and Oscorp was no exception. Moreover, Gwen had not afforded him the chance to decline, thrusting the phone into his hands before turning to leave. Hawke retrieved his phone and, after a brief shake, deftly redirected the conversation back to the peculiar stone within the glass laboratory. How did the specimen from Dr. Connors end up here? Gwen elucidated. stating that the experiments conducted by Dr. Connors also received military backing. More precisely, these were projects funded by Oscorp, most of which had military support, and some experiments were outright collaborations with the armed forces. The relationship between Oscorp Industries and the military has always been remarkably close. Initially, Oscorp was merely a fish canning factory, but when war loomed, the young Norman Osborn seized the opportunity to pivot from canned herring production to manufacturing weapons and ammunition. Although Oscorp Biotech no longer produces arms, it has maintained a strong collaborative bond with the military. For instance, Dr. Connor's project is a partnership between Oscorp and the military, albeit with a laboratory housed within Oscorp Biotech. After all, Dr. Connors was previously a military physician. Upon hearing Gwen's explanation, Hawke nodded in realization. At that moment, within a laboratory behind the glass, a technician was securing a vial of an unknown serum, manipulating a mechanical arm to grasp the so-called gamma stone. What were they doing? A regenerative serum experiment. Lizard serum? Dr. Connors is attempting to uncover the secret behind the lizard's ability to regenerate lost limbs. This is hardly a secret, considering Dr. Connors' published papers. Nevertheless, skepticism abounds regarding the feasibility of his research for various reasons. Hawke did not delve deeper, as he had never intended to pursue a career in scientific research, whether before awakening his inner cosmos or now. Thus, Gwen was not surprised by this lack of interest and nodded, saying, Dr. Connors believes that the combination of lizard serum and gamma rays may be the elusive element he has been searching for. Hawke nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at the stone held by the mechanical arm, feeling a sudden urge to inquire of Gwen. May I enter to observe? He wished to verify his thoughts. Gwen recalled the scene of Hawke perusing papers in the library. You can't possibly be genuinely interested in the gamma rays that could transform one into a monster, can you? Not at all. I'm intrigued by the gamma rays contained within that stone. Hawke shook his head, explaining that scientifically speaking, gamma rays cannot be preserved, as they dissipate upon emission. What? This is the Marvel Universe. Science does not apply here. Very well then, that settles it. Gwen pondered for a moment, confirming her intent to simply accompany Hawke in closely observing the progress of Dr. Connor's experiment without revealing any spoilers. She nodded. Hawke felt a surge of joy. But as he followed Gwen inside, he turned to Max Dillon, who was busy with repairs, and said, Max, I'm going to take a look at that marvelous stone. He refrained from addressing him as Mr. Dillon because Max preferred it that way, seemingly considering him a friend due to their familiarity. Hawke mused to himself, pondering how it would be better if Max's complexion were a tad lighter. Max, engrossed in his repairs, turned around and flashed a sincere smile. Sure, I'll be done shortly. Hawke expressed his gratitude and then followed Gwen, who was swiping her card, into the laboratory. At that moment, as Hawke stepped into the lab and once again fixed his gaze upon the gamma stone, which was being held by mechanical arms, an instantaneous message resonated from his inner universe. It was it. It was indeed it. Gamma. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. As the stone, housed within a transparent control box, shattered, a peculiar radiance erupted, one that ordinary eyes could not perceive, yet Hawke could see it vividly. In that instant, his inner universe stirred with clarity. It was unmistakable. His inner universe was conveying a profound truth. Gamma had been found. After absorbing the message from his inner universe, Hawke grasped the essence of Gamma and couldn't help but chuckle to himself in bemusement. The reason was simple. Gamma, in layman's terms, represented the transformation of gamma rays, originally unstorable due to unknown reasons, into a form that could indeed be stored. That was Gamma. It sounded absurd, yet that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Hawke now knew precisely where to seek out the Gamma he required. Quantico, the laboratory where Bruce Banner had encountered the explosion of gamma rays. As Gwen guided Hawke into the lab, she momentarily took on the role of a tour guide. Observing Hawke's intense fixation on the shattered stone, she instinctively nudged him with her elbow. Hawke snapped back to reality and turned to Gwen, his gaze clear. Huh, what are you thinking about? Gwen furrowed her brows. You don't truly wish to become a monster like the Abomination, do you? Her concern stemmed from Hawke's previously captivated expression, which gave her an unsettling sense that he did not intend to remain human. Hawke temporarily suppressed the thought of rushing to Curt Connors, shaking his head, and mused aloud. How could that be? I was merely pondering whether Dr. Connors' experiment is nearing success. Just as Gwen prepared to speak, Dr. Connors, who had brought someone in, approached and interjected. Scientific research is a continuous journey of trial and error. However, I do indeed sense that we are on the path to success. Gwen turned to greet Dr. Connors as he walked over. Doctor, this is Curtis Connors. Dr. Connors, clad in a white lab coat, but with one arm, smiled, and extended his left hand toward Hawke. You are Hawke, seeing Dr. Connor's outstretched hand, smiled, and offered his right hand in return. Hawke, a classmate of Gwen's, currently working as a summer intern in the bioelectrical engineering department. By the way, I came here with Mr. Dillon. I requested Gwen to show me around. My apologies for the intrusion, Doctor. Dr. Connors chuckled. I just overheard your conversation with Gwen. Do you truly believe my experiment will succeed? Hawke responded with a smile. I have read your papers, and it is evident that if your experiment proves successful, it will indeed benefit humanity. This is not flattery, it is a fact. Should Dr. Connor's regenerative experiment succeed, the world would be free of physical disabilities. Of course, I refer specifically to physical disabilities. Thus, I stated that it would benefit humanity, not all of humanity. However, this all hinges on whether Dr. Connors can truly develop the regenerative serum, rather than concocting a serum that transforms individuals into lizard-like beings. Yet, the likelihood of that seems rather slim. The transformation of Dr. Connors into the lizard primarily stemmed from the warnings of the Amazing Spider-Man. While the Dr. Connors before us resembles the one from the film, the Amazing Spider-Man does not exist here. There is, however, a spider-themed entity, but he is currently working as a summer intern at the Daily Bugle and is unlikely to appear here. Hence, the probability of this version of Dr. Connors becoming the lizard is, candidly, even less than that of Max Dillon outside becoming Electro next year. Nonetheless, Hawke spoke with careful precision. He refrained from expressing his personal beliefs, merely stating that should Dr. Connors' experiment succeed, it would benefit humanity. Dr. Connors appreciated this sentiment, laughing heartily, though he chose not to elaborate further. As he took his leave, he turned to Gwen and said, Gwen, you may wish to introduce your classmate to our current progress. It was rare for someone to affirm his experiment, and since Gwen had not been involved in any core technologies, the progress was public knowledge, devoid of any concerns regarding confidentiality. Gwen acknowledged with a slight nod. Once Dr. Connors departed, she repositioned herself alongside Hawke and whispered, Do you truly believe, Dr. Connors' experiment can succeed? Hawke, momentarily distracted by the sight of the technician who had shattered the gamma stone moving towards the centrifuge nearby, turned to Gwen as he prepared to shake his head in disbelief. However, sensing something amiss, he lifted his gaze towards the overhead light. The bulb in the laboratory ceiling flickered rapidly. In the next instant, with a resounding pop, the bulb exploded, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. A sudden, oppressive sensation enveloped Gwen as the air filled with the sound of an explosion and the frantic cries of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawke instinctively extended his right hand to shield Gwen. He felt a sharp pain radiate through his palm, furrowing his brow, just as the emergency lights flickered to life. The crimson glow illuminated the cold, sterile environment of the laboratory, casting an eerie atmosphere, especially as the onlookers beheld a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. A female technician lay on the floor, clutching her neck, for which blood flowed incessantly, pooling around her as bubbles formed through the gaps in her fingers. A few white mice scurried chaotically about. Damn it, Mia! Jesus Christ! Mia! The individuals under the dim red emergency light gasped in horror, their faces drained of color. Some rushed towards the exit to summon help, while others dashed towards the fallen figure. Gwen's gaze, however, was fixed on Hawke, who had retracted his hand and placed it behind him. Her eyes flickered as she turned to face him, extending her hand. What? Hawke replied, slightly taken aback. Without uttering a word, Gwen grasped his arm, pulling his right hand into view. Upon inspection, Hawke's palm appeared unblemished, save for a patch that resembled newly grown skin. Gwen stood momentarily stunned. Hawke, with a smile, retracted his hand, remarking, My hand is certainly not as lovely as yours. Gwen frowned but remained silent. At that moment, medical personnel and security from Osborn rushed in to restore order amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity in the midst of the turmoil, Hawke led a bewildered Max away from the scene, while Gwen lingered outside the laboratory, still furrowing her brow in concern. She was convinced that she had not misperceived. Just moments ago, at the instant the lights dimmed, she distinctly felt a wave of oppressive air pressing upon her. This sensation, though fleeting, was undeniably real. In that very moment, as the pressure dissipated, a few drops of crimson liquid fell in her line of sight. Yet, Hawke's hand appeared perfectly intact. Wait a moment. Gwen seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes lighting up as she approached the laboratory door, glancing at the spot where she had just been standing. On the white floor, several droplets of blood were clearly visible. A small mouse, with a severed tail, scurried over, sniffing the ground before seemingly having a revelation, extending its tongue to lap up the blood. Hawke! Gwen snapped back to reality and hurried inside. Later that evening, on the rooftop of the new apartment, After an exhausting workout, Hawke adjusted his shorts and leaned against the ventilation duct, sitting on the ground while taking a hearty swig from a nearby cola. At that moment, an idea struck him. He set the cola aside and opened his right palm. To his eyes, a mark that had resembled fresh skin earlier had now completely vanished. Following the awakening of his inner cosmos, his strength, speed, and physique had transcended the limitations of an ordinary human. Without igniting his inner cosmos, he could effortlessly shatter boulders, demolish solid walls, and even distort steel. His speed was such that he could reach the speed of sound at will. His physical condition was equally formidable. The immense force and impact capable of causing instant death to an ordinary person could be endured even without the protection of his armor. Moreover, his extraordinary regenerative abilities allowed him to recover swiftly from fatigue and minor injuries. Today, the shard that had been ejected from the high-speed centrifuge exemplified this. Had he not intervened, Gwen would have had no hope of survival beneath that shard, likely meeting her end in an instant. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that as Hawke reflected on the instinctive action he had taken, he rubbed the spot on his right palm where he had felt the pain. While he furrowed his brow, lost in thought, his phone, which had been resting beside him, suddenly rang. Hawke snapped back to attention, momentarily taken aback by the sound of his phone, which had not rung since he acquired a new SIM card. He answered, "Hello? Yes, it's me. Have you arrived? All right, I will be there shortly." He hung up the phone. Hawke rose from the ground and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the fire escape. Then he returned to his new apartment through the window. He opened his backpack and retrieved $500. His computer had arrived. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the bridge park across the street, Hawke approached the park's entrance, surveying the desolate surroundings. He took out his phone and dialed the only number in his call log. At that moment, the lights of a van parked nearby flickered. Instinctively, Hawke turned his gaze towards the vehicle. The driver's door swung open, and out stepped a young Asian woman, no older than her early 20s, with long, flowing brown hair. She waved her phone at Hawke. Upon observing her appearance, Hawke raised an eyebrow. Skye, standing next to her van, which also served as her home. Skye looked at the approaching Hawke and quipped, "Superman has nothing on me." Hawke nodded in agreement. Skye wasted no time and produced a laptop, handing it to Hawke. As described during our conversation this afternoon, it's been used for 3 years and is in 90% condition. I've reset the system. Check it over and pay me if everything is satisfactory. Hawke merely acknowledged her with a grunt, refraining from declining the offer. After all, this was a significant purchase of $500. Had he not felt a tinge of embarrassment, he might have inquired whether Gwen had any unused computers to spare. As the saying goes, boundaries are meant to be transcended. Although this phone had been forcibly given to him by Gwen, he had accepted it. However, Hawke pondered that a man should maintain a semblance of restraint. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the seller he casually approached at the second-hand market using the office computer was a well-known figure within the Marvel Universe, Skye, the future Quake. While reflecting on this revelation, Hawke examined the laptop that Skye had brought for sale. After confirming that it powered on and ran its pre-installed programs without issue, he closed the device and retrieved the prepared $500, handing it over. Skye took the 5 Franklin bills and inspected them as well. After a moment, she tucked the money away, extended her hand towards Hawke, and smiled. "Pleasure doing business with you." Hawke transferred the laptop to his left hand and extended his right in return, replying, "Likewise." There were no pleasantries exchanged, only the essence of a transaction. After the transaction was completed, Skye remained silent, starting his van and humming away from the spot. Upon returning to his new apartment, Hawke placed the personal computer he had purchased from Skye on a folding table, alongside the personal smartphone gifted by Gwen. In comparison, he found Gwen's offering to be superior. "Wait, what am I thinking?" Hawke furrowed his brow once more, shaking off the distractions in his mind, and promptly connected the computer he acquired from Skye to the hotspot provided by Gwen's phone. The next step was Quantico. Hawke opened the satellite map webpage and pinpointed the coordinates of Quantico. Although certain classified structures were obscured on the satellite imagery, it was of little consequence. With a mere glance, Hawke identified a dilapidated building surrounded by corrugated metal, confirming after half an hour that it was indeed the laboratory once used by Dr. Bruce Banner at Quantico. In this age of advanced technology, especially following the exposure of the original Avengers, and considering Bruce Banner's prior revelation in 2009, ample information regarding his life, the transformation into the Hulk, and the circumstances surrounding it could be found online. Additionally, the gossip concerning Bruce Banner's past relationship with Betty Ross had also surfaced. However, this was not the focal point of Hawke's interest. In his new apartment, Hawke rested his chin on one hand while maneuvering the touchpad of his computer with the other, engrossed in the information about the Quantico military base and the satellite map. His gaze lingered thoughtfully on the abandoned laboratory he had locked onto. He sensed that he might be compelled to breach his own limits sooner than anticipated. There was no choice. He lacked funds, and even if he had money, it was unlikely that Quantico would sell him gamma stones. Yet, he yearned for the gamma stones, as they were crucial for his armor. Thus, only one path lay before him. If they would not provide it, he would have to seize it by force. However, the act of stealing gamma stones from Quantico was distinctly different from pilfering vibranium from Wakanda. To put it simply, commandeering vibranium from Wakanda, even if exposed, would not pose a significant threat. It was akin to a matchmaking system that would automatically align him with allies should he dare to engage. In such a scenario, the world would not seek retribution from him, but rather from Wakanda, compelling the 5 major powers to demand the return of vibranium, or at the very least, to consent to UN peacekeeping forces. Thus, Hawke dismissed any concern regarding Wakanda. Yet, stealing from Quantico was an altogether different matter. The gamma stones were at stake. I am resolute in my pursuit. Hawke gazed at the flickering satellite map of Quantico on his computer screen. At 26, he had barely commenced his labor when he met an untimely demise. The following day, as he rode the subway toward Osborne Biotechnologies for his summer job, his thoughts lingered on the gamma stone he had concealed at the Quantico military base. He had formulated a plan. If he were to seize the base, there was but one approach: swift and decisive action. Delay was not an option, for he was not targeting just any location but the Quantico military base itself. The Federal Police Academy was situated nearby, and even the renowned Langley headquarters lay in close proximity. To put it bluntly, attempting to raid Quantico was akin to defecating upon the heads of the Federal Army, the FBI, and the CIA. Yet, even with such formidable adversaries, he remained determined to acquire the gamma stone. Preparation was paramount. Without it, all would be in vain. He resolved to scout the area around Quantico, at the very least to assess the terrain and devise an escape route. As Hawke contemplated this, he swiped his card and entered the Osborne Biotechnologies building, making his way back to the Department of Bioengineering. Shortly thereafter, he was summoned to the supervisor's office. Max Dillon, the future luminary of electric power, was also present. The middle-aged supervisor, balding and seemingly devoid of desire, wore a troubled expression. After a moment of silence, he addressed Max Dillon, stating, "From today onward, you shall join the maintenance team." Max Dillon was momentarily taken aback. "Supervisor, he began, but was interrupted by the supervisor's firm gaze directed at Hawke. With a sigh, the supervisor announced, "Hawke, you are terminated. However, you will receive this week's salary." Hawke blinked, maintaining a calm demeanor despite having anticipated the outcome, and looked steadily at the supervisor. "May I inquire as to the reason?" "The incident in Dr. Connor's laboratory yesterday," came the response. As he suspected, Hawke mused inwardly. Beside him, Max interjected urgently, "Supervisor, how is a power outage our fault? Our bioelectricity has always supplied the building's daily needs, including the equipment in various departments." The supervisor pressed his forehead with a weary hand. "Enough. This is not a discussion, but a decision. You may leave now, Max. Hawke, stay." Muck stut frozen. Glancing at Hawke, who shrugged reassuringly. "It's all right, Max, very well." Upon hearing this, Max glanced at his supervisor, seemingly inclined to speak, yet merely opened his mouth, lowered his head, and exited the room. Once Max departed from the office, the supervisor sighed deeply and turned to Hawke. "I apologize. I have done everything within my power to retain Max, but I cannot extend the same courtesy to you. You are truly commendable, Hawke. If you have any requests, please voice them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Hawke smiled gently. "It's all right. Just ensure that you explain the situation clearly to Mrs. Snow." His purpose in coming to Osborne Biotech was to locate Gamanian, and now that he had succeeded, his objective had been fulfilled. Therefore, remaining at Osborne Biotech held no further significance for him. Initially, he had contemplated requesting a leave of absence rather than resigning. After all, this summer job was secured through Mrs. Snow's kindness. She had been a good person and had taken care of him, so he did not wish to squander her goodwill. Now, it seemed there was no need to even request a leave. The supervisor listened to Hawke's request and felt a sense of relief. Nodding in agreement, "That is certainly feasible. In fact, I just got off the phone with Selena. I am well aware of this situation. You and that individual." Hawke, noticing the supervisor's furrowed brow, interjected, "Max." "Yes, Max." The supervisor's brow relaxed, and he sighed. "This situation is not your fault nor Max's. I understand that. But there is little we can do." Hawke merely shook his head and smiled. In truth, as Max had remarked, the electrical output of the biological power department primarily served the building's daily energy needs. After all, how much electricity could be generated by those electric eels in a day? Not to mention the multitude of laboratories and the various large, power-consuming devices within. Yet, some individuals are foolish. The root of this issue stemmed from a senior executive at Osborne believing that the biological power department could bear a heavier burden, which ultimately led to this predicament. Now that trouble had arisen, that executive was unwilling to assume responsibility. Indeed, quite unfortunate, yet very much in character. The matter was as simple as that. Hawke did not linger in the supervisor's office. He collected his earnings for the week, $800, and, with a nonchalant pat to his backside, exited the imposing structure of Osborne Biotech. Hawke, wait. Just as Hawke was about to cross the street to catch the subway home, Gwen emerged from the building in pursuit. Hawke turned to face her, looking at Gwen as she caught her breath, hands resting on her knees. Did Mrs. Snow call you? Yes. Gwen paused, panting for a moment. She had rushed down upon receiving Mrs. Snow's call, only to be informed by the personnel of the biological power department that Hawke had already left. Fortunately, after calming her breath, Gwen gazed at Hawke's expression and inquired, Are you all right? Hawke shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I'm doing quite well. He had not squandered Mrs. Snow's goodwill and had successfully extricated himself from Osborne Biotech, ready to head towards Quantico. Moreover, he had even earned a week's salary without any work. Delighted, Hawke mused to himself, observing Gwen's worried demeanor. He flashed a grin and reassured her, Rest assured, I truly am fine. The supervisor mentioned that I could return here for work during the winter break. The supervisor had indeed said so, yet it was highly improbable that he would actually return. Nevertheless, he had not outright declined. After all, one should always leave room for possibilities. After all, a little restraint in speech and action can pave the way for future encounters. Hawke understood this principle well. Upon hearing his words, Gwen studied Hawke's seemingly genuine expression, and once she was convinced that he was truly fine, she nodded and asked, What are your plans moving forward? There's still more than a month until school resumes. I'll stay at home and read. Hawke replied with a shrug, With just over a month left, finding a suitable summer job is quite challenging. He then added, All right, you should head back. I assure you, I'm really fine. Gwen nodded in agreement, saying, Okay, if you have some free time, let's go to the library together. Hawke was momentarily taken aback. Gwen, once again, had not afforded him an opportunity to respond. It seemed she had discovered the right approach to converse with him. As she swiftly handed him her phone before turning on her heels, hands in her pockets, and re-entered Osborne Biotech. Hawke watched as Gwen smiled and waved goodbye before frowning slightly. In the next moment, he turned away. There were more pressing matters at hand. Quantico, here I come. Release my Gamanian. At 2:30 p.m., a flight from New York landed smoothly at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Half an hour later, a lightly packed Hawke emerged from the airport and approached a taxi, opening the door to the back seat and instructing the young black driver to take him to a motel located in Quantico. The young driver nodded, activated the meter, and pressed the accelerator, departing the airport. Although the Marine Corps base and the FBI Academy were situated in Quantico, that did not imply that ordinary citizens could not access the area. They simply could not freely enter military-controlled zones. However, the town of Quantico itself, being the periphery of the base, remained open to the public. A disciplined individual possesses unparalleled motivation, and this is particularly true for Hawke, a man who has relentlessly practiced boxing 10,000 times a day for 1,000 consecutive days. Hawke's drive is truly extraordinary. Just moments after exiting the Osborne Biotech building in the morning, he swiftly made his way to the airport to purchase the earliest flight to Washington. Remarkably, he did not even return home to gather a change of clothes. Fortunately, having spent the previous night poring over satellite maps of Quantico, he had devised a rough plan for retrieving his Gamanian from there. Otherwise, upon disembarking from the plane, he might have felt utterly lost, akin to a headless chicken, unsure of which direction to take. Plan A: to infiltrate quietly if possible. However, if discovered, he would immediately switch to Plan B, a swift resolution. Seated in the back of the taxi, Hawke silently contemplated this strategy before diverting his gaze to the scenery outside the window. He then discreetly glanced at the young driver in front of him, retrieving his phone that he had forgotten to restart after the flight. The device powered on swiftly, and the familiar sound of incoming text messages filled the air. Hawke raised an eyebrow, preparing to unlock it and peruse the latest unsolicited messages from his service provider when a low voice interrupted him, accompanied by the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel pointed in his direction. Don't move. Hand over your phone. Hawke fell into silence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here to do? No, I am here to rob Quantico, and yet, before I even reach my destination, I find myself being robbed instead. Damn it. This is the capital. Is the safety here worse than that of New York City? In an instant, Hawke's impression of Washington, D.C. plummeted to an all-time low. The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, observed Hawke's frozen demeanor and reiterated, with the gun still aimed, Don't move. Hand over your phone. Hawke snapped back to reality. Do you want me to remain still, or do you want my phone? The driver fell silent for a moment. Then, as if breaking down, he exclaimed, Damn it, stop talking nonsense, and just give me the phone. Just then, a ringtone erupted from Hawke's device. Gwen's name illuminated the screen. Hawke blinked at the only number saved in his phone's contact list. As he had previously mentioned, there was no need for him to answer the phone, for he neither had anyone to call nor anyone who would call him, except for Gwen. Hawke glanced at Gwen's incoming call, answered it directly, and held the phone to his ear. Hello. The young black man was utterly caught off guard. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Hawke, who disregarded him entirely, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever as he answered the call with such blatant nonchalance. In the next moment, the young man abruptly slammed on the brakes, jerking his body around in his seat to peer back. Damn it. Thud. On the other end, Gwen, who was about to speak, blinked in surprise at the seemingly anguished cry emanating from Hawke. Is someone screaming, Hawke? That was probably just a movie someone passing by was watching, likely some violent action flick. The scream sounded very much like the cry of someone whose rib had just been broken. Hawke bent down, one hand covering the mouth of the young man, pressed against the console, while glancing at the spot where he had just struck the young man's ribs. Can you discern the location of the injury from the scream? Laughter echoed from Gwen's end of the line. Of course. My father is the sheriff. And let me tell you a secret. The new recruits aren't necessarily as skilled as I am. Hawke found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? It was evident that a top student excelled at learning far quicker and better than others. Just then, Gwen's laughter became bright and cheerful. I was just teasing you. How could that possibly be true? All right, you've caught me off guard. By the way, why did your phone go dead? I tried calling you several times, but couldn't get through. What happened? Maintaining his bent posture, one hand still covering the young man's mouth to stifle any cries, Hawke spoke into the phone with Gwen. I'm downstairs. What? Dr. Connors knows you were dismissed and understands that you took the blame for it. He felt guilty and prepared a gift for you, but since I couldn't reach you by phone, I decided to come over. Aren't you home? Gwen, having already parked her yellow Corolla at the base of Hawke's new apartment building, pressed a hand against an envelope resting on the passenger seat while peering through the window at the apartment. Upon hearing that Gwen had arrived at his building, Hawke fell silent for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Right, I'm not home. Why don't you take it with you and give it to me when school starts? I've already gotten out of the car. As Gwen closed the car door and made her way towards Hawke's new apartment building, she remarked, You're on the top floor of the apartment near the road, right? Your window is ajar. I entered directly through the fire escape to let myself in. Hawke was taken aback. It was not surprising that Gwen knew where he lived, as she had been present during the onboarding process and might have seen the details. Yet, how did you come to know? I spotted your shorts hanging out of the window, she replied. You've been wearing those shorts for 3 years. And if memory serves me right, they weren't shorts originally. You turned them into shorts back in 10th grade, didn't you? All right, that's enough. I'll let myself in. I need to hurry back. Hawke fell silent, the sound of static on the other end of the line enveloping him. In the next moment, his mind raced with thoughts. He wasn't worried about Gwen entering his apartment. Rather, he frantically recalled whether there was anything inappropriate for children or unsuitable for Gwen to see. Inappropriate? There was nothing. He had no videos, not even a poster, let alone magazines. The truth was, he was impoverished. He couldn't even afford a phone card, much less those expensive and energy-draining magazines. In previous years, when he was full of energy, he typically chose to punch the air on the rooftop until he exhausted himself before returning to sleep. As for anything Gwen shouldn't see, it seemed there was nothing of that sort either. The 5 Chitauri weapons were securely wrapped in bed sheets and tucked under his bedroom bed. Surely, Gwen wouldn't discover them. So let it be. He had more pressing matters at hand. With that thought, Hawke refocused, stowing his phone away, his earlier warmth from the conversation with Gwen vanishing, replaced by an expression of utter indifference. The small black figure, with its mouth covered, looked utterly terrified. Hawke reveled in the fear reflected in its eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now, it is my turn to rob you. After hanging up, Gwen slipped her phone back in her pocket and proceeded to the fire escape embedded in the outer wall of Hawke's new apartment. She ascended effortlessly to the top floor. Gwen moved aside the pair of shorts. If one looked closely, they could see they were leisure pants turned into shorts, hanging in front of the half-open window, and, with a leap, entered Hawke's apartment. The living room was modest in size, occupied by a second-hand sofa and a second-hand folding table that held a laptop, taking up 2/3 of the space. However, it was commendably clean. It may not be entirely pristine, yet it exudes a sense of orderliness. As Gwen surveyed the living room, her initial impression was one of comfort. She had never visited Hawke's previous apartment, and this was her first encounter with the current one. However, just as she retrieved the envelope from Dr. Connors meant for Hawke and placed it on the folding table. Her gaze was drawn to a closed laptop resting atop it. It was not the presence of a computer that astonished her, but rather the stickers adorning its exterior. How delightfully whimsical they appeared. Gwen chuckled softly at the array of youthful stickers on the laptop's casing. Curiosity piqued about which girl had sold it to Hawke. She had not entertained the thought that the stickers might have been affixed by Hawke himself, nor had she considered which girl might have gifted him this laptop. It was simply impossible, absolutely impossible, for no one understood Hawke better than she did. She had no doubt that had she continued conversing with him after handing over her phone, he would have returned it to her. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Gwen had deliberately avoided meeting Hawke for the past 10 days. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she shifted her gaze back to the envelope on the folding table and turned to leave. In that very moment, her open sunshade jacket caught a gust of wind, sending the envelope soaring into the air, wobbling precariously toward the adjacent bedroom. Instinctively, Gwen moved closer and bent down to retrieve the envelope, which had nearly been swept beneath the bed. As she stood up, a flicker of ethereal green light emanated from beneath the bed, catching her peripheral vision. Gwen's movements froze momentarily. She peered underneath the bed, where a tightly wrapped sheet came into view. Yet this sheet was certainly no ordinary one. At the very least, it was not light-blocking. The ghostly green glow pulsed rhythmically through the fabric, flickering dimly. Even in daylight, it would have remained undetected had Gwen not fortuitously glimpsed the source of the light. What could this be? Crouching down to investigate further, Gwen's brow furrowed in intrigue. Just as she prepared to rise, clutching the envelope she had picked up, her eyes drifted upward and landed upon a somewhat shattered picture frame resting beside the nightstand. Within the fragmented frame lay a photograph. The background of the photograph is Times Square, while the focal point features a pair of young individuals, appearing to be around 14 years of age, dressed in somewhat worn and faded clothing. The male, whom Gwen recognizes as Hawke, wears a joyful smile in the picture. In her memories, Gwen has never seen Hawke display such a cheerful expression. Yet, who is the girl captured alongside him? Frowning once more, Gwen set the envelope aside and picked up the photo from her nightstand. This image was likely taken when Hawke was 14, shortly after he had started school. As Gwen gazed at the photograph, she confirmed the timing of the shot, recognizing the very pants Hawke wore, a pair he had stubbornly clung to for 3 years, despite their size being far too small, which he had transformed into shorts. Yes, those very shorts still hung by the window. But who was this girl? Gwen furrowed her brow, observing the girl in the photo, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet radiated happiness, as she clung tightly to Hawke's arm. A sister, perhaps? But Hawke had never mentioned her. Noticing the resemblance between Hawke and the girl, Gwen's thoughts stirred. However, upon deeper reflection, she realized Hawke had never broached this subject. Had she passed away? A possibility flickered in Gwen's mind, one that Hawke likely had never spoken of. Contemplating this, she set the frame down and returned it to the nightstand, then rose and walked towards the door. Just as she reached the living room, a sudden realization struck her. She slapped her forehead and turned back. She had forgotten to retrieve the envelope. Where's the envelope? Upon re-entering her bedroom, Gwen paused, momentarily taken aback by the absence of the envelope on the floor, before a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to crouch down again. Indeed, the envelope had slipped beneath the bed, perhaps blown there by the draft created when she had stood up earlier. Gwen reached under the bed, extending her arm to retrieve it. Soon, her fingertips grazed the envelope, but they also brushed against the tightly wrapped bedding. At the moment her fingertips made contact with the sheets, a sensation reminiscent of touching metal surged through her mind. 29. The key to unlocking the slaughter valve. 50 kilometers north of the remote town of Quantico. Hawke had studied the terrain near Quantico on satellite maps, thus had a fair understanding of how to drive there from the airport. As the young man veered the vehicle away from the anticipated route, Hawke's suspicions were aroused. His memory had always been commendable, but following the awakening of his latent potential, it had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Upon exiting the car, Hawke surveyed his surroundings, remote and muddy. Indeed, it was a suitable location for robbery and murder, a fitting place for the young man to have driven to, Hawke mused. Behind him, in the vehicle, the young man bore bruises but remained alive, still wailing in agony. Hawke had spared his life, at least for the moment. After a brief interval, Hawke turned, opened the car door, and with a swift motion, yanked the moaning young man from within, discarding him unceremoniously onto the muddy path below. Thud! The young man, upon hitting the ground, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, driven by the instinct to survive, he quickly scrambled to his knees before Hawke, his voice trembling. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. Hawke regarded the once arrogant young man, now reduced to a pitiful state. His tone was icy. You do not truly understand your errors. You merely comprehend that your life is in peril. The young man's body stiffened, and his pleas grew more desperate. Hawke narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Provide me with a reason not to end your life." The young man hesitated for a moment before lifting his battered head to meet Hawke's gaze, speaking hurriedly in a bid for survival. "I can give you my car. My money. Yes, I have money. I can offer it to you." "Insufficient. Killing you would still grant me your vehicle and your wealth," Hawke replied, shaking his head impassively. "Think again. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will be hunted as well. As long as you spare me, I assure you I will never disclose this incident. Please, I beg you, do not take my life." The urgency in the young man's voice conveyed an overwhelming desire to live. Hawke considered the merit of the young man's words, his gaze drifting momentarily from him. The young man, sensing a flicker of hope, continued his desperate entreaty while cautiously maneuvering his right hand towards his lower back. In the next instant, a cry erupted from him as he produced a folding knife, his expression transforming into one of rage. With a fierce shout, he lunged toward Hawke, brandishing the knife with the intent to kill. "Die!" As Hawke lifted his gaze, his eyes were cold, and with a swift motion, he struck. Thud! In an instant, the little black creature's head began to spin rapidly, like a wound-up toy. It spun faster and tighter until, with a pop, its neck twisted into a pretzel shape, unable to withstand the strain, and was torn apart from the torso. Splatter! Thud! Hawke looked down once more, observing the headless body rolling at his feet, its expression still contorted in a fierce grimace, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "I truly intended to spare you. Alas, the inherent depravity of your kind is too profound. You fear power, but not virtue. I offered you the singular opportunity for mercy in my life, yet you mistook my hesitance for fear." "Huh," Hawke mused, his gaze shifting to the headless corpse, which was now gushing blood from the severed neck. He had not lied. He had genuinely contemplated letting the little black creature live. His purpose for being here was significant, and he did not wish for the act of killing to complicate his forthcoming plans. Yet, a more pressing reason lingered: his principles. As Hawke had previously stated, once a boundary is crossed, he could scarcely envision what he might become in the future. Murder served as a valve. Once opened, life would cease to be revered. This was especially true for a transmigrator like him, who inherently possessed a flexible moral compass. The previous Chitauri soldiers were different. Hawke had seen their true forms, and though they bore a human resemblance, fundamentally, they were mere insects. Humanity does not feel guilt for exterminating bugs, and Hawke would not extend his principles or morals to a swarm of sentient insects. However, the little black creature before him was distinct. In truth, as Hawke contemplated, although this marked his first genuine act of killing, he felt no discomfort as he beheld the bloodied, headless body. Not even a flicker of mental turmoil emerged. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. There was a semblance of similarity to the Chitauri he had slain. Hawke mused, instinctively closing his eyes. He had not considered the possibility of shutting that valve again. In any circumstance, there exists a threshold of either zero or infinite occurrences. The valve for killing had been opened, and whether he wished it or not, from this day forth, he would no longer recoil from the act of taking a life. With this thought, he concluded. Hawke turned away, no longer glancing at the severed head lying in the mud, nor at the bloodied corpse beside it. After opening the car door and sliding inside, he cast a fleeting gaze at the azure sky before pressing the accelerator and driving away from the narrow path. He had no desire to dig a grave for the fallen. The threshold for killing had already been crossed, and there was no turning back. Whether the body of the fallen was discovered or not was inconsequential to him. To kill one was the same as killing another. It merely became a matter of quantity. Yet, he could kill without succumbing to bloodlust. A true warrior always retains a heart of humility. Hawke mused silently as he navigated the taxi out of the secluded lane, merely glancing back once before finding the correct road and heading toward the distant town of Quantico. Although he lacked a driver's license in this lifetime, it did not imply he was incapable of driving. As Hawke's vehicle exited the seldom traversed path, the tranquility and seclusion of the road gradually returned. Approximately half an hour later, footsteps once again shattered the silence of the secluded lane. Soon after, a second and a third set followed. Before long, 3 men wearing sunglasses arrived at the path, their gazes fixating on the head in the muck and the now bloodless corpse. Meanwhile, Gwen, who had planted a tracker on Hawke, noted that he had not driven the taxi into Quantico, but had opted for a ride with another traveler to enter the town. 4. A few kilometers away from the town, he had driven the taxi into the water and then made his way to the town on foot. However, fortune smiled upon him. After walking approximately a kilometer, he encountered a military wife returning from shopping in the town. Upon learning of Hawke's destination, she warmly invited him into her vehicle. and he accepted without hesitation. Once they entered the town, there was no dramatic revelation of Hawke's true purpose. The military wife simply dropped him off at the entrance of a clothing store. After walking a short distance, he successfully arrived at the town's motel. Though he lacked a vehicle, one need not possess a car to check into the motel. Money sufficed. After settling the payment, Hawke received the key to his room. Ascending to the second floor, he stood before his door, turning to glance back at the entrance of the Quantico base, which was not far from his line of sight. The base was guarded by soldiers. Vehicles and pedestrians wishing to enter were required to halt for inspection. Hawke merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. It was too late today. Tomorrow would suffice. He would survey the area by day and mount a vigorous assault by night. Thus, even if the corpse of that unfortunate soul were discovered, it would likely be a considerable time before the investigation led to Hawke. After all, he was merely a nameless individual. In another country, this might be a significant matter, perhaps even warranting an overnight resolution. However, here, the streets were rife with similar fates. Hawke surmised that by the time the authorities traced the incident back to him, he might well have donned his sacred armor. At that moment, he would be invincible, and they would be at his mercy. Moreover, he held little belief that he would be implicated. To share a jest, the surveillance camera at the airport taxi stand was malfunctioning. Hawke had observed this closely. The sole camera that could have captured his boarding the vehicle had been rendered inoperative. This was also the reason for his apathy towards retrieving the body. On one hand, it mattered little to him. On the other, his understanding of the inefficiency of the federal law enforcement system over the past decade played a role. The federal law enforcement system operates with relative independence. Simply put, if one commits a crime in New York City and leaves fingerprints, then later commits another offense in California with fingerprints, California would most likely be unable to identify the individual through those prints. This is due to the lack of data sharing among state law enforcement agencies. Moreover, Hawke, having been a law-abiding citizen in this lifetime, possessed no criminal record, and thus his fingerprints were absent from New York City's database. Consequently, even if law enforcement were to find the body and discover his prints on it, identifying him through those would be an impossibility. Half an hour later, Hawke practiced his punches, unleashing 10,000 strikes into the air within his room before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. After a while, upon emerging from the bathroom, he noticed his phone on the bed ringing. Just as he reached for it, the screen darkened, and the ringing ceased before he could discern the caller's number. Oh, is it out of battery? Hawke pondered for a moment, shrugged it off, and had no intention of seeking a charger for his phone. Just as he had never relied on a phone before, he found himself unperturbed. He had no one in this world for whom he cared, and, similarly, no one who cared for him. Thus, he nonchalantly set the phone aside, pulled back the covers, and lay down. Sleep, for tomorrow held matters of importance. Hawke contemplated, and within a mere 3 minutes, he had seamlessly slipped into a state of slumber, the soft sound of his snoring resonating throughout the room. In New York City, Gwen, situated in her own chamber, furrowed her brow as she listened to the repeated notification indicating that her call had been disconnected. She set her phone down, resting it against her chin, while her fingers danced upon the keyboard, accessing a website. After glancing at the verification code on her phone, she entered it promptly. Before long, a map materialized on her computer screen, marked by a luminous dot. However, this did not signify Gwen's current location, nor did it represent New York City. Instead, it pointed to Washington, D.C. How could Hawke's phone have ended up in the District of Columbia? Could have been stolen? Gwen pondered. She swore she had no intention of tracking Hawke. Earlier that day, upon returning home, she received a text alerting her that her phone's location had strayed from its usual setting in New York City to a distant place, prompting the notification. It then dawned on her that when she had gifted her personal phone to Hawke, she had indeed erased its data. It seemed she had not logged out of the phone account. Hawke had not inquired about it, leading her to believe she had successfully disconnected it. Presently, observing that the last recorded location of Hawke's phone before it powered off was Washington, D.C., her first instinct was to assume it had been stolen, particularly given the abundance of thieves in New York City. Indeed, not just many, but countless. Gwen recalled how her first phone had been stolen within 3 days of purchase. A surge of resentment bubbling within her. Never mind. She would simply get him another one when school resumed. Shaking her head, she closed the phone tracking website and redirected her attention to an online newspaper displayed on the screen. This publication chronicled the aftermath of the Battle of New York, complete with illustrations. One such image depicted a neighborhood in Jackson Heights, nearly reduced to rubble. As Gwen navigated the webpage with her mouse, perusing the related reports, footsteps echoed in the hallway, snapping her back to reality. In the next moment, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. She promptly shut the webpage and rose from her chair, dashing to the door and flinging it open. "Dad!" George, who routinely checked in on his daughter upon returning home, was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of Gwen, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. George subsequently revealed a faint smile, shaking his head as he remarked, "I have no recent Spider-Man intelligence to share with you today. Recently, a figure has emerged in New York City, donning a uniform and masked visage, roaming the streets as a vigilante. The NYPD is quite incensed by this. In short, if vigilantes in New York were truly effective, what purpose would the police serve? However, apart from the police department, others find this phenomenon rather intriguing. The media is thrilled, believing they have uncovered the latest sensation. Netizens are equally excited, gossiping about the identity of this Spider-Man across various forums. Gwen, too, harbors a spark of curiosity, especially given her father's position as a sheriff. Yet, she shook her head and said, "Dad, I have no interest in Spider-Man." George chuckled. "That was Mary's curiosity you sensed, not mine." Gwen quickly interjected, steering the conversation back to business, and with a wink at George, she asked, "Father, may I request a favor?" The following day, Hawke prepared to embark on a solitary excursion to Quantico. As dawn broke, he dressed and made his way to the motel's front desk, producing $30 from his pocket to hand over. After receiving the room key, Hawke thanked the staff and departed the establishment. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the mountain path adjacent to the Quantico base. Hawke harbored no concerns that his morning jog would attract the attention of the base soldiers. For other residents of Quantico were also engaging in their morning runs along the same path. Donning a cap, Hawke leisurely trailed behind the group of joggers, drawing no suspicion whatsoever. Before long, as he approached a bend in the path, he noted the inattentiveness of the crowd ahead and the absence of runners from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated swiftly, vanishing in an instant before the trailing joggers could catch up. The only sound that lingered was the rustling of leaves from the forest bordering the path. When Hawke reappeared, having returned to the motel, it was already afternoon. Once back in his room, he settled on the edge of the bed and retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. Unfolding it, he revealed a simple sketch of the internal layout of the Quantico military base, detailing the barracks, office buildings, tank storage, and airfield. In the abandoned laboratory, Hawke dedicated the morning to discerning his intended destination and spent the afternoon swiftly navigating the nearby forest to identify 3 potential escape routes. However, he had yet to finalize his choice among them. Ultimately, the specific selection was inconsequential. Having options was sufficient. He reasoned that once his objectives were accomplished, he could adapt as circumstances dictated. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced once more at the terrain map he had meticulously inscribed with symbols intelligible only to himself. Subsequently, he tore the paper into fragments, ensuring that even the most skilled expert would be unable to reconstruct it before discarding it into the room's wastebasket. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hawke returned to the motel's front desk, returned the room key, and completed the checkout process before exiting the establishment. The motel had witnessed patrons who checked out within minutes of their arrival with companions, so the front desk staff was unfazed by Hawke's early departure. After leaving the motel, he sought out a nearby pizzeria, ordered a pizza, and settled by the window to eat. With impending conflict on the horizon, it was imperative he did not face it on an empty stomach. A lack of sustenance during a crucial moment could render him powerless or worse, lead to capture if he were unable to flee. As night fell entirely, a well-nourished Hawke, under the cover of darkness and propelled by a speed that could rival a sonic boom, traversed the dense forest and swiftly arrived at the military base, which was secured by high-voltage fencing. Hawke did not rush his entry. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the towering watchtower within the base. The searchlight atop the tower illuminated its designated area, methodically scanning the surroundings. As the beam swept toward his hiding spot, Hawke pulled down his hood and concealed himself behind a tree. His cap had already been employed during his morning run, and he deemed it prudent not to use it again. However, the black hooded suit he found in the trunk of the taxi before sending it into the river was suitable for the occasion. After departing the pizzeria, he had donned this attire. Soon, the searchlight moved away from the shelter of the tree. Without hesitation, the moment Hawke emerged from behind the tree, he bent his right knee slightly, and, as the ground beneath his foot sank, he took flight with the grace of a great roc, silently soaring over the fence that would have been insurmountable for an ordinary person, landing within the confines of the base. Once inside, the subsequent tasks would be considerably easier. Hawke's plan was straightforward: locate the abandoned laboratory, excavate, and then make a swift escape. Upon arriving at the base, he executed his strategy, swiftly maneuvering through the shadows along the perimeter towards the previously identified dilapidated lab. Within a minute, the structure, encased in corrugated steel and guarded at its sole entrance by soldiers, came into view. Hawke paused approximately a kilometer from his objective, using a shipping container casually placed on the grass as cover, observing the two soldiers stationed there. Taking a deep breath, Hawke exhaled slowly, closing his eyes momentarily before refocusing on his target. The next instant, with a thunderous boom akin to a sonic explosion, he launched himself forward, propelling himself like a cannonball. The two soldiers, engaged in casual conversation, remained blissfully unaware that their day was about to take a dramatic turn until the shockwave reached them. Before they could react, they collapsed without uttering a sound, their consciousness snatched away in an instant. Hawke had refrained from lethal force. Instead, he swiftly incapacitated the guards and surged into the abandoned laboratory. As he slipped through the corrugated steel, Hawke's gaze fell upon two more soldiers in front of the decaying building, which bore the scars of explosive testing. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to station two guards inside when the perimeter was already secured? The soldiers, initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of a figure clad in a hood and medical mask, quickly regained their composure. In the next heartbeat, they pulled their triggers, shouting alarms. The piercing sirens shattered the night's tranquility, echoing across the Cantico military base. In that very moment, as the soldiers squeezed the triggers, Hawke vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before his assailants. The earlier guards had not fired their weapons, but now the stakes had escalated. The two Hawks remained impassive as the right hand shot forward towards the two soldiers before them, whose expressions were marked by sheer astonishment. The piercing alarm resonated through the skies above Quantico military base, startling not only the soldiers on duty within the base, but also those who had returned to their barracks for rest, and even those who had ventured into town. Each face bore a shared expression of shock and disbelief. In the next moment, realization dawned upon them. Thick damn it. Battle alarm. Enemy attack. Good lord, what is happening? Have the Japanese launched another surprise attack? No, this is Quantico, not Pearl Harbor. The soldiers, initially bewildered, swiftly transitioned into combat readiness. After all, this was Quantico, home to the Marine Corps, not to mention the proximity of the FBI Academy and the CIA headquarters. Barely 3 seconds after the battle alarm blared, the first soldier appeared, quickly followed by the second and third. Where? The Gamma Lab, damn it. A colonel, upon hearing of the invasion at the former Gamma Lab, cursed vehemently while hastily donning his uniform and rushing toward the door, dialing his phone as he went. The call connected rapidly. Hello. A deep voice responded from the other end. General, the Gamma Lab has been breached. On the other end of the line, General Thaddeus Ross, having just departed from the Pentagon and seated in his car, was momentarily taken aback by the news. Good heavens. What did I just hear? The Gamma Lab has been breached? How is that even possible? He struggled to comprehend how an incursion could occur at such a fortified location within the Marine Corps base at Quantico. Still grappling with disbelief, General Ross asked, Could you repeat that? Where's been breached? The Gamma Lab, damn it. Ross felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. What's going on? The emergency response team has already been dispatched, and I am en route. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his tie and patted the seat of the driver's chair. Quantico now? The driver nodded, flooring the accelerator and engaging in a reckless display of speed right under the watchful eyes of two congressional police officers who exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the emergency response team had arrived at the Gamma Laboratory, which was encircled by iron sheets. Inside the laboratory, a cacophony of thunderous impacts resounded, while terrified personnel engaged in clandestine experiments fled in panic. As they emerged, the soldiers who had rushed over-apprehended them as effortlessly as one might catch a chick. The situation within remained unclear. How many intruders were there, and what were their intentions? I do not know. I know nothing. One individual was headed for the Gamma Stone. The captain of the emergency team fell silent, contemplating the information divulged by the laboratory personnel. The expressions of disbelief were mirrored among the other soldiers as they regarded the recently escaped experimenters. Did you just say one? Indeed, just one. The experimenter's face still bore the marks of sheer terror. But he is not human. He shattered the wall with a single punch, and bullets cannot touch him. The soldiers who fired at him are dead. The group exchanged glances, stunned. At that moment, a soldier, assisted by an experimenter, emerged from the chaos, appearing injured but alive. He corroborated. What he said is true. There is only one intruder. The captain's gaze fixed intently on the wounded soldier. Soldier, report the situation. As he just said, there is only one intruder. He seems to be after the Gamma Stone. Our bullets were utterly ineffective against him. He annihilated all the soldiers who fired upon him in mere moments. And what about you? Did you not hear what I said? The injured soldier, seemingly on the brink of a mental breakdown, shouted at the captain. He killed all the soldiers who shot at him. In truth, he had fired as well. but his weapon malfunctioned at the critical moment, failing to discharge a single bullet. It was precisely for this reason that Hawke spared his life at the last moment, opting instead to incapacitate him by shattering a leg. The other soldiers who had opened fire, along with the armed experimenters inside, were far less fortunate. As Hawke had previously stated, once the floodgates of slaughter are opened, killing ceases to be a matter of choice and becomes merely a question of numbers. Yet, Hawke continued to exercise restraint. At this moment, he had descended into the basement of the Gamma laboratory. His eyes were immediately drawn to a gaping excavation in the floor. With a resounding thud, Hawke, clad in a hood and medical mask, leapt into the opening. Following this, he beheld a tunnel that had been unearthed, its narrow floor littered with tools like pickaxes. What a primitive scene. No, it must be intentional. After all, the military is not always united in purpose. Hawke mused, his gaze drifting to the stone walls flanking the passageway. Indeed, this was the very stone he had encountered in Dr. Connor's laboratory. At that moment, within the depths of his being, a resounding phoenix cry echoed, delivering a message to Hawke: devour. Leave the refining to you. Is that simple? Hawke absorbed this information, initially believing he would have to laboriously extract the stones that had absorbed gamma rays after the explosion in the Gamma laboratory. Instead, he merely needed to place his hands upon them, igniting his inner cosmos to allow the phoenix within to absorb the gamma energy stored within the stones. This was marvelous. Elated, Hawke prepared to commence the absorption. Yet, just as he was about to proceed, his gaze shifted sharply towards the recently descended entrance. Hawke unleashed a powerful punch towards the opening. Boom! The entrance leading to the basement collapsed under the force of his strike. In an instant, dust and debris, propelled by the shockwave, engulfed the shallow passageway that had been excavated. However, this cloud of dust did not affect Hawke in the slightest. His intention was solely to prevent any interruptions from those above during his forthcoming endeavors. Now, he could focus on the absorption without concern. Resolutely, he placed his hands against the stone walls. In the next moment, his inner cosmos erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Hawke, having swiftly completed his task, pondered how long it would take for a structure to collapse. The answers varied. Yet here, at the Quantico military base, the Gamma laboratory, already weakened by Bruce Banner's encounter with the Gamma explosion, could no longer withstand the sudden, immense explosion emanating from beneath. In less than 5 seconds, the 3-story Gamma laboratory was reduced to ruins. Dust billowed, crashing against the surrounding metal sheeting with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, the emergency response team, poised to confront the intruder, quickly retreated, their eyes fixed in disbelief upon the once structural edifice now transformed into a wasteland. They remained silent for a moment, collectively swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Had they entered merely a few seconds earlier, they would have undoubtedly perished alongside the Gamma research facility. However, after the initial shock and subsequent relief, the team members collectively turned their gaze towards their captain. Number 1, what shall we do now? How the hell should I know? After a moment of silence, the emergency captain uttered, somewhat exasperated, "Let us regroup." The team members were taken aback. What? What do we possibly do now that it's all collapsed? Are we supposed to dig out the intruder's corpse? The emergency captain rolled his eyes, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to find the situation had ended so anticlimactically. At that moment, the colonel, who had just been on the phone with General Thaddeus Ross, arrived in a jeep. Number 2, regroup. Yes. The emergency captain replied to his deputy and approached the colonel, adjusting his assault rifle as he walked. Without waiting for the emergency captain to salute, the colonel's gaze fell upon the ruins of the Gamma research facility, still shrouded in dust. What happened? The emergency captain shook his head. To be frank, I'm not entirely sure, but it is certain that there was only one intruder. He recounted the information relayed by the fleeing research personnel and explained how he had intended to lead his team into the building just as it collapsed. Upon hearing that there was only one intruder, the colonel's expression turned blank. Are you certain? Just one? Indeed. The colonel instinctively swore, finding the situation absurd. Just one person? How audacious. The Quang Taiko military base had faced incursions before, but those were typically carried out by groups, with most not even making it past the outer gates before being neutralized. Regardless, it was understood that the Quang Taiko base was a team endeavor. Good grief. You came here alone to tackle this? What were you thinking? The colonel expressed his bewilderment. The emergency captain shrugged, then glanced back at the collapsed Gamma research facility, contemplating a possibility. Perhaps it was a suicide mission. Their objective was the facility itself, and they had no intention of returning. The colonel considered this, nodding in agreement. That would be the only explanation. Damn, I shouldn't have informed the general. Had I known, I would have refrained from doing so. The colonel suddenly paused, recalling the frantic call he had made to General Ross earlier, and his demeanor shifted to one of dismay. Had he known that the intruder had succumbed to suicide, he would have refrained from making any calls. At the very least, he would not have been so hasty in doing so. Alas, he now found himself compelled to make yet another call. The lieutenant sighed inwardly, instructing his aide to notify the command center to deactivate the alarm while retrieving the phone to contact his superior, General Thaddeus Ross. The call was swiftly connected. Report, the general demanded. The intruder is deceased. Deceased? General Ross, who was urging his driver to hasten towards Quantico, was momentarily taken aback. What transpired? The identity of the intruder is currently unknown, but he was alone. The Gamma building has collapsed, and it is suspected to be a suicide. Boom! Just as the lieutenant was organizing his thoughts to relay the information to General Ross, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ruins of the Gamma building. In the next moment, he witnessed a shadowy figure emerge from the rubble, illuminated by the searchlights, leaving him utterly astonished. The emergency captain, standing beside him, gasped in disbelief but quickly regained his composure. Enemy attack. Open fire. The emergency captain reacted swiftly, prompting the other team members, who had been preparing to stand down, to aim their weapons at the figure now partially obscured by smoke and the debris. Simultaneously, the recently deactivated intrusion alarm blared once more, its shrill sound causing confusion among the soldiers who had just gathered and were now dispersing. What is happening? Wasn't the alarm just silenced? How could it be sounding again? As they contemplated whether the command center had mistakenly pressed the button, the sudden gunfire made them realize the gravity of the situation. By the heavens! Another incursion. Hurry, hurry! Hawke's figure flickered amidst the wreckage of the Gamma experiment building. Beneath the rubble, the last remnants of his own small universe were drawn into his grasp. Hawke then turned to face the soldiers who were shooting at him, as well as those approaching from a distance. Alongside the rumbling tanks and the armed helicopter that was slowly ascending, its rotor blades whirring. It was evident that they had stirred a hornet's nest. However, I have completed my tasks. Next, I shall seek a place to dissipate the spoils of this endeavor, Hawke pondered, glancing at the dissipating dust around him. He raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to linger, and as he turned to kneel, the ruins beneath his feet crumbled once more, propelling him skyward like a cannonball. In an instant, he traced an elegant parabolic arc under the searchlights, landing with a swift whoosh in the forest outside the base. Mission accomplished with haste. It was time to proceed to the next phase. The wind howled fiercely. When General Thaddeus Ross arrived at Quantico Military Base, the intrusion alarm had been lifted. Indeed, it had truly been lifted. Yet, the situation had not concluded. On the contrary, the command center of the base was ablaze with lights. They had suffered a significant embarrassment. An intruder had not only breached their base with alarming ease, but had also demolished one of their structures, managing to escape unscathed. Most critically, they had lost all trace of the invader. What does it mean to have lost track? In the dense forest 20 kilometers south of the base, we have lost our helicopter. At night, in the thick woods, our helicopter cannot descend. Damn it! The irate colonel slammed his fist on the table. Send everyone out, including the helicopter. We must locate that damned individual. The lieutenant promptly acknowledged and hastened away, as the colonel stood with his hands on his hips. Observing the aerial footage from the helicopters and the search teams, a low voice echoed from behind. The colonel jolted and instinctively turned around to find General Ross, his expression dark as night. So, you lost track of a single intruder? Ross remarked with a sardonic smile. The colonel opened his mouth, but fell silent, instead instructing the soldier at the computer to retrieve the footage of the intruder's escape. General Ross turned his gaze to the large screen. The image revealed the intruder shrouded in smoke, obscured from view under the spotlight, before suddenly bounding into the forest and vanishing swiftly. General Ross was taken aback by the scene. Moments later, he turned to the colonel. Did you just say only the Gamma building was breached? The colonel nodded vigorously. Indeed. General, shortly after the intruder's arrival, the Gamma building collapsed. We initially suspected he was a saboteur. However, just as I was updating you on the latest developments, he unexpectedly emerged from the rubble. General Ross remained silent, attentively listening to the lieutenant colonel's report while having the footage of Hawke's leap from the base replayed. A solitary figure with a clear target, the Gamma building, exhibiting inhuman evasion skills and astonishing agility. General Ross's eyes glimmered with intensity. Did any other cameras capture the intruder? He inquired. The technical team is currently reviewing the surveillance, came the response. Have we located the intruder yet? Not yet. The lieutenant colonel instinctively glanced at his recently returned aide, who shook his head. After a brief silence, he mustered the courage to report to General Ross. He vanished into the dense forest 20 kilometers south of our base. We are still searching. General Ross nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, without uttering a word, he strode outside. "Send a team to excavate the Gamma building with utmost urgency," he commanded. The lieutenant colonel shuddered, standing at attention. "Yes, sir." However, despite the urgency of the command, it was not until heavy machinery arrived to clear the debris and unearth the bodies buried within that daybreak arrived. Helicopters, which had been airborne throughout the night, returned to the base. While the pilots rested, the helicopters did not pause. After a change of crew and refueling, they took to the skies once more, radiating outward from the base in search of the audacious intruder who had brazenly crossed paths with the Quantico Marine Corps. The soldiers stationed at the base mirrored this relentless pursuit. Those who had returned the previous night rested, while a fresh contingent of troops was deployed into the surrounding forests, embodying a fierce determination. Yet, General Ross did not retreat for respite. Instead, he remained seated in a vehicle not far from the ruins of the Gamma building, leaning back against the rear seat with his eyes partially closed. At that moment, his aide, after receiving a phone call, turned to the resting general. "General, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the line." General Ross slowly opened his eyes, reached for the phone his aide offered, and brought it to his ear. "This is Ross." "General Ross, I hear Quantico had quite the excitement last night." The voice on the other end, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, made Ross feel an ache in his head. "Get to the point, Nick." At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in a black trench coat and wearing a dark eye mask, Nick sat at his station, engrossed in the display on his computer screen, where he witnessed Hawkeye soaring out of the base. He chuckled at General Ross's words. "Joint operation, what do you think?" The general responded with a scoff. "This is a military matter. I warn you, Nick, do not meddle. And if memory serves me correctly, your operational authority seems to have been suspended." After uttering this, General Ross lost interest in the reply from the shadowy figure on the other end of the line, dismissing it as mere drivel, and promptly hung up. He handed the phone back to his aide, straightened his posture, and rubbed his temples, asking, "Have we located any traces?" The aide shook his head. "No, sir." General Ross appeared unfazed by this outcome, chuckling lightly before changing the subject. "Has the Gamma building been excavated? It is expected to take another 10 minutes. "Let us go," replied Ross, immediately pushing open the car door and stepping out. The aide hastily followed suit, hastening to catch up. At that moment, the bodies of soldiers buried within the Gamma building had all been unearthed, lying in neat rows not far away. Each corpse bore a unique expression, yet they all shared a commonality. Their faces remained largely intact, frozen in a visage of shock, terror, and disbelief. General Ross surveyed the grim scene and instructed his aide. "Have the base file a report for the maximum compensation. I will approve it." The aide nodded, taking note of the task. Before long, the 10 minutes elapsed, and the previously buried entrance was once again exposed. The base's research personnel, who had been waiting nearby, re-entered the underground passage. "It's all gone. Everything is gone." Incredulity filled the air. Had he absorbed everything from this place? My God, how come he did not transform into a monster like Hawke and Abomination? Within moments, a chorus of astonished gasps emerged from within. General Ross's eyes lit up. "Ed, sir, locate him at any cost." "Understood." 35. The Phoenix constellation is successfully illuminated. General Ross maintained a stoic expression, yet within him, a tempest of emotions surged. As he validated his suspicions through the words of the research personnel, a figure materialized in his mind. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Thus far, he stands as the sole being to have ingested the super soldier serum, possessing the most formidable combat prowess known to humankind. The military has never relinquished its pursuit of replicating the super soldier serum. However, since the untimely demise of Abraham Erskine, the authentic formula of the serum has vanished into the annals of history. One certainty remains. The genuine super soldier serum necessitates gamma radiation. This is the fundamental origin of the Hulk's existence. Bruce Banner, once a military scientist, inadvertently triggered a gamma radiation explosion during his research on the relationship between gamma rays and the super soldier serum, resulting in the birth of the Hulk. This incident ignited a glimmer of hope in General Ross. Although the Hulk is uncontrollable, at present, there exists a seemingly ordinary human, exhibiting in human reflexes extraordinary strength and remarkable agility, devoid of gamma radiation. General Ross has now deduced that this intruder has come in search of gamma rays. The convergence of these three pieces of information unequivocally conveys to General Ross one crucial fact. This is the super soldier he has been seeking. Therefore, he must be found at any cost. General Ross instinctively clenches his right hand, gazing at the ruins of the Gamma laboratory before him, his expression devoid of anger, instead brimming with boundless excitement. Unbeknownst to Hulk, he has caught the attention of General Ross, who once relentlessly pursued Bruce Banner across the globe. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him, for Hulk has departed Quantico, no longer within the confines of Washington, D.C. At present, he finds himself beneath a waterfall. The thunderous cascade crashes down like a torrential storm, striking Hulk, who is seated in the water clad in naught but shorts, his eyes closed in meditation. As the deluge pounds upon him like falling boulders, it seems to vaporize upon contact, enveloping him in an endless mist. This is Maryland, deep within the Cunningham Falls Natural Area Park, near Vermont, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Hulk has resided here for over 20 days. During this time, he has immersed himself beneath the waterfall, engaged in a singular pursuit, igniting his inner cosmos. At this moment, within his microcosm, the constellation of Phoenix appears resplendent, its fiery silhouette shimmering amidst the stellar map. He shows no haste to return to New York City. On one hand, the summer school season has not yet arrived. On the other hand, he intends to let the bullets fly for a while. For instance, Hawke wishes to observe whether the individuals from Quanti can uncover his concealed presence after he has stirred up some commotion. If they fail, returning to New York City will not be a problem. However, if they succeed, he harbors no fear. This location was meticulously chosen, with a 5-kilometer radius of pristine forest surrounding it. It is a desolate area, undoubtedly an excellent place for lethal endeavors. The underlings are swayed by fear rather than virtue. To bring them to submission, moral persuasion is futile. Only through the specter of death can they be made to cower, and thus they will naturally yield. The military operates under similar principles. There's a saying, when military accuses you of possessing weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent to actually possess them. Why? Because if you genuinely do, the military will hesitate to engage you. Conversely, if you feign possession, brace yourself for their full might. Therefore, Hawke deliberately selected this remote locale as a hypothetical battleground, awaiting the military's arrival to engage in battle, instilling fear within them before retreating back to New York City. However, over 20 days have elapsed. Not only have there been no signs of military personnel, but even the shadow of an ordinary person has eluded Hawke. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. Hawke's choice to linger here is not solely to await the military's discovery. At least, that is not his primary objective. He has his sights set on the waterfall in this vicinity. Hawke plans to harness this waterfall to aid him in achieving a breakthrough, illuminating the constellation of Phoenix in his inner universe. Seated in the water, he closes his eyes, allowing the thundering cascade of the waterfall to refine his essence. Throughout these 20 days, he has been using the waterfall's resistance to incessantly throw punches during the day, while at night he seals his 5 senses, sitting cross-legged in the water, utilizing the continuously flowing waterfall to hone his being, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity of sensory deprivation to touch upon the fringes of his 6th sense. To be precise, bronze saints cannot be regarded as true saints, with the exception of the 5 formidable ones. Only those who awaken and truly master their 6th sense are worthy of being called genuine saints. Hawke does not aspire to awaken and control his 6th sense at this moment. That would be unrealistic. He merely contemplates that since he has the time, should fortune smile upon him, it would be splendid to brush against the edge of his 6th sense during this interval. The 6th sense is indeed a remarkable gift. The awakened Saint Seiya, possessing the 6th sense, is an entirely different entity compared to those who remain unawakened, transcending the 5 senses. Once a Saint Seiya awakens and masters the 6th sense, they gain the ability to manipulate elements, foresee the future, wield telekinesis, soar through the skies, conjure illusions, and explore limitless possibilities. It is precisely for this reason that those who awaken and control the 6th sense are truly deserving of the title of Saint Seiya. Regrettably, not only has he failed to awaken, but he has yet to even grasp the location of the door to the 6th sense. Hawke slowly opened his eyes beneath the water, remaining as still as a mountain, undeterred by the overwhelming force of the cascading waterfall above him. He gradually rose from the depths, his body surging with vitality, waves of heat radiating around him, and wisps of white mist enveloping him. Within this boiling vapor, the ethereal silhouette of a crimson phoenix flickered behind him. Indeed, a phoenix. Although he had awaited the military's arrival for over 20 days and had not yet discovered the door to the 6th sense, he had nonetheless achieved his primary objective. Hawke had successfully ignited his first constellation, one of the 48 bronze constellations, the Phoenix. In the next moment, Hawke gazed at the waterfall cascading before him, unleashing his first punch to commence a new day of 10,000 strikes. Encountering the waterfall from beneath, he delivered one punch after another, standing steadfast against the torrent. He resisted the onslaught of the waterfall while resolutely striking with his fists. Each time he punched, the water momentarily halted at the point of contact, though this was insufficient. He did not desire the waterfall to merely pause for his fist. He yearned for the waterfall to tremble beneath his blows, even to reverse its flow. Hawke believed his aspirations were not lofty. After all, the waterfall before him was no Lushan waterfall. In comparison, it lacked even a tenth of its grandeur. Thus, was this request excessive? It was not. Yet, it was evident that this very notion incited the wrath of the waterfall. What makes you think you can reverse my flow? Do you fancy yourself Poseidon, the god of the sea? Even Poseidon, as the god of the ocean, could not command the waters of this freshwater waterfall. Consequently, the waterfall grew furious. Under the relentless barrage of Hawke's punches, the flow of water accelerated at a visibly discernible rate. Hawke, feeling the waterfall's rising ire, maintained a stoic expression. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the constellation of Phoenix, now fully illuminated, reveals the majestic figure of a fiery phoenix. He has made his decision. He will depart only when the waterfall before him reverses its flow. Although the commencement of the school term looms just days away, he remains unfazed. After all, he is an orphan, and it is likely that, even after school begins, no one would concern themselves with his absence. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. With no one to care for him, he finds little need to care for anyone else. Thus, the spirit of battle ignites fiercely within Hawke's eyes. Come forth. The waterfall, now thoroughly incensed, responds to Hawke's provocation, its torrents surging with renewed urgency and ferocity. Thunder rumbles in the distance. At the northern edge of the Cunningham Falls Nature Preserve, Gwen, having just stepped into the natural sanctuary, instinctively raises her gaze upon hearing the distant roar. However, the towering primordial trees obscure the sky, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to cascade through the leafy canopy, casting an eerie ambience upon the already tranquil forest. Realizing she cannot see the sky, Gwen averts her gaze. Clad in a striking white windbreaker and outdoor footwear, she retrieves her phone, illuminating the screen to reveal a mapping application. Two distant yet visible points of light flicker on the display. One indicates Gwen's current location, while the other prompts her to take a deep breath, gripping the hiking pole she had purchased upon her arrival in Tremont the previous afternoon, steeling herself as she strides toward the other pinpointed light. Initially, Gwen assumed Hawke's phone had merely been stolen and did not dwell on it, as she was preoccupied with her summer job. However, when Dr. Connors inquired the following day whether she had delivered the gift to Hawke, she felt a twinge of concern. Consequently, after work, she ventured to Hawke's new apartment once more. To her dismay, the envelope she had placed on the sofa remained untouched, lying quietly as it had been. Inexplicably, a sudden wave of anxiety gripped Gwen's heart at that moment. Without hesitation, she called her father, George, hoping he could enlist the help of the New York Police Department to locate Hawke. Initially dismissive, George reconsidered upon seeing his daughter's worried expression and decided to reach out to his colleagues at the Queen's Precinct. His jurisdiction lies in Manhattan. While it is permissible to cross into the Queen's Precinct to investigate a missing person, it is essential to inform colleagues in Queens. The result was a fruitless search. Hawke seemed to have vanished into thin air. To complicate matters further, Hawke possessed neither credit cards nor a driver's license, and it remained uncertain whether his phone had been stolen or simply ran out of battery. Thus, the search became even more daunting. To put it bluntly, Hawke resembled a transparent entity navigating the modern world, without family, social ties, or even a single friend. Even after the Queen's Precinct filed a report, colleagues were at a loss as to where to begin their investigation, as nobody could provide details about Hawke's last known whereabouts. Even inquiries directed at several of Hawke's classmates yielded little concern for his well-being, except for Gwen, until the day before yesterday, when George, having just returned home, observed his daughter, who had consistently returned later than he, tirelessly searching for Hawke. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. Gwen, do you have feeling for Hawke? Startled by George's inquiry, Gwen, who had just returned from a cemetery in Queens, hesitated before responding. Dad, Hawke and I are just friends. By the time George processed a reply, Gwen had already ascended the stairs. George blinked in disbelief, glancing at his wife, Helen, who had remained silent beside him. Friends? Do you believe that? He mused. Whether he believed it or not was inconsequential. Helen, ever the devoted wife and mother, smiled at Gwen's retreating figure and remarked to George, "But I know you can no longer hold onto your daughter." George was taken aback. Meanwhile, in her room, Gwen threw herself onto her bed, contemplating Hawke, who had been out of contact for over a fortnight. Just as she was enveloped in an indescribable feeling, her phone suddenly chimed. She casually illuminated the screen and glanced at it. In the next moment, she bolted upright. This message was not a mere spam. It was another notification from her phone account regarding a remote login. Gwen quickly accessed the link in the message. This time, the signal pinpointed a specific location, Cunningham Falls State Park in Maryland, beneath a waterfall. This was precisely why Gwen found herself here. Soon, as the sound of rushing water grew louder, Gwen, already drenched in sweat, felt an invigorating surge of energy and quickened her pace. Beneath the waterfall, Hawke, after delivering his 9,999th punch, withdrew his fist and, in the moment he unleashed his final blow, a phoenix-like apparition materialized behind him. In the next instant, Hawke unleashed his first 10,000 punches, and behind him, the fiery phoenix apparition spread its wings and soared. Screech, defy the currents. Boom! The waterfall before him was no longer a mere cascade of 3,000 feet. It transformed into an enraged dragon, raising its head and reversing the heavenly river. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Yet, a distinctly clear voice pierced through the suspended silence, reaching Hawke's ears. The voice was clear, trembling. Hawke, 37. Gwen, I can always find you whenever I desire. The reversed waterfall hung between heaven and earth, resembling a river of stars, forcefully suspended in midair by divine power. Countless shattered droplets of water floated around Hawke, who stood beneath the inverted waterfall, swirling as if in submission to him. Fearful, apprehensive. Perhaps it was the volume of his own voice moments ago that rendered even the waterfall mute at this instant. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The only sound was the call of Hawke from behind him, causing Hawke, bare-chested with a slight rise and fall of his chest, to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, Hawke turned to look. Before him emerged Gwen from the nearby forest, clad in a windbreaker, despite her disheveled golden hair and beads of sweat adorning her brow. Her blue eyes gleamed with surprise as they met his. Gwen? Hawke was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the reality before him. He never anticipated that the first to find him here would not be the military of Quantico, but rather Gwen. How could this be possible? Hawke felt a sense of confusion wash over him. At that moment, it was as if time had resumed its flow. Boom! The once reversed waterfall began to return to its natural state, though the sound it made was significantly quieter this time. It seemed even the waterfall feared that its own volume might invite calamity, for Hawke truly possessed the power to make it flow against its course. Meanwhile, upon spotting Hawke beneath the waterfall, Gwen instinctively began to run. Though she could not fathom why she felt compelled to rush toward him, the urge was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, she leaped into the pool beneath the waterfall and waded through the water to stand before Hawke. In the next moment, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Hawke instinctively held Gwen close, shielding her with his back from the onslaught of the cascading water. Just then, he soon realized the situation, and with a swift motion, his figure vanished into the tranquil waters of the pool. When he reappeared, he was cradling Gwen beside the waterfall. A thick mist billowed forth, resembling smoke from a distant fire, emanating from both Hawke and Gwen, who had just been drenched by the waterfall. In the blink of an eye, under the vigorous surge of Hawke's powerful vitality, both he and Gwen, previously soaked, were now completely dry and restored to a state of comfort. As Hawke completed this moment, he cast his gaze down at Gwen, who was tightly nestled in his embrace. He opened his mouth, initially curious about how she had found him despite the military's failure to locate him. However, noticing that Gwen had closed her eyes and was emitting soft snores, he thought better of it. Instead, he sat down and gently placed her in his arms. He remained silent, watching the sleeping Gwen, her disheveled golden hair framing her face. He extended his right hand, hesitated momentarily in the air, and then, regaining his resolve, he tenderly arranged her tousled locks. Approximately half an hour later, Gwen slowly opened her eyes, still enveloped in the remnants of deep slumber, momentarily believing she was awakening in her own bed. Instinctively, she stretched languidly. The next moment, she found herself gazing into Hawke's attentive eyes. Their eyes locked. Gwen instinctively blinked. Hawke offered a slight smile. "Hello, thick-skinned cheat." With an exclamation, Gwen sprang from Hawke's embrace, her previously pale cheeks now flushed with a noticeable rosy hue. Hawke stood up as well. In that moment, his limbs, previously restrained to avoid waking Gwen, finally found relief, stretching comfortably. Gwen, momentarily distracted by her surroundings, shifted her focus back to Hawke, who stood before her clad only in a pair of shorts. He resembled a figure sculpted from ancient Greek marble, his striking blue eyes and bold brows exuding an air of confidence. Those brows, once seemingly sheathed like a hidden sword, now appeared as a finely honed blade, ready to be drawn forth. Gwen was momentarily entranced. The next instant, she regained her composure, her expression shifting as she regarded Hawke, a thought evidently sparking in her mind. And a charming smile blossomed on her lips. The library, reading, huh? Hawke raised an eyebrow, catching the hint of playful reproach nestled within her teasing tone. And after a moment of reflection, he replied, apologies. Gwen smiled. If Hawke had detected a hint of reproach in her earlier jest, Gwen, in turn, discerned something else from Hawke's apology. For instance, Hawke had previously offered her apologies, yet she could sense that those apologies were merely pro forma. But this current one? A faint smile graced Gwen's lips as she extended her hand towards Hawke. Hawke hesitated briefly. Gwen said, hand over your phone. Why didn't you answer my call? Coming to his senses, Hawke stepped aside, retrieved his phone from atop a neatly folded t-shirt, and handed it to Gwen. I've been here for over 20 days. It's completely out of battery. Gwen was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the phone. Indeed, it failed to light up. However, after a fleeting blink, an idea seemed to strike her. One hand clutched Hawke's phone while the other produced her own, opening a link from a previous message. The link had expired. Gwen stared blankly at the screen, where a link that had existed moments ago was now defunct. At that moment, Hawke finally posed the question that had been on his mind. By the way, Gwen, how did you know I was here? Returning to reality, Gwen discreetly tucked her phone back in her pocket, then handed Hawke's phone back to him, a smile gracing her face. My father is the sheriff, Hawke. Wherever you are, if I wish to find you, I shall. Hawke blinked in surprise. He could only believe such a statement if he were out of his mind. Yet, gazing at Gwen, whose cheeks flushed slightly after uttering those words, Hawke contemplated and then nodded in understanding. Let be. Just moments ago, when Gwen had fallen asleep in his embrace, he felt no curiosity regarding how she had located him. Perhaps, as Gwen had asserted, being the sheriff's daughter afforded her the means to find him wherever he might be. Hawke chose to accept this premise. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in New York, at John Fitzgerald Kennedy International Airport, Sheriff George Stacy of the NYPD's 19th Precinct paced anxiously near the exit. Good heavens! The precious cabbage he had painstakingly raised had finally attracted the attention of a wild boar from outside. And a wild boar at that. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that, given the current circumstances, it appears that the little cabbage, raised by itself, has taken the initiative to seek out the wild boar. George finds this perplexing, yet that is no longer the focal point of his thoughts. At this very moment, a singular notion occupies George's mind. He yearns to shoot that wild boar which has whisked away his precious little cabbage. Just then, a flight from Hagerstown, Maryland, arriving in New York, commenced disembarking. As George paced back and forth, he inhaled deeply, standing at the exit, peering inside. In the next instant, his breath quickened uncontrollably. My God, what did he see? His beloved daughter, hand in hand with an unfamiliar, dashing wild boar? George's expression darkened instantaneously. Those waiting nearby to greet arriving passengers sensed an ominous chill and instinctively glanced at George, subsequently distancing themselves from him. At last, the couple, who had recently confirmed their romantic relationship, also felt the intense coldness approaching. Gwen instinctively turned her gaze towards the source of the chill and, with a sudden clap, released her grip on Hawke's right hand. Oh no, it's Dad, she exclaimed. Hawke, in that very moment, spotted George Stacy, the sheriff, standing at the exit, clad in a black suit, radiating an aura of righteousness while exuding an unsettling coldness. Their eyes met, and Hawke could discern the vigilance and scrutiny reflected in George Stacy's gaze. This was entirely understandable. Hawke mused that if he were in George's position, finding his daughter silently slipping away only to return with a man, he would likely be even more enraged than George Stacy. Breaking that wild boar's legs would seem a mild response. What? The wild boar is now his? Oh, that's all right, Hawke contemplated. Nevertheless, he was quite curious about how he and Gwen had reached the point of holding hands. His memories were muddled, yet he felt joy. Hawke had indeed contemplated love, especially with Gwen Stacy, the most recognized girlfriend in the Marvel Universe. However, he previously lacked the confidence. Now he possessed it. No, he had an abundance of it. Once he gathered the meteorite, procured vibranium from Wakanda, and fashioned his phoenix armor, his confidence would soar even higher. Thus, Hawke observed Gwen, who had already sprinted towards George Stacy, grasping his arm with an expression devoid of any alteration. Anticipating George's gaze, he approached him and extended his right hand first. Mr. Stacy, I am Hawke. I apologize for causing you concern. George remained silent, refraining from shaking Hawke's hand. After a brief glance, he disregarded Hawke and turned his attention to Gwen. Let us go. Helen is waiting at home. Dad, it's fine, Gwen. With a calm demeanor, Hawke retracted his right hand and addressed Gwen. You should return with Mr. Stacy. He understood George. At this moment, not only was George unwilling to shake his hand, But even if he were to act against him, he would only dodge and not retaliate. After all, he had taken on the role of the wild boar. Consequently, after speaking, Hawke offered Gwen a faint smile, bid George farewell with a goodbye, Mr. Stacy, and departed, sparing Gwen any discomfort. An hour later, Hawke returned to his apartment at Queensbridge Park. Lights on. He had anticipated that after being away for over 20 days, he would find a room covered in dust. To his surprise, there was hardly any dust, and even the shorts he had previously hung outside the window were neatly folded on the sofa. On top of the folded shorts lay an envelope. This must be the letter that Gwen had mentioned during their phone call, entrusted to her by Dr. Connors for delivery. Hawke mused as he settled onto the sofa, picking up the envelope and extracting a handwritten letter from within. It was a letter of recommendation from Dr. Connors addressed to New York University. Hawke suddenly recalled that Dr. Connors had indeed received his doctorate from New York University. Wow, this gift carries substantial weight. Hawke blinked in astonishment. To speak candidly, the significance of this gift was indeed considerable. Although Dr. Connors' reputation might add merely a touch of embellishment, it was still a flower of sorts. This letter of recommendation was likely unattainable for many. After all, in the West, the essence of a recommendation letter often translates to a transaction of goodwill. Therefore, had Hawke received this recommendation before awakening his latent potential, he would have undoubtedly been elated. Yet now, Hawke found himself indifferent to the prospect of attending New York University. He had not contemplated foregoing education altogether. Rather, he had achieved a sense of equanimity. What is gained is a blessing, what is lost is fate. After all, he had glimpsed a different, more vibrant future ahead. However, contemplating aside, at the very least, Dr. Connors deserved a phone call of gratitude for the recommendation letter he provided. Hawke turned the envelope around, revealing Gwen's handwritten number for Dr. Connors inscribed upon it. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, gazing at the dark screen with a soft chuckle before rising from the sofa and making his way to the bedroom. In the sanctuary of the bedroom, Hawke connected his phone to the charger and settled on the edge of the bed, awaiting its activation. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the picture frame on his nightstand, seemingly displaced from its original position. Raising an eyebrow, he adjusted the frame, angling it once more towards his bedside. The reason was simple. He preferred to sleep on his side, and this arrangement ensured that there was a 70% chance he would see the frame upon awakening. With the frame positioned to his satisfaction, Hawke smiled faintly and turned his attention to the powering phone, dialing Dr. Connors' number. The call connected swiftly. "This is Curtis Connors. How may I assist you?" "It's me, Hawke," he announced, identifying himself and expressing his apologies for the delay in acknowledging the recommendation letter, attributing it to his recent travels. Dr. Connors appeared to be in high spirits on the other end of the line. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hawke casually inquired, "You sound quite jubilant, Dr. Connors. Has the experiment yielded success?" With a hearty laugh, Dr. Connors replied, "Almost. One of the lab mice has given me a glimmer of hope." "Well then, allow me to preemptively congratulate you, Doctor," Hawke responded. "Thank you. Now, I must return to my work," came the reply. "Of course, please do," Hawke said before ending the call. 39, lemon base. Is that for real? Success? Hawke marveled after placing the phone down, feeling a sense of wonder. After all, he had initially presumed that given this world contained only spider demons and not the extraordinary Spider-Man, Dr. Connors' regeneration experiment was unlikely to succeed. As Hawke rose from the bedroom, he pondered the recent conversation with Dr. Connors. The doctor's buoyant mood had led him to divulge some more detailed information. For instance, during the recent experiment with the lab mouse, it had been anticipated that this trial would meet the same fate as the previous ones, ending in failure. However, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. A small white mouse, after being injected with lizard serum, exhibited a cessation of vital signs, only for life signals to re-emerge after a brief interval. Remarkably, this mouse, having escaped during an incident the previous month, displayed a visible regrowth of its severed tail upon the resurgence of its vital signs. Such a discovery greatly exhilarated Dr. Connors, while Hawke found it to be quite extraordinary, albeit only momentarily. Upon exiting the bedroom and sitting at his foldable table, Hawke opened the laptop he had procured from Sky for $500, and soon relegated the incident to the recesses of his mind. More pressing than the success of Dr. Connors' experiment was his concern regarding the situation at Quantico Base. After conducting a brief online search, Hawke's expression morphed into one of perplexity once again. There had been no invasion, only an exercise. A newspaper from Washington, D.C., reported on the invasion alert at Quantico Military Base. However, the base's spokesperson refuted the invasion claims, asserting that the events of that night were merely a routine drill. Tragically, during this exercise, a building collapse resulted in the unfortunate deaths of several soldiers. Quantico had thus attributed all occurrences to the drill, which was not surprising. After all, it is Quantico, home to the Marine Corps, adjacent to the Federal Bureau of Investigations Academy, and in proximity to the CIA's headquarters in Langley. Under such circumstances, the military base would unequivocally deny any admission of an invasion. Hawke continued his search, but found no pertinent leads. He could not even find any references to the young black man's body in related reports. Either the body had yet to be discovered, or the death of this young man was deemed unworthy of media attention. After all, every day, numerous young black lives are lost for various reasons, making the death of one without any identity pass by without a ripple of acknowledgement. Pondering this, Hawke shook his head, closed his laptop, and rose to retire to his bedroom for the night. The following day, Hawke was roused by the sound of a ringing telephone. As he lay in bed, opening his eyes, he caught sight of the approaching frame of the phone. He reached out with his right hand to grasp the mobile device charging on the bedside table. "Hello," he answered. "Come downstairs." Hawke experienced a brief moment of disorientation before rising from his bed. After donning his t-shirt, he approached the window in the living room and opened it, only to be greeted by Gwen, who stood by a yellow Corolla across the street, waving enthusiastically at him. "Oh wait, she's not just Gwen. She's my girlfriend, Gwen." The realization struck him with a hint of disbelief. Once more, he reiterated in his mind, "Gwen Stacy is my girlfriend." With a smile, he waved back at her from his perch above, then ended the call and made his way to the door. Before long, Hawke appeared at the entrance of his apartment building, crossed the street, and stood before Gwen. "What is the matter? Are you free tonight? My mother has invited you over for dinner. A lemon base." The thought of this dish immediately sprang to Hawke's mind upon hearing Gwen's invitation. After all, it had garnered a certain reputation over the years. As he contemplated this, he met Gwen's eager gaze and, after a moment of reflection, nodded affirmatively. "All right, it's settled then. What are your plans for later?" "Well, I suppose I'll go to the library to study." After uttering this, Hawke gazed at Gwen, who remained silent yet smiled warmly at him, prompting a chuckle from him. "This time, I really will go to the library to study. After all, school commenced tomorrow." It was the 12th grade, the final year of high school, and if all went according to plan, representatives from New York University would be visiting for the final evaluations and scholarship confirmations this semester. Though he often claimed not to care about whether he would be accepted into New York University, deep down, he still harbored that desire. Attending NYU to study law and eventually aspiring to become a local prosecutor or even a judge had been his dream long before he awakened his latent potential. Moreover, he had devoted the past 3 years to striving towards that goal. Gwen regarded Hawke with earnestness before her face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Then let us go." "Where to? Aren't we heading to the library?" "I happen to be going there too. After studying, you can ride home with me. But first, you need to accompany me to Osborne Biotechnologies. Get in." Hawke observed as Gwen walked to the driver's side, opening the door and beckoning him to join her. Without hesitation, he slid into the passenger seat. Just as he had mentioned earlier, he truly intended to visit the library today for study. After all, balance is key. Within his inner cosmos, the Phoenix constellation manifested, drawing vibrant gamma energies from the Quantico base, weaving through the celestial patterns of the Phoenix. At that moment, the constellation was fervently refining the gamma energies. Throughout an entire day, Hawke and Gwen emerged from Osborne Biotech and retreated to the library, where they immersed themselves in the tranquility of books. Hawke aspired to attend New York University, while Gwen had her sights set on Berkeley. Both were diligently striving toward their futures. In the afternoon, as Hawke prepared to leave, he registered a book that he had not yet finished reading. Upon exiting the library, he found Gwen already waiting for him in the car. Nearby, a man who had rushed in to borrow a book emerged only to discover a parking ticket clamped onto his windshield, letting out a cry of despair. Observing the scene, Hawke settled into the car and curiously inquired, "Didn't your vehicle receive a ticket?" Gwen shook her head and smiled, responding, "My father registered my license plate with the police department." Hawke suddenly understood. Meanwhile, at the Manhattan Gorn apartment, Helen Stacy was busy preparing dinner, having embraced the role of a devoted wife and mother since marrying George Stacy. Her 2 sons, 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon, Gwen's younger brothers, were in the living room, racing against time to watch television. Indeed, they were in a race against time, for once Helen finished her tasks, she would urge them to study. In her words, "Your sister Gwen excels in her studies. You both should be equally capable, given you share the same lineage." However, the reality was that Howard and Simon's academic performance was merely teetering at the passing mark, often precariously close to failure. This year, their end-of-year exams had been particularly dismal, resulting in Helen cutting an hour from their daily leisure time. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Howard, Simon, it's time to return to your rooms to read." "Helen," Stepping out of the kitchen, cast a glance at Howard and Simon lounging on the sofa, uttering a mild admonition. As she watched them obediently ascend the stairs to their rooms, she approached the door and opened it. Standing at the threshold, Hawke was greeted by the warm smile of Helen, who exuded a gentle demeanor. "Good evening, Mrs. Stacy," he said. Helen, momentarily taken aback, quickly extended a warm invitation for him to enter. "Good evening, Hawke. Please come in." Hawke expressed his gratitude as Gwen tugged him inside. This marked Hawke's inaugural visit to someone else's home. Gwen's apartment was also situated on the top floor, characterized by a cozy duplex layout. Although not expansive, it radiated a sense of warmth and cleanliness that was immediately inviting. Upon hearing a commotion from downstairs, George Stacy, who was in the study on the second floor, descended the staircase with a serious expression. Meanwhile, in the living room, Gwen was familiarizing herself with her mother while accompanied by Hawke, who attentively listened for the footsteps. And upon seeing George, he greeted, "Good day, Mr. Stacy." George's demeanor was grave and meticulous, resembling a stern leader. Yet, his disposition was notably improved compared to the previous day. He at least acknowledged Hawke with a slight nod before silently making his way to the dining table. Helen, observing her husband's serious demeanor, chuckled softly and then said to Hawke, "Please, take a seat. Dinner is served." Hawke expressed his gratitude once more, and under Gwen's guidance, he nodded and smiled at George before taking his place at the table. Helen then called out to the second floor, "Howard, Simon, come down for dinner." Coming. Howard and Simon, who had been waiting eagerly in their room with their books, hurried down the stairs. Upon entering the dining room and noticing the unfamiliar face, they paused momentarily, but after settling into their seats, Simon continued to gaze curiously at Hawke. Hawke, noticing Simon stare, extended his right hand, saying, "Hello, Howard." "My name is Hawke." "I am Howard," came a reply. "And I am Simon." The 8-year-old Simon, rising from his seat, reached out his small hand to shake Hawke's, and then, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, "Are you my sister's boyfriend?" Hawke instinctively glanced at George across the table. Indeed, George's complexion had darkened considerably, yet he remained silent in his dissent. Hawke smiled faintly and nodded at Simon, who shared his sister's golden locks, replying, "Yes." At this admission, George's countenance darkened further. Gwen, however, smiled as she affectionately ruffled Simon's hair, praising, "Well done, little brother." She resolved to reward him with $10 before bed as a token of appreciation. As for Howard, he remained quiet. In contrast to the Eastern tradition of shared meals, the dining arrangement at Gwen's home was distinctly American, characterized by individual servings. This could very well reflect George Stacy's preferences. Regardless, Hawke was an outsider, unless one had a long-standing familiarity or had visited numerous times. Communal dining was seldom practiced during a first visit. Hawke understood this well. Nevertheless, despite the separation of dishes, it must be said that the dinner was quite delightful. In fact, it was the most dinner-like dinner Hawke had experienced in this lifetime. The school's meals are not worth mentioning. When alone, Hawke does not seek any particular flavors or aromas. He merely desires to be satiated, for the struggle of existence is already quite arduous. At the dining table, George eats his dinner in silence, resembling a patriarch. Helen, embodying the gentle demeanor of a nurturing mother, occasionally inquires whether Hawke finds the food palatable and poses some simple, superficial questions. Gwen occupies a dual role, mediating between her boyfriend and mother, while also remaining vigilant of George, seated across from her, lest he suddenly erupt in anger. 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon are engrossed in their meals, relishing every bite. At that moment, George, having taken a sip from the whiskey placed beside him, coughed lightly and cleared his throat. Instantly, Helen and Gwen's gazes fixated on George. Hawke inwardly acknowledged the impending conversation and shifted his attention to George, who had been observing him intently from across the table. Just as George prepared to speak, Helen, catching Gwen's pleading glance, stifled a chuckle within, but took the initiative to address him first. "By the way, George, could you tell us about your work? Have you captured that Spider-Man?" George glanced at Helen, then exchanged a knowing look with Gwen before finally resting his gaze on Hawke. "Not yet, but we will," as he is an amateur and has left us numerous clues. Without giving Helen or Gwen a chance to interject, he turned his smile towards Hawke. "By the way, Hawke, what are your thoughts on this recently surfaced Spider-Man? Do you consider him a so-called vigilante?" Gwen discreetly squeezed Hawke's thigh beneath the table, a subtle reminder. Receiving the cue, Hawke chuckled and shook his head. "Sir, I've been in Maryland these past few days and just returned yesterday. I spent today at the library studying. To be frank, I am still a student, and my sole concern is whether I can secure a scholarship to New York University, which would facilitate my loan application with the bank. As for that Spider-Man, I am indifferent to whether he is a vigilante or merely a sensationalist criminal. Ah, a new semester, new classmates. After uttering this, Hawke distinctly felt Gwen tighten her grip on his thigh again. It was clear he had grasped her warning. Evidently, George's inquiry was a trap. Who is George Stacy? The captain of the 19th Precinct of the New York Police Department. If Hawke perceives Spider-Man as a duty-bound officer, then in George's eyes, this bears no difference from advocating for criminals. Therefore, Gwen's recent admonition serves as a caution against falling into a trap, responding in accordance with George's identity. However, should he choose to express such sentiments, he would indeed be ensnared by George's ploy. Should Hawke characterize Spider-Man as a criminal, it is likely that George would regard himself as merely a sycophant. Thus, this inquiry, though seemingly a question, is in essence a conundrum where any choice made ultimately leads to a flawed conclusion. Hawke opted for or between A and B. He has extricated himself from the dilemma. As a student, he is indifferent to whether Spider-Man is deemed a criminal or a vigilante. His sole concern lies in securing a scholarship to New York University. Nothing more. Had another individual responded thus, it might have left George with a dubious impression. Yet, Hawke's reply was precisely apartment. A single sentence sufficed. Hawke does not believe that George has not thoroughly scrutinized him. He is unperturbed by George's investigation, for he has consistently acted in accordance with his words. His actions and principles are in harmony. It is merely that he, who had never left New York City, suddenly ventured to Maryland this year after years of frugality. However, this can be easily justified. After all, he is still a young man. Moreover, traveling does not equate to engaging in nefarious deeds. At the very least, while diligently honing his skills in Maryland, he indeed committed no wrongful acts. Furthermore, given the federal governance across states, what relevance do his misdeeds in Washington, D.C. have to his current situation in New York City? Following his response, George Stacy's initial surprise gradually morphed into contemplation, and he nodded, almost signaling the conclusion of the dinner. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gwen escorted Hawke downstairs. At that moment, she too realized, glancing at Hawke, your reaction was swift, Hawke. I hadn't even recognized that my father's question was a trap. Hawke chuckled softly. It's because that's genuinely how I feel. Gwen nodded. Well then, make sure to return home early. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you. This was due to a curfew imposed not by George, but by Helen, an unspoken punishment for Gwen daring to venture to Maryland. Previously, Gwen had the freedom to return home before 10 o'clock, but yesterday, Helen had revised the curfew, advancing it to 9 o'clock. No worries, I can take the subway. It's quite efficient. All right then, see you tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Hawke nodded as he watched Gwen return to her apartment building before turning to walk towards the nearby subway station. If the subway in New York City during the day could be likened to a chaotic dance of demons, then the evening subway resembled a gathering of the undead. One cannot expect a transit system that allows fare evasion with such ease to maintain strict regulations. Thus, it is customary for New Yorkers to avoid the subway at night unless absolutely necessary. However, Hawke fared well. On his journey back to his apartment, he merely subdued one exuberant individual and sent two half-dreadlocked youths, who approached him with song and dance, scampering away, and returned home unscathed. The term 2.5 for the singing and dancing youths is quite straightforward. One of them possessed an Adam's apple of considerable size. It also boasted a similarly ample chest. Upon returning home, Hawke glanced at the message from Gwen, responded briefly, and then retired to bed. The following day marked the beginning of a new school year, and he aimed to rise early to catch the free school bus back to campus. When he left Gwen's home after dinner, she had offered to pick him up for school, but he declined. He felt that accepting such a gesture might create the false impression that he was dating Gwen merely to hitch a ride for the new semester. Although he knew this wasn't true, he was concerned about how others might perceive it, particularly in relation to Gwen's reputation. This line of thought led Hawke to a sudden realization about why, once a person possesses the means, society often nudges them towards marriage and family, regardless of their personal desires. Although Gwen was not his wife, the principle remained the same. The next day, Hawke arose early and, just in time, boarded the school bus at the nearby stop. The driver, a seemingly fierce yet gentle giant named Hall, greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, Hall. Good morning, Hawke. Are you ready to embrace your final semester? I won't be graduating until next year, Hall. Who knows? You might receive an invitation from New York University this semester. I have faith in you. Thank you, Hall. Anytime. After exchanging pleasantries with Hall, Hawke made his way to his usual seat. The bus followed its designated route, and at each stop, one or two students boarded. When the bus reached the Forest Hill station, a familiar face entered. As Peter Parker boarded the bus, his spider sense tingled, drawing his gaze to the solitary figure seated by the window in the last row. Hawke. At that moment, Hawke also averted his eyes from Peter, shifting his attention to Peter and the melancholic gentleman standing beside him. This was Harry Osborn, the original incarnation of Harry, the one who had once captured Mary Jane's heart. Peter had already exchanged greetings with his friend Harry, who had recently returned from England and transferred to Midtown High, and was now leading him toward Hawke's seat. Hawke, this is Harry. He studied in England and has now joined our school, just like us, in the 12th grade. Harry, this is Hawke. As Peter approached, he greeted Hawke while introducing Harry. Dressed in a casual suit, Harry, who had yet to transform into the Green Goblin, smiled and extended his right hand toward Hawke. Hello, Hawke. Hello, Harry. Ah, a new semester, the same old routine. As the school bus made its way to Midtown High, Hawke gleaned from Peter and Harry the backstory of their friendship. He had always known that Peter's parents, while they were alive, had been researchers at Oscorp Industries. Due to their work, they often brought Peter along to the facility, where he and Harry became close companions. After the tragic plane crash that claimed Peter's parents, he had visited Oscorp less frequently, yet Harry, having forged a bond with Peter, would often seek him out. Their friendship endured despite the physical distance, even during Harry's time studying in England. Today marked Harry's first day at Midtown High, and he had eagerly sought out his dear friend Peter early in the morning. Harry was overjoyed to reunite with his old companion, relishing the prospect of attending school together. Peter was equally delighted by the reunion, as it represented the most uplifting connection he had encountered since the passing of his Uncle Ben 2 months prior. Yes, Uncle Ben was gone, having passed away shortly after the summer break began, which had inadvertently given rise to the vigilant Spider-Man in New York City. Upon hearing this news, Hawke was momentarily taken aback, then offered his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. It's all right, Peter replied with a faint smile. His Uncle Ben imparted a profound lesson through his sacrifice. With great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, these days, whenever Peter engages in acts of heroism, he can almost sense Uncle Ben's presence beside him, which alleviates his sorrow. The school bus, cruising at a steady pace, arrived at Midtown High's parking lot after approximately half an hour, driven with assurance by the bearded Hall. As the doors swung open, students began to disembark in succession. Good morning, Gwen. Good morning, Elle. Gwen, it's been ages. Indeed, it has. Please tell me we're having a homecoming dance. Of course, it's a tradition, Mark. At that moment in the parking lot, Gwen was smiling and engaging with her classmates as they exited their vehicles or stepped off the buses arriving from all corners of New York City. Just then, Peter, accompanied by the new student Harry and followed by Hawke, descended from the bus with his messenger bag slung over his shoulder. Gwen's eyes lit up. Just as she prepared to approach him, her gaze was suddenly obstructed by the appearance of another figure beside Hawke, a woman with cascading, raven black hair. Jennifer Chuck, portrayed by Megan Fox, the alluring and captivating captain of the school's cheerleading squad, known for her enchanting fox-like eyes. Gwen instinctively halted, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Hey, Gwen, chimed Mary Jane, who had just stepped off her own vehicle and gently patted Gwen on the shoulder. What are you looking at? As Mary Jane followed Gwen's gaze, she too beheld the stunning Jennifer, who stood before Hawke, her attire accentuating her flawless figure. Jennifer. Goodness, she hasn't given up yet. After a brief glance, Mary Jane turned her gaze away, shaking her head in disbelief. Is she really determined to achieve her goal of inviting Hawke to be her dance partner every semester throughout high school? Gwen's voice, cool and measured, interjected. Not every semester. Mary Jane paused, instinctively looking towards Gwen. Gwen replied serenely, at the June grade dance, Jennifer invited Hawke as well, and he declined. It's as if Hawke would actually attend the dance, Mary Jane retorted, then suddenly paused, sensing an epiphany, and turned to Gwen. Gwen remained silent, her narrowed eyes fixed intently on Hawke as he emerged from the school bus. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, the cheer captain Jennifer Chuck greeted Hawke with a cheerful hi. Hawke, happy new semester, he responded with a smile, recognizing her familiar exuberance as she approached him with her captivating fox-like eyes. Hawke had a strong suspicion regarding Jennifer's intentions, as she had a penchant for appearing before him at the onset of each academic year, posing the same inquiry. Yet, despite his awareness, he refrained from preempting her. What if he answered too soon and misinterpreted her meaning? With her enchanting gaze, Jennifer persisted. Hawke, you declined in 9th grade, again in 10th, and even in 11th. Now, as we embark upon our 12th grade, the final year of high school, surely you cannot refuse me once more. As the captain of the cheerleading squad, Jennifer was never short of admirers, having attended every dance without fail. Yet, none of those suitors were Hawke. Perhaps in 9th grade, her interest in Hawke stemmed from a striking combination of independence, melancholy, and charm. However, after his initial refusal, her desire to invite him transformed into an obsession. Although she understood the improbability of his acceptance, a glimmer of hope lingered within her. If he were to agree, it would only enhance her allure. Regrettably, the possibility remained elusive. Hawke shook his head, stating, "Jennifer, you know I do not attend dances." She countered, "But if you did, you would accept my invitation as your partner, wouldn't you?" "Yes, if I were to attend, but I won't," he replied. "That is precisely what I wanted to hear, Hawke." "Farewell." Jennifer sought that affirmation. If she could not have him, then neither could anyone else. Satisfied with her answer, she beamed at Hawke, planted a kiss on his cheek to deepen her impression on him, and joyfully waved goodbye as she departed. Hawke watched her flit away like a gust of wind, shaking his head in bemusement. He then turned his gaze towards Gwen, who stood a short distance away, and walked over to her. Gwen smiled as Hawke approached, inquiring, "Did she invite you to the dance?" "Yes." "Did you accept?" "No." The prelude to the birth of Dr. Lizard. A dialogue between Hawke and Gwen. The atmosphere was relaxed as Hawke and Gwen engaged in conversation, strolling side by side towards the rest corridor. Meanwhile, Mary Jane's mouth had widened in astonishment. "Goodness, what have I missed this summer?" At that moment, Peter felt somewhat bewildered. He sensed he might grasp something significant, yet simultaneously felt utterly perplexed. On the other hand, Harry, noticing Mary Jane, attempted to greet her. Mary Jane was Peter's neighbor. During the time he had not been in England, he would sometimes visit Peter, and Mary Jane was often present. Thus, Harry was acquainted with her. After a moment's reflection, Harry gently tapped Mary Jane's shoulder. "Hey, Mary, long time no see." "Hey, Harry." Mary Jane turned to glance at the approaching Harry, offering a casual greeting before swiftly directing her attention back to Peter. "Peter, are you aware of this?" Harry was taken aback. "Wait a moment, this reaction seems off. Is this how one greets an old friend? It feels rather lackluster." Peter was equally stunned, caught in the brilliance of Mary Jane's gaze. "What? Gwen and Hawke?" Mary Jane suppressed her curiosity-laden tone as much as possible, fighting the impulse to scream, and hurriedly addressed Peter. "Aren't you Hawke's only friend at school? You should know when this happened." Peter was utterly bemused. "When did I become Hawke's sole companion?" "Never mind, I won't bother asking you." Observing Peter's less than coherent response, Mary Jane's curiosity overwhelmed her reason. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared something before rushing off to catch up with Gwen, eager to eavesdrop on the gossip. However, just then, Mary Jane abruptly halted, as if struck by a sudden realization. She turned around and spotted Harry, who wore a bewildered expression, feeling as if he had become invisible. In the next instant, upon recognizing him, Mary Jane screamed, sprinting towards Harry, and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Harry, Harry, when did you return?" Harry's spirits lifted. As he looked at Mary Jane, who had released him, he smiled and ready to continue their small talk. But before he could, Mary Jane hugged him once more. "I have to go now. I'll catch up with you later." Evidently, at this moment, the return of a dear friend from England paled in comparison to Mary's pressing desire to uncover the juicy gossip surrounding her best friend and the school's most aloof gentleman. Consequently, after uttering her thoughts, Mary turned once more, her gaze tracking the retreating figure of Gwen, who was nearly disappearing into the corridor. With determination, she hurried after her. It was clear that Mary could not chase after Hawke to inquire about the latest rumors. Thus, throughout the morning, she trailed behind Gwen, her expression pleading. The essence of her entreaty was singular. "Please, share more, elaborate further, I implore you, Gwen." As today marked the first day of the new semester, the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, with no classes scheduled. Everyone was preoccupied with their affairs, collecting their timetables or seeking advice from their counselors for the final semester. Consequently, Gwen found herself thoroughly annoyed by Mary's incessant inquiries throughout the morning. Finally, as they made their way to the cafeteria, Gwen glanced at Mary, who was still beside her, yearning to hear more about her and Hawke's budding relationship, and could no longer contain herself. Sighing, she remarked, "Is it really that strange for me to be with Hawke?" "Not at all," Mary exclaimed. "Since ninth grade, we've been desk mates in physics class, and we share the same counselor. Come on, Gwen, he has Hawke. And, do you truly not know what everyone is saying about him?" "What?" This time, it was Gwen's turn to be curious. Mary glanced around, lowering her voice. "People are saying that Hawke is either a completely straight man or something else entirely." Gwen rolled her eyes. "That's impossible." Her mind suddenly drifted to the image of Hawke standing in the water at that waterfall in Maryland, clad only in shorts. "Something else?" "Hawke is as straight as an arrow." "Wait, what am I even thinking?" Gwen shook her head, instinctively dismissing the mental image. She then turned to Mary, her expression serious. "Hawke is not anything but straight." Mary paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and winked at Gwen, her smile taking on an ambiguous tone. "Have you tried it?" Gwen froze, staring at Mary's suggestive smile, and took a deep breath. In the next moment, she turned on her heel and walked away in silence. Truly a dancer, she mused. How scandalous. Mary, watching Gwen walk away without a word, quickly pursued her. I'm sorry, Gwen, please forgive me. When Hawke arrived at the cafeteria, Mary was still endeavoring to extract information from Gwen, who remained impervious to her pleas. Observing that Gwen had developed an immunity to her entreaties, Mary sighed, only to be momentarily invigorated by the sight of Harry, who descended into the dining hall under Peter's guidance. Turning to Gwen, she declared, If you won't speak, I shall seek Peter for answers. With that, Mary promptly rose and, without waiting for Gwen's response, hastened towards Peter and Harry with her tray in hand. By the time Hawke settled across from Gwen with his own tray, Mary had already departed. Had Mary finished her meal? Clearly, the gossip was not to be had in her presence, prompting her to seek Peter instead. Gwen cast a glance at Mary, who had seated herself with Peter, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Hawke, puzzled, inquired, What does this have to do with Peter? Gwen shrugged. Perhaps it is due to last semester when you and Peter spent time together in the old gym, leading everyone to believe that he is your friend this semester. Upon hearing this, Hawke could not help but chuckle, though he chose not to counter her assertion, opting instead to take a bite of his hamburger. Having arrived early at the cafeteria, Gwen had already finished her meal. She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, observing Hawke as he savored his hamburger. By the way, did you call Dr. Connors to express your gratitude? She inquired. Yes, I did, Hawke replied, nodding. After swallowing a mouthful of hamburger, he recalled something and said to Gwen, During my call, Dr. Connors mentioned that there seems to be a breakthrough in the experiment. He sounded quite pleased. Gwen blinked in surprise. A breakthrough? That seems unlikely. Why not? You are aware that I visited the laboratory yesterday morning, correct? Indeed, Hawke nodded, recalling it was prior to his trip to the library. Is there an issue with the experiment? There is no problem with the experiment itself, but it appears that there are complications with the investors. You know, Dr. Connors' project is a collaboration between Osborn and the military, right? You mentioned that before. The military has withdrawn their funding, Gwen said in a hushed tone, leaning in closer. Moreover, Dr. Connors' experiment has been ongoing for nearly 2 years without yielding results, which has begun to irritate the higher-ups at Osborn. Capital is a pragmatic force. They will sponsor you based on the promises you sketch at the outset, providing the necessary funds and even offering facilities to meet your demands. However, should you fail to deliver the anticipated results that capital seeks, it will unhesitatingly abandon you. Timely loss mitigation is an essential lesson in the realm of finance. Dr. Connors' regenerative experiment exemplifies this principle. Moreover, the military withdrew its funding for Dr. Connors' laboratory last month due to budget reallocations, although they claim it is a temporary measure, with intentions to reinvest when funds become available. It leaves Osborn Biopharmaceuticals in a precarious position. Rumors have emerged suggesting that Norman Osborn, who has been recuperating from a mysterious illness at his estate since last year, is gravely ill and nearing the end of his days. This news is not without foundation. Harry Osborn, who had been studying in the UK, returned to New York City this summer and, with the assistance of Norman's private secretary, Felicia Hardy, began engaging with company affairs, a clear indication of shifting tides. While the Osborn family retains majority control over Osborn Biopharmaceuticals, in this era of impending change, there are always those eager to seize opportunities for personal gain. Furthermore, new leadership often brings an eagerness to implement changes. Consequently, at this critical juncture, proposals have surfaced to streamline laboratory operations, leading to the discontinuation of projects that have yet to yield financial returns. Dr. Connors' laboratory, already facing a funding hiatus from the military, has become the primary target. Although the military has indicated that investment will resume once the next tranche of funding from the Pentagon is received, who can provide assurances? The credibility of federal military funding remains a concern. Nevertheless, Osborn Biopharmaceuticals has not officially decided to withdraw investment from Dr. Connors, as prior funds still exist despite the military's interruption. Consequently, Dr. Connors' laboratory has had to downsize, resulting in the dismissal of 5 researchers, myself included. I only learned of this yesterday. However, my position was not costly as I was working to support my studies. When I visited the laboratory yesterday, Dr. Connors did not appear as pleased as you suggested, which is why I was somewhat taken aback by your earlier remarks. Gwen recounted the recent developments in Dr. Connors' laboratory. Hawke, however, was indifferent to the success of Dr. Connors' experiments and listened passively. Once Gwen finished her account, he shrugged and remarked that Dr. Connors had said as much over the phone, leaving the actual outcome uncertain. Gwen nodded in agreement, expressing her hope for the success of Dr. Connors' endeavors. Their conversation meandered in this manner, But once concluded, they finished their meals and rose to leave, thereby bringing the discussion about Dr. Connor's laboratory to a close. However, while they may conclude their discussions, the parties involved, particularly Dr. Connors, cannot simply change the subject. At this moment, Dr. Connors finds himself facing the impending abandonment by capital. He gazes at the individual in his office, the bearer of the board's latest resolution. "Doctor, have you made a decision?" "I do not comprehend," Dr. Connors replies. "Doctor, you should understand," states the middle-aged Caucasian man representing the board, his face adorned with a warm smile. "The military has withdrawn its funding. Although they term it as temporary, we are all aware of its implications. Initially, the board intended to suspend funding for the laboratory, but your recent breakthroughs have managed to salvage some resources, albeit just barely." Dr. Connors furrows his brow, reflecting on how his latest achievement, the regeneration of laboratory mice, has offered a glimmer of hope to the board. Yet, it is merely a flicker. "So, what is the board's stance? Human trials? What?" Dr. Connors exclaims, his eyes widening as he looks at the middle-aged man. "I have only just extracted a potentially viable serum from the sole mutated mouse and have yet to validate it. To proceed with human trials now is exceedingly hasty. And where would we even find willing subjects?" The middle-aged man shrugs nonchalantly. "Military hospitals have plenty of subjects. We can conduct the trials under the guise of testing the latest vaccine." He speaks with ease, for such practices have become commonplace. Conducting human trials in Bart requires compensation for the locals, but using the underprivileged at home incurs no such costs. One might ask, are the underprivileged truly human? Not in the eyes of capital, which relentlessly pursues profit maximization while simultaneously seeking to minimize costs. Yet, Dr. Connor struggles to accept this reality. "What? I refuse. Time waits for no one, doctor. The time allotted to you is limited, as is the time available to us. That is of no concern to you. Understand that the board's actions are for your benefit. There will be designated individuals to oversee this matter, and should it fail, you can conveniently claim ignorance. I did not come here to negotiate with you, doctor. This is merely a notification." After delivering this statement, the middle-aged man turns and departs from Dr. Connor's laboratory. Rumors circulate among the upper echelons that Norman Osborn's days are numbered, and the establishment of Dr. Connor's regeneration laboratory is, in truth, a means to develop a cure for the peculiar affliction plaguing Norman Osborn. The middle-aged man was not mistaken. He is indeed advocating for the swift implementation of human trials. In assisting Dr. Connors, he is also serving his own interests. After all, a new ruler brings new courtiers. Who can predict the actions of Harry Osborn should Norman Osborn meet his demise? It is well understood that capital favors stability, for only within a stable environment can it consistently yield profit. Yet, Dr. Connors is not merely a pawn of capital. After the middle-aged man departed, he remained motionless in his office chair, his gaze flickering. Though his expression appeared serene, his mind was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. On one hand, Dr. Connors harbored a desire to conduct human experiments. After all, the purpose of his extensive research was to benefit humanity, alleviating the suffering of those with disabilities. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that the regenerative serum was still unstable. Thus far, only a single lab mouse had achieved the remarkable results he had envisioned after receiving the regenerative agent. However, the critical issue lay here. They were unaware of the reasons behind this success. Yes, they had succeeded, but the lack of understanding rendered them incapable of replicating the results. Medicine demands precision and cannot tolerate the slightest negligence, especially when human trials are involved. Even a single question must be resolved before proceeding further. Emotionally, no one yearned more for the success of the regenerative serum than he. Yet, from a rational standpoint, the board's actions were nothing short of trifling with the lives of those disabled veterans. Dr. Connors found himself in the throes of an inner turmoil, where angels and demons battled within his consciousness. The angel admonished him that what he contemplated was wrong. Should calamity ensue, divine forgiveness would be beyond his reach. Conversely, the demon argued that the pursuit of medical advancement necessitated sacrifice. Should he succeed, even if he were to perish and ascend to heaven, the angels would be compelled to make way for him. Dr. Connors sat transfixed in his office, sunlight streaming through the window and casting flickering shadows across his face. Thus, he remained ensconced in contemplation from the afternoon until nightfall. The sudden chime of his phone jolted him from his reverie, interrupting the tumultuous battle within his soul. He grasped his phone and opened the recently received message. The words caught his eye. "Doctor, I am on my way to the hospital. We believe in you." After reading it, Dr. Connor's gaze became unfocused. Suddenly, with a jolt, he stood up from his seat, a newfound determination in his eyes as he strode resolutely towards the door. The surveillance camera monitoring the laboratory remained quietly stationed in the corner, its red light blinking intermittently. With a beep, the laboratory's biological engineering mixer, responsible for interspecies genes splicing and fusion, successfully activated, and Dr. Connors retrieved a vial containing a green serum. I may not be an angel, but I absolutely cannot become a demon, he murmured to himself as he regarded the vial of regenerative serum, a fusion extracted from the bodies of laboratory mice and lizards. With unwavering conviction, he seated himself beside it. After a brief moment, Dr. Connors, sitting in a chair, gazed at the syringe in his hand, inhaled deeply, and with no further hesitation, plunged the syringe into the right arm, where he had lost his hand in an accident. He swiftly pressed the plunger down. Almost instantaneously, a wave of dizziness surged over him, devoid of any preceding warning. Thud! Dr. Connors collapsed onto the table before him. At the same time, within the remnants of his right arm, something appeared to be writhing, as if struggling to escape. Was it a creature? Yes, a tiny lizard. Meanwhile, having finished dinner, Gwen was in her room on the phone with Hawke, recounting a humorous incident from dinner when her 8-year-old brother had been startled by a lizard that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Hawke, listening to Gwen's laughter on the other end of the line, felt a spark of curiosity. Aren't you afraid? He asked. Gwen replied earnestly. Have you forgotten? The inspiration for our laboratory's regenerative serum comes from lizards. We have an abundance of both lab mice and lizards. She was no delicate flower. She was a cold-hearted scientist capable of extracting blood from lizards and dissecting mice without flinching. Hawke realized this and smiled. Gwen smiled back before shifting the topic. What about you? Have you finished your meal? Not yet, Hawke replied, glancing at the fried chicken leg he had just purchased. I'm planning to go up to the rooftop to box, and I'll eat afterward. Unfortunately, with the new semester starting, the old gym has been demolished and transformed into a swimming pool. The new gym is bustling with activity, especially today, as it marks the beginning of a new semester and the arrival of fresh 9th grade students. Thus the crowd has swelled even further. Consequently, Hawke has decided to return home in the evening, train on the rooftop, and then indulge in a meal, followed by a shower and sleep. As Gwen listened to Hawke outline his plans, she nodded thoughtfully before posing a question. Hawke, may I ask you something? Of course, he replied. Why do you practice boxing every day? You're already quite formidable, Gwen inquired. She recalled the vivid image of Hawke standing bare-chested in the pool after traversing the forest, the waterfall cascading before him. Gwen was uncertain whether that magnificent waterfall was a result of Hawke's actions, as she had not witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, she had no doubt that Hawke possessed the strength to fell a bear with a single punch, an assertion she had witnessed firsthand. That day, when Gwen saw Hawke strike down a bear, she felt a mixture of relief and fear. Considering that she had encountered no wild beasts from the moment she entered the forest until she found Hawke, underscoring her extraordinary luck. Perhaps it was divine providence, she mused. Gwen then recalled the mysterious website that provided Hawke's real-time location, despite his phone being switched off. As Gwen contemplated the unknown website alongside her memories of Maryland, Hawke fell into a contemplative silence in response to her question. Why do I train daily? After a moment of reflection, a vision surfaced in his mind, leading him to respond, to protect myself and those I care about. Am I included in that? Gwen's voice chimed sweetly in Hawke's ear. On that day, when she had forcefully gifted him her personal mobile phone, and Hawke had accepted it without refusal, she felt as if she had uncovered the secret to their relationship. Hawke had not anticipated Gwen's forthrightness. He couldn't help but chuckle softly and nodded earnestly. Of course. His response was swift and unwavering, clearly indicating his sincerity. Gwen's delight at his answer was palpable, her tone growing lighter and more melodic. After a while, the couple, who had only recently confirmed their relationship, concluded their lengthy phone conversation with reluctance, particularly Gwen, who felt a poignant sense of longing. Hawke, too, felt a twinge of wistfulness. However, Hawke understood the reason behind his long-standing feelings for Gwen, which had begun in the 9th grade but had only now come to the forefront. In essence, he had previously lacked the qualifications to pursue her, but now he had grown stronger and earned that right. Therefore, whether it was to continue his ascent in strength or to maintain his newfound qualifications, Hawke felt an imperative to strive even harder than before, rather than becoming complacent. While his current prowess may be considerable, he pondered how long it could endure if he were to allow himself to slacken now. Would it last a year? Or perhaps 2 or 3? The Marvel Universe had unfurled its grand narrative, and thus, Hawke felt an acute sense of urgency rather than the luxury of indolence. Consequently, after concluding his call with Gwen, he embarked on the task of delivering 10,000 punches that day. In truth, striking the punching bag had lost its significance for him. Yet, he was not merely hitting a bag. He was seeking to calm his mind through this endeavor. enabling him to pursue that elusive sixth sense which he knew existed but could never quite grasp. On the rooftop of his apartment, the punching bag hung from a clothesline, swaying gently with each of Hawke's strikes. His gaze was vacant, his thoughts scattered, as if he were searching for a grain of rice in an infinite expanse of darkness. Suddenly, faint screams and shouts reached his ears. Hawke's eyes quickly snapped away from the void, and as he regained focus, he instinctively turned towards the direction of the cries emanating from the Williamsburg Bridge. In an instant, the space around him seemed to constrict rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Hawke, standing several kilometers away from the Williamsburg Bridge, could clearly perceive the unfolding scene upon it. The Williamsburg Bridge, a suspension bridge connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn across the East River, was a busy thoroughfare, with many commuters traversing it daily for work in Manhattan and returning to Brooklyn for rest. Tonight was no exception, but an unexpected incident had occurred. Countless Manhattan professionals, trapped on the bridge, were now running in panic, their ears filled with the sounds of vehicles being overturned behind them. Before his eyes, a colossal creature, covered in gray-green scales and resembling a lizard, darted swiftly across the tops of the cars. As it maneuvered, its powerful tail swept away vehicles with ease, as if they were mere trifles. It seemed to be searching for something. Was this the lizard? Upon grasping the scene before him, Hawke's brow arched in surprise. In that instant, a thought crystallized within his mind. Not the transformation of Dr. Connors into lizard without the warning of Spider-Man, but rather the realization that Connors' letter of recommendation had become utterly worthless. While New York University might acknowledge the goodwill of Dr. Connors, it would certainly not extend the same courtesy to Lizard. Thus, it was inevitable that Hawke's handwritten recommendation from Connors had, at the moment of Connors' metamorphosis into Lizard, plummeted in value from priceless to mere scrap paper. The stock market could not have plummeted with such ferocity. Soon, as Lizard made his debut atop the Williamsburg Bridge, he appeared to have discovered what he was searching for. A sharply dressed elite man was snatched from his vehicle by Lizard's tail. A middle-aged man, cradling a briefcase containing serum destined for a military hospital, trembled in terror under Lizard's piercing green gaze. Yet, he summoned his courage to speak. However, just as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, Lizard swiftly clawed the briefcase from his grasp. With a violent flick of his tail, the man was hurled against the bridge's railing. In the next heartbeat, a steel cable pierced through the man's waist, cleaving him in two, blood cascading as he plummeted into the river below. At that moment, Spider Being, made a dazzling entrance. Swinging through the air, Peter shot out webbing from his wrist and deftly maneuvered his body, landing a powerful kick on Lizard, who was momentarily caught off guard. As Lizard steadied himself and turned to face Peter, who was perched atop the vehicle, he opened his maw wide, his green tongue flailing as he unleashed a primal roar. In the next instant, Peter shot a strand of webbing from his right wrist, adhering it to the briefcase held by Lizard. With a swift tug, Lizard's fury erupted as he seized nearby vehicles, hurling them at Peter. Thus commenced the fierce battle between Spider Being and Lizard. Observing the spectacle from his apartment, Hawke was engrossed. Yet at that moment, a realization struck him. He pivoted sharply, facing the heavy bag, and in an instant transformed into a blur, unleashing a flurry of punches that danced lightly upon the bag's surface. 30 seconds later, having swiftly completed his task of 10,000 punches for the day, Hawke let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze back towards the Williamsburg Bridge, preparing to watch the unfolding drama without any psychological burden. But where was Dr. Lizard? Where was the spider? Where were the people? As his focus returned to the Williamsburg Bridge, Hawke found himself at a loss. However, he soon noticed the water surface beneath the bridge. It appeared that a shadow was swiftly moving beneath the surface, traveling at a remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Peter, who had been swinging along in pursuit, ultimately lost track of Dr. Lizard's whereabouts as he approached Roosevelt Island. The darkness was too thick, and indeed, Dr. Lizard's speed underwater was formidable. Peter halted atop a building's rooftop, gazing at the last position where he had lost sight of Dr. Lizard, shaking his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to leave and head home, he suddenly sensed something and approached the edge of the rooftop. To his astonishment, he spotted Hawke standing on the rooftop of a nearby 10-story building. Hawke smiled and waved at the spider, who was crouched at the edge. "Wow, Spider Peter?" Hawke exclaimed as he watched the arachnid land gracefully on his apartment's rooftop. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Peter pull off his mask, revealing his true identity, his face a picture of surprise. With the mask removed, Peter offered a shy smile. He now fully resonated with Gwen's earlier remark. "Hawke, your acting leaves much to be desired, does it?" Hawke replied, momentarily taken aback, as he observed Peter nodding earnestly. He shrugged. "Well, I suppose I shall strive to improve." While one person might claim that another's skills were lacking due to their own limited perspective, if two individuals voiced the same sentiment. Hawke began to reflect on whether his acting truly was subpar. Peter chuckled softly and then recounted his recent encounter with Dr. Lizard. By the way, Hawke, did you witness what just transpired? Partially, Hawke admitted candidly. However, just as I was about to watch, you and that lizard fellow vanished. He had seen the beginning and the end, but missed the crucial middle. No matter, I shall catch up on the news tomorrow. As is well known, the media in New York City responds with remarkable speed. Within 3 minutes of Dr. Lizard's appearance on the Williamsburg Bridge, I noticed 3 helicopters from different television stations buzzing overhead. Peter listened to Hawke's words, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced around before directing his gaze towards the nearly invisible Williamsburg Bridge. From here? He asked, astonished, looking at Hawke. Hawke chuckled. My eyesight is quite good, but yours is admirable as well. Peter nodded, subconsciously, once more. Indeed, if he concentrated, he could discern the Williamsburg Bridge from this vantage point. A thought flickered in Peter's mind, and his eyes brightened. Did you see where the lizard man ran off to? No. Well, Peter sighed upon hearing this. I didn't anticipate its strength. It flung me away, and by the time I was ready to retaliate, it had already leaped into the river. Curious, Hawke inquired. How do you assess its power? Peter regarded Hawke, contemplating seriously before frowning. It possesses greater strength than I do, yet lacks my speed and agility. However, it is swifter underwater. Understood. A single punch. It doesn't even require it to unleash its full power. As Hawke absorbed Peter's evaluation, he silently acknowledged it and prepared to return to rest. At that moment, Peter seemed to recall something and turned to Hawke, saying, however, this lizard creature evokes a sense of familiarity. I was pondering the source of that sensation when it threw me off. Hawke looked at Peter, intrigued. Have you discerned where this feeling originates? Peter nodded, gazing at Hawke. Hawke remained silent, awaiting Peter's next words. However, as Peter continued to nod and fix his gaze upon him, Hawke was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. You mean me? How could that be? A sense of absurdity washed over Hawke. How could Dr. Lizard carry his essence? He had only visited Dr. Connor's laboratory once. Even if some residual essence lingered from their handshake, it had been over 2 months. It was implausible for it to remain. He was no deity, and Dr. Connors was no sycophant, unlike those who, after shaking hands with their idols, refused to wash their hands. Peter, however, looked at Hawke earnestly and said, the last time we interacted was in the old gym, so your essence is vividly etched in my memory. But the lizard creature's essence was faint, nearly imperceptible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken so long to recall it. Hawke furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Peter's conviction. Are you certain? Absolutely. Peter nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the lizard creature that seemed to bear a trace of your essence. Much like Gwen also retained your aura, albeit with a far greater intensity. This description left Hawke momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated Peter would convey something else. Such was the reality. Hawke chuckled softly, glancing at Peter. I believe I have an inkling of who he might be. Peter's eyes brightened with curiosity. Who? Curtis Connors. From Osborne Bioindustrial's Regeneration Lab. Gwen visited there yesterday, and Dr. Connors is indeed exploring regeneration techniques through his research on lizards. Should Peter assert that the lizard doctor held a remnant of his essence, Hawke would still appear perplexed. However, with Peter's comparison to Gwen, clarity dawned upon him. If Peter's essence is rated at 1, then Gwen, in his proximity, would carry a trace of 0.5, especially after her recent visit to Osborne Bioindustrial, where she interacted with Dr. Connors. Thus, theoretically, the almost imperceptible essence Peter detected from Dr. Connors must have originated from this connection. As Peter absorbed Hawke's revelation regarding the lizard creature's true identity, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is it him? Do you know him? Yes, I vaguely recall him having met my father. All right then. Having unraveled the mystery of Dr. Connor's lingering essence, Hawke felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stifled a yawn. It's getting late. I must retire. Very well. Peter wished to delve deeper into the dangers posed by the lizard creature, but upon observing Hawke's demeanor, he decided against it. Good night, Hawke. Good night, Spider. I'm not a spider. Are you certain? Halfway turned, Hawke glanced back, tilting his head with a teasing smirk. Come on, tell me loudly, where does your web shoot from? Peter opened his mouth, his expression turning serious. Good night, Hawke. Good night, Peter. This time, Hawke refrained from teasing Peter. Soon, Peter swung away into the night. After returning home, Hawke savored a fried chicken leg, took a cold shower, and then snuggled into bed. Meanwhile, beneath the streets of Queens, within the labyrinthine sewers that could serve as shelters for countless homeless souls during winter storms, a primal roar echoed from the depths. gradually fading into silence until it ceased entirely. Instead, there echoed a solitary human groan. The Dr. Lizard, having ascended to the pinnacle of the school's trending topics, was unsurprisingly the talk of the day. The following morning, while still aboard the school bus, the reptilian creature that had made its appearance on the Williamsburg Bridge was now the headline news. No exceptions. "Hey, did you catch the news this morning?" Came a thick voice. "I did. And thank heavens my home is in Queens, not Brooklyn or Manhattan, for I could never afford a residence in either of those places. I think we should consider leaving New York City after graduation." "What is the matter?" "Look, a few years ago we had the Hawke and the Abomination. Last year there was that Tech Expo, and now aliens have come town. And here we are, not even through this year, and yet another lizard monster has appeared." "True," another voice chimed in. "What on earth has been happening in New York City these past few years? Ever since September of 2001, things have hardly improved. Am I the only one curious about how Spider-Man shoots his webs?" A soft voice from the back of the bus broke the conversation, drawing a raised eyebrow from Hawke, who instinctively glanced at Peter seated beside him. "See, I'm not the only one intrigued," Hawke remarked. Peter, feeling the teasing gaze from Hawke, managed a slight smile. "I'd rather not discuss that." Hawke shrugged, unfazed, and seamlessly transitioned to another topic, glancing at the empty seat beside him. "Whereas Harry? He didn't ride the bus with you today. He'll be late. He went to Oscar Biotech this morning." "Apparently, there was an invasion last night," Peter replied, surveying the bus interior before lowering his voice. "I probed a bit more. The lab of Dr. Curtis Connors was the target. They say the lizard cleared out all the equipment." Hawke nodded. "They say. Was New York's friendly neighbor not on the scene?" "The friendly neighbor is currently asleep," Peter quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. He felt an immense relief for donning his spider suit, which concealed his identity. Just look at that. The only person aware of his true self, and someone equally reticent, was already teasing him. What would others say? Most importantly, he was indeed acting heroically, and Uncle Ben would surely be proud of him now. With great power comes great responsibility, yet even the mightiest must succumb to slumber. After all, even a true spider requires rest, and he certainly was not a genuine spider. Thus, he cannot be expected to be vigilant 24 hours a day. Peter pondered the unfinished conversation from the previous night, lowering his voice. "What do you think Dr. Connors is trying to achieve?" "I don't know, I don't care," Hawke replied, shaking his head dismissively. Peter observed as Hawke, after uttering those words, returned to his usual reticence, gazing out the window at the scenery. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. He had never considered inviting Hawke to join him as a volunteer police officer. After all, one's passions may not resonate with others, and it is unwise to impose such interests on anyone else. This principle was not lost on Peter. Upon arriving at school, the buzz surrounding the lizard creature had not diminished. Rather, it intensified as students from various grades converged, creating an atmosphere rife with escalating intrigue. Whispers and gossip circulated among the throngs of 15 to 17-year-olds, brimming with restless hormones. At noon, as usual, Hawke was engrossed in his meal of burgers and cola when Gwen, who had arrived late after her class, took a seat across from him, balancing a tray. "I just received word that I won't be going to Oscar Biotech anymore. Dr. Connors' lab was raided by the lizard, and he's gone missing." Hawke looked up, contemplating, then leaned in and whispered it wasn't the lizard that stole anything. It was Dr. Connors himself. He had intended to share this news with Gwen that morning, but the presence of the gossip queen, Mary, had deterred him. Nevertheless, he felt now was as good a time as any to disclose this information. Gwen's expression shifted from confusion to shock, her chest rising visibly with a quickened breath. However, she soon seemed to remember they were in a cafeteria and restrained her voice. Her wide eyes fixated on Hawke, who resumed his burger with nonchalance. "What? Is Dr. Connors for real?" "There's a 99% chance. Spider-Man mentioned that the lizard has my scent, albeit faint." "Spider-Man?" Hawke nodded naturally. Gwen's astonishment deepened, her eyes widening to the point where she felt they could grow even larger. "You know Spider-Man?" "Yes." "Who is he?" "I can't say." Hawke shook his head, choosing not to reveal that Peter was Spider-Man. Sharing Gwen's potential peril due to the lizard's identity was a different matter, one that he deemed too risky. However, Peter is quite different. Particularly in this iteration, he remains the original Spider-Man, the one who, despite being overwhelmed by venom, harbors no malevolent intentions beyond acquiring a discounted suit, seeking a raise for his newspaper boss, and being a good neighbor to the somewhat disdainful New Yorkers. Furthermore, Peter does not trumpet his prowess to the world. He certainly would not disclose that he is Spider-Man to anyone. Hawke remarked this, and, meeting Gwen's wide-eyed gaze, chuckled. "Even if you look at me like that, I want to say a word." Gwen then averted her gaze. "If he chooses not to speak, I shall seek the answers myself." The truth remains, no one understands Hawke better than she does. Hawke's network is remarkably simple. Essentially, anyone Hawke knows, she also knows. Hence, if Hawke is acquainted with Spider-Man, it stands to reason that she is likely familiar with him as well. She felt confident. As Gwen mentally sifted through the individuals they both knew, she lowered her voice. No, how could Dr. Connors have transformed into that lizard creature yesterday? I don't know. Hawke shook his head. Only God knows what is going on. When I spoke with Dr. Connors, he mentioned that his regeneration serum had succeeded on a severed-tailed lab mouse. This prompted Gwen to inquire further, and Hawke pondered briefly. Were it Peter, he would hardly bother with such contemplation. Even if the lizard wreaked havoc in New York, it would not concern him. There were others far more anxious about it. Hawke contemplated this, only to notice Gwen's eyes widen once more. 49. Hawke's blood analysis report. What did you just say? I'm not sure. No. What did you just say about the Dr.'s successful experiment? On a severed-tailed lab mouse. Didn't I mention that last time? Hawke frowned, observing Gwen's seemingly astonished expression, and curiously asked, What's the matter? Gwen remained silent, her brows furrowed. Successful experiment. Severed-tailed lab mouse. For reasons unknown, a memory surged in Gwen's mind of a lab accident 2 months prior, when a lab mouse that had escaped had licked Hawke's blood. If her recollection served her correctly, that mouse indeed had a severed tail. Hiss! Gwen instinctively gasped, glancing at Hawke before retrieving her phone from her pocket and dialing a number. Hawke, seated across from her, raised an eyebrow at her actions. Soon, Gwen's call was connected. Hello, Elsa. Gwen, are you here to inquire about what happened? I apologize, but the company has mandated that we sign a confidentiality agreement. No, Elsa. I wish to ask whether the experiment conducted by the doctor was successful on the tailless white mouse. Ah, yes. At that moment, within the Osborn Biotech Tower, the female researcher Elsa nodded after recently signing a confidentiality agreement. But one cannot truly declare it a success, as it only occurred once. Our subsequent attempts at replication have all failed. Gwen, upon hearing this, promptly pressed further. Was it indeed the escapee white mouse that succeeded? Yes, it was that very one. A sense of realization washed over Gwen, who quietly exchanged a few more words with Elsa before concluding the call. Hawke, observing Gwen after she hung up, inquired with curiosity, what was so special about that escapee white mouse? Gwen tucked her phone away and glanced at Hawke. She pondered for a moment. Do you recall that incident in the lab? Yes, I remember. Your hand was injured and bled, correct? Not all. Hawke shook his head decisively. Gwen remained silent, merely gazing at Hawke. He met her gaze and contemplated. All right, let us assume I was injured at that time. Please continue. Gwen kept her eyes locked on Hawke. The few drops of blood you left on the floor were licked away by the tailless white mouse. Hawke furrowed his brow as he regarded Gwen. She continued to observe him intently, their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. Hawke averted his gaze, inhaling sharply. Are you suggesting that the successful tailless white mouse is the one you witnessed? Gwen shrugged. It is the sole variable. Otherwise, why would the Dr.'s numerous animal experiments yield success only with that particular mouse? Although she did not fully comprehend the implications of this correlation, her mind echoed with visions of the waterfall deep in the forests of Maryland, resembling an enraged dragon lifting its head, cascading rivers in reverse. And there stood Hawke beneath that waterfall, the architect of it all. Hawke remained silent, quietly setting aside the large cup of cola he had been holding, interlocking his fingers on the table, leaning slightly forward as he regarded Gwen. He recalled the words Peter had spoken the previous night on the apartment rooftop. The scent of Dr. Lizard lingered on him. Hawke had initially believed that scent was a remnant from Gwen's encounter with Dr. Connors 2 days prior. Yet now, it seemed a different narrative was unfolding. The lab incident had left him with a few drops of fresh blood. The escaped laboratory mouse, having ingested a few drops of his blood, emerged as the sole survivor amidst a grim fate that befell the other mice in the experiment. Dr. Connors subsequently extracted a new serum from this fortunate creature and synthesized a regenerative agent. Following this, did Dr. Connors transform into the lizard? Hawke furrowed his brows, gazing at Gwen, who was quietly observing him. He opened his mouth, only to shake his head in absurdity. Surely, my blood cannot be that extraordinary. There's a way to ascertain this. What? The Stark Tower at school houses a blood analyzer, which can yield results in as little as half an hour. The Stark Tower refers to Building 3 of the school, a laboratory funded by Howard Stark, equipped predominantly with apparatus donated by Stark Industries. This includes a fully automated rapid blood testing analyzer, which, merely based on its appearance, is valued at no less than $100,000, but in reality, exceeds $1 million, adorned with the Stark logo. Hawke placed his finger in his mouth to wet it, and by the time he withdrew it, the punctured wound had already healed. At that moment, Gwen had activated the machine, which was now humming to life. As they awaited the results, Gwen turned to Hawke with curiosity. Did you mutate like Dr. Bruce Banner? She had long wished to ask this, but had not found the opportunity. Hawke met her inquisitive gaze with a chuckle, shaking his head. I can assure you, I am 100% human, pure. He had merely awakened a small universe within himself. Mutate? He would never concede to such a notion. Only the impoverished rely on mutation. Although he too was not wealthy, he depended solely on himself. He had achieved his current prowess through relentless self-improvement and unwavering effort. The sweat poured from 1,000 days of training, culminating in the blossoming of the success he rightfully deserved. Hawke pondered this, then looked at Gwen and added, regardless, I am certainly not a mutated being like Spider-Man. And do not compare me to Bruce Banner. He is undeserving. Gwen's heart stirred as she caught the pivotal point in Hawke's words, her eyes lighting up. Spider-Man? Is he also a mutant? Hawke blinked, and, under Gwen's scrutiny, made a zipping motion at his mouth. I will not disclose his identity, Gwen. It's fine. I can find out myself. Gwen rolled her eyes just then. Beep, beep, beep. As the two conversed in the laboratory, the fully automated blood rapid testing analyzer, having labored for half an hour, emitted a concluding beep. Gwen hastily approached and retrieved the analysis report ejected by the machine, with Hawke leaning in closely beside her. The results were striking. Red blood cell count, white blood cell count, and platelet count were all off the charts. Hawke blinked in surprise. This outcome was, perhaps, within his expectations. For Saint Seiya cultivates their own essence. Gwen, after a quick glance at the report, inhaled deeply and turned to Hawke. Hawke, do you realize what the outside world would think upon seeing your blood analysis? Hawke chuckled, glancing at Gwen. Others would find it exceedingly difficult to obtain my blood. 50? I have no intention of being a mere human, Dr. Connors. Hawke has striven to grow stronger for a reason, to seize control of his own fate. Oh, now someone wishes to acquire his blood? Huh, what a laugh. Just moments ago, it was Gwen. Had it been anyone else, I assure you, the instant their needle approached, they would have found themselves obliterated by me. However, Gwen paid no heed to Hawke's jest and instead focused intently on the freshly printed blood analysis report. While others might not comprehend its significance, she certainly did. Yet, the clarity of her understanding caused her to gasp in astonishment. Hawke's blood data was nearly all beyond the threshold. The white blood cell count alone reached the machine's maximum display value, suggesting that the actual figure could be even higher. Such a white blood cell count indicates an extraordinarily robust and efficient immune system, capable of recognizing and eliminating any intruder, be it virus, bacteria, or parasite, in an instant. It also implied that Hawke possessed remarkable recovery capabilities. Gwen recalled the day of the laboratory accident, when she had witnessed Hawke bleed profusely, only to see his palm heal almost instantaneously. The other data points were equally astonishing. In short, had Gwen not personally drawn blood from Hawke's fingertip, merely glancing at the report would have led her to believe the data was fabricated, for such figures were not those of an ordinary human. I once came across Captain America's blood test report online. Hawke, your data is even more extraordinary than his. You Haven T, by chance, received the super soldier serum like Captain America, have you? Gwen couldn't help but glance at Hawke. After dismissing the possibility of mutation, the only remaining option was the injection of the super soldier serum. Unfortunately, Hawke shrugged, not at all. Sensing his indifference, Gwen decisively abandoned the topic, swiftly tearing the test report to shreds and meticulously cleaning the machine inside and out. Finally, she rinsed the test tube under the tap, discarding the damp, crumpled paper into a nearby trash bin, effectively eliminating any chance of the report or blood sample being inadvertently discovered by others. Hawke watched Gwen complete her task and couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really necessary to be so tense, Gwen? Absolutely, Gwen replied gravely, locking eyes with Hawke. I have no doubt that if your data were to be exposed, you would end up on the dissection table. Hawke raised an eyebrow. That depends on whether they can catch me. He smirked. They can certainly try, though I wouldn't mind turning their attempts into a matter of mortality. After all, he had already crossed that line. To him, killing was no longer a matter of choice, but merely a question of quantity. Yet, Gwen's expression did not soften in response to Hawke's words. Instead, she looked at him with utmost seriousness. Hawke, never let anyone know your blood data. Understood, Hawke replied, contemplating her words before nodding. Gwen's stern demeanor eased slightly as they walked toward the laboratory exit, shifting the conversation. So what's next? What? Dr. Connors. Not our concern. Hawke shrugged. His transformation into a lizard monster wasn't caused by us. He might have already fled to Mexico by now. Gwen pondered this and nodded. That is a possibility. Let us not discuss him anymore. What classes do you have this afternoon? French, and you? Geography. As they continued discussing their afternoon schedules, they exited the Stark 3 laboratory. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the commotion surrounding the lizard monster gradually subsided. After all, since its appearance on the Williamsburg Bridge, it had not shown itself again. Many speculated that the military had secretly captured the creature or that it had successfully escaped New York City. Even Peter, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, shared this sentiment. However, in reality, Dr. Lizard had never truly departed. At this very moment, he resided within the subterranean conduits just 5 blocks away from Midtown High School. Within the sewers of New York City, platforms were strategically placed at intervals. Dr. Lizard's makeshift stronghold was situated upon one such platform. Yet at this moment, Dr. Lizard had reverted to his original form as Dr. Connors. After having experienced the power and vitality of a formidable, albeit grotesque, reptilian creature, how could he possibly resign himself to becoming the frail, incapacitated man he once was after the effects of the serum had worn off? Perhaps Dr. Connors initially administered the regenerative serum with the intent of sparing the board from experimenting on the already pitiable, disabled veterans. However, the current Dr. Connors had undergone a profound awakening. Being human was not inherently flawed, yet to embody the strength of a lizard man surpassed mere humanity in robustness, prowess, and boundless potential. Thus, Dr. Connors resolved to forsake his humanity and permanently transform into a lizard man. To achieve this ambition, he first needed to discern why that singular, successful laboratory mouse had triumphed. Consequently, for the past 3 days, he had been scrutinizing the recordings from his laboratory. Finally, amidst the hypnotic mechanical sounds generated by surging electricity, a sweat-drenched and filthy Dr. Connors experienced a moment of clarity as he beheld a still frame on his screen. The image that captured his attention was that of the tailless mouse licking the blood from the ground. Dr. Connors hastily rewound the footage, and soon, the scene crystallized upon the moment when Hawke withdrew his hand from Gwen's view. Hawke, it was him. Upon witnessing this image, Dr. Connors felt a tremor ripple through his body, a quiver born of elation. Having once forged a bond with Hawke, Dr. Connors believed that if he were to reach out to Hawke, he would surely provide him with some blood for his research. This was his thought, and thus he prepared to act on it. However, just as Dr. Connors was about to retrieve his phone, a voice, echoing both within his heart and in his ears, interrupted him. No, he will not give it to you. How could someone so powerful part with his blood? As Dr. Connors listened to the whispers reverberating in his mind, his gaze became distant. Indeed, he would not grant me such a gift. How could he possibly do so? Yet what was he to do? Gwen, seize her. She is Hawke's girlfriend. Capture Gwen and force her to yield her blood. You are right. Apprehend Gwen and compel Dr. Connors. His gaze vacant, Dr. Connors mumbled to himself as he grasped the last 3 remaining regeneration potions, preparing for another strike as the lizard. It must be Peter. During physics class, Hawke glanced at the note pushed before him and raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Gwen seated beside him. Gwen subtly signaled towards the note in front of Hawke. Hawke smiled, non-committally returning the note to Gwen. He refrained from expressing any opinion. While it was one thing for Gwen to speculate, it was quite another for him to affirm it. The sentiment remains unchanged. The spider did not betray himself, and thus he would not betray Peter either. Soon, after class, Gwen, clutching her books, walked alongside Hawke towards the corridor where their lockers were located. Pondering whether Spider-Man was indeed Peter, she felt confident it was Peter without a doubt. After all, Hawke's network of relationships was rather simple. And considering Peter's previous status as a marginalized individual at school, his sudden emergence was rather surprising. Most classmates believed this transformation stemmed from Peter's training with Hawke. This fueled the rumor that Peter might be Hawke's only friend. Others may have been oblivious, but Gwen was not. It was precisely because Gwen understood that Peter's newfound strength was not merely due to training with Hawke that she hesitated to confirm her suspicions. It seemed too simplistic. It was akin to a struggling student and a top scholar tackling the same problem. For the struggling student, upon seeing the question, they might exclaim, "I can solve this," and hastily select option A without a second thought. Conversely, the scholar, upon recognizing the almost apparent answer, might ponder whether there exists a hidden trap within the question. Gwen found herself in a similar predicament. She was quite likely convinced that Spider-Man was indeed Peter. However, without having witnessed it firsthand, she could not assert it definitively. After a while, Hawke opened his locker, placed his physics book inside, and retrieved his messenger bag. "I am heading to Mrs. Snow's office." "All right," Gwen replied, having already fetched her backpack from her locker. "I will wait for you in the library." Hawke acknowledged her with a grunt, shouldering his bag as he made his way towards the office of Counselor Mrs. Snow. The weekend was just around the corner, with Monday looming on the horizon. If he wished to request leave for that day, he needed to do so today, Otherwise, making the request next week would be akin to seeking permission after the fact. Gwen made her way towards the library. Tomorrow marks the weekend, coinciding with the day of the 12th grade prom, and she needs to confirm all the details with the prom organizing committee before the end of the school day. After all, she belongs to the type that does not typically attend such events. However, Gwen is one of those who prioritize academics over the frivolity of dance. And despite her lack of interest in attending, her role as a grade assistant necessitates her involvement in the prom's arrangements. Yet, now that she is with Hawke, though unspoken, she harbors a desire to attend the graduation ball with him, should the opportunity arise. But she finds herself uncertain about whether Hawke would agree. Perhaps, maybe he would? This thought lingered in Gwen's mind as she and Hawke momentarily parted ways in the corridor, one heading towards the administration building and the other towards the library. Beneath the ground, in the filthy, foul-smelling sewer pipes where sewage flowed freely, a large lizard-like creature glided through the murky waters with the agility of a seasoned swimmer. With a sudden splash, it emerged from the sewage, landing at a junction of underground pipes. "Dr. Lizard, capture her," threatened Hawke. At that moment, the fully transformed lizard doctor flicked his compound eyes and, extending his crimson tongue, whispered words that echoed like a curse, imprinting themselves indelibly in his mind. Soon, standing at the crossroads of the sewer, the lizard doctor seemed to catch a scent. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, he darted into another underground pipe. Moving with the swiftness of light, his limbs functioning like those of a true reptile, swiftly making his way through the sewage towards the student restroom at Midtown High. A ninth-grade student, recently enrolled, was squatting on the toilet, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, as he entered puberty, the boy, now marked with numerous spots, sensed something amiss. The ground appeared to tremble beneath him. Moreover, an inexplicable chill was rising from below, brushing against him in an unsettling manner. The ninth grader felt bewildered. What was happening? An earthquake? Boom! Just as he pondered the possibility of an impending earthquake, a powerful surge from below unexpectedly lifted him and the toilet, sending them flying. With a thud, he crashed to the ground alongside the toilet, utterly bewildered. The other students in the restroom stood frozen, gazing at their classmate who had been launched from the stall like a cannonball. However, they quickly regained their composure. Their eyes widened as they beheld the chaos unfolding. Devoid of the stall's protective barrier, the floor began to crack, and soon a green, clawed hand gripped the tiled surface, sending sparks flying. In the next moment, a hissing sound erupted as Dr. Lizard emerged from beneath the restroom floor, steadying himself and spreading his arms wide, roaring as if to announce his arrival. Just then, Peter, who had just finished his chemistry class and returned to the relaxation corridor to retrieve his backpack, felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a series of piercing screams shattered the previously serene atmosphere of the corridor. "Oh my God, it's a lizard man! Run, Mom. I don't want to go to school anymore." The restroom door was flung open violently, and the terrified students who had just been inside bolted towards Peter, shouting warnings to their fellow classmates. Trailing behind them was another student, clutching his pants in fright, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were not properly worn. It was clear that he had been thoroughly terrified, and for a long time to come, he would likely dread going to the restroom alone. As the attention of the remaining students turned to the frightened group pouring out of the restroom, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. The restroom walls crumbled in response, and Dr. Lizard's figure suddenly came into view for the rest of the students. Thick-skinned lizard, a battle between Spider-Woman and the Lizard Man. After several days of dwindling interest among the students, the Lizard Man made a dramatic reappearance. In the past, when students saw the Lizard Man on television, they would eagerly engage in discussions about him, but now that he stood before them, their reactions were strikingly uniform: screams and frantic attempts to escape. In an instant, the tranquility of the relaxation corridor was utterly shattered. Yet, in the nearby office building, life continued as usual, with the staff oblivious to the turmoil outside, particularly in Mrs. Snow's office. She was unfazed by Hawke's absence, for he routinely took a leave of absence on September 10th each year, and this time was no different. Having originally taken leave and prepared to depart, Hawke was halted by Lady Snow's voice. Just as he was nearing the door, he turned to look back at her. Lady Snow wore a smile. "I heard you were with Gwen?" she inquired. "MHM," he replied. "Splendid. You have finally followed your heart," Lady Snow said, her tone imbued with happiness. Gwen could discern that Hawke had previously exhibited some reluctance towards her, and Lady Snow, who had encountered far more teenagers than Hawke had tasted salt, could see it even more clearly. However, compared to Gwen, Lady Snow had a sharper perception, for she understood both Gwen and Hawke. To put it simply, had she not comprehended the situation, she would not have sought out Gwen in Hawke's absence. Thus, with a hint of wistfulness in her voice, Lady Snow remarked. I had thought you two would not break through that barrier before graduation. But I am curious. Might you tell me who took the first step? Hawke, now intrigued, pondered for a moment before responding. Gwen. Just as I suspected, Hawke. I am aware of an ancient saying from the East, which I intended to gift you at your graduation. Lady Snow nodded thoughtfully, then smiled at Hawke. To be born of humble origins is no disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt is what defines a true gentleman. I had planned to share this with you upon your graduation, should you remain unchanged, but it seems that is no longer necessary. As she had previously stated, she understood both Gwen and Hawke. Listening to Lady Snow's wise words, Hawke expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Lady Snow continued, "May I offer you one more piece of advice, Hawke?" He nodded, of course. While he was uncertain of the competence of other students' counselors, he knew that Lady Snow was exceptionally capable and her concern for him was genuine. Thus, he was inclined to heed her counsel. Lady Snow smiled gently. The graduation ball. Hawke raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Lady Snow replied with a grin. I know you do not enjoy such events, but the graduation ball is different. If possible, do not miss it. And, of course, take your partner along. This way, at least when you reflect on your high school years, it won't be a blank slate. Will it? Attending the graduation ball with Gwen? It seemed rather delightful. As Lady Snow's words resonated within him, images of the graduation ball danced in his mind, stirring something within. Dashing young men and beautiful women, revelry and dance, luxury cars, and champagne. Hawke swiftly returned to reality, banishing his distracting thoughts, and turned to Mrs. Snow with a sincere smile. Very well, Mrs. Snow, I shall give your suggestion careful consideration. Satisfied with Hawke's response, Mrs. Snow smiled in return. Hawke then prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, the door burst open with a loud bang. A staff member poked his head inside and urgently exclaimed to Mrs. Snow, There's been an incident. We must leave at once. Mrs. Snow paused, taken aback, while Hawke raised an inquisitive eyebrow. A minute later, as Hawke exited the office building, he fell into silence while observing students frantically fleeing from multiple emergency exits of the academic building. What is happening? Has there been a shooting at Central City High? Run. Everyone, the Lizard Man is here, hurry. Did someone say Lizard Man? Hawke's ears perked up at the frantic words of the fastest runner, activating his usually dormant heightened senses. He had to suppress them regularly, for their sharpness could drive him to madness. The moment he reactivated his acute senses, the screams, roars, and sounds of struggle, along with the spitting of webs from within the academic building, flooded his awareness. Hiss! Dr. Lizard! Clang! In the midst of the chaos, having transformed in the restroom, Spider-Woman was flung out by Dr. Lizard, who had seized her with a powerful claw. Simultaneously, Dr. Lizard's claw snagged Peter's backpack, which he had slung over his shoulder. Peter! Parker! Dr. Lizard's gaze fell upon the insignia on the backpack, and a realization seemed to dawn upon him as he looked at Peter, who had fallen to the ground after colliding with the wall. Is that you, Peter Parker, the one without a father or mother? Peter remained silent, opting to strike back once more. However, Dr. Lizard's tail lashed out, slamming into a storage cabinet in the corridor and directly hurtling towards Peter. With a resounding crash, Peter was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. Struck by the cabinet, Peter tumbled to the floor, crashing through the doorway and rolling onto the grass outside. With a fierce roar, Dr. Lizard's massive form burst through the door, landing on the lawn. In the next moment, before Dr. Lizard could regain his footing, Peter pushed himself off the grass, gathered his strength, and delivered a powerful kick to Dr. Lizard's side, propelling him back into the academic building. Once again, the sounds of urgent combat and shattering walls echoed from within. At this moment, Hawke had already sprinted to the library. Although he was perplexed as to why Dr. Lizard had reappeared at Midtown High, it was of no concern to him. After all, Spider-Woman was present. Dr. Lizard had her to contend with. Upon entering the library, Hawke immediately spotted Gwen, who was anxiously descending the stairs from the second floor amidst the crowd. Gwen, rushing down the stairs, quickly inquired, "What is happening?" Just as Hawke was about to respond, a resounding crash echoed through the air. He turned his gaze skyward, completely disregarding the fact that Peter was being forcefully dragged by Dr. Lizard, who had smashed through the second-floor window. With claws extended, Dr. Lizard lunged towards Hawke and Gwen, who stood on the staircase. In that fleeting moment, Hawke was caught off guard by the fearsome visage of Dr. Lizard, suspended by Spider-Woman behind him, and the astonished expression of Gwen. Without a second thought, Hawke seized Gwen, seemingly recalling something, and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. He then pivoted sharply, exposing his back to Dr. Lizard. With a thunderous impact, Dr. Lizard's claws struck Hawke's back like a boulder crashing down, sending him tumbling down the staircase. In midair, Hawke managed to twist once more, crashing against the shelves below. The shelves splintered under the force. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. As others began to react, witnessing the scene, they screamed and hastily fled towards the library's exit. Hawke! Dr. Lizard roared, resembling a true monster as he stood on the stairs, his throat vibrating with hunger as he glared at the rising Hawke. Blood! Give it to me! Very well. He was coming for me. Aside from a disheveled appearance and a layer of dust, Hawke felt little from the impact of Dr. Lizard's strike. He contemplated the creature's words, then instinctively turned to Gwen, who was also recovering from her shock. Are you all right? Yet, he was filled with curiosity. If Dr. Lizard was indeed targeting him, then why had that strike appear to be aimed at Gwen? It was not merely an illusion. It was instinct. Had Dr. Lizard truly intended to strike him, Hawke believed that not only would he have been hit, but all his efforts over the past 2.5 years would have been rendered futile. Hawke had initially considered whisking Gwen away at supersonic speed. However, just as he prepared to do so, a series of potential consequences flashed through his mind. For instance, Gwen might find herself unable to withstand the sudden surge of acceleration, causing her entire body to feel as if it were being crushed by an unseen hand. Additionally, the lethal air resistance could tear her apart. After all, while he can move at supersonic speeds and endure such forces, Gwen cannot. It was precisely in that fleeting moment that she chose to endure Dr. Lizard's strike instead. Thus, this decision had nothing to do with a desire to conceal her abilities from her classmates. She harbored no fear of exposure, nor did she care about it. The notion of feigning weakness to deceive others was entirely absent from her mind. Even when robbing Quantico, she merely donned a hood and a medical mask, neglecting to wear gloves. Had Quantico conducted a diligent investigation, they could have potentially identified her, for she had not taken any measures to obscure her presence during her daytime reconnaissance. A simple inquiry or a dynamic comparison could have matched her to the scene. In short, she was unconcerned about being revealed to the military, let alone in this situation. Hawke merely wished to protect Gwen from harm. At this moment, Gwen, having instinctively shaken her head in response to the grim situation, uttered that she was fine, only to suddenly narrow her gaze. Be careful. Boom. Hawke unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which shattered the desk that Dr. Lizard had swung with his tail into splinters mid-air. You should exit first. Be cautious. His strength is somewhat exaggerated. At this moment, Peter, resembling a true spider clinging to the wall, offered a warning. To be precise, it was indeed somewhat excessive. If Dr. Lizard's strength was a mere 1 during their encounter on the Williamsburg Bridge, it had now escalated to 3. Fortunately, being a spider hybrid, his healing abilities were equally remarkable. Yet Peter, aware of Hawke's formidable strength but having never witnessed his combat prowess, felt compelled to issue a caution as Hawke prepared to engage. Of course, Peter's voice at this moment bore a slight difference from his true tone. Compared to his authentic voice, it sounded somewhat deeper. Nonetheless, this prompted Gwen to glance at him instinctively before nodding in Hawke's direction. Just be careful. All right, Hawke replied with a slight smile. Gwen then turned, intending to seek a safe haven. However, just as she pivoted to flee, Dr. Lizard's pupils constricted, and with a powerful push of his legs, he lunged into the air once more, aiming directly at Gwen. You seek death. The preceding statement was uttered by Peter. Upon witnessing the scene, affixed his feet to the wall and extended his hands simultaneously. In an instant, 2 strands of web shot forth, audibly snapping as they ensnared the airborne lizard doctor, momentarily halting his advance towards Gwen. The latter statement was made by Hawke, whose voice turned cold and sharp upon seeing the lizard doctor poised to strike Gwen. In the next heartbeat, a resounding boom echoed as Hawke vanished from sight, only to reappear in midair before the lizard doctor, delivering a light yet forceful punch to his chest. With a crack, the lizard doctor's chest caved in, revealing his mutated heart within, and his body careened backward like a kite severed from its string. Peter, still tethered to the lizard doctor by his webs, was propelled backward alongside him, shrieking as they flew. Fortunately, Peter sensed the impending danger in time, severing the strands and executing a somersault in midair, ultimately adhering to the library's ceiling to dissipate the force of the impact. The lizard doctor, however, was not so fortunate. With a series of thunderous crashes, he barreled through a row of bookshelves on the second floor of the library, culminating in a violent collision with the wall that not only cracked the surface, but also halted his retreat. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After sending the lizard doctor flying, Hawke reappeared beside Gwen, inquiring, Are you all right, Gwen? She could only shake her head in a daze, her mind still reeling from the image of the lizard doctor hurtling towards her. Dr. Connors wants to kill me? Why? This makes no sense. Meanwhile, Peter descended from the ceiling onto the remnants of the shattered bookshelves, observing the dismal state of the lizard doctor. Before him lay the lizard doctor, whose chest had completely collapsed, shards embedded in his exposed, mutated heart. The heart thumped erratically, its rhythm slowing, while the vibrant green hue of the lizard doctor began to fade. One strike. The lizard doctor lay dying, a puppet ensnared by darkness. This was the moment when Hawke and Gwen arrived on the second floor. Dr. Connors has vanished, replaced by a figure who has reverted to human form, yet bears an irreversible wound upon his chest. Blood trickles from the corners of Dr. Connors' mouth, yet upon seeing Hawke approach, a smile strains across his face. "Thank you." Hawke remained silent, merely observing Dr. Connors, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Beside them, Gwen, perplexed, inquires, "Doctor, why do you wish to kill me?" Her confusion is palpable. If Dr. Connors harbored resentment due to the Williamsburg Bridge incident, his ire should be directed at Spider-Man. If he sought blood, his target ought to be Hawke. Why then? Has he fixated on her? Leaning against the wall, Dr. Connors, devoid of strength, chuckles softly at Gwen's question. Yet, as his chest rises and falls, a hint of crimson emerges upon his pallid visage. With a sudden gasp, he expels a mouthful of blood, his breath growing faint, on the brink of death. As he feels his eyelids heavy with the weight of eternal slumber, Dr. Connors utters his final words. "I do not know. Perhaps I was tempted by a demon. I am sorry." With that strained utterance complete, his one remaining arm falls to the floor with a resonant thud. Dr. Connors is dead. Hawke, witnessing this, diverts his gaze from the lifeless body of Dr. Connors and addresses the nearby Spider Queen. "Aren't you leaving?" Peter, still reeling from the shock of having dispatched Dr. Connors with a single blow, turns to Hawke. "What about you?" "The one who killed him was the Spider Queen. It has nothing to do with me," Hawke replies. "But I am not the Spider Queen. And your web? I shall take my leave." Without further ado, Peter turns away, shooting a strand of webbing, performing a graceful maneuver, and puncturing the glass of the ceiling window with his toe before disappearing through the opening out of Hawke and Gwen's sight. At that moment, Gwen seems to grasp something, exclaiming as she seizes Hawke's arm and rushes toward the library surveillance room downstairs. "We must check the monitors." "Do not worry. Nothing was recorded." "Really?" "The spot where I intervened was a blind spot. We could only see Dr. Connors being thrown back, but not who struck him." Hawke explains with a smile as Gwen pulls him downward. "Perhaps this is fate," he muses. He is indifferent to the prospect of exposure. He had been unaware that it was a blind spot until after his intervention. Thus, it is no concern of his. Perhaps God also deems it not yet time for exposure, if indeed he exists. Half an hour later, the personnel from a New York police department removed the lifeless body of Dr. Connors from the library, now cold to the touch. Sheriff George Stacy of Manhattan's 19th Precinct arrived at the scene. "Gwen," George exclaimed as he stepped from the vehicle and hurried towards Gwen, engulfing her in a warm embrace. "Thank heavens you're unharmed." "Dad," Gwen replied, breaking free from George's hold. She glanced at Hawke and then, clasping his right hand, turned to George. "It was Hawke who protected me." George then turned his attention to Hawke, who greeted him politely. "Mr. Stacy, thank you." Unlike their previous encounter where Hawke was disregarded, George now inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Hawke smiled and replied, "It was my duty." George, silent for a moment, cast a sidelong glance at Gwen and Hawke, who stood hand in hand before him. He then addressed Gwen. "Call Helen. The news reported an attack by a lizard man at Midtown High, and she must be worried." Gwen suddenly remembered she had forgotten to contact her mother and gasped, quickly retrieving her phone from her pocket to call Helen. Once Gwen stepped aside to make the call, George stood beside Hawke, gazing at the distant figure of Dr. Connors being placed into a body bag. So, the lizard doctor is Dr. Connors. But what was his purpose at school? Hawke felt a stir within, shaking his head impassively. "I do not know." He reflected on Connors' last words, tempted by a demon. What manner of demon could persuade Dr. Connors to abandon Spider-Man, who had just fought him on the Williamsburg Bridge, and disregard Hawke, who seemingly held great significance to him, to target the innocuous Gwen instead? It made no sense, unless this demon was no ordinary fiend. Hawke pondered silently. Unfortunately, with Dr. Connors now deceased, the answer to this riddle would likely remain forever elusive. Before long, after ensuring her mother was safe, Gwen approached with a lightness in her step, naturally linking her arm with Hawke's. "I've updated Mom." George observed his daughter's effortless gesture, his lips twitching subtly, and decided it was time to depart. He felt he could no longer restrain himself from confronting Hawke. Another half hour passed, and as Sheriff George Stacy departed with the personnel from the Queen's Precinct and the 19th Precinct, Midtown High announced an early dismissal for the day. The students, still reeling from the shocking aftermath of the battle between Spider-Man and the Lizard, snapped out of their stupor upon hearing the announcement. They erupted in cheers, praising the wisdom of the school, and like wild stallions, they bolted towards the parking lot. Hawke shook his head, too apathetic to ponder the reasons behind Dr. Connor's actions. What was done was done. Overthinking was futile. It was the weekend. Secluded in his new apartment, Hawke connected his girlfriend's gifted smartphone to the laptop he had acquired from the alluring woman named Sky. He indulged in the vast expanse of the internet. With this rare respite, he resolved to search for avenues to sell the 5 trophies he had hidden beneath his bed, spoils from his encounters with the Chitauri soldiers. Selling them was imperative. He needed to find a way to earn some money. Otherwise, even attending the upcoming prom would be a financial burden, leaving him unable to afford a suitable outfit. Theoretically, he should not be lacking in funds. Yet the tainted essence of a spider had reduced his ambitions to merely purchasing a discounted suit. Hawke contemplated his moral standing, feeling inferior to the original spider, but at least striving not to fall too far behind. Just as he began his online search for potential buyers, a sudden noise outside caught his attention. He looked up to see the spider peering in through his window from the fire escape. The musty walls, the frigid air, and the noxious odors of rust, sludge, and unidentifiable fermenting substances assaulted his senses, compelling Hawke to shut down his olfactory faculties. He was unbothered by temperature extremes, but could not tolerate foul smells, especially those that pervaded every nook and cranny. Curiosity piqued, Hawke watched the spider leading the way. "How did you find this place?" he inquired. "I followed the lizard," came the muffled reply, slightly distorted by the mask. "We're almost there, just around the corner." During their recent confrontation at school, Peter had noticed some lizards emerging from the sewers. Thus, on Saturday morning, recalling this detail, he decided to explore the sewers, resulting in a day-long search. This morning, he had finally located Dr. Connor's temporary hideout within the labyrinthine underground. And now, here they were. Upon discovering the situation, he immediately thought of Hawke, believing that Hawke might share his interest. Thus, he hurried over to Hawke and extended an invitation for a weekend adventure in the labyrinthine underbelly of New York City. Before long, after following Peter around a corner, Hawke spotted a platform not far ahead. The platform was adorned with jumbled electrical wires, seemingly haphazardly connected, and these wires were affixed to the wall with an unidentified viscous substance, illuminating 2 disheveled notebooks and some laboratory equipment. As Hawke ascended the platform and surveyed the area, he inquired, "Where's that video you mentioned?" "This," Peter responded, having approached a laptop and tapping a few keys, causing a video to materialize on the screen. "That blood belongs to Hawke. I ought to call him." "No, that would be futile. He would certainly refuse my request." "Wait a moment, Gwen. I could abduct Gwen and coerce Hawke into giving me the blood." "Precisely. That's the plan. Kidnap Gwen and compel Hawke to surrender his blood." On the screen, Dr. Connors appeared disheveled and drenched in sweat, his clothing soiled, muttering to himself as the image flickered intermittently. Towards the conclusion of the video, the seemingly deranged Dr. Connors unhesitatingly seized the last 3 vials of regenerative serum and injected them into his own body. This was followed by a series of distorted, anguished roars, heralding the dramatic emergence of the lizard. As the video came to a close, Hawke's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Was it possible that the lizard's fixation on Gwen stemmed from a desire to capture her in order to force Hawke to relinquish his blood? Hawke found himself struggling to comprehend Connor's reasoning. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that there was but one explanation for Connor's actions. The serum had deranged his mind. "What would you do?" Hawke asked, turning his gaze to Peter. Peter, curious, posed a question. "If Connors were to call you, seeking your blood, would you comply?" Hawke, upon hearing Peter's inquiry, furrowed his brow slightly. "We comply?" He pondered for a moment, then nodded in affirmation, meeting Peter's gaze. "If it were a matter of urgency, then yes." "Why?" Peter exclaimed, his eyes widening at Hawke's response. "Although I am unaware of the specifics regarding your blood, it is highly likely that it is pivotal to Connor's transformation into the lizard. Knowing the potential outcome, you would still offer your blood?" Hawke gazed at Peter, his tone serene. "He transformed into Dr. Lizard using my blood. That was his affair. However, whether I would provide it or not is my own concern." Peter furrowed his brow and shook his head in confusion. "Although you and I both lack parents, at least yours existed at some point. You still have your Uncle Ben and Aunt May. I am different. I am an orphan, always have been. Thus, while you can become a superhero, I cannot, and I never will. Why? I am not as virtuous as you." Hawke smiled faintly. "Of course, I am not as malevolent either. Yet, I have always adhered to a principle. One must repay kindness and seek vengeance for grievances. When I was dismissed from Oscorp, although it was not Dr. Connor's fault, he still wrote me a letter of recommendation. Though that letter is of no use now, at the time of writing it, Dr. Connors sought nothing in return. So," Hawke chuckled again, looking at Peter, "it's merely a vial of blood. It poses no loss to me. If I give it, so be it. What he does with it, whether for good or ill, is his affair. I have a clear conscience. Listening to Hawke's explanation, Peter pondered and nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Hawke seemed to recall something and turned to Peter. What is this? Are you interested in my blood too? If you want, I could provide you with a vial. Peter snapped back to reality and shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want it. Very well then, Hawke replied with a smile, falling silent once more. He scanned the platform again, shaking his head. That's why I say Dr. Connor's mind has been corrupted by the lizard serum. He could have simply asked me. But he chose this convoluted route. Let us go. Now that the motives of Dr. Connors were clear, albeit somewhat perplexing, they made sense considering his mental state as depicted in the video. After all, the mentally ill often find joy in their peculiarities. Just as one can never truly comprehend a cat's thoughts, one cannot delve into the mind of the deranged. Thus, Hawke resolved to depart. He had intended to seize the day and assess whether he could dispose of the 5 spoils for some monetary gain, but instead found himself compelled to this place. Peter observed Hawke as he prepared to leave. What about this place? Hawke pondered for a moment. Burn it. Burn it? Once a person dies, they extinguish like a candle. Besides, if we keep these things, what if another lizard creature emerges? However, I am indifferent. It is up to you whether to burn it or not. That makes sense. Peter reflected, nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall leave this in your capable hands. I will take my leave now, my good neighbor in New York. Hawke, observing Peter's nod, offered a faint smile before turning away, gesturing with a wave of his hand without glancing back, and subsequently departed from the scene. Once Hawke had vacated the premises, Peter surveyed his surroundings and also made his exit. He needed to procure tools to set this place ablaze. Just after Hawke and Peter had left, a faint red on the platform gradually dimmed. 56. If the IRS dares to rob, I shall unleash my fury. Hawke paid little heed to the matter. Upon returning home, he reconnected his computer to his phone as hotspot and began to browse relevant information online. The Battle of New York had transpired in June, and 3 months had since elapsed, leading to the circulation of photographs and videos depicting weapons wielded by Chitauri soldiers. One could even ascertain the value of such weaponry. For instance, Hawke stumbled upon a low-tier trading website while perusing the web. Initially believing it to be an ordinary trading platform, he was taken aback when he encountered a video showcasing a live auction for a young Western European girl. However, Hawke merely glanced at it before redirecting his attention elsewhere. First and foremost, as he had just confided to the Spider-Woman, he did not consider himself benevolent, at least not to the extent of offering assistance to those in distress. When he had once sought help, when he needed others to champion justice, no one had come to his aid. Thus, he resolved to relinquish his inclination to assist and to respect the fates of others. Certainly, Hawke felt that while he was not a virtuous man, he was by no means a villain. Hence, he chose to avert his gaze from the auction, preferring ignorance. After a while, Hawke browsed through various posts on a black market forum selling Chitauri weapons, which allowed him to form a rough estimate of the 5 trophies in his possession. The weapons of the Chitauri soldiers, those 4 ragtag fighters, were valued in the range of 150,000 to 200,000. Naturally, that was the price per unit. As for the weapon he had seized from the Chitauri squad leader, the forum lacked any similar listings. Yet he had already established a baseline price in his mind, no less than 400,000, calculating at a price of 160,000 per weapon, for what amount to 640,000, and adding the squad leader's weapon brought the total to 1,040,000. Let S round it down to 1 million. He mused, then proceeded to create an anonymous post, placing his hands upon the keyboard and beginning to type. Offering for sale 4 nearly new Chitauri soldier energy weapons, along with 1 Chitauri squad leader energy weapon, bundled at the price of 1 million. Interested parties may contact me. With a click, Hawke sent the post, initially expecting that it would take some time before anyone responded. To his surprise, just as he turned to pour himself a glass of water, he received a notification. Ding dong. Hawke listened to the alert tone, returned to his folding chair with the cup in hand, and opened the message. Can I see the photos? Sure, just a moment. Hawke stroked his chin, replied to the message, and then rose to return to his bedroom. He dragged out his weapon, carefully wrapped in a bedsheet from beneath the bed. After pulling out the sheet, he gazed at the tightly bundled fabric, blinked, shook his head, and then unveiled the 5 weapons concealed within. Taking out his phone, he snapped a photo before heading back to the living room. Before long, the photo uploaded successfully, and he soon received another message. Received, looks quite nice. Thanks. Are you interested? Absolutely. Hawke raised an eyebrow at the response. What luck? Could it really sell this quickly? He found it quite remarkable. However, upon reflection, he remembered these were extraterrestrial weapons, unavailable on Earth, thus a rare commodity. Naturally, anyone who saw them would hasten to acquire them at the first opportunity. At that moment, the other party sent another message. 1 million is fine. I'll take it, but it must be a face-to-face transaction. Hawke read the message, unable to suppress a murmuring hesitation. He recalled the notion certain law enforcement officials like the FBI or CIA often lurked in the depths of the black market to ensnare unsuspecting individuals. Thus, he pondered whether this person engaging in conversation was a federal agent, excitedly reeling in a big catch from behind their computer screen. Yet soon, a smile broke on Hawke's face. Who was he? He had already dared to infiltrate the Guantanamo military base. Why fear the Federal Bureau of Investigation? If that were the case, it would conveniently sever a certain inclination he harbored, allowing him to act without any psychological burden. With that thought in mind, Hawke placed his hands on the keyboard and replied, "No problem. Will you choose the location or shall I?" "You choose. I see your IP is in New York City. I happen to be there as well, so we can transact anywhere in the city." Hawke raised an eyebrow at the incoming message, dismissing the likelihood of the other party being a federal agent. Indeed, it made sense. His computer skills were rather mediocre, not particularly exceptional. Thus, it would be quite effortless for someone to trace his location through his IP address. If that someone happened to be a federal agent, it was likely that, at this very moment, they would be knocking on his door, bellowing, "FBI, open the door." Hawke pondered this, instinctively turning to glance at the door. To his dismay, there was no comedic twist. The door remained silent, and the corridor outside was enveloped in an eerie calm. For reasons unknown, a sense of disappointment washed over Hawke. But he soon redirected his attention to the text on his computer, contemplating before typing a response. "How about Calvin in Glendale?" "Sounds good. What time?" "Tomorrow morning." "Sure. Do you prefer cash or a check?" Hawke couldn't help but chuckle at the question posed by the other party. Of course, cash. Checks are subject to taxation. Particularly with regard to unexpected income tax, the IRS was notoriously ruthless. To put it bluntly, once unexpected earnings exceeded $600,930, the IRS would claim 37%. In other words, if he accepted a check, the IRS would effortlessly seize $370,000 without lifting a finger. It felt nothing short of robbery, legitimate robbery, at that. "Are you not concerned that the IRS might come knocking during tax season?" "Let them try," he retorted. "This is money I've earned through my own efforts. Why should they impose taxes on me?" Hawke was resolute in refusing to pay such taxes. Others with his capabilities would have long since resided in lavish mansions. Yet he had adhered to the law, merely hoping to earn a little extra to enhance his life. If the IRS intended to pilfer his hard-earned money, he would not hesitate to unleash his fury. The recipient of Hawke's message seemed to pause for a moment upon reading his reply. After a while, a response finally emerged. "All right. I've already arranged for someone to gather the funds. $1 million in cash is no problem. Now, there remains just one final question. What is it? When I arrive tomorrow, how will I contact you?" "I will find you." "Good, it's settled then." "Agreed. 57, Anya, my sister." The following day, Monday, Hawke, having taken leave since the previous Friday, rose early, yet instead of heading straight to the Calvin Cemetery within Glendale, he shouldered the golf bag containing the 5 Zatari alien weapons he had purchased the afternoon prior and took a taxi to a shop specializing in Mexican burritos, conveniently located near a welfare center. The proprietor of the establishment was a genuine Mexican who appeared to recognize Hawke, and upon seeing him, seemed somewhat taken aback. Hawke, however, was quickly met with the proprietor's inquiry. "Is it the 10th?" Hawke nodded, retrieving the meticulously prepared change from his pocket and handing it over. The proprietor accepted the coins and remarked to wait a moment. After a short while, 2 freshly made Mexican burritos were packaged and handed to Hawke. He expressed his gratitude and, shouldering his golf bag once more, turned to leave. Approximately an hour later, having strolled through the nearby streets, Hawke, burdened with an excess of a dozen takeaway bags, hailed a taxi to Calvin Cemetery. Established in 1849, Calvin Cemetery spans the boundary between Brooklyn and Queens and is a venerable resting place. Logically, one would expect that after all these years, the cemetery would be filled to capacity. Indeed, this was the case until 1984, when a significant change occurred. It was acquired from the city's administration. Yes, Calvin Cemetery became private, and as a result, underwent a thorough cleansing. Within just 3 months, it announced its reopening with ample space available. Do not inquire how this sudden availability arose. Upon its reopening, there were no protests or objections. Furthermore, to adapt to modern needs, Calvin Cemetery not only designated a picturesque area with favorable feng shui for the East Asian community, but also accepted government-funded burial projects. By the time Hawke arrived at Calvin Cemetery, it was already 9 in the morning. The gatekeeper, after inspecting the documents Hawke presented, cast a curious glance at the golf bag slung over his shoulder, but did not conduct any further checks, allowing him to pass. The cemetery is vast, spanning 2 boroughs, and having visited numerous times, Hawke was well acquainted with its paths. After approximately 15 minutes of walking along the trails, he arrived at a modest gravestone. Affixed to the stone was a photograph of a sweetly smiling young girl, beneath which her name was inscribed, Anya, 1995 to 2020. Hawke set down his golf bag, which contained 5 extraterrestrial weapons, and casually placed it aside. He then crouched before the gravestone and, with delicate care, arranged the assorted food items from the takeaway bags onto a small table in front of the memorial, gazing up at the photograph of that sweet smile. He remained silent, gazing intently, and as he looked upon the smiling face in the photograph, a subtle smile gradually graced his own features. It was a smile akin to the joy he experienced upon first glimpsing that very photograph on his bedside table in the morning. After a brief moment, Hawke retrieved his phone from his pocket, wishing to avoid any disturbances that day, as it was turned off and set aside. He then turned his body to lean against the gravestone behind him, surveying the scenery before him. If one were to extend their gaze a little further, it would appear that Hawke's figure seemed to merge with the image on the gravestone, both sets of eyes fixed in the same direction, as if they were jointly appreciating the beauty of the landscape. Should one's gaze be drawn even farther to Midtown High School? Gwen, do you know where Hawke has gone? Just as Gwen was about to stow her backpack in her locker and proceed to class, she received a call from her advisor, Mrs. Snow, which momentarily startled her. Didn't he request a leave from you? I am aware, but I just received a call from New York University. They are coming to the school today. For Hawke. Yes, but I cannot reach him. Goodness, it was one thing when he didn't have a phone. But now that he possesses one, it is still off. Mrs. Snow expressed her frustration over the phone. It would be better if he had no phone at all. I thought he might have mentioned to you where he was headed. Gwen hesitated slightly. She had a vague idea of Hawke's whereabouts that day. Yet she was uncertain if he wished for her to know. The representatives from New York University would finalize their list today, and if Hawke were to miss this opportunity, it would be a great shame. All right, Gwen thought of Hawke diligently preparing for New York University, and upon realizing that he could potentially miss this chance if he did not show up today, she resolved her uncertainty and nodded. Mrs. Snow, I'm going to find Hawke, but I may need to request a leave. Mrs. Snow exhaled in relief upon hearing this. No problem. After hanging up, Mrs. Snow shook her head and, as if struck by an idea, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. As expected, it's Gwen. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Gwen returned her books to her locker, retrieved her backpack, and after closing the locker door, made her way to the parking lot. She climbed into her yellow Corolla, started the engine, and departed from the school, heading directly towards Calvin Cemetery. Upon arriving at the cemetery's entrance, she parked her car and approached the staff at the gate to explain her purpose. The cemetery staff, accommodating, promptly opened the gates for her. Gwen, who seemed quite familiar with the area, followed the path until she reached a corner. Upon turning, she spotted Hawke not far away. One leg extended straight while the other was bent, with his left hand resting on his knee, his back leaning against the tombstone. Hawke, who was momentarily lost in thought, began to focus as he heard the gradual approach of footsteps. He turned his gaze toward Gwen, who was cautiously making her way toward him. Upon realizing she had seen him, a gentle smile graced Hawke's lips, and Gwen felt an involuntary sense of relief as she approached him. She did not immediately voice her purpose for seeking Hawke. Instead, her gaze fell upon the tombstone, where a photograph of a girl, identical to one she had discovered on Hawke's bedside table, was displayed. After a fleeting glance at Hawke, who leaned against the grave, she softly inquired, "Could you tell me about her?" Hawke smiled faintly, his eyes tender as they rested on the photograph. "Oh no, my sister, my dear sister," he replied. "We were discovered by a priest outside the St. Paul Community Church in Queens. At that time, all we had was a slip of paper stating our birth dates. The names Hawke and Anya were given to us by the priest, and Anya cherished hers." While leaning against his sister Anya's gravestone, Hawke refrained from asking Gwen how she had found her way there. It seemed a foolish question. As he recounted their story, his tone remained light, as if fearing to disturb his sister's peaceful rest. Anya was always joyful. Throughout her life, she radiated happiness, even in the face of her heart condition that often required hospital visits. Fortunately, as orphans, we did not have to worry about medical expenses, thanks to federal and state assistance. As Hawke spoke, he glanced at Gwen, who had adopted a similar posture, leaning against Anya's gravestone while seated on the ground. Unable to suppress a smile, he added, "Sometimes I wonder if we were abandoned because after becoming orphans, we could receive free treatment." Gwen, listening to Hawke's words, couldn't help but smirk slightly before shaking her head. "When you were found, was there no birth information?" "None," Hawke replied, shaking his head. "The church reached out to hospitals in New York City, but none had any records. Eventually, a doctor suggested that Anya and I might not have been born in a hospital, but rather at home. It is not uncommon in this country for births to occur at home, especially in families with strong religious beliefs. Some may even go to the extreme of refusing hospital care, even in dire situations. But that is of little consequence. I never truly contemplated finding them, having chosen abandonment. We ought to refrain from disturbing one another. After all, my sister Anya and I face no issues regarding our nationality. At this juncture, Hawke shrugged and continued his narrative. Initially, there were individuals who wished to adopt us. However, due to Anya's heart condition, most families withdrew their interest. Father Moses was a kind man who did not wish to separate me from my sister, so we remained at the church until we were 4 years old, with Father Moses serving as our guardian. Unfortunately, after Father Moses passed away, Anya and I were sent to an orphanage. Thus, we grew up together there. The so-called orphanage resembled a familial living facility, housing a dozen or so orphans cared for by staff from a non-profit organization. Upon hearing this, Gwen furrowed her brow. Was there truly no adoptive family? Who would be willing? Hawke chuckled softly, glancing at Gwen. Once Anya was released from the system, her medical expenses would fall on us. I was unwilling to relinquish my sister. Foster homes might alleviate the burden of medical costs, yet the environment in such homes, well. Adoption and fostering are fundamentally distinct. In reality, most adoptive families are driven by genuine compassion, whereas many foster homes, if not all, are motivated by the federal and state subsidies attached to caring for orphans. These foster homes utilize the funds intended for the orphans' welfare for their own daily expenses. And as for the orphans, as long as they survive, that suffices. Gwen had heard of various foster home cases from George, so when she listened to Hawke's disdain for foster homes, she nodded in agreement. Later, when Gwen inquired further, she glanced at the dates engraved on Anya's gravestone, 1995-520-200-9910. Retrieving her gaze, she surveyed the surrounding gravestones before looking back at Hawke. I recall that most are the resting places of those affected by the battle between Hawke and Abomination in New York City. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the depths of Hawke's eyes before swiftly vanishing as he nodded in affirmation. Yes, Anya did not perish from illness. She fell victim to the aftermath of that night's conflict. Indeed, upon hearing Hawke's confirmation, Gwen silently acknowledged a realization. So, your tireless efforts over the years have been fueled by a desire for vengeance. Hawke turned to Gwen, and after squeezing out those words through clenched teeth, a fierce flame of vengeance surged from the depths of his eyes. I shall repay kindness and avenge enmity. In his past life, he was an orphan, and though he remains one in this life, he has a sister who has been by his side since childhood. Thus, even in this sudden shift to a new world, even though it is still the Marvel Universe and he lacked a system at that time, he did not feel particularly lost. Hawke has always been content. Therefore, he never entertained notions of causing chaos in the Marvel Universe. His dream has always been simple, to find joy and contentment. The absence of a system did not deter his will to live. Hawke diligently pursued his studies, maintaining an academic advantage even during his time at a public school, which caught the attention of the admissions officer from Midtown High School, who offered him a scholarship, allowing him to transition from a public education system focused on joyful learning to a private one. His aspirations were straightforward: to study hard, secure a good job, and earn money to help his sister with her medical treatment. Thus, on September 10, 2009, his first weekend at Midtown High, he took his sister Anya to Times Square and captured a photo, marking what he believed would be a pivotal moment in their lives together. Indeed, it was a turning point, albeit an overwhelmingly drastic one. That day, after spending time with his sister Anya, Hawke intended to leave on a bus when chaos ensued. The Abomination appeared, followed by the Hulk. The two monsters clashed in an instant. Previously, Hawke had found the fight scenes thrilling in films, but being amidst the chaos unveiled the horrors hidden beneath the spectacle. Screams, cries, and wails. Ordinary people had no means to defend themselves against such monstrous forces. Hawke was caught in the tumult, desperately pulling Anya along as they attempted to escape with the crowd. However, when the Hulk hurled the Abomination into a building, the collapsing structure came crashing down upon them. That night, Hawke lost his sister. In that moment, his powers awakened. Do you envy him? It came at the cost of his sister's life. The enmity for the loss of his sister is one that shall never be forgotten. This vengeance, Hawke shall have his retribution. Let both the Hulk and the Abomination mourn. Hawke's expression was cold and stern, his mind replaying the events of that fateful night in September 2009 as the flames of revenge blazed in his azure eyes. Gwen gazed at the fury burning within Hawke's eyes, her expression one of silence. She seemed unfazed by his wrath. In truth, she had indeed come to know, on that fateful night when she had solicited a small favor from her father, George, to search for a name among the victims of the Hulk's battle with the Abomination. After all, that photograph had been taken shortly after Hawke's enrollment. Yet, Hawke had never mentioned the girl in that picture. leading Gwen to speculate that perhaps this girl had met with misfortune. Furthermore, the resemblance between Anya in the photograph and Hawke was unmistakable. She was astute, and having a father who served as sheriff made it easy for her to gather information. However, the abomination was already dead. Hawke remained silent, his thoughts drifting to the cinematic portrayal where the abomination still thrived, even finding himself in prison, yet being taken out to fight by some old mountain king. He hadn't watched the subsequent plot developments, but he surmised that the abomination would eventually redeem himself. Under normal circumstances, whether the abomination was exonerated or condemned was of no concern to him. Yet, after the events of that night, reflecting on this matter filled him with a singular sentiment: disgust. Utterly revolting. As Hawke lingered on this thought, a tempest of emotions surged within him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his face and redirecting his gaze toward Gwen with a faint smile. "By the way, Gwen, did you need something?" The fiery intensity that had flared in his eyes moments before dissipated, as if it had all been an illusion. Gwen observed Hawke, who had radiated an aura of vengeance just seconds ago, now reverting to his easygoing demeanor, and her eyes reflected concern. However, she could discern that Hawke was unwilling to pursue the topic further, so she refrained from doing so. Gwen offered a gentle smile. "The representatives from New York University are coming today. Mrs. Snow couldn't reach you, so she called me." "New York University?" Hawke responded. "Yes," Gwen nodded. "Mrs. Snow mentioned that today is the day of decision. Let's go." Hawke was about to nod in agreement when his gaze fell upon the golf bag, carelessly discarded to the side. He then turned to Gwen. "You go ahead. I have an appointment to sell some things." Having just risen from the ground, Gwen noticed the golf bag as well, and their eyes met. With a slight smile, she replied, "All right, I'll wait for you outside to go back together." "Sure," Hawke said, holding her gaze for a moment before nodding. He watched as Gwen walked down the forest path until she vanished from sight. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze, catching a glimpse of the smile on his sister Anya's photograph etched on the gravestone, and he returned his focus to it once more. Inexplicably at this moment, a hint of concern seemed to linger in the eyes of his sister Anya, captured in the photograph before him. Hawke offered a faint smile, as if engaging in a conversation with Anya, or perhaps conversing with himself. "Do not worry, I shall be fine. You will be safe as well. Wait for me. It won't be long before I descend into hell to bring you home." Upon completing his words, Hawke inhaled deeply. As he exhaled the tumultuous air, his expression returned to its former state. Rising from the ground, he deftly hooked his golf bag with his right foot, then firmly grasped it with his hand before turning away without a backward glance. What was it they said? Condolences? Such words are futile. If one possesses the ability, let the enemy mourn as well. Hatred. Hawke would spare none of them, and he would not only eliminate these two individuals, but also discover a means to descend into hell to retrieve his sister. One day he would. Soon. Hawke silently contemplated this as he stepped away from his sister's gravestone and spotted a woman not far away. She exuded a wild grace, with golden hair piled elegantly atop her head and ice blue-gray eyes that held a profound depth, standing tall and poised. As he gazed at this woman, she seemed to sense his attention and looked back. Their eyes met in mutual acknowledgement. Hawke gave a slight nod. The woman's eyes sparkled with recognition as she approached him, smiling as she extended her right hand. "Anna," she introduced herself. Hawke took her hand, feeling the calluses on Anna's palm. "Hawke," he replied. After withdrawing his hand, he retrieved the golf bag from behind him and opened it before Anna, who watched intently. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the 5 luminous energy weapons emanating from the bag. Instinctively, she reached out, but Hawke swiftly closed the bag. "Money. One moment," Anna replied, her expression momentarily surprised before she smiled and pressed her hand against her ear, issuing a command in French through her concealed earpiece. After a brief interval, a tall, imposing man clad in a black suit and sunglasses appeared in view, pushing a sizable carry-on suitcase before him. Anna did not beckon him over. Instead, she approached him, took the suitcase from his grasp, and sent him on his way before returning to Hawke, presenting the suitcase to him. 1 million, she stated. As Hawke accepted the carry-on, he handed Anna the golf bag containing the 5 weapons. With a click, the suitcase sprang open. Instantly, a stack of pristine Franklin bills, neatly arranged, filled Hawke's vision. He instinctively inhaled sharply, a reaction that was entirely understandable. Having lived in poverty for so long, it was only natural to be taken aback by such a sudden sight of abundant cash. However, Hawke quickly regained his composure and did not bother to inspect each bill for authenticity. He reasoned that the other party would not be foolish enough to present counterfeit currency to someone wielding advanced Chitauri weaponry. After securing his carry-on, he rose and turned to Anna, who had just finished inspecting her own Chitauri weapon. Hawke initiated the exchange, extending his right hand towards her. "Pleasure doing business, Ms. Anna." Anna smiled and shook his hand. "Just call me Anna." Hawke chuckled lightly and acquiesced. "Very well, pleasure doing business, Anna." "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Hawke. By the way, are we friends now?" "Of course," Hawke replied nonchalantly. Anna's smile widened. "That's wonderful. As a friend, I have prepared a gift for you, Mr. Hawke. I hope you will like it." 60. Anna's gift. Meanwhile, Gwen sat in a car across from the cemetery, gazing anxiously at its entrance. She was aware that Hawke's sister had perished during the battle against the abomination in September of 2009. Gwen had even surmised the reason behind Hawke's relentless pursuit of strength. Despite the fact that he could grow stronger simply by training, capable of defeating the lizard with a single blow, the logic behind his methods seemed rather unscientific. Yet, that was no longer of consequence. The distinction between guessing and having Hawke confirm in person was paramount. But it was the abomination and the Hulk we were discussing. The abomination was manageable. He was already dead. But the Hulk? Could Hawke truly prevail against him? Moreover, the Hulk had fought alongside those superheroes. If Hawke were to challenge him, those heroes would likely intervene to prevent it. Could Hawke win? Gwen was troubled by this thought, not by others, such as persuading Hawke to relinquish his hatred in favor of love and peace. After all, the one who died was Hawke's only family in this world. If he were to forego vengeance, then why did the Federation retaliate after the events of September 11th, 2001? Wasn't the mantra supposed to be love and peace? Why seek revenge? Furthermore, if love and peace were truly the ideals to uphold, would the Federation still be igniting conflicts across the globe? Gwen suppressed a scoff and rolled her eyes. She was not the naive product of public education. Rather, she had diligently earned scholarships from elementary school through a prestigious private academy. As she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a striking figure adorned in sunglasses and exuding elegance appeared at the cemetery gate. It was Anna. However, unlike the amiable demeanor she exhibited while conversing with Hawke moments ago, Anna's exquisite features now bore an icy demeanor, each step radiating an air of formidable strength. Behind her, a black-clad bodyguard carried a golf bag. Soon, accompanied by the roaring engine of a fiery red Porsche in the distance, Anna sped away in her sports car, vanishing like a fleeting ray of light. The bodyguard followed suit, driving off in a black Chevrolet SUV. After a short while, Hawke arrived at the cemetery entrance. Gwen withdrew her gaze from the receding SUV and turned to see Hawke approaching with a rolling suitcase. He opened the door and stepped out, proceeding to the trunk to stow away the suitcase. Gwen observed the suitcase, which seemed to make the car sink slightly upon being placed inside. "What is this?" she inquired. Hawke stepped aside, inviting her to take a look. Glancing at Hawke, Gwen proceeded to open the suitcase. In an instant, her pupils dilated. "Hiss!" she gasped. Hawke, noticing her reaction, chuckled. "I felt the same way when I first saw it." Gwen quickly closed the suitcase and scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before turning her attention back to Hawke, unable to suppress a blink of astonishment. "How did you acquire it?" "By trading 5 weapons," Hawke shrugged, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded Gwen. "You should know which 5. Gwen paused momentarily, her eyes blinking in confusion. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Really?" "Uh-huh. My acting may not be convincing, but your method of returning things to their original state is equally lacking." The bedside table held a photograph of him and his sister, Anya, while the bed concealed the weapons, clearly not packed with his usual finesse. Presumably, Gwen had been so startled upon discovering the weapons beneath the bed that she momentarily forgot how they were packed. Gwen's mouth opened slightly, suddenly feeling as though she had been caught red-handed. The next moment, she swiftly pressed the trunk closed and, with a serious expression, declared to Hawke, "The people from New York University have arrived. We need to return to campus immediately." She barely glanced at Hawke, turning abruptly towards the driver's seat, though at that moment, a faint blush adorned her earlobes, rendering her quite endearing. Hawke, observing Gwen's demeanor that suggested a desire to flee, offered a slight smile, but refrained from further conversation as he opened the car door and took his seat. Gwen, with a swift press on the accelerator, drove away from the spot. On their way back to school, contemplating the recent embarrassment, Gwen deliberately maintained a stern expression, avoiding any eye contact with Hawke and denying him the opportunity to speak. In summary, Gwen remained silent, solely focused on driving. Meanwhile, Hawke, seated in the passenger seat, reflected on Anna's parting words. A gift? What gift? Before long, the journey that typically took approximately 45 minutes from the cemetery to Midtown High School was completed in a mere 30 minutes, thanks to Gwen's exceptional driving today. After quickly parking the car following her call with Mrs. Snow, Gwen turned to Hawke and informed him that the representatives from New York University had arrived at the office. Hawke nodded in acknowledgement and exited the vehicle. As Gwen also stepped out, she called out to Hawke, making a gesture of encouragement. You got this, Hawke. All right, he replied, proceeding towards Mrs. Snow's office while Gwen refrained from accompanying him. After all, this was an interview event for New York University, not Berkeley, and such occasions were typically formal, making it inappropriate for outsiders to intrude. Knock, knock. Come in. Hawke entered upon hearing the voice from inside the office, his gaze sweeping over a meticulously dressed, middle-aged man seated on the sofa before shifting to Mrs. Snow. You called for me? Mrs. Snow gestured for Hawke to approach, and, once he closed the door, introduced him to the man who had risen from the sofa. This is Mr. Gary Cooper, the admissions officer from New York University. Gary, this is the Hawke I mentioned. Hawke promptly extended his right hand. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Gary Cooper, the admissions officer from New York University, shook Hawke's hand with a smile, then returned to a serious demeanor. I have reviewed your scholarship application and have a few questions for you today. Please take a seat. Hawke nodded and settled into the sofa across from him. Mr. Gary Cooper, having retrieved the notebook he had set aside, began to delve into the main topic of the day. This was both an evaluation and an interview. If the assessment proved satisfactory, the admissions officers, endowed with considerable authority, could announce the results ahead of time. The premise is your exceptional talent. An hour later, Gary Cooper closed the notebook in his hands and, under the somewhat expectant gaze of Mrs. Snow, turned to Hawke, smiling as he extended his right hand. Congratulations, Hawke, and welcome to New York University. Wow, that's incredible, Mrs. Snow exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement upon hearing those words. Hawke was momentarily taken aback, then quickly rose to grasp the hand that Gary had offered. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. You can thank my colleague, Anna. She was the one who placed your information before me. Ah, the virtuous Gwen. Gary Cooper did not linger long. As he put it, he had an afternoon appointment to visit Trinity College in Manhattan to assess another student who had also applied for a scholarship. Mrs. Snow warmly escorted Gary Cooper to the door, with Hawke following closely behind. However, his thoughts were clearly elsewhere, fixated on Gary Cooper's earlier remark about Anna. You need not thank me. It was my colleague Anna. Hawke recalled Anna's words from their earlier encounter at the cemetery. I prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will like it. So is this the gift then? Hawke pondered. Soon enough. After bidding farewell to Gary Cooper as he made his way to the parking lot, Mrs. Snow returned to the office, her face beaming with delight for Hawke. This is wonderful, Hawke. I initially thought they would take your application back for further discussion before reaching a decision, but to my surprise, they have already awarded you a spot for next September. Listening to Mrs. Snow's jubilant tone, Hawke temporarily set aside thoughts of Anna and smiled back at her. I didn't expect this either. This is fantastic, Hawke. As you know, there were several contenders for this year's law school at New York University, and they had an abundance of outstanding candidates to choose from. That's why I urged you to prepare thoroughly. I never anticipated they would decide on you during their first assessment. At this point, Mrs. Snow let out a sigh of relief and turned to Hawke. However, it is not yet time to relax, Hawke. Gary just mentioned that he would prepare the materials upon his return, and only when that invitation letter is in your hands can we truly breathe easy. Despite her words, Mrs. Snow's expression remained lighthearted. Such a reversal of decision is nearly impossible in these matters, as university admissions officers work in tandem with private high school counselors. The high school counselors identify promising candidates and, based on their experience, reach out to university admissions officers. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. Therefore, it is exceedingly rare for an admissions officer to agree on the spot and then backtrack later, unless they were jesting with their professional integrity. After all, if you dare to make such a jest, which high school counselor would be willing to recommend their students to you in the future? Thus, Mrs. Snow symbolically admonished him not to let his guard down. However, Hawke believed that the fate of his invitation letter would hinge on a conversation with a new friend he had met that morning. In dealings with others, one must have a desire for something in return. What then did Anna seek? As Hawke departed from Mrs. Snow's office, these thoughts occupied his mind. He did not feel threatened by the notion that if she did not provide him with what he desired, she could jeopardize his university prospects. He was no longer a child of 6 or 7, having long since passed the age of cynical disillusionment. The ability to influence the flow of scholarship opportunities at New York University was merely a testament to her capabilities. Moreover, Hawke did not perceive the absence of a scholarship as indicative of any underhanded dealings at New York University. The true machinations of the world were far more obscure than this. This was merely a minor affair. Hawke was inclined to view this as a transaction, akin to the affluent high school students who sought recommendation letters from prestigious universities. Those letters, too, were often procured by parents through monetary means or personal favors. The essence of both situations bore no fundamental difference. In plain terms, it was all merely a transaction. Yet, since it was indeed a transaction, it necessitated mutual consent. Thus, He intended to ascertain the demands of his new acquaintance, Anna, before deciding whether to engage in this exchange. Stepping out from the rear academic building, Hawke retrieved his phone, glancing at the most recent outgoing call to an unfamiliar number not saved as contacts. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the phone to his pocket, resolving to address it later that evening. He then smiled at the approaching Gwen, who seemed to be already aware of the outcome and enveloped him in a joyful embrace. "Wow, that is fantastic, Hawke. Congratulations." "Thank you," Hawke replied, returning the embrace. After they released each other, he remarked, "My invitation has arrived. Yours should be forthcoming as well." Gwen beamed, saying, "Berkeley has already contacted me. I had an online interview yesterday. My invitation should arrive in the next few days." Hawke was taken aback. "But you didn't mention this." "Well, you weren't at school today," Gwen smiled in response, adding, "But that was yesterday. Yours is today." "Clearly, Anya is also watching over you." Hawke raised an eyebrow. Gwen elaborated, "If it were otherwise, why would New York University choose today, of all days, to inform Mrs. Snow? Right after you met with Anya? It is evident that you have been thinking of Anya, and she has been thinking of you. Is that truly the case?" Hawke listened to Gwen's words, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "That is my biological sister." In the afternoon, due to the matter of that box of dollars, Hawke refrained from taking the school bus home and instead accompanied Gwen back to the apartment building. On the way back, Gwen curiously inquired, "So now that you have $1 million, how do you intend to spend it?" Hawke turned to Gwen and replied, "I plan to get a driver's license, purchase a car, and then buy a suit to take you to the prom." Upon hearing Hawke's almost thoughtless response, Gwen was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What else?" Hawke chuckled. "I was thinking of selling the items just in time for the prom. After all, I do not wish for your prom to be marred by regrets, whether one calls him a male chauvinist or something else entirely." He genuinely held these thoughts and acted accordingly. As for other aspirations, whether it be the grand mansion he envisioned or the meteorites he currently pondered over, or even the vibranium from Wakanda, none of these could be procured with $1 million at hand. Meeting Hawke's gaze, Gwen opened her mouth, her sky-blue eyes shimmering with light. "Hawke, do you not blame me for selling dangerous weapons?" "It is people who kill, not weapons, Gwen." Interrupted by Hawke, she gazed earnestly at him and continued, "Moreover, those are your spoils. You have the right to dispose of them." Hearing Gwen's response and observing her earnest expression, Hawke couldn't help but smile. Soon, they arrived at the Bridge apartment. Standing at the entrance, Hawke watched Gwen drive away in her yellow Corolla before withdrawing his gaze, turning to push his suitcase back home. Just as he was about to turn, a voice called from behind. A young man resembling a courier was crossing the street, running towards him. "Mr. Hawke, please wait." Upon returning home, in addition to dragging a 20-inch suitcase, Hawke found a courier envelope in his left hand. This was what the courier had just given him, claiming it was an expedited delivery from New York University that afternoon. New York University? Hawke casually pushed aside the suitcase, sat down on the sofa, glanced at the envelope's header, and tore it open. In the next moment, he pulled out an acceptance letter from New York University Law School, which included a full scholarship. Wow! Hawke inhaled sharply, staring at the officially stamped acceptance letter in his hand, which was ready for him to report next September. He blinked in disbelief. Then, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Goodness, it truly was a selfless gift. Hawke pondered, while glancing at the acceptance letter in his hands, likely printed only that afternoon. He retrieved his phone, scrolled through his call log, and dialed the most recent entry. The call connected swiftly, and a note of surprise came through the line. "Mr. Hawke, I received your gift. That's wonderful." "Wait, Mr. Hawke, the New York University offer is not a gift. It is merely a token of our meeting." I just checked, and it seems the true gift is yet to be explored by you, Mr. Hawke." Hawke raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, Anna's voice rang out. "Did Mr. Hawke not log into the previous webpage to view my information?" Hawke muttered a brief pause, then rose to stand before the folding table, activating his phone's hotspot while opening his computer. It was still the same low-tier forum, the same dialog box. However, a new message had appeared, timestamped from Anna at around 11 o'clock. Hawke's gaze narrowed as he read the additional line. "In New Jersey, at Calver Lake, Bruce Banner and Betty Ross will commence their Christmas holiday this year." Hawke, upon comprehending the content of this message, his breath grew heavier. Was this news credible? Thus far, Bruce Banner and Betty Ross's itinerary remained unchanged. The holiday cabin had been reserved by Ms. Ross and had not been canceled. Anna's voice on the other end remained cheerful. "Does Mr. Hawke enjoy this gift?" "Call me Hawke," he replied gravely, his focus fixated on the message Anna had sent. "I like it very much." "What do you wish to gain from me?" Anna smiled. "Just call me Hawke will suffice." "Very well, Hawke." Anna's tone seemed to brighten even more. "The New York University offer is merely a token. This is the real gift. Giving a gift to a friend is an act without expectation, is it not? Of course. If Hawke truly considers us friends. Hawke slowly withdrew his gaze from the computer screen, stating solemnly, if this news proves true from this moment forth, you shall have my friendship, Anna. He had no desire to speculate on the forces behind Anna. Whoever aided him was his friend. The reasoning was as simple as that. Furthermore, the most likely entity behind Anna was Hydra. But so what? He had long since lost his filter regarding this group of superheroes due to the Hulk incident. The so-called arch-nemesis, Hydra? As Kaka aptly stated, rebellion is only deemed as such in the face of failure, while success is hailed as revolution. Hydra faltered, and history is penned by the victors. Thus Hydra became the quintessential villain. Hawke's response was solemn and deliberate. This marked the first time he formally made a commitment. I shall repay any favor granted. Anna, speak plainly about your desires. I shall fulfill them, provided the information is credible. This is a gift, and gifts among friends are given without expectation of return. Despite Hawke's earnest promise, Anna on the other end remained steadfast, asserting that it was indeed a gift, a token of friendship. Observing her insistence, Hawke refrained from pressing the matter further. In the next moment, a thought struck him, and he chuckled softly. I happen to have a matter at hand. If you could assist me, we might strike a bargain. Taken aback for a moment, Anna quickly composed herself and replied, please proceed. I require iron meteorites. How many? As many as possible. By when? Before Christmas, Hawke said calmly, adding, however, I have no money to offer you. Yet, you may propose a request, and if it is within my means, we shall solidify our deal. His celestial map, the Phoenix constellation, was still in the process of refining into Gamma-Nine. To imbue the armor with life, the refinement of the corresponding constellation was essential. Hawke anticipated that this Christmas holiday would see the completion of the refinement, allowing him to prioritize the acquisition of meteorites thereafter. His original plan was to procure the necessary meteorites during this holiday season and, following the break, venture to Wakanda when he turned 18 to retrieve the vibranium he needed. After all, he could not fly yet and had no means of smuggling. Yet, during his conversation with Anna, he suddenly conceived a notion that perhaps he could acquire the desired meteorites without stepping outside his abode. Regardless of whether Anna or the forces behind her sought to curry favor or play the long game, he genuinely appreciated and was satisfied with the gift she had bestowed upon him. Most importantly, the less Anna seemed to desire anything from him, the more he felt compelled to offer her something in return. In essence, he made friends not by the identity of the individuals, but by their compatibility with his own tastes. After outlining his terms of trade, Anna once again fell into silence on the other end of the line. If all goes as expected, Anna should be consulting her behind-the-scenes power, the true authority in this matter. Hawke did not urge her. Instead, he activated the speakerphone and opened the satellite map to search for the lake in New Jersey mentioned in Anna's message. After a brief interval, Anna's voice emerged once more, this time tinged with a hint of caution, as if fearing that a high bid might provoke Hawke's ire. Hawke, we are already friends, Anna said. Indeed, replied Hawke, and sensing her apprehension, he chuckled softly. Is anything permissible? Of course, as long as I possess it, she responded. At this juncture, Anna paused, seemingly steeling herself before asking, could we procure some of your blood? Hawke raised an eyebrow at this request. 63. Anna? Hydra's Anna? My blood? He noted the lingering caution in her tone, which piqued his curiosity. So Hydra, is it? A memory flickered in his mind, recalling the sensation of being watched just before he annihilated that small black entity at the Quantico base. In the next instant, a smile crept across Hawke's face. The principal remained unchanged. He judged friends not by their affiliations, but by their demeanor. I merely require your stance, he stated. Very well, Anna replied, seemingly taken aback by his swift acquiescence. Hawke chuckled lightly. But how much do you need? I hope you aren't asking for a barrel. I doubt that would suffice. Not at all. Merely a vial will suffice. A vial? Hawke arched an eyebrow once more, then laughed. That may not be enough. I shall provide you with 200 milliliters. When the iron meteorite arrives, you can arrange for your people to extract it, regardless of the reasoning behind it. Hydra was generous, and he would never be stingy. His prowess stemmed from his own small universe, especially after igniting the constellation of Phoenix. He could confidently claim that his small universe was indomitable. Even if he were to perish in an instant, he would rise anew from the ashes beneath the starlight of Phoenix. So, what is blood but a minor affair? Nonetheless, Hawke contemplated for a moment before adding to Anna. Anna, I have always been quite generous towards friends. Thank you. Anna likely never anticipated Hawke's generosity, or his thoughtful arrangement for them to have blood drawn at home. Her voice took on an excited tone, but soon she recalled something, causing her tone to shift to one of caution. Hawke, are you not concerned that we might misuse your blood? Hawke chuckled. Are you planning to use my blood to clone me? No. Well, that's reassuring. Hawke, who had been using the satellite to examine the terrain near Calf Lake in New Jersey, glanced at his phone resting nearby, which was on speaker. As long as it's not cloning, I have no concern regarding how you choose to utilize my blood. Just as Gwen said, it is always humans who commit murder, not weapons. Anna exchanged a meteorite for his blood, and the transaction was complete. What Anna chose to do with his blood was her affair. In truth, even if Anna intended to experiment with his blood in hopes of cloning, Hawke wouldn't be particularly bothered. However, he felt a bit awkward about it. So he mentioned in advance, lest an actual clone of him emerged, potentially jeopardizing their friendship. I have one request. Do not meddle with my clone. If that happens, and I lose a friend, do not blame me. That won't happen, rest assured, Anna quickly promised. Hawke acknowledged her assurance with a grunt, preparing to conclude the call. Let me know when the iron meteorite is ready. I'm in no rush. Just have it ready before Christmas. Anna responded affirmatively. Hawke chose not to prolong the conversation, directly ending the call. He then picked up his phone, edited the number from the recent call, and saved it to his contacts. In his contact list, there were only 4 individuals. First, his girlfriend Gwen. Second, his counselor, Mrs. Snow. Third, Peter, the spider. And lastly, Hydra, Anna. That was all. Had Gwen glanced at his contacts, she would have easily discerned Spider-Man's true identity, as Hawke had saved it precisely that way. After saving Anna's number along with a note about her suspected affiliations, Hawke set the matter aside and redirected his focus to the satellite map displayed on his computer screen. His gaze flickered with determination. During those days of relentless training, where he practiced punching 10,000 times each day, he prepared for 2 contingencies. The first was the hope that the auxiliary activation of his small universe would materialize as he envisioned, for if that were the case, he would possess the capability to achieve vengeance on his own. Yet, he also devised a second plan, the path of legal representation. Should his external assistance prove inadequate, or if this is merely a fleeting dream, he could still pursue his vengeance through the legal profession, a path meticulously charted by Hawke, transitioning from lawyer to judge. Although this route may demand considerable time and carries the risk of failure, it is preferable to inaction. However, this avenue has become unnecessary. He now possesses the strength to enact his revenge without relying on external forces. Yet, Hulk is elusive. Since acquiring a computer from Sky, Hawke has contemplated locating Hulk. But Hulk is a master of hide-and-seek. Even General Ross, wielding the might of the military, has failed to find him. What chance does he stand alone? Nonetheless, considering that General Ross has seemingly yet to track him down, Hawke harbors some doubts regarding the general's skills in this game. Nevertheless, this is not the crux of the matter. Hulk is expected to appear at a specific location this Christmas, and that suffices. This time, Hawke will not allow Hulk to escape. 3 months prior, during the Battle of New York, Hawke actually spotted Hulk. At that moment, the desire for revenge surged within him. However, he is not foolish. He had only just awakened his small universe, and his Phoenix armor was yet to be ignited. Moreover, Hulk was surrounded not only by the Avengers, but also by Thor. Given the circumstances, had Hawke charged in, the Thunder God would undoubtedly have aided Hulk, not him. Thus, he restrained his impulse for revenge. A gentleman avenges. 10 years are not too late. He has waited over 1,000 days. What is a few more? Hawke has devised a plan. Initially, he intended to gather his Phoenix armor before seeking vengeance on Hulk. The reasoning is simple. Once the armor is assembled, even if Thor were to return from Asgard, he would be undaunted with the armor adorning him. Currently, his armor remains unassembled, yet Hulk has made his appearance first. This is quite fortuitous. Since you are here, let's entomb you in this very place. Hawke gazes intently at the satellite map on his computer screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Anya, wait a little longer. This Christmas, I shall send Hulk to hell to join you. And then you tell Mephisto that if he dares to torment you on the day your brother arrives in hell, I shall raise his domain. This Christmas, there shall be bloodshed. Hawke has never before felt the passage of time so excruciatingly slow, but now he is acutely aware of it. During the Christmas holiday, my sister Anya eagerly anticipates Christmas Eve, thanks to the kind-hearted staff at the children's home who bestow inexpensive little gifts each year. Consequently, her enthusiasm for this occasion has also influenced Hawke. However, ever since Anya departed on September 10th, 2009, Hawke spent that Christmas Eve clandestinely visiting her grave, and since then, his fondness for the holiday has waned, transforming into a distaste for its noisy celebrations. Yet this year, a sense of anticipation for the Christmas holiday has rekindled within him. Time, however, is a curious entity. The more one fixates upon it, the slower it seems to pass. And only when one diverts their attention does it vanish in a blink. Realizing this, Hawke compelled himself to disregard the passage of time and adhere to his previous routine. Finally, a week before Christmas, Midtown High School announced its break. Hawke accompanied Gwen home, initially eager to rush to New Jersey to await Hulk's arrival. But Gwen's mother's warm invitation left him without a plausible reason to decline. Upon their return to the Gorlin apartment, George had not yet arrived, prompting Hawke to temporarily retreat to Gwen's room on the second floor. He was no stranger to her bedroom. Once inside, he naturally settled at the edge of her bed, while Gwen pulled her study chair closer and began a conversation on the phone with Mary. After a brief while, Gwen ended the call with a smile, placed her phone aside, and turned towards Hawke, saying, "Mary asked if we have any plans for the Christmas holiday. Perhaps the four of us could form a group." Hawke raised an eyebrow. "For you and Peter? Goodness." He was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "When did this happen?" Gwen, with a serious expression, "Share the gossip. You absolutely won't believe it. Today, after attending Norman Osborn's funeral, and believe it or not, it was Mary who confessed first." Hawke's expression shifted to surprise. "Is that true? You didn't see that coming, did you?" Indeed, he had not anticipated that Peter would accept Mary's confession in this lifetime. However, Hawke recalled the previous Sunday night when Peter knocked on his window and entered to confess that he had killed his best friend's father. Indeed, as per the original narrative, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, had met his demise. The manner of demise was indeed similar. He met his end at the hands of the Green Goblin, despite Peter having shown him mercy. In a futile attempt at vengeance, he perished aboard his own glider. However, there exists a divergence from the original narrative. In the original tale, after returning the deceased Green Goblin's body, Peter was spotted by Harry and returned home alone. Yet, in this instance, Peter was not seen by Harry. Instead, following the events, he turned to Hawke's residence to recount the incident. Hawke, feeling somewhat helpless, had just returned from a field study in New Jersey and yearned for a good night's rest. Initially intending to dismiss Peter, he reconsidered upon witnessing Peter's guilt-ridden expression, a consequence of his dear friend's father's demise. Thus, he chose to be a loyal listener, comforting Peter with a soda while he poured out his heart. As a result, this act of solace triggered a butterfly effect. Astonishingly, Peter did not rebuff the confession from his heart's desire. He embraced it instead. Hawke internally marveled at this turn of events. He chuckled lightly and remarked to Gwen, "Indeed, Peter has a genuine affection for Mary Jane." Gwen had always been aware of this, but at that moment, she furrowed her brow, seemingly struck by a thought. She gazed at Hawke and said, just like someone who clearly cares, yet feigns indifference, "Hawke met Gwen seemingly expressive gaze. Am I incorrect?" She pressed. "No," he replied, shaking his head. Gwen beamed and, with a playful wink, inquired, "So, you admit to having feelings for me since our first year, Mr. Hawke?" Hawke chuckled and regarded her. "Yes, indeed." As expected, Gwen received the answer she had longed for, her smile radiating even more joy. She tilted her head slightly, leaning back in her study chair, looking at Hawke, and added, "Because I feel the same way." She comprehended why Peter harbored feelings for Mary Jane. Even if he had previously hesitated to act upon them, she had experienced similar sentiments herself. Gwen's smile broadened. "I am now quite certain that Peter is Spider-Man. For if he were not, he would surely lack the courage to be with Mary Jane, wouldn't he?" Hawke, observing Gwen's repeated affirmation of Peter's secret identity, smiled as he offered a similar response. "Once again, I neither confirm nor deny, unless he chooses to reveal it himself." Gwen shrugged. "It matters little. Peter is now with Mary Jane, and eventually, she will find out. And Mary Jane, being so inquisitive, might not share it with others. But she will certainly confide in me." Gwen pondered for a moment, recalling Mary's recent inquiry over the phone. "Ah, you haven't mentioned yet. Should we respond to them?" "What? A 21-day holiday. Should the four of us form a group and find a place to explore?" As Gwen spoke, she cast an expectant glance at Hawke, finding Mary's suggestion quite appealing. A romantic getaway for couples seemed rather delightful. Hawke did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow slightly. Noticing this, Gwen asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm just not certain yet." Hawke contemplated for a moment before offering Gwen an apologetic smile, saying, "I have something to attend to during this holiday, but I have yet to determine the exact day." Gwen blinked in surprise. "Something?" "Yes." Observing Hawke's nod, she tilted her head and inquired, "If I were to ask you what it is, would you tell me?" Hawke met Gwen een wavering gaze. Their eyes locked. His mind raced, and after a brief pause, he chuckled softly and nodded. "If you ask me, I will tell you." Gwen acknowledged this with a nod as well. In the next moment, her expression turned resolute as she looked intently at Hawke. "Then I want to know, Hawke." Hawke fell silent under Gwen's gaze. After a while, he uttered two words, "Murder." Gwen responded with a spirited declaration, "We'll go to hell together." Hawke had never considered concealing anything from Gwen, at least not since they had confirmed their relationship. He had never hidden his abilities or any other aspect of himself. There should be no secrets between lovers. This was his belief, reinforced by the lessons learned from countless cinematic tales of miscommunication leading to irreversible consequences. As he had just said, "If you ask, I will share." Thus, Hawke declared murder. Upon hearing his response, Gwen's smile momentarily faltered. "See, I told you, you seem unhappy now." Hawke observed the frozen expression on Gwen's face, finding amusement in it. Yet, he felt neither disappointment nor sorrow. After all, Gwen was kind-hearted and beautiful. If her reaction to his declaration of murder was one of joy rather than shock, then he would truly have reason to worry. Just then, Gwen appeared to have recovered from her astonishment. Her response was succinct. "Who are you going to kill?" "Hawke, has Bruce Banner returned to New York City?" "No. However, I have received intelligence that he plans to spend the Christmas holiday in New Jersey." Hawke openly shared this with Gwen, without any concealment. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Hawke as if a realization dawned upon her. "So you've been going to New Jersey these past few weekends for?" Hawke smiled faintly. "To scout the terrain and prepare for the impending conflict. Preparation is key. One must assess the surroundings before battle, envisioning the scenarios that may unfold." He had already devised several contingency plans in his mind regarding potential escape routes for Hawke. In short, this Christmas holiday, Hawke must perish. His sister Anya awaits vengeance in the depths of hell, a day she has long anticipated. Once Hawke is vanquished, the focus will shift to Abomination. Hawke was not particularly anxious about Abomination, for he was confined by the military ever since that fateful night. Even if he wished to flee, escape was futile. Hawke was well aware of Abomination's whereabouts within the Quantico military base. He had chosen not to act that day because he preferred to tackle matters one by one. First, eliminate Hawke, then Abomination. Hawke contemplated. In the next moment, Gwen declared, "I will go with you." Hawke snapped back to reality, instinctively glancing at her. Had he heard her correctly? "What?" "I said, I will go with you." Gwen's gaze was resolute, her tone equally firm, leaving no room for refusal. "I'm going with you." Hawke couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. "Gwen, I'm going to kill someone." "I know, and I will accompany you." Hawke stared at Gwen, who was unwavering in her intent, and he opened his mouth to respond, only to bitterly shake his head. "Stop joking. I'm serious. I will go with you." "Why?" "If you are to descend into hell, I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Hawke fell silent. He met Gwen's gaze, and they locked eyes. After a moment, Hawke chuckled softly and said to Gwen, "Are you worried that I might die?" Gwen shook her head, her eyes fixed on Hawke. "I do not know, but I do know I will not sit idly in New York City." This was quintessentially Gwen. Hawke remained silent for a while, continuing to shake his head. "No, this is not a negotiation, Hawke. You know that if I want to find you, I will." Gwen spoke calmly, gazing at Hawke. "If you win, we shall return together. If you perish, I will accompany you to hell." At this moment, Gwen seemed to recall something, and with a soft laugh, she smiled at Hawke. "After all, from the moment I ran alone to Maryland, deep within the waterfall to find you, I believed we were destined to descend into hell together." "Descend into hell?" Hawke looked at Gwen, who uttered this with the tranquility of discussing a mundane matter, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you think one can simply choose to go to hell? I have yet to discover the entrance." Gwen, mistaking Hawke's words as an attempt to change the subject, furrowed her brow. "Hawke, I'm being serious." "I'm serious too." Hawke gazed at Gwen's serious expression, her brows knitted and her delicate face earnest. He sighed, stood from the bedside, approached her, and looked down into her eyes as she sat on the study chair. In the next moment, he took a deep breath. Their eyes met. Hawke smiled at his girlfriend, who spoke of descending into hell with him, nodding. "Very well. We shall descend into hell together." Upon hearing Hawke's response, Gwen rose and embraced him, her previously tense expression blossoming into a radiant smile as they held each other, gazing into one another's eyes. "All right, just remember to hold on to me. I fear I might get lost. Rest assured, I shall not let you go. You promise." "Swear it in Anya's name." As Hawke heard Gwen's words, the inexplicable emotions that had enveloped him moments before dissipated, and he looked at her with a smile creeping onto his face. "You certainly know how to manipulate me." Gwen, with a smile at the corners of her mouth, shrugged her shoulders, her arms wrapped around Hawke's waist as she looked up at him, who towered over her slightly, and said with a smile, "Clearly, Mr. Hawke, I know how to keep you in check, do I not?" Hawke, gazing at Gwen's upturned lips, couldn't help but let out a rueful chuckle. "Indeed, you certainly know how to keep me in line." "Then swear it, Mr. Hawke." "Really? You want me to swear?" "Of course." Gwen smiled at Hawke. "Don't take me for someone who hasn't seen movies. You're promising so earnestly now, but who knows, you might end up knocking me out later." "Indeed." Choosing a girlfriend with high intelligence can be a challenge. Hawke sighed again, looking seriously at Gwen. So, we shall descend into hell together? Together into hell. Well then, Hawke took a deep breath, and under Gwen's watchful gaze, he made a vow in the name of his sister, Anya. He then shook his head, looking down at Gwen. Are you satisfied now? Almost, but only if you agree to one more request. What is it? Gwen retracted her smile, gazing intently at Hawke. I understand that you may not wish to be a paragon of virtue, and I do not implore you to be a good person. However, Hawke, I beseech you not to descend into malevolence. Strive to embody kindness, to be a person of integrity who can hold their head high all times. Is that possible? In the cozy yet modest confines of their room, Hawke and Gwen embraced, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Do not become a villain. Instead, endeavor to be a benevolent soul. Gwen's words echoed in Hawke's mind like a siren's call. He pressed his lips together, contemplating. I have never aspired to be a bad person. I know, Gwen replied without hesitation, maintaining her embrace while continuing to gaze into his eyes. So please, remain steadfast in your kindness, Hawke. The definitions of good and bad may be shaped by public perception. For instance, Spider-Man is regarded as a hero because he is beloved by many, while Hydra is seen as villainous due to widespread disdain. Yet, goodness and wickedness are subjective. For every admirer of Spider-Man, there exists a detractor, such as the New York Police Department, who loathes the vigilante. Similarly, while some despise Hydra, there are those who admire it. However, to be a kind person requires no such validation. A truly good individual is one who can look themselves in the mirror with a clear conscience, who can sleep soundly at night without being haunted by past transgressions. Meeting Gwen's gaze, Hawke nodded affirmatively. All right, thank you. Gwen's face illuminated with a radiant smile, akin to that of an angel, as she tightened her embrace, nestling her head against Hawke's chest. Just then, the partially ajar door was pushed open from outside. Gwen, Helen entered, her eyes widening as she observed the two practicing their affectionate embrace. She blinked, chuckling at the sight of Gwen, who resembled a startled fawn as she detached herself from Hawke's hold. I apologize, please continue. But Gwen, you ought to hang a do not disturb sign on the door. With a playful grin, Helen began to close the door again. Gwen's ears flushed crimson at her mother's teasing. Mom, she exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in her voice before she chased after her. Hawke, amused by Helen's playful banter, chuckled as well, following Gwen out of the bedroom. This evening's dinner primarily serves to celebrate Gwen and Hawke's vacation, while also marking the formal acknowledgement of their acceptance into their desired universities. Unlike Hawke's first visit, when a meal was served in individual portions, this time it is a shared feast. The atmosphere at the table has transformed from the initial tension and formality to one of joyous exuberance. The most vivacious among them are Gwen's two younger brothers, followed closely by Helen and Gwen herself. As the head of the family, George maintains a serious demeanor, upholding his authoritative presence. The two little ones, 9-year-old Howard and 8-year-old Simon, are animatedly discussing their aspirations for this year's holiday adventures. With George Stacy's salary as the captain of a 19th precinct, he can comfortably support the family's expenses while also affording 2 or 3 family vacations each year. Helen, resting her chin on her hand, listens with a smile to Howard and Simon's chatter. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she turns to Hawke. Hawke, do you have any plans for this holiday? If not, you could join us, right, George? George meets Helen's gaze, glances at Hawke, and with a stoic expression replies, I have no objections. His reservations about Hawke stem from the perception of a wild boar absconding with his prize cabbage. However, setting that aside, Hawke is indeed remarkable. This is not mere flattery. Having come from an orphan background may have been a disadvantage, but upon receiving a full scholarship to New York University, it no longer is. In contemporary parlance, Hawke, who started from humble beginnings, has forged a promising path through sheer determination. The full scholarship alleviates any concerns about exorbitant law school tuition. And as long as Hawke passes the qualification exams post-graduation, a bright future lies ahead. Of course, unless Hawke were to lose his senses and pursue a career as a public interest lawyer or dedicate himself to representing the underprivileged. Leveraging his connections from NYU Law School could lead to a car in 6 months, a house in a year, and financial independence within 3 years. Thus, George's stern demeanor is not directed at Hawke himself, but rather at Hawke's wild boar tendencies. As Hawke contemplates Helen's invitation, poised to decline, Gwen, sitting nearby, interjects, Mom, I fear Hawke may not have the time, nor do I. What's the matter? Mary has invited Hawke and me to go out during holiday, but we haven't yet decided on the destination or timing. Mary? She has a boyfriend now, named Peter. Peter, I know, it seems like Helen was momentarily taken aback. But then she recalled that this Peter was likely Mary's neighbor. The conversation veered off course as Gwen began to gossip with her mother, Helen, about the tale of Mary and Peter. Indeed, gossip knows no age limit for women. Helen eagerly engaged in the gossip with Gwen, and Hawke was pleased to witness it. Soon, dinner concluded, and as before, since Hawke needed to catch the subway, Gwen accompanied him to the foot of the apartment building. "Aren't you supposed to be taking your driving test? Aren't you going to?" "I'll take it when I return," Hawke replied with a smile, noting that the most significant matter during this Christmas holiday was Hawke. The thought of not delivering Hawke to his sister during this festive season troubled him greatly, making it difficult for him to focus on anything else. Gwen nodded. "All right then. When do you plan to go to New Jersey?" Hawke shook his head. "I don't know. I'm waiting for a call." Anna was keeping an eye out for him, and the absence of a call indicated that Bruce Banner and Betty Ross's schedule was still proceeding as planned. In a certain sense, no news was the best news. He hoped Hawke would indeed appear at Culver Lake, as the scenery was indeed lovely, perfect for a long slumber, and the area was remote, minimizing the chances of innocent bystanders being caught in the fray, unlike the tragic incident where Hawke's sister lost her life due to the battle between Hawke and Abomination. He did not wish for the aftermath of his conflict with Hawke to claim more innocent lives. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Anna. Hawke raised an eyebrow, glanced at Gwen, and answered the call. "Hello. All set? No problem. Where?" "All right. See you then." A few days later, at the Liberty State Park Cruise Terminal in Bayonne, New Jersey, Gwen parked the vehicle and opened the door, marveling at the sight of the Statue of Liberty and the breathtaking Manhattan skyline. She exclaimed in wonder and turned to Hawke, who had just exited the passenger seat. "I've never seen the Statue of Liberty in Manhattan from this angle. It's beautiful, don't you think, Hawke?" "It's all right," Hawke replied, casting a brief glance at the statue, then at the skyline across the harbor, offering his own assessment. Hearing Hawke's lukewarm reaction, Gwen felt somewhat disheartened and realized she should refrain from discussing the beauty of the place with him. Thus, she decisively shifted the conversation. "What about the friend you mentioned? You have arrived early. We had agreed on 10 o'clock. It is only 9 now," Hawke remarked in a calm tone. A few nights prior, as he departed from Gwen's residence, he received a call from Anna. After he hung up, Gwen casually inquired about the caller, to which Hawke responded honestly, adhering to his principle of transparency whenever Gwen posed a question. Upon learning that it was Anna who had provided him with information, Gwen expressed her desire to accompany Hawke. He consented without hesitation. Thus, this morning, Gwen arrived at the apartment to rouse him from slumber, arriving an hour earlier than their scheduled meeting. Fortunately, an hour is not a lengthy duration, and in the blink of an eye, the clock struck 10. At that very moment, a nondescript semi-truck rolled into the port, honking its horn twice, capturing the attention of both Hawke and Gwen. Hawke turned his gaze towards the truck, which was gradually approaching and decelerating. To his astonishment, he recognized the driver, Anna. After a brief moment, the truck came to a halt beside Hawke, and Anna, with her blonde hair elegantly tied up and donning a pair of intellectual glasses, jumped down from the vehicle, smiling at him. "Apologies for the wait, Hawke." Hawke reciprocated with a smile. "I am quite patient when it comes to friends, Anna." Anna's gaze then shifted to Gwen, and a look of surprise flitted across her otherwise composed features as she addressed Hawke. "And this is Gwen, my girlfriend. Anna, my friend. Pleased to meet you, Gwen." Anna, upon hearing Hawke's introduction, flashed a radiant smile, removed her gloves, and extended her right hand toward Gwen. Gwen smiled back and shook Anna's hand. "Hello." She recognized this woman, yet as she recalled the imposing figure she had seen waiting in the car for Hawke, the one who exuded an air of icy severity, she found it difficult to reconcile that image with the Anna standing before her, who seemed to embody warmth and approachability. However, she kept her thoughts to herself, suppressing her curiosity. After their handshake, Anna turned her attention back to Hawke. "Hawke, do you think these are sufficient?" "Yes," Hawke replied with a nod. Anna then turned and led Hawke towards the back of the truck. Gwen followed closely behind. As the truck's compartment opened, a dazzling sight met Hawke's eyes. An abundance of iron meteorites filled the space almost to capacity. Gwen gazed in awe at the truck's interior, her mouth agape. Anna tapped on the compartment, gazing at Hawke with a smile as she spoke. "Apologies, time is rather pressing. I could only procure 30 tons. If that proves insufficient, I shall send someone to gather more." Upon hearing this quantity, Hawke's lips subtly twitched. "Pressing for time? 30 tons? If that's not enough, more can be found?" Very well. There was no longer any room for doubt. Hydra had been confirmed. In this world, the ability to collect 30 tons of iron meteorites within a mere 3 months, excluding official forces, could only be attributed to Hydra's formidable resources. Hawke contemplated this, turning to Anna with a smile. "It is sufficient, not merely adequate, but even ample. I am quite pleased, thank you." How much iron meteorite is required to forge a holy garment? Although what he truly desired was not the iron meteorites themselves, but rather the silver stardust formed from grinding the meteorites using the power of his cosmos. Nevertheless, 30 tons of iron meteorites would certainly suffice for him to craft the Phoenix armor, with plenty left over for future creations. Hearing Hawke's reply, Anna's smile broadened, and she once more patted the compartment. Shall you take it directly? Before her question could be completed, she observed Hawke already in action. Soon, Anna witnessed a scene that made her pupils rapidly constrict. Before her eyes, Hawke approached the compartment, took a deep breath, and with an outstretched right hand, the 30 tons of iron meteorites seemed to vanish one by one as if pulled by an unseen force. From Anna's perspective, Hawke's cosmos projected forth, swirling like a black hole, drawing the meteorites into his own cosmic realm. The Phoenix constellation sparkled brilliantly within this space. These meteorites would be ground down by the power of his cosmos into silver sand and subsequently integrated into the Phoenix constellation, transforming under the influence of the Phoenix fire into one of the 3 essential materials for crafting holy garments, silver stardust. However, akin to the previous gathering of Gamanians, this process required time. Indeed, the creation of holy garments follows a similar principle. The longer the time invested, the more potent the armor becomes. For these garments serve as vessels for the power of constellations. In the blink of an eye, the 30 tons of iron meteorites had completely vanished from the compartment. Anna's eyes had already widened in astonishment numerous times. Beside her, Gwen was equally taken aback by this bizarre spectacle. After completing the task, Hawke exhibited a hint of fatigue upon his brow. After all, in this world, there were no saints. If one were to consider the Marvel Universe as a game, then the system of his cosmic power was not encoded within this game's mechanics. Although he possesses the ability to ignite his own miniature universe to achieve the ethereal projection of that universe, it pales in comparison to the efforts required within the realm of the Saint Seiya. Nevertheless, Hawke has already conceived a solution, just as he has devised a method to counter the limitations of the sacred armor's powers. However, there is no urgency. These 2 matters can only be considered once he has successfully crafted the sacred armor. Hawke exhaled a deep breath, and the weariness etched upon his brow dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. He then turned to Anna, whose pupils reflected a hint of astonishment, extending his right arm towards her. Come, let us proceed. Momentarily shaken from her surprise, Anna gazed at Hawke's outstretched arm, seemingly at a loss for words. Hawke, with a smile, added, just 200 milliliters will suffice. At this, Anna's comprehension returned. Before her expression could fully transform, Hawke cheerfully remarked, I shall give you 400 milliliters. Grateful to Iron Man, Hawke observed as the vibrant crimson fluid, akin to twinkling stars, gradually flowed from his body into the blood bag. Seated comfortably, he squeezed a hand grip while his gaze fell upon the Statue of Liberty standing majestically on Liberty Island. Anna looked at the blood bag, her eyes filled with reverence, transfixed by the blood pooling within. The liquid shimmered under the sunlight, reminiscent of diamonds glistening in brilliance. At that moment, the phone rang. Anna retrieved her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and, apologizing to Hawke, stepped aside to take the call. Meanwhile, Gwen, appearing as if she were assisting Hawke during his blood draw, stole a glance at Anna before turning to Hawke and lowering her voice. So, you exchanged 400 milliliters of blood for an entire shipment of iron meteorites? Hawke nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Gwen. Do you think I came out ahead or at a loss? Gwen opened her mouth to respond. From the standpoint of monetary value, it was indisputable that Hawke had profited, and significantly at that. After all, how much could one earn from selling blood? According to last week's pricing from the New York Blood Products Company, 400 milliliters of blood could fetch $150. Yet, what are the iron meteorites? When I just checked, last week, a 35-kilogram iron meteorite had been auctioned off for $210,000. By calculating the price relative to 35 kilograms, the estimated worth of 30 tons of iron meteorites could exceed a staggering $17,900,000. However, Gwen furrowed her brow as she regarded Hawke. Your blood is different, Hawke. It shouldn't be this way. Hawke smiled at Gwen and said, I will no longer sell my blood. I'll return the iron meteorite to Anna and then seek out the iron meteorite myself tomorrow. It's merely 30 tons. Plundering the iron meteorites collected by Osborn and Stark should suffice, and there's no need to sell my blood. What do you think? Gwen listened to Hawke's response, her mouth agape in surprise. The next moment, as she noticed the smile at the corner of Hawke's mouth, she realized he was jesting and rolled her eyes at him. Then quietly inquired, but do you know the implications of your blood? Aren't you afraid of what Anna might say? At that moment, Gwen fell silent, for Anna had just finished her phone call nearby. Hawke understood what Gwen was implying, So he smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I made it clear to Anna that as long as my blood isn't used for cloning, everything will be fine. Besides, this is a one-time affair. After all, selling blood is far more in line with the definition of a good person than resorting to theft, don't you think? Gwen, absorbing Hawke's words, chose to remain silent. It was either selling blood or becoming a thief. Perhaps selling blood was the better option. At least it allowed for some self-sufficiency, which was preferable to robbery. Gwen pondered this in her heart. Meanwhile, Anna, returning from her call with a hint of joy on her face, approached Hawke and said, "The latest news, Tony Stark's private jet, which arrived in Bangalore yesterday, has taken off and is expected to land at the private airport 30 kilometers from Culver Lake at 2 p.m. on the 22nd. The 22nd? ISNT that today?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Hawke's eyes. "Is it confirmed?" "It has been confirmed." Anna handed Hawke a palm-sized tablet. On the screen, airport surveillance captured footage of Bruce Banner boarding the private jet. Hawke smiled, then seemed to recall something, turning to Gwen. "This is good. I want Teeny to ask Helen for leave on Christmas Eve." The 24th is Christmas Eve, he thought, as he initially believed Hawke would only appear on that day. If that were the case, Gwen would have to accompany him, necessitating a request for leave from Helen. Earlier that morning, Gwen had been contemplating an excuse to take leave from Helen for Christmas Eve. Now, however, it was no longer necessary. If they acted swiftly, they could return to New York by that evening. Gwen did not respond. Instead, she curiously asked, "Isn't Tony Stark's private jet supposed to be grounded? I heard he went missing." "Yes, Tony Stark has gone missing once again. However, the last time he was missing, it was in the Middle East. This time, it's in Los Angeles. Moreover, this time, Tony Stark's Malibu seaside mansion was reduced to ruins, all due to his declaration of war against the Mandarin last week." Of course, Hawke was aware that the Mandarin who had unleashed the extremist virus was not the real Mandarin, but merely an actor. The genuine Mandarin was likely preoccupied with his efforts to resurrect his wife, leaving him little time to concern himself with this affair. Just as Hawke had heard this news last week, chuckled softly, and subsequently dismissed it, so too did Anna. Though Tony Stark had vanished, the operations of Stark Industries had not come to a standstill. The private jet had likely been arranged well before the holidays. However, we had another speculation. What? Bruce Banner's early arrival could very well be a result of him learning about Tony Stark's disappearance and coming to offer assistance. That is plausible. Hawke nodded thoughtfully at Anna's conjecture. In the next moment, he chuckled, shook his head, and returned the tablet to Anna, saying, "If I get the chance, I must express my gratitude to Tony Stark. Without his disappearance, Bruce Banner would likely have delayed his arrival until Christmas Eve. Yet, at present, Iron Man was missing, and Hawke had come early. From this perspective, Hawke indeed had reason to be thankful to Iron Man. Anna smiled faintly, remaining silent as she carefully stowed the tablet away and observed the blood bags that were nearing their collection goal. She quickly assisted Hawke in removing the blood draw needle. At that moment, the puncture on Hawke's arm healed almost instantaneously. Adjusting his cuff, Hawke rose from the chair beneath him. Anna, treating the blood bags like precious treasures, placed them into a portable, temperature-controlled safe with a lock. With a click of the lock, Anna completed this series of actions, her face reflecting a sense of relief. She then looked up at Hawke. "Thank you. You're welcome. I always treat my friends this way," Hawke replied with a slight smile, glancing at Gwen beside him before saying nothing more. He took Gwen's hand and walked toward the yellow Corolla parked nearby. Anna stood in place, watching as Hawke departed. Gwen opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and glanced at Hawke, who was seated in the passenger side. Though aware of their next destination, she still inquired, "Where are we headed now?" "Culver," Hawke replied with a smile, looking at Gwen. "For revenge." In the blink of an eye, the yellow Corolla driven by Gwen had vanished from Anna's sight. As the yellow Corolla faded from view, the fiery red sports car, previously spotted by Gwen, approached from a distance and came to a steady halt before Anna. Her expression transformed back into its exquisite and frosty demeanor. The imposing figure clad in black stepped out of the vehicle, delivering it to the base. "Understood." Anna retrieved her sunglasses, affixed them to her visage, and handed over the code box containing Hawke's 400 milliliters of blood to the man in black before seamlessly sliding into the sports car. In the next moment, the engine roared, and the car vanished from the man's sight in an instant. Emotionless, he clutched the code box and turned astride into the port. Shortly thereafter, having distanced herself from the harbor, Anna dialed a number. The call connected. "Anna," the voice of her superior resonated. "The transaction is complete, but there was a minor complication." "What complication?" "Gwen Stacy has also arrived." The voice on the other end seemed taken aback before regaining composure. "It appears he truly cares for Gwen Stacy." Anna nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, sir." At that moment, a third voice interjected from the other end, brimming with defiance. Sir, why not leverage Gwen's silence? The simultaneous objections from Anna and her superior silenced the third party, who was visibly taken aback. However, under the command of Get Out, they hastily retreated, footsteps echoing in their wake. Once the third individual had departed, the voice of Anna's superior reemerged. Anna, articulate your reasons for opposition. Sir, there are only two possibilities for Hawke bringing Gwen out. Either he is a fool, or he possesses great confidence. I refuse to believe he is a fool, especially since he inferred our intentions after our conversation. Anna fell silent, aware of the organization's formidable reputation. Despite the absence of eavesdropping concerns, caution regarding their name was prudent. The superior on the line seemed to ponder this, then chuckled softly. Relay this. Do not initiate any actions against Gwen Stacy. Our relationship with Hawke is currently quite favorable. Moreover, when a tyrant willingly dons shackles, it is wise for all to refrain from disturbing them, lest the unleashed be the most fearsome of tyrants. Therefore, we shall not act. Maintain the status quo. Anna, for now, our collaboration is indeed pleasant. Understood. Anna nodded, and after reporting her work to her superior, she terminated the call, focusing intently on driving her sports car towards Manhattan. In contrast, Gwen was also speeding in her yellow Corolla, carrying Hawke towards Calver Lake. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Hawke, who had closed his eyes in the passenger seat after getting in, and felt a spark of curiosity. What are you doing? She inquired. Conserving energy, Hawke replied, maintaining his eyes shut. I need to adjust my state. The Hulk is not easily vanquished. This was not solely due to the Hulk's formidable regenerative abilities, but also because of a significant flaw in his character. His strength increased with his anger. Theoretically, the Hulk possessed a form of immortality. When Iron Man snapped his fingers, it merely resulted in the Hulk losing an arm, not being rendered lifeless. To be precise, it was not accurate to say he was incapacitated, but rather that he was injured, requiring time to recuperate. Fortunately, this was not the realm of comic books, but rather that of cinematic narratives, which allowed for the possibility of the Hulk's demise. Thanos nearly succeeded in this endeavor. Had the Hulk not been transported back to Earth via the Bifrost at that moment, he might have met his end at Thanos' hands. Nonetheless, the Hulk was left so thoroughly defeated that he could not muster the anger to emerge, no matter how earnestly Bruce Banner called for him. Thus, the comic book notion that he grew stronger with rage seemed to falter in practice. Hawke reminisced about the lore surrounding the Hulk, while Gwen reflected on some Hulk-related information she had discovered online of late, nodding in understanding before turning her gaze towards Hawke. Then he must die, she asserted. Hawke opened his eyes, turned his face towards Gwen, and smiled as he remarked, "It's merely challenging, not impossible." The method to slay the Hulk was, in fact, quite straightforward. Overwhelm him from the outset, decisively ending the battle before he even had a chance to grow angry. Gwen, upon hearing this, remained silent but regarded Hawke with concern. Meeting her gaze, Hawke appeared to contemplate something and chuckled softly. "I have considered an alternative method for eliminating the Hulk." "What?" she asked, intrigued. "Kidnap Betty Ross, thus compelling Bruce Banner to comply with his own demise." "Hawke!" Gwen exclaimed, her eyes widening at the suggestion. Hawke smiled slightly. "Yet I ultimately abandoned that idea." Gwen sighed in relief, but remained curious, asking, "Why?" "The instigator bears the consequences," Hawke explained, directing his words toward Gwen. "Moreover, grievances have their origin, and debts have their owners. It was Hulk and Abomination who took my sister's life, not others. If I were to misplace my wrath onto innocence, what would distinguish me from them?" This was his conviction, and he acted accordingly. Hawke remained steadfast in his principles. Revenge was one thing, but he was resolute in not allowing the flames of vengeance to cloud his judgment. "Of course." Hawke paused momentarily, then smiled at Gwen, saying, "You wish for me to be an unblemished man of virtue. Therefore, I neither desire nor require such underhanded schemes to achieve my goals. I will tell him why I have come, and he shall understand the reasons for his demise." Gwen, observing the confidence radiating from Hawke, offered a faint smile. "I believe in you, Hawke." "Thank you." Hawke replied with a smile. "Once I have slain Hulk, we can join Mary." Gwen promptly interrupted Hawke. "What are you doing?" "No jumping ahead." "All right, my mistake," Hawke conceded wisely, acknowledging Gwen's serious demeanor. Under her watchful gaze, he made a zipping motion across his lips. Satisfied with this, Gwen returned her attention to the road, continuing their journey toward Calver Lake. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, above a private airport 30 kilometers north of Calver Lake, a Gulfstream private jet emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo descended through the clouds, lowering its landing gear. At last, Bruce Hulk Banner was arriving. As the aircraft touched down, the airfoil opened instantaneously, causing the previously speeding jet to decelerate visibly. The cabin door swung open. Awaiting at the private airport, leaning against a sky-blue sports car, was Natasha Romanoff, an agent of SHIELD, clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curves. Upon seeing the figure at the door of the jet, holding a luggage bag, she smiled and approached. Bruce. Natasha. Bruce Banner, stepping off the plane, embraced Natasha as if they were old friends. The Avengers, having endured the trials of the Battle of New York, had forged genuine bonds. Tony is missing? Yes. As Natasha drove away from the airport, she turned to Bruce, who sat in the passenger seat. Latest intel indicates that not only Tony, but also Pepper Potts is unaccounted for. Bruce gasped at the news. Mandarin? According to the current leads, yes. Natasha shook her head, saying, however, there are differing opinions within the department regarding whether he is indeed the real Mandarin. Bruce furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. What about the others? Steve? He has gone to England. As you know, Ms. Carter is in London. Thor? Didn't he mention he was searching for Jane? He hasn't returned yet. Hawkeye? He is currently engaged in a mission in Europe and is unavailable. Goodness, it seems I'm the only one with free time. Listening to the whereabouts of the other Avengers, Bruce Banner silently sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he turned to Natasha. But I promised Betty, this is my last chance to win her back. After the battle in New York, he seemed to have discovered the key to transforming into the Hulk. In simpler terms, following the New York conflict, he appeared to have found a balance between himself and the Hulk. As long as he maintained this equilibrium, he could effectively control the rhythm of his transformations. Of course, he could manage himself before transforming, but once he became the Hulk, control eluded him. The Hulk was too fierce. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that upon realizing he could exert some control, Bruce endeavored to rekindle his relationship with his former girlfriend, Betty. Following the New York battle, during which he played a significant role in maintaining peace on Earth, the president granted him a full pardon for his past transgressions. Additionally, having joined SHIELD and received endorsements from the 5 great heroes, he felt emboldened to reach out to Betty, unafraid of her formidable father who might wish to use him for experiments. This year's Christmas holiday was a crucial time for him to mend his relationship with Betty. Observing Bruce's bittersweet smile, Natasha quickly remarked, "We detected some unknown energy at the fight site. You are an expert in the field of energy, and this shouldn't take up much of your time. We have approximately located Tony." Bruce's eyes brightened at her words. "Where?" "Rose Hill, Tennessee." Bruce paused slightly, looking at Natasha. "Then why not head directly to Tennessee?" Natasha chuckled, pointing to the bag resting on Bruce's lap. "I figured you might have brought gifts and would want to drop them off at your and Betty's vacation cabin first. After all, if you were to fly there and something were to get damaged or lost, it would likely dampen your mood." This reasoning resonated with Bruce, and after contemplating it, he nodded, looking at Natasha. "That rationale is quite sound, so we will first stop by Culver to drop off the items, then proceed to Tennessee?" Natasha nodded. "Yes. How does this arrangement sound?" "It's perfect, thank you." "No need for thanks." Natasha smiled as she spoke. The journey from the private airport to the lakeside cabin at Culver Lake, reserved by Bruce and Betty, was merely 30 kilometers. It is well known that Natasha possesses excellent driving skills, and with the sports car at her disposal, the 30 kilometers were traversed in a mere moment. The sound of the car engine silencing was accompanied by the opening of the doors. Stepping out of the driver's side, Natasha removed her sunglasses and surveyed the picturesque surroundings, particularly the shimmering waters of Culver Lake glistening in the afternoon sun, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. "The scenery here is exquisite. Did you find this place? Or was it Betty?" "Betty," Bruce replied, shyly smiling as he emerged from the passenger seat, carrying a bag. "I know several lovely spots in Bharat, but Betty is not keen on going there, and she does not hold Bharat in high regard." Natasha mused. "It's not just Betty. To be precise, no woman would have a favorable impression of Bharat. After all, it is a peculiar land where even lizards must shield themselves." However, Natasha chose not to dwell on this topic and turned to Bruce, stating, "I'll wait for you outside." Bruce nodded, refraining from further conversation as he made his way toward the nearby cabin to stow his luggage. After Bruce entered the cabin, inputting the code to unlock the door, Natasha prepared to return to the car, intending to head to the airport once Bruce had deposited his belongings and subsequently travel to Tennessee to seek out their comrade, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Just as Natasha was about to get into the car, her peripheral vision caught sight of a youth approaching from a distance. He appeared to be heading in their direction. It was Hawkeye. He had promised to bring Gwen along, but did not intend for her to be present at the scene, leaving her in a secure location where she could observe from afar. Hawkeye had assumed that Bruce Banner was alone, not expecting Black Widow to be here as well. As he approached Natasha, He contemplated her gaze fixed upon him. Natasha furrowed her brow as she regarded Hawkeye. You are. I'm looking for Bruce Banner. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? And how do you know Bruce Banner is here? As she spoke, her right hand instinctively rested at her waist. Hawkeye noticed Natasha's defensive posture, but dismissed it, for at that moment, Bruce Banner emerged from the cabin, having stowed his belongings. Bruce gazed at Natasha, who stood vigilant with her right hand resting on her waist, as well as the boy standing before her, a faint smile gracing his features. He was momentarily taken aback. Hawke, on the other hand, beamed with greater joy upon the emergence of Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? I am, and you are Hawke, Anya's brother. Hawke, Anya. What do these have to do with one another? Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff exchanged perplexed glances. Hawke's gaze towards Bruce Banner became increasingly serene, his tone unwaveringly calm. September 10th, 2009. Manhattan. That day, my sister and I had just finished exploring Times Square when the abomination appeared, followed closely by the Hulk. The clash between these two titans ensued, wreaking havoc across the entire district, claiming the lives of many innocent bystanders, including my sister. When the Hulk hurled the abomination into a skyscraper, the debris that fell struck my sister. As Hawke recounted this tale with an ethereal calmness, Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff, initially bewildered, gradually began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It seems the family of the victim has come seeking answers, Natasha mused internally, casting a subconscious glance at Bruce. Guilt flickered across Bruce's face as he regarded Hawke, who calmly met his gaze. I'm truly sorry for the loss of your sister. Hawke let out a derisive laugh. Just as he was about to respond, Natasha interjected with a frown. Hawke, we sympathize with your sister's death. But this is not Bruce Banner's fault. It is the abomination's doing. It was Dr. Banner who sought to stop the abomination. Hawke's eyes locked onto Natasha, his voice laced with sorrow. Are you suggesting that my sister's death falls under the category of collateral damage? What? Natasha was taken aback before shaking her head. Such occurrences are indeed heart-wrenching. No one wishes to witness such tragedies. Your sister's demise was an unfortunate accident. Hawke remained expressionless. The abomination, I will seek him out. But my sister died because of the Hulk. Had the Hulk not hurled the abomination, the debris would not have crushed my sister, and she would not have perished on the spot. As Natasha's words shifted from calm to frigid, she sensed an unsettling tension in the air. Bruce, filled with remorse, addressed Hawke once more. I am truly sorry for your sister's death. If I could, I would make amends. He is not a villain, never has been. Otherwise, upon awakening the Hulk, his first instinct would not have been to flee. Look at Abomination. The moment he transformed, he instantly became a patriotic figure. Thus, the guilt he feels is genuine, and his desire to make amends is heartfelt. Hulk listened to Bruce Banner's words and smiled, a radiant grin illuminating his face. Amends? You have a chance. Surrender the Hulk. What? A life for a life. Hulk killed my sister, and if that is the case, then Hulk's life must be the price of restitution. Bruce Banner was taken aback. Natasha was bewildered, her gaze toward Hulk gradually shifting. Do you even hear yourself? This man must be insane, Natasha thought, shaking her head in disbelief as she pulled Bruce toward the sports car. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a handprint visibly pressed against the car's surface, causing it to deflate under the pressure in an instant. Crack! Natasha instinctively drew her weapon from her waistband, quickly chambering a round and aiming it at Hulk, whom she had just deemed a madman. Hulk narrowed his eyes, observing Natasha with the gun trained on him. There's a debt to settle. Hulk took my sister's life. Are you planning to shield a criminal? Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha's eyes widened, recognizing the clarity with which Hulk pronounced her name and title. Who are you? She demanded. Ignoring her question, Hulk shifted his focus to Bruce Banner, who had just been shielded by Natasha. Natasha, sensing the tension, spoke firmly. Furthermore, Bruce Banner is not a criminal, and the president has granted him pardon. The mention of the president's pardon elicited a sardonic smile from Hulk as he responded to Natasha, a presidential pardon? What does that matter to me? As a victim's family member, have I ever said I wouldn't pursue justice? Natasha's expression turned instantly vigilant upon hearing his words. At that moment, Bruce Banner stepped forward, placing his hand on Natasha's gun to lower it. With pursed lips, he addressed Hulk, who sought justice for his sister. Listen, my friend, I am truly sorry for your sister's death, but it was the Hulk who caused it, not me. I too am a victim of the Hulk. Believe me, if anyone wishes for the Hulk's demise, it is I more than anyone else. This was the undeniable truth. At the very least, he indeed thinks so at this moment. He is, after all, the first victim of the Hulk. Because of the Hulk, he lost his position in the military. Because of the Hulk, he forfeited the grandeur of Quantico and the affection of a general's daughter. Moreover, It was the Hulk that compelled him to abandon the beacon of democracy, fleeing to a place reeking of filth and curry. Standing before Natasha, Bruce Banner gazed at Hawkeye, who had come to confront him, his voice earnest and laden with emotion. Hawkeye chuckled softly. Dr. Banner, I understand that you are you and the Hulk is the Hulk. And that is precisely why I have refrained from resorting to violence against you. I have stated before that grievances have their origins and debts their owners. Thus, I shall reiterate, let the Hulk emerge. This is a matter between him and me. That is not possible, Bruce Banner replied gravely, shaking his head. Child, I cannot comply with that request. Once the Hulk emerges, I lose control. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye lowered his head and sighed. When he looked back at Bruce Banner, the tranquility in his eyes had transformed into an icy coldness, as unyielding as ancient glaciers. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed through the air. As Hawkeye's figure vanished from sight, Bruce Banner was propelled backward, crashing into the vacation cabin with the force of a meteor. Natasha, witnessing the emergence of Hawkeye, narrowed her eyes in disbelief. With a swift motion, Hawkeye kicked the stunned Natasha 5 meters away, his voice devoid of warmth. This is my affair with the Hulk. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to intervene, I will not hesitate to turn the entire organization into inevitable collateral damage. Natasha, having been thrown to the ground, was engulfed in disbelief. Just then, a deep, guttural roar emanated from the gaping hole in the cabin. Peering through the opening, one could faintly discern a shadow struggling amidst the wreckage, its roars seemingly restrained, as if battling against the release of something primal. Sister, I shall avenge you soon. Hawkeye stood expressionless outside, taking a deep breath as he swiftly adjusted himself to peak condition. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the cabin, the intensity of the roars escalated. It was evident that Bruce Banner could no longer contain the Hulk's emergence. With the sound of tearing fabric, the previously restless cabin fell into an eerie stillness. In the next instant, an enormous green figure materialized before Hawkeye. The Hulk, the colossal figure of the Hulk, crowned with a watermelon-like head, burst forth from the gaping maw of the wooden cabin with a resounding thud, bellowing his emergence from confinement. His fists, transformed into hammers, descended upon Hawke, who appeared as frail as an ant in the Hulk-esque line of sight. As Hawke raised his gaze and clenched his right fist, the ground beneath him fractured instantaneously. Meeting the Hulk's colossal fist, which loomed above like a mountain, Hawke thrust his own diminutive fist upward in defiance. In an instant, the two fists collided, and the world around them fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused. However, this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. Scarcely a second had passed before a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of a mountain splitting apart, and from the point of their collision, a formidable shockwave was born. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Hawke's feet splintered, fissures resembling a spider's web radiating outward from his position. The Hulk, leveraging his momentum from the leap, aimed to pulverize Hawke and was sent tumbling backward with a thunderous boom, his immense form crashing through the holiday cabin once more. The shockwave generated by their clash surged forth like a rampant hurricane, howling and sweeping away all in its path. The quaint wooden cabin, made of fragile timber, stood no chance against this tempestuous force. In the blink of an eye, the wooden planks at the entrance were uprooted, followed by the door, bed, and even the walls. Natasha, too, was caught in the maelstrom. As the hurricane approached, she had just risen from the ground, but the intensity of the shockwave contorted her face, visibly distorting it as she was propelled into the air once more. With a resounding thud, she struck the roof of a yellow Corolla, an unfortunate victim of circumstance. At the very moment she collided with the vehicle, all 4 windows shattered, along with the front and rear windshields, and the roof buckled inward. From a distance, Gwen, who had sought refuge beneath the car, gaped in shock at her father George's Corolla, gifted to her at the tender age of 16, and at the woman sprawled atop it, seemingly in slumber. The earth trembled and the winds howled. The charming cabin nestled by the shores of Calver Lake was transformed in the blink of an eye from a picturesque wooden retreat into a desolate ruin. As the shockwave swept past, the ground beneath Hulk's feet had already begun to crack. Deep, resonant roars echoed through the ruins of the wooden cabin, growing louder and closer with each passing moment. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a massive, pure green figure erupted like a cannonball from the debris that had buried it, reappearing before Hulk. In the next instant, Hulk let out a primal scream, the ground beneath him shattering with the force of his presence. Charging a Hawke like a colossal beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawke propelled himself off the fractured earth, transforming the shattered ground into dust, and in the afternoon sunlight, he became a streak of brilliance, racing towards Hulk. Hulk! Roar! Boom! Boom! In the cosmos of their battle, fiery sparks continuously erupted. Hawke became a projectile, colliding directly with Hulk's immense form, and with unstoppable momentum, they both careened backwards. Hulk's gargantuan body crashed into one sturdy tree after another along the lakeside. As he was propelled away by Hawke, Hulk roared fiercely, landing punch after punch on Hawke's back. Hawke's face flushed, the flames of his inner universe blazing ever more brilliantly. There were no intricate fighting techniques, no flashy combat moves. As they barreled towards the nearby Calvert Lake, Hawke braced himself against Hulk's blows, while delivering powerful strikes to Hulk's midsection. Hulk's eyes blazed with fury, while Hawke's gaze grew increasingly cold. With a resounding crash, they plunged into Calvert Lake, their bodies shattering the icy surface. As two mighty columns of water erupted, Hawke, leveraging his advantage in size, stood atop Hulk's enormous form the moment they hit the water, continuing to deliver relentless blows with an unyielding expression. He had meticulously chosen this battlefield during his prior reconnaissance, Calvert Lake, to be precise within its depths. After awakening his inner universe, Hawke had fully mastered his 5 senses. Even while fighting underwater, he could maintain his combat prowess by sealing his breath with the aid of his inner universe. Yet Hulk could not do the same. No matter how powerful he was, he still required oxygen. In the films, Hulk had been rendered unconscious at high altitudes due to lack of air, and during his battle with Thanos, he had needed to surface for breath. Thus, Calvert Lake had become the grave Hawke had selected for Hulk. However, it was evident that Hulk was far from pleased with this choice. After Hulk's colossal hand sent Hawke flying, he attempted to dive beneath the water surface. However, Hawke, as agile in the water as he was on land, paused momentarily before unleashing a surge of energy, instantly reappearing beneath Hulk and gripping his thigh, pulling him deeper into the depths. At that moment, the entirety of Lake Calvert seemed to boil over, with geysers erupting continuously at the surface, and the ice layer cracking incessantly. Gwen, who witnessed this spectacle in awe, quickly regained her composure and rushed to the lakeshore to peer beneath the surface. The enormous, green figure of Hulk was unmistakable, yet Hawke was less discernible. Nevertheless, Gwen strained her eyes, observing Hawke struggling beneath the water, flailing his limbs as if resisting some unseen force. A sense of relief washed over her. If Hawke were to falter, Hulk would surely have surfaced by now. The fact that Hulk remained submerged and exhibited a defensive posture indicated that the advantage lay with Hawke. As these thoughts coursed through Gwen's mind, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Quickly, she turned around as a realization struck her. Before her stood Natasha, the combat-clad woman who had recently dozed off atop her vehicle. Now awake, but appearing somewhat pale. Natasha's gaze was fixed upon the tumultuous waters below, where geysers continued to erupt, seemingly indicative of a fierce battle. As she sought to locate Hulk beneath the surface, she retrieved her communicator from her pocket, preparing to contact headquarters. To Gwen, who had not accompanied Hawke, it seemed that she was merely an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Natasha froze mid-call, instinctively touching the back of her head before turning around. To her astonishment, she saw Gwen, who had inexplicably picked up a wooden stick, her expression a mixture of anxiety, apology, determination, and concern directed at her. Natasha couldn't help but think of the absurdity of the situation. She rolled her eyes, causing her communicator to slip from her grasp as she stumbled sideways. Thus, the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, was felled by a single swing from a girl who was just days away from her 18th birthday. Who would dare believe such a tale? Gwen, witnessing Natasha collapse to the side, gasped and hastily discarded her stick, rushing to support the unconscious Natasha. She gazed at the unconscious Natasha, pressed her lips together in contemplation, and wrapped her arms around Natasha's waist, gently guiding her away from the battlefield. Gwen had no ulterior motives. Her only concern was seeing Natasha standing alongside Bruce Banner, clearly allied with him. Natasha's recent actions indicated she intended to call for assistance, which was intolerable. Hawkeye was driven by the need for vengeance on behalf of his sister, a justification in itself. Thus, Gwen instinctively struck Natasha, though her intent was not to harm her. Leaving Natasha behind would only expose her to potential danger amidst the clash between Hawkeye and Hulk. Gwen aimed to extricate Natasha from the fray, as this was a conflict meant for Hawkeye and Hulk alone. Since Hawkeye refrained from employing underhanded tactics and spare the innocent, Hulk should adhere to the same principle. It was a matter of one-on-one. That was the essence of fairness. Beneath the water, a colossal splash erupted as Hulk, submerged, plowed through the lakebed, carving deep trenches like furrows in the earth. He would pursue relentlessly, refusing to retreat in the face of adversity. With a thunderous roar, Hawkeye, intent on ending Hawke, surged forward, generating another immense splash as he propelled himself towards Hawke, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Hawke, already lying on the lake bed, arched his back as the ground beneath him collapsed, sending turbulent water and silt gushing forth, momentarily obscuring Hawkeye's vision. The lake bed then began to writhe, as if a gigantic worm stirred beneath its surface, advancing swiftly. Did Hawkeye think he could flee? A cold smile curled on his lips as he observed the undulating lake bed, pursuing once more with another fierce punch. At that moment, Hawke erupted from the earth, his eyes wide with fury, bracing himself against the blow with his chest. He was sent reeling. Yet in that very instant, he hurled an object he had pulled from the lake bed towards Hawkeye. It was a surfboard, long submerged and encrusted with moss. Hawkeye, undeterred, met the surfboard head-on. The impact halted his momentum momentarily, shattering the board into two pieces, which flew past him, continuing on their trajectory. However, that brief pause allowed Hawke to seize his opportunity. The surface of Culver Lake churned with boiling water as a green head suddenly broke through, gasping for fresh air. Just after Gwen had dragged Natasha to safety and was catching her breath, her gaze fell upon the lake, where the emerging green head startled her, causing her heart to race. At that moment, Hawke, with most of his body above the water, paused mid-air as if struck by a thought, then lowered his head to roar at the surface. In the final moments, Hawke, who had clutched Hulk's right leg, allowed a cold smile. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself in the water, yanking the escaping Hawke back into the depths, sending him tumbling toward the lake bed once more. Submerged, Hawke gazed at the water's surface, limbs outstretched, yearning to break free once again. Alas, time was not on his side. With a resounding crash, Hawke's back slammed against the lake bed, and as he attempted to replicate his previous escape, Hawke was already on him. A powerful punch flipped Hawke, who was trying to burrow beneath the lake bed. Do you not know that the same tactic cannot be employed against a Saint Warrior twice? Perish, Hawke! He roared, unleashing a sonic fist. The water beneath erupted in turbulence, while above, jets of water soared into the air, accompanied by thunderous echoes. Gwen, having raced back to the lakeside, was left in awe as she witnessed the relentless columns of water erupting from the surface. However, as the final echoes faded and the last geyser subsided, the once tumultuous lake began to regain its tranquility at a visible pace. By the time Gwen gathered her wits, Culver Lake had resumed its serene state. Was the battle over? Who emerged victorious? Gwen's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the lake's surface, fearful that the next moment might not reveal the outcome she hoped for. Above the surface of Culver Lake, serenity had returned. Below, the murky waters washed over Hawke's form, his expression devoid of emotion as he lay still, observing the massive green body ensconced in the muddy lake bed. Hawke! Yes, he was dead. The manner of his demise was straightforward. Just as Hawke had orchestrated, trapped beneath the water, he had drowned. Yet, while it sounded simple, the execution was anything but. Hawke cast a fleeting glance at his current microcosm. Within this microcosm, chaos reigned, and even the constellation of Phoenix that illuminated it appeared shrouded in darkness. There was no remedy. Indeed, Hawke was formidable. Ordinary individuals, when on the brink of drowning, unleash unparalleled strength, let alone the Hawke, who grows ever stronger with rage. Just before the brink of death, Hawke's counterattack nearly propelled Hawke into the Phoenix constellation, initiating the cycle of rebirth through flames. Yet victory belonged to him. Hawke gazed at Hawke's lifeless body, resting quietly on the lake bed, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, tendrils of green light began to emanate from Hawke's massive form, and with a swift motion, the green light surged into Hawke's body. Buzz! Hawke felt an unexpected rotation within him, as if drawing these green luminescences into his own microcosm. As the strands of green light entered the microcosm, the once decayed realm began to blossom anew with vitality. Was this the power of Gamma? Hawke's brows furrowed as he looked down at Hawke. As the powers of the deceased were absorbed by his microcosm, Hawke's colossal form began to contract, the green light on his surface dimming gradually. Ultimately, as the last vestiges of power faded, the once mighty Hawke silently vanished, leaving behind only the unconscious Bruce Banner on the lake bed. Hawke observed the emergence of Bruce Banner, his gaze flickering with intensity. By the shores of Lake Calf, Gwen remained wide-eyed, holding her breath, motionless as she watched the now tranquil lake surface. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the lake. Gwen's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she beheld Hawke surging forth from the water, reappearing before her, unable to contain herself. She exhaled in relief, her tense visage breaking into a radiant smile. Gwen hurried towards Hawke, who had emerged from the depths, cradling Bruce Banner as he landed back on the shore. Hawke, thud. His upper garments were tattered from the recent battle, and his casual trousers were in shambles. After casting Bruce Banner aside, Hawke turned to see Gwen running towards him, her face now lit with a smile. In the next instant, he began to topple to the side. Thick set. Hawke. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly quickened her pace, reaching Hawke just as he was about to fall, supporting him. Her voice trembled. What is wrong? Hawke's head rested against Gwen's shoulder. I'm fine. You're lying. Gwen's gaze fell upon Hawke's pale countenance, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Hawke shook his head, declaring that he was merely fatigued. Really? Gwen inquired. Yes, Hawke affirmed with a nod. His battle with Hulk had indeed left him feeling utterly drained after the cosmic conflagration. While he managed to hold his own beneath the lake, once he emerged, an overwhelming sense of weakness and lethargy invaded every corner of his being. However, after absorbing the gamma energy, the once dim constellation of the Phoenix began to gradually glow anew, its formidable self-healing abilities swiftly dissipating his fatigue. Although he could not instantly return to his prime state, a hint of color returned to his pallid face within the blink of an eye. Witnessing the resurgence of color in Hawke's cheeks, Gwen felt reassured by his words, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, as if struck by a thought, she supported Hawke while casting her gaze upon the still figure of Bruce Banner lying on the ground. Perhaps due to his transformation into Hulk, Bruce had donned a pair of oversized shorts, sparing himself the embarrassment of re-emerging in a state of undress after reverting from Hulk. Gwen observed the drenched Bruce, now clad only in his large shorts, and turned her head toward Hawke, leaning against her shoulder. Is he dead? She asked. No. Hawke replied with conviction, his eyes resting on the motionless Bruce Banner. But he is not dead. After all, Hulk is Hulk, and Bruce Banner is Bruce Banner. Hawke had been taken aback upon witnessing Bruce's emergence following Hulk's demise. Hulk was gone, yet Bruce remained alive. However, upon instinctively opening his eyes beneath the lake bed, Bruce had gulped down several mouthfuls of water, only to choke and faint. He had hesitated for a moment on whether to leave Bruce at the lake's bottom. Yet, Hawke chuckled softly, inhaling the fragrance of Gwen's hair, his voice tinged with weakness as he spoke. It was Hulk who harmed my sister, not Bruce Banner. He had maintained this stance from the outset. Had Bruce been responsible for his sister's fate, he would have wasted no time in delivering a crushing blow. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. Hulk is dead. My enmity with Bruce Banner has been resolved. This was precisely why he had chosen to bring Bruce to the surface from the lake's depths. He choked, but he should awaken in due time, Hawke concluded. Very well then, let us return. Hawkeye glanced at the sky and addressed Gwen. We should return now. We might make it home before your curfew. Gwen raised an eyebrow, seemingly contemplating something, and shook her head. I think that's rather unlikely. What's wrong? Our car has been damaged. With Gwen's support, Hawkeye spotted the yellow Corolla, which, despite being parked at a distance, had been reduced to a wreck. Not far from it, Natasha Romanoff lay on the grass, sleeping soundly like a baby. Gwen, meeting Hawkeye's gaze, feigned innocence and hastily explained, I didn't mean to knock her out. I saw her pull out her phone and thought she was going to alert someone, so I struck her. Hawkeye, observing Gwen's seemingly sincere expression, reconsidered mentioning Natasha's identity and instead asked, Do you have a phone? Gwen retrieved her phone from her pocket. Yes, supporting the weakened Hawkeye with one arm. She dialed his number with the other. The call connected swiftly. Anna's voice came through the line. This is Anna. Have your people bring the car. After a brief silence, Anna responded, Hold on, Hawkeye. 3 minutes later, a black Chevrolet SUV approached from the end of a nearby path and stopped in front of Hawkeye and Gwen. A man in a black suit exited the vehicle. Keys, Hawkeye interjected, cutting off the man's words. The latter hesitated before retrieving the car keys from his pocket and handing them over. After taking the keys, Hawkeye passed them to Gwen and, with her assistance, moved towards the Chevrolet SUV. With Gwen's help, he opened the passenger door, preparing to sit inside when he suddenly turned to the man in the black suit, who stood with his arms crossed in front of him, his demeanor quite formal. By the way, the suited man looked up at Hawkeye. Yes, sir. Natasha and Bruce can die, but not today. Understood, sir. The man paused momentarily, then nodded solemnly in response. Hawkeye said nothing further and, with Gwen's assistance, settled into the passenger seat, leaning back against it. After closing the door, Gwen walked towards the driver's side and paused to thank the man in the black suit as she passed. Thank you for the car. You're welcome. It's our duty. He replied promptly. Gwen gazed at the man in the black suit, whose expression was tinged with apprehension. She blinked, then smiled gently, expressing her gratitude once more before entering the vehicle. Hawke, you ought to soften your tone. After all, he did deliver the car to us. Very well, Hawke replied, leaning against the passenger seat, feeling an unprecedented ache from the powerful healing process. He turned to Gwen with a smile. Will you assist me in exiting the vehicle? I wish to express my gratitude with a bow. Gwen merely rolled her eyes at Hawke, disregarding his jest. After starting the engine, she executed a U-turn with the Chevrolet SUV and steered towards the city of New York. By the way, my car is still there. They won't find us once they regain consciousness, will they? My grievances with Hawke have been settled, but if they seek to trouble us, I wouldn't mind rekindling old animosities. The woman in combat attire, she is. Gwen? Indeed. Could I rest for a moment? I feel utterly exhausted. Very well. The man in the black suit clasped his hands and watched as the Chevrolet SUV drove away. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket and made a call, reporting Hawke and Gwen's departure, along with Gwen's parting words. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, a voice instructed, return. Our relationship is currently favorable. Let us maintain this rapport. Understood, sir. As for the vehicle left behind, let it be. Since he did not specify, it indicates indifference. Or perhaps he has plans of his own. Do not interfere. Received. Meanwhile, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lake Calvo was exceptionally tranquil. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, sending ripples across it while brushing against the riverbank, awakening Natasha, who had been slumbering on the grass. With a soft sigh, Natasha opened her eyes, lost in thought as she gazed at the orange-red sun. In the next moment, her pupils rapidly focused, and she sprang to her feet, instinctively adopting a classic combat stance. Yet, the surroundings were deserted, save for the yellow Corolla, whose roof she had just crushed, and the lifeless form of Bruce Banner, now a heap of ruins before a dilapidated vacation cottage. Wait a minute, Bruce Banner? Natasha realized, hastening to the side of Bruce, who lay soaked and clad only in high-quality shorts on the cracked ground. After confirming a faint breath from him, she swiftly retrieved a syringe from her pocket and, with a decisive click, plunged it into Bruce's chest. The effects of the injection were immediate. Just as Natasha withdrew the needle, Bruce's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. The next instant, he exclaimed, "Ah!" Bruce Banner abruptly sat up from the ground, a look of terror etched across his face, his mouth agape as he gasped for breath. Nearby, Natasha, who had been watching Bruce come back to life, involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief interlude, Bruce's breathing gradually steadied, and the fear that had clouded his expression began to dissipate. Natasha assisted him in settling down beneath a tree that had snapped 2/3 of the way up. And once Bruce leaned against the trunk to rest, she finally inquired about what had transpired. Bruce remained silent, his brow furrowed, as if he were straining to recall something. Natasha refrained from pressing him, patiently waiting for his recollections to surface while instinctively touching the back of her head, her mind once again conjuring the image of the mesmerizing eyes she had seen before losing consciousness. After all, those were eyes of perfect, fan-like symmetry. Who was she? Natasha pondered. At that moment, Bruce, still frowning, gazed down at his arms. After squeezing them tightly, as if confirming something, he lifted his gaze to Natasha and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke solemnly, "The Hawke is dead." Natasha's attention snapped back, her eyes widening in disbelief, as though she had not quite comprehended his words, or perhaps found it too incredulous to accept. After all, this was the Hawke. "The Hawke is dead," Bruce reiterated, recalling the fragmented memories in his mind. He had dragged the Hawke to the lake's depths, where the Hawke, unable to break free, was forcefully subdued beneath the water. It seemed as though he did not need to breathe, and thus he had effectively killed the Hawke, yet he had not chosen to end his own life. His tone bore an indescribable quality, even hinting at a strange sentiment towards the killer of the Hawke. Was it hatred? That was not quite right, for no one loathed the Hawke more than he did himself, despite having reconciled with the Hawke after the battle in New York. Achieving a semblance of control over his transformations, it did not equate to complete acceptance of the Hawke. To put it plainly, if given the choice, he would prefer never to transform into the Hawke again. After all, the Hawke had obliterated everything he once held dear, causing him to lose his girlfriend and forcing him to hide in the toxic air of Bharat. Now, his dream had come true. Someone had indeed helped him eradicate the Hawke within him. Thus, from this perspective, Bruce felt a surge of gratitude, leaving no room for hatred. Yet, when it came to the notion of gratitude, Bruce Banner furrowed his brow, grappling with an inexplicable feeling. He is currently unable to articulate the nature of his feelings. However, one truth remains undeniable. Hawke is dead, slain by someone named Hawke. This I am certain of. Bruce inhaled deeply, his fists clenched under Natasha's watchful gaze. Yet he could no longer experience the familiar thrill of transformation into the Hawke. A sense of melancholy washed over him, as if he had lost something of great significance. Natasha, upon hearing Bruce's confirmation, fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, an urgent ringtone pierced the air from the nearby grass. Natasha paused momentarily, then quickly sprang to her feet and hurried toward the source of the sound. Indeed, it was her drop phone. She swiftly picked it up from the ground, glanced at the incoming call, took a deep breath, and answered. Director, Natasha, Issa Aki Headquarters, clad in a black trench coat and distinctive eye patch. Nick Fury stood in the operations command center, hands on his hips. As Natasha's voice resonated clearly, he immediately inquired, "How long until you arrive in Tennessee?" Natasha opened her mouth to respond, her gaze shifting to Bruce, who leaned against a tree, his expression a blend of joy, sorrow, and anger. Then she realized, Director, Hawke has been killed. Nick Fury's expression froze instantly, his single eye narrowing in disbelief. Maria Hill, the commander in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform beside him, was equally taken aback by Natasha's revelation. What do you mean Hawke is dead? Bruce Banner is dead? No, Dr. Bruce Banner is still alive. Only Hawke has perished. Hawke is dead, but Bruce Banner lives? The perplexing nature of her words left both the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and the commander momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Nick Fury's serious demeanor was evident. Provide a detailed report. Natasha acknowledged and began recounting the events from the moment she picked up Dr. Bruce Banner at the airport. She described their smooth arrival at the vacation cabin, where Bruce had settled his belongings and was preparing to return to the airport for Tennessee, when a young woman claiming to be his sister and seeking vengeance, Hawke, appeared. She continued to narrate how this young Hawke, seemingly not yet 21, matched Hawke in battle, even dragging him into a lake where she ultimately killed him. She omitted nothing, recounting every detail, including the incident of being knocked unconscious by Gwen. In the command center of the Tri-Flight, Nick Fury and Maria Hill listened intently to Natasha's account, utterly taken aback. Particularly, when Natasha recounted being knocked unconscious by a girl not yet 21, Maria Hill could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Nick Fury's breath hitched. Incredible. The formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, known as the Black Widow, fell by a mere girl under 21? Surely this must be a jest. Natasha, perceptive as ever, detected the pause in their breaths on the other end of the line. I apologize, Director, Commander. The incident occurred so suddenly that I didn't have time to consider it thoroughly. In retrospect, I was indeed careless. How could a stranger appear so fortuitously at this hour? Yet, I had just regained consciousness from a shockwave, my mind still foggy, and Gwen bore no weapons, appearing to pose no threat at all. Thus, an unwanted chapter in her history had emerged. The thought of this new blemish weighed heavily on Natasha's heart, casting a shadow over her mood. At that moment, Maria Hill's voice cut through the silence once more. Do you believe the girl who knocked you out is allied with someone named Hawkeye? Without a doubt, Natasha nodded affirmatively, then seemed to ponder something, her brow furrowing slightly. But Nick Fury's tone was grave. Natasha recounted what Bruce had just informed her after Hawke's demise. He could have been left to drown in the lake, yet Hawkeye chose to rescue him. Then there was her own recollection. Natasha recalled a particular phrase Hawkeye had uttered. Revenge has its rightful owner. What? Maria Hill, caught off guard by Natasha's mumbled words, appeared to have misheard. Natasha regained her focus. Commander, Hawkeye initially stated he was there for Hawke to seek vengeance. So, this explains why he refrained from harming Natasha and Bruce Banner. Quite principled. Maria Hill mused inwardly. However, it was evident that Nick Fury held a different perspective. With arms crossed, he let out a derisive chuckle. Natasha, did you just say he called out your name and mentioned our S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha snapped back to attention. Yes, he fears us and does not wish to be our enemy. Natasha fell silent. Maria Hill cast a sidelong glance, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Nick Fury, clearly unconvinced by his assertion. The prowess of the Hawke is well known. Even when confined within a glass cage high in the sky, he remains indomitable. How much more so, then, for one capable of vanquishing the Hawke, Hawkeye? As Maria Hill contemplated this, ready to voice her dissent, Nick Fury interjected once more. The name Hawkeye stood alone. Were there any additional details to locate him? Wait a moment. Natasha, upon hearing Fury's words, instinctively glanced around and soon spotted the license plate on the crumpled remains of a Corolla not far away. Director, we have found a vehicle suspected to have been used by them. At this, Fury's single eye gleamed with intensity. GW 521, investigate. Fury promptly commanded a S.H.A.L.D. agent. The agent complied, swiftly beginning to input data on the keyboard. SHIELD. As a powerful entity formed by the 5 major powers under the aegis of the World Security Council, wields immense authority. This is especially true in relation to other nations that fall beneath the 5 powers, where SHIELD's influence often surpasses that of these nations' own law enforcement bodies. As for matters within the 5 powers, that is another discussion altogether. After the agent entered the license plate number into the system, relevant information swiftly began to materialize. The owner of the license plate, along with their driving information. In mere seconds, a striking photograph of Gwen Stacy appeared on SHIELD's expansive screen. Send this to Natasha. Affirmative. Ding. Natasha heard her phone chime and glanced at the newly received image. The sweet smile of Gwen instantly captured her attention. Director, it's her. Indeed. Nick Fury nodded with a stoic expression. Investigate her connections and search for any information regarding Hawkeye. The SHIELD agent promptly initiated the search in tandem with Fury's command. However, Hawkeye's social media accounts yielded no results. No photographs, no driving records. Only a sparse textual description remained. Fury furrowed his brow slightly. Had they pursued the wrong individual? That seems unlikely. The agent quickly turned to Fury, stating, based on our investigation through Gwen Stacy's network, the only connection we could find is this Hawkeye, male, 17 years old, a senior at Midtown High School, just like Gwen Stacy. According to other Midtown High student social media, it appears that Hawkeye and Gwen Stacy are likely in a relationship. Fury's tone deepened with gravity. Is there no photograph of him? None. The SHIELD agent, fearing the repercussions of negligence, conducted a thorough search once more, confirming. Director, this Hawke does not possess any social media accounts online. Logically speaking, he should have a driver's license at the age of 17, yet there are no relevant records within New York's DMV system. Goodness. When a typical high school student. Nick Fury marveled inwardly. In the next moment, he chuckled. Has the information on Gwen Stacy been verified? It has been confirmed. Gwen Stacy was born on May 21st, 1995. And her father is George Stacy, a member of the New York Police Department. The SHIELD agent promptly retrieved Gwen Stacy's detailed information. However, before he could finish his report, he was interrupted. Without allowing the agent to complete his statement, Nick Fury issued a command. Notify the New York SHIELD Operations Command Center and instruct them to wait. Just as Nick Fury was about to order the deployment of agents, Maria Hill, standing nearby and having realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly interjected. She turned to Nick Fury, who was issuing commands with the same thoughtlessness as one would fire a weapon, and furrowed her brow. Director, what are you doing? Nick Fury met Maria Hill's gaze. We need to exercise caution. We do not even have his information yet. Therefore, dispatching personnel is unwise. What? I disagree. Maria Hill locked eyes with Nick Fury, her voice low and resolute. Until we ascertain the details regarding this Hawke, I cannot consent to such reckless action. What nonsense is this? The individual in question is capable of defeating the Hulk. To charge him without a thorough investigation is tantamount to inviting trouble. While Hawke may have slain the Hulk, Maria Hill viewed this as manageable. If Natasha's report holds true, the act was motivated by revenge. Thus, the fact that he spared Natasha and Bruce Banner indicates a certain adherence to principles. Principles are commendable. Having principles suggests a moral boundary, implying that this individual may not belong to the camp of justice, or at the very least, resides within a neutral faction. If we were to heed Nick Fury's advice and act impulsively, it would be patently clear that we are courting danger, thereby creating a formidable adversary for ourselves. Hence, Maria Hill firmly opposed Nick Fury's perspective. We should first conduct a thorough investigation and then send agents for contact. Contact? Nick Fury's singular eye gleamed with intensity. Hill, he has slain the Hulk, our Hulk. This is a provocation, and for that alone, stringent measures must be enforced. He then turned his gaze towards the SHIELD. Notify them that I said no. Maria Hill, her expression stoic, directed her attention to the SHIELD agents who had risen and were facing them. I am currently the deputy director of SHIELD and the operations commander. Without my command, all actions against the Hulk are strictly forbidden. The SHIELD agents exchanged glances, and upon seemingly recalling something, they responded in unison, "Yes, Director Fury." With a grave expression, Maria Hill turned to Nick Fury. Do not forget, your prohibition has yet to be lifted by the Security Council. Until such a time, all decisions within S.H.I.E.L.D. ought to be made by me. Indeed, Nick Fury found himself under the scrutiny of the World Security Council. The reasoning was straightforward. Who had defied the Council's orders? Did he truly believe there would be no repercussions for disregarding the will of the five great powers? The decision to launch a nuclear strike during the Battle of New York had been a collective resolution of the Security Council, initially entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. for execution. Yet what transpired? The very S.H.I.E.L.D., under the Council's control, led by its director, blatantly violated their decree, even going so far as to personally shoot down a S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. What was he attempting to achieve? A rebellion? Thus, even if the eventual outcome was favorable to the Security Council, Nick Fury's actions were glaringly insubordinate. As the saying goes, loyalty is not absolute. Thus, it is tantamount to absolute disloyalty. The Council's initial resolution was to expel Nick Fury, to cast him aside as a warning to others, to remind S.H.I.E.L.D. that it served the Council rather than the reverse. However, a plea was made on his behalf. After all, Nick Fury's old friend, Alexander Pierce, was one of the 5 Council members. To prevent Fury's dismissal, Pierce had to negotiate eloquently, persuading the other 4 members to alter their stance, ultimately deciding to suspend Fury's operational permissions, with Maria Hill acting as the interim deputy director and operations commander. As for the duration of Nick Fury's suspension, well, that was contingent upon the results. To date, the Council had not reinstated his operational permissions. Thus, despite his title as director, Nick Fury was merely a figurehead, a mere ornament. He may still participate in all matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. He can observe and speak, yet he holds no authority to make decisions. As Nick Fury listened to Maria Hill's words, he grasped the implication. He responded in a low tone, stating, "Such actions may reveal our weakness to the enemy." Maria Hill furrowed her brow slightly, just as she was about to speak, when a surveillance photograph suddenly flashed on the large screen. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the source of the information, and then their eyes brightened as they turned to Maria Hill. "Director," one said. Maria Hill turned her gaze towards the screen, noticing the surveillance image that had appeared. Where did this come from? It was just uploaded online. The New York University released the list of scholarship recipients for next year's incoming students, and Hawkeye is among them. "I retrieved this photo from the system," came the reply. "Where is this?" "Quantico." As the S.H.I.L.D. agent spoke, his hands danced animatedly. With the emergence of the first photograph, more images were quickly retrieved. Multiple surveillance images depicting Hawkeye's silhouette in Quantico were projected onto the large screen. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had been maintaining her connection but had been acting inconspicuous during the dispute between the S.H.I.L.D. director and the commander, confirmed. "Director, identity confirmed." Maria Hill observed the image of Hawkeye, wearing a hat, sourced from the Quantico surveillance system, her brow furrowing slightly. When was this? July 5th. Upon hearing this date, Maria Hill frowned again, as if recalling something significant. If her memory served her right, a major incident had occurred in Quantico on that day, the chaos at the military base. Indeed, the information was corroborated. The surveillance indicated that on the day of the upheaval at the Quantico military base, Hawkeye's figure had appeared on the monitors. But once the chaos began, and thereafter, he was no longer captured on camera. The next time he was recorded, his registration information was found in Maryland. Thus, it seemed likely that the turmoil at the Quantico military base was closely linked to Hawkeye. Nick Fury, having received this information, turned to Maria Hill, a perpetrator who disregarded the military, provoked them, and killed dozens of soldiers that night, and the commander still insists on making contact? Maria Hill met Fury's gaze, her expression unreadable. "If Director Fury disagrees with my decision, he may appeal to the Security Council." With that, Maria Hill dismissed Nick Fury and commanded the agents, "Continue." Yes. Upon witnessing the scene, Nick Fury's singular eye flickered momentarily before he turned and departed from the operations command center. In the next instant, back in his office, Fury retrieved his phone and dialed the number of a dear friend, one he had reached out to during the chaos at the base. The tumult at the Quantico military base had escalated to a heinous act, the cold-blooded murder of members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers. This was no ordinary crime. A decisive response was imperative. In succinct terms, Hawke must be brought under control, under his supervision. Fury believed he had acted rightly during the crisis. Had he not intervened to prevent the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft from taking flight. Had he not alerted Tony Stark, a nuclear missile would have detonated above New York City. What fate would have befallen the city? A desolate wasteland? A ghost town? Yet, the Security Council remained indifferent. The decree was clear. I issued orders, yet you disobeyed and even led the rebellion. Although the outcome was favorable, the violation of orders remained a fact. Thus, from the Council's perspective, merely suspending Nick Fury's operational authority without expelling him was an act of extraordinary leniency. However, Fury held a different view. He was relentlessly seeking ways to restore his operational privileges. Presently, he perceived an opportunity. Hawke, a member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers, had been ruthlessly slain by Hawkeye, which was tantamount to slapping S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face, a direct affront to the Security Council itself. While the Council might currently overlook this matter, it was only due to its limited scale. Should the situation escalate, would the Council side with Commander Maria Hill, who advocated for diplomatic engagement, or would it support him, who insisted on stringent oversight? The answer was glaringly apparent. As for who would amplify this incident, upon realizing that Hawkeye was likely the enigmatic figure behind the upheaval at the Quantico military base, Fury had already identified a perfect candidate, Thaddeus Ross. He was a formidable individual, backed by a powerful network. Under ordinary circumstances, a general would find himself sidelined after such a tumultuous event in New York City, even if he survived. Yet, General Ross? He emerged unscathed, perhaps even advancing in rank. To add a touch of irony, local interests predominantly supported the Democratic Party, while those from Middle East leaned towards the Republicans. General Ross, however, stood as an unwavering hawk within the Republican ranks. His assertion was to resolve issues through military means. There's a saying, isn't there? Ladies and gentlemen, I relish war. This phrase seemed tailor-made for General Ross, which is why others hesitated to escalate the situation, but he did not. Soon, the call connected. Fury, I am the assailant targeting your military base. Are you interested in striking a deal? General Ross, who was vigilantly guarding against his daughter attempting to sneak out, was momentarily taken aback by Nick Fury's words. But soon his expression turned grave. Have you identified the assailant? Indeed, are you interested? What are the terms? General Ross did not immediately acquiesce to Nick Fury. Nick Fury settled back into his seat, his singular eye glinting with a wisdom that belied his apparent foolishness. My operational authority has been frozen. Upon hearing this, General Ross chuckled. He was well aware of the situation, though not surprised. Had this occurred under his command, Nick Fury would have been summarily executed for defiance after failing to follow orders. I'm afraid the latest news is that he killed Hawke. Wait. Just as he was about to mock the inadequacy of this leverage, General Ross was struck silent by this revelation. The smile faded from his face. What? Did you hear what I said? Hawke is dead. He killed Hawke. Nick Fury listened to the breaths emanating from the other end of the line. Although General Ross remained silent, Fury understood that he had piqued the general's interest. Thus, he proceeded straightforwardly. Help me reinstate my operational authority, and I will disclose the identity of the assailant and collaborate with you. Upon successful capture, he can be subjected to our joint supervision, much like the Abomination. How does that sound? General Ross alone was insufficient to restore Fury's operational authority, but his supporters could certainly facilitate it, perhaps with just a word. Moreover, Fury was not at a disadvantage. Joint supervision and successful capture would allow both General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. to conduct their own research. Nick Fury mused on this. Upon hearing the terms proposed by Fury, General Ross's mind raced with rapid calculations. Absorbing gamma radiation, killing Hawke. If the information proved true, it could only indicate one thing. The assailant responsible for the attack on the military base was more potent than Hawke and possessed a greater control over his own power. Unlike Bruce Banner, who transformed into the Hawke without any rational thought. If captured and subjected to research, as General Ross contemplated, his excitement grew. Yet he suppressed this fervor within. No. Nick Fury chuckled. That's not how negotiations unfold. Unfreeze my operational authority, and then we can collaborate. General Ross scoffed. Is Maria Hill aware of this news? Indeed. Then why not collaborate with her? Because you won't. Nick Fury showed no concern regarding General Ross's proposition. You and Maria Hill are not aligned, nor am I. General Ross fell into silence. After a moment, he stated, I need to think this through. By all means, but do so swiftly. Our time is limited. If Maria Hill makes contact, grant me 30 minutes. Upon uttering this, General Ross hung up, closing his eyes as he entered a rapid state of contemplation. After hearing the dial tone, Nick Fury also smiled as he ended the call. Ross will acquiesce. He felt no trepidation. However, One must not place all their eggs in a single basket. The peculiar glint in Nick Fury's singular eye resurfaced as he rapidly brainstormed. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and opened his computer, retrieving information on Gwen Stacy. He gazed at the photograph displayed on the screen, the light in his eye growing increasingly enigmatic and reckless. Meanwhile, Gwen was supporting Hawke as they returned to their apartment in Queensbridge Park. Thud! After gently placing the weakened Hawke onto the sofa, Gwen instinctively straightened her back, grimacing as she balled her small hand into a fist and pounded her lower back. Hawke, seated on the sofa, observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. As Gwen was easing her discomfort, she heard a hearty laugh emanating from behind her, causing her posture to falter momentarily. Oh no! Hawke's heart sank at the sight. Indeed, Gwen, with her back turned to him, slowly pivoted to face him. Her expression filled with suspicion as her gaze settled on the seemingly frail, yet slightly flushed Hawke. Her eyes took on a peculiar and perilous glint. Hawke, he coughed, his voice once again weak. Cough, cough, what's the matter? Gwen raised an eyebrow, her tone rising several octaves. Hawke. Thus, Hawke is merely Hawke, devoid of a surname. Had he possessed one, he would certainly have spoken his full name at this moment. Gwen's delicate face bore a serious expression. You're fine now. You're merely pretending. Aren't you? I'm not. Don't say such things. Hawke instinctively denied, while shaking his head vigorously, offering a trifecta of rebuttals. Yet, his protest was delivered with considerable conviction. Gwen smiled, albeit with a veneer of insincerity. In the next moment, Gwen turned and strode towards the door with unwavering resolve. Oh no, this is serious. Hawke, leaning against the sofa, felt a pang of alarm and instantly vanished from the couch, appearing at the door in the blink of an eye, effectively blocking the entrance to the apartment. Gwen paused momentarily, then regarded the obstructive Hawke. Move aside, I want tea. Though lacking in emotional intelligence, Hawke was quick to shake his head. What nonsense. If I let you go now, it might take an eternity to mend things. But if I don't let you go, it will still take time to soothe you. Gwen's lovely face was now clouded with frost. Is it amusing to deceive me? Hawke, it's not amusing. I apologize, I was wrong. Hawke promptly admitted his fault and continued. However, I truly did not deceive you. I was quite weak upon my return. This was the unvarnished truth. Emerging from the lake, Hawke was in such a state that even a Chitauri soldier could have easily overwhelmed him. Hawke explained to Gwen, but I took a nap in the car and regained some strength. I intended to tell you, but seeing you so anxious and assisting me upstairs brought me great joy. So, as Gwen listened to Hawke's explanation, the frost upon her face gradually melted away. She cast a glance at him. So what? I cannot bear to let you go, Hawke stated earnestly. Hearing this, the frost on Gwen's face completely dissipated, her cheeks faintly flushed. Then, as if struck by a thought, she rolled her eyes at Hawke. Boring. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have deceived you. Are you still weak? Not weak. Weak? Weak. Hawke gazed at Gwen's charming face, arriving at the correct conclusion. He nodded to affirm his feigned weakness, allowing his voice to take on a more delicate tone once again. Gwen, witnessing this, felt a chuckle bubbling within her, yet maintained a serious demeanor. Observing the seemingly faltering Hawke, she stepped forward to support him, as he appeared on the verge of collapsing. When one is weak, it is best to simply lie down. Come, I shall assist you to bed. Be cautious. Remove your shoes. Gwen. Could you stay with me for a while? What? Just to lie down. You know, I feel so frail at the moment. Just to lie down? Very well. Wait, what are you doing? The Christmas gift from a military, a present from 1977. The Christmas of 12 bore little distinction from those of previous years. Melodies of the season echoed through the shops, while snowflakes danced from the heavens. In the community, children congregated in joyful clusters, celebrating this special holiday together. The entirety of New York City was enveloped in the exuberance of Christmas's arrival. Families gathered in various restaurants to celebrate, or lit bonfires at home, sitting together in warmth and festivity. Hawke also reunited with his family. As in previous years, he took the bus as twilight descended, arriving at Calvary Cemetery, treading upon the snow-covered ground to spend the holiday with his sister. Helen had considered inviting him to celebrate with Stacy's family on Long Island, yet he graciously declined. Despite Hawke's belief that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would surely marry Gwen and that she would become his sole wife, a future family remained a distant prospect. But that future was yet to unfold. For now, he had his own family to consider. Thus, Hawke respectfully turned down Helen's invitation. Since childhood, he had always spent Christmas with his sister, Anya. Even after her passing in 2009, he continued to visit her during the holiday, knowing she cherished the festive bustle, though her congenital heart condition often relegated her to the sidelines. It pained Hawke to think of Anya spending the holiday alone. He simply could not allow that. In the cemetery, as he had done the previous year, Hawke placed the favorite foods of his beloved sister before her gravestone. He then leaned against the tombstone, sitting on the ground, gazing at the distant landscape. The sky was adorned with a flurry of snowflakes. Curiously, the heavy snowfall had persisted for nearly 2 hours, blanketing the surrounding area in a pristine white quilt. Yet the ground around him, and the area surrounding Anya's gravestone, remained as dry as on a clear day. It was as if, amidst the falling snow in the wilderness, the ground around the tiger was as parched as in summer. Hawke leaned against the gravestone, his eyes gently closed, as his mind delved deeply into his own microcosm. After 3 days of recuperation, his inner universe had fully absorbed the gamma energy plundered following Hulk's demise, emerging in a state of profound renewal. It was evident that his microcosm had transcended to a higher realm. The gamma energy is a genuine force within the Marvel Universe, and thus, his microcosm had gained a semblance of authenticity through its absorption. Although still far from the true essence of a microcosm, a mere hint of reality transformed his previous state from one of stark disparity, one being celestial and the other terrestrial. To illustrate, had Hawke previously relied on the power of drowning in the lake to vanquish Hulk, he no longer required such assistance. Now, should he seek out Hulk again? Even on solid ground, as long as Hulk maintained his prior combat prowess, Hawke could easily defeat him. This assertion is no exaggeration. Most importantly, as Hawke immersed himself in his microcosm, he lifted his gaze to behold the resplendent, blazing constellation of Phoenix above, radiating an unparalleled brilliance, alongside the newly emerged multitude of stars in the night sky. Indeed, dozens of stars. This was yet another unexpected boon following his successful vengeance upon Hulk. Aside from the gamma energy, it could hardly be deemed a surprise, as the Saint Seiya are inherently warriors of a sacred cause. Each battle Hawke engaged in would augment his microcosm with additional stars, thereby enhancing his strength in a proportional manner. These newly acquired stars, Hawke intended to use to illuminate the constellation of Draco. The Phoenix bestowed upon him the assurance of immortality and rebirth, while Draco would endow him with the ferocity and protection of the dragon, unyielding strength and unparalleled defense. Among all the saints, Draco is the singular warrior whose might surpasses his armored form. Moreover, this is a dragon. The Phoenix soars across the heavens, while the dragon roars across the skies. Hawke slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the photograph of his sister on the adjacent gravestone, her visage seemingly smiling back at him, and a gentle expression graced his face. Hulk must have descended into the underworld by now. You must have seen that. Do not worry, Abomination is not far behind. Remember to inform Mephisto that if he fails to care for you properly, when I arrive in hell, I shall twist off his head to serve as a chamber pot, just as Mephisto had dealt with Satanos back in the day. What? Unfamiliar with who Zarathanos is? The Ghost Rider, however, wields the very power of Zarathanos. After Mephisto vanquished Zarathanos, he severed the latter's head and fashioned it into a urinal. The strength of the Ghost Rider is, in fact, bestowed upon him by Mephisto through that very vessel. Hawke spoke gently, as though his words could reach his sister Anya, who resided in the depths of hell. Leaning against the gravestone, Hawke closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past year and sharing tales that might amuse and bring joy to Anya. In this moment, Hawke transformed from his typically taciturn self into an engaging conversationalist, eagerly recounting even the day's headlines. He spoke of Tony Stark's recent confrontation with the dire virus Killian at the docks of Rosslyn, Tennessee, where Stark orchestrated a spectacular display with his amassed Iron Legion. In her living days, Anya, like any other young girl, delighted in such stories revolving around billionaires. Last night, at the oil tanker docks in Rosslyn, Tennessee, an unprecedented hero's farewell and identity revelation unfolded. After successfully thwarting the terrorist Aldrich Killian and his lethal virus soldiers, Tony Stark executed a breathtaking act. He commanded the remaining Iron Legion suits to ascend into the sky, igniting a magnificent firework explosion that illuminated the night. This morning at 7, the re-emerged Tony Stark granted an interview, a detail that Hawke mused over while whispering to himself as he contemplated the morning's newspaper. The cemetery lay in hushed silence, only Hawke's murmurs breaking the stillness. Were a timid passerby to venture near the graveyard, they might mistake the echoing whispers for the lamentations of a demon, fearing they had encountered a ghost. After a while, Hawke's whispers faded into silence. Leaning against Anya's gravestone, he appeared to have drifted into slumber. Just as in the previous years, Hawke intended to remain here, accompanying his sister through this year's Christmas. For, barring unforeseen circumstances, this would likely be their final holiday together. By next year, or at the latest before the following Christmas, He must find a way to descend into hell and retrieve his sister with all due audacity. Mephisto must either return his sister to him, or he would exact vengeance upon Mephisto. There was no other alternative. Time stretched onward, and the once bustling sounds beyond the cemetery gradually faded into oblivion. In that moment, it seemed as if all of New York City had fallen into a profound silence. At that moment, a faint sound began to emerge from the distance, accompanied by a subtle tremor beneath the ground. Footsteps. The sound of tracks grinding against the earth. Initially faint, it gradually grew clearer and closer. Simultaneously, Hawke's phone vibrated within his grasp. Fearing a call from Gwen, he had silenced the ringer without turning off the device. Now, feeling the vibration, he opened his eyes and retrieved the phone. He glanced at the caller ID. It was not Gwen, but Anna. Hawke, I just received news. The military has identified you as the one who forcibly entered the Cantico military base that day, and they have pinpointed your location. They are sending someone your way. Anna's voice rushed out as soon as he answered. The message was clear. Still sleeping? Your pursuers are on their way. Hawke raised an eyebrow, his senses fully alert, shedding the ordinary calm he usually maintained. In an instant, he heard the thunderous roar of an armored vehicle sweeping across the ground, along with the clanking of weapons colliding as fully armed soldiers jogged past. Without uttering a word, Hawke abruptly hung up on Anna. With a stoic expression, he rose from the ground and gazed skyward, where, in the distance, an armed helicopter approached rapidly, its searchlight blazing. Soon, the speeding helicopter crossed the sky, and with a resounding thud, its spotlight accurately illuminated Hawke, casting his surroundings in a brightness akin to midday. The helicopter stabilized above the cemetery. Its cabin door swung open, revealing a soldier poised before a metal storm weapon capable of unleashing hundreds of bullets in a split second. Aimed squarely at Hawke beneath the spotlight. Simultaneously, two armored vehicles, equipped with sonic cannons, crashed through the cemetery gates, disregarding the gravestones that stood in their path as they thundered toward Hawke. The sound of crunching echoed ominously. Following closely were federal soldiers, with the spotlight positioned and the sonic cannons readied their weapons, taking up standing and crouching positions, all directing their firearms at Hawke, who stood not far away. War. It was on the verge of eruption.